Having purchased a counterfeit mobile phone, I ended up making a call to my own number, only to find myself inexplicably connected with my disheartened son from half a century in the future. Thus began our extraordinary exchange of words. "Son, do you happen to know the winning numbers for the next 61 lottery jackpot?" Hao Yunyang inquired, standing before the lottery ticket booth with phone in hand. Who could possibly recall events from decades ago? "Dad, please be realistic," his son replied. "And what about the champion of the upcoming World Cup?" Hao Yunyang pressed on. "Dad, I don't watch the World Cup." "Then what use do I have for you as my son?" Hao Yunyang lamented, feeling a stab of hurt. "Mom always said your achievements were disappointingly meager. I never believed her until now." "And what about now?" he asked. "I believe it now." Chapter 1, Prologue. I ask you to buy breakfast, and you prattle on like an old biddy. I ask you to tidy up the room, and you complain about aches here and pains there. When I request a simple favor like fetching a glass of water, you claim it's all gone and suggest I boil my own. Hao Yunyang's features were shadowed with frustration as he raged. "Lu Lisin, I must have been blinded by some kind of delusion to date a woman like you. I've covered every expense from food to rent. Utilities? Let's not even discuss them. And now you dare ask me for money for an ice cream? This is over. Let's break up." The small, disheveled rental unit of less than 10 square meters fell into a profound silence. Every sound was palpable. Bang, bang. A minute later, the dilapidated wooden door, which Hao Yunyang himself had painted with red lacquer, was knocked upon. A woman's voice, thick with a regional accent, echoed from outside. "Have you packed your things? Hurry up and move out. The new tenants are waiting to move in. Stop your shouting, your girlfriend has already left with someone else." "Apologies for the delay," Hao Yunyang said as he opened the door, greeted by his landlady's ghostly visage, her face caked in makeup. Before he could approach, a wave of cheap perfume assaulted his senses. The carefree demeanor he once possessed was nowhere to be found instead. He was met with a rueful expression. "I'm leaving right now. It's just an Audi. When I have the means, I'll buy a BMW and she will surely regret it," Hao Yunyang consoled himself. One of his redeeming qualities was his ability to self-soothe, to take life's ups and downs in stride, or perhaps, to be blissfully unaware of life's tribulations. Standing at 1.76 meters, he had an average height weighing 65 kilograms. Though slightly inflated by clothes, he possessed a build that could not be considered frail. Enveloped in a black work uniform, adorned with a crimson bow tie just below the collar, his short cropped hair was styled neat lino bangs trenching his forehead, no hair burdening his collar, and no locks obscuring his ears, lending him a refreshing appearance. Oblivious to the mocking gazes from a newly arrived couple, he descended the stairs with a suitcase weighing no more than 15 kilograms. "Hey, your SIM card is still in the phone," his landlady shouted from upstairs, just as he hastened down 2 flights of stairs. He resided not in a complex or a market housing, nor an apartment, but in a simple 5-story building. The landlady and her family occupied 4 rooms on the 2nd floor, while the rooms above were rented out to workers. Rent varied by floor, ranging from 400 to 200 yuan per month. And with his rent being 240, this comprised 200 for the top floor and an additional 40 for last month's utilities. Though Hao Yunyang harbored grave doubts about whether he had truly consumed that much water and electricity, he determined it unworthy of investigation. As he exited the rented room he had occupied for 3 months, a professional smile graced his face. His job did not allow for a frown. To perfect this natural, warm smile, he had spent 2 months practicing in front of a mirror with a chopstick clenched in his teeth, threatening to drive himself to madness. It wasn't until he mastered the art of smiling during work hours that he achieved a level of ease. The walk from his rental to his workplace took nearly 20 minutes. Exiting the chaotic immigrant village he once called home, he soon encountered a not-so-narrow road, choked with traffic during rush hour. Honking horns filled the air. At that moment, Hao Yunyang felt a sense of transcendence, as if the chaos of the world had become irrelevant to him. Dragging his suitcase through the throng of people, his work uniform occasionally drew strange looks. "They must envy my stylish attire," he thought, unconsciously managing a warm smile, a habit he had grown accustomed to. A high school graduate, Hao Yunyang felt like a directionless fish in this small, yet vastly developed industrial town ranked among the best in the nation. He aimlessly sought better-paying work, but 2 years had elapsed, and his salary barely exceeded 1,000 yuan a month. Fortunately, meals were provided, and now, without a girlfriend, he could move into the employee dormitory rent-free. With a monthly income of 1,300 yuan, with his living expenses covered, he believed he could save several hundred yuan a month for future use. Though he remained uncertain of what the future held for him, he understood the wisdom of being prepared. The plight of those living paycheck to paycheck didn't suit someone from a financially struggling background, especially considering his sister's promising academic performance. She had a good chance of attending a prestigious university. Saving money was prudent should his sister gain admission to a top university. He wanted to ensure she would have the means to pursue her studies. As he drew nearer to his workplace, Hao Yunyang's mind was occupied with these thoughts. Chapter 2. Salary Day. Lu Lisin was Hao Yunyang's first girlfriend. After cohabiting for 3 months, they had only engaged in intimacy 3 times, averaging once a month, which was rather astonishing. However, Hao Yunyang was a novice in such matters. And to him, the delicate and charming Lu Lisin was an absolute beauty. Hao Yunyang could not be described as handsome. He was merely average-looking, with features that could be deemed passable. Thus, after confirming their relationship, he felt as though he were floating on air. The handwriting was elegant, reminiscent of the grace of a Jiangnan girl, and the message was shockingly simple. So much so that Hao Yunyang could hardly believe it. Let us break up. Just these 5 words. 5 words devoid of reason, process, or even a hint of reluctance, and thus, Hao Yunyang's first love came to an abrupt end. Moreover, Lu Lisin was 3 years older than Hao Yunyang, and during their time together, she seemed to be a virgin, as she had bled during their first encounter. Yet, one day, a month into their cohabitation, Lu Lisin forgot to lock a cabinet she usually secured. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Hao Yunyang opened the cabinet and discovered a medical record. Although the doctor's handwriting was scrawled, he managed to discern a few words. Hymen reconstruction. In that moment, Hao Yunyang suddenly felt that Lu Lisin's frequent remarks, which had once delighted him, were now painfully jarring. You've taken my first time. What more do you want? This was Lu Lisin's trump card, particularly effective against Hao Yunyang, who exhibited a hint of machismo and was often reluctant to engage in chores like laundry and cleaning. As he pondered over the chaotic state of their living environment, with mice scurrying and cockroaches rampant, he couldn't help but muse about the health department's apparent negligence. A 3-star hotel, indeed, with a silent scoff. Hao Yunyang smiled as he ascended the staircase adorned with a red carpet, greeting a security guard of similar age who was sweeping the entrance. On duty today? He chuckled. I broke up with her. Not the other way around. Hao Yunyang reiterated, then continued with a casual smile. It just felt pointless to stay together, so we parted ways. What else could be done? Quite a pity. His relationship with the security guard was not particularly close. They rarely interacted outside of their professional duties. After exchanging pleasantries, he proceeded towards the main entrance. Just a few steps away, he heard the guard mutter something, the meaning of which eluded him. To move into the staff dormitory. Hao Yunyang needed to obtain a pass from the front office manager, who would also arrange a room and bed for him. Otherwise, there would be nowhere for him to sleep. It was now 11:30, coinciding with the hotel's peak dining hours. The manager stood by the reservation desk, waved at Hao Yunyang, then turned towards the adjacent office. The front office manager, in his 30s, stood at a height similar to Hao Yunyang's. Broad-faced and kind-looking. In reality, he was a tragic figure, sandwiched between demanding supervisors and an overbearing general manager. He conducted his work with utmost caution, earning a degree of respect from Hao Yunyang, who found him far more agreeable than the general manager, a rotund man with 3 chins and a temper to match. One could only wonder how his petite lover endured his considerable weight. I've heard about your situation with Lu Lisin, the manager said once Hao Yunyang settled onto one of the chairs in the cramped office, which barely measured 5 square meters, furnished with a desk and a nearly obsolete computer. Young people are bound to have their squabbles. Your work has been commendable. Don't let this affect you negatively. He advised sincerely. Today is the 15th. Here is your paycheck. Go collect your salary from finance. The manager regarded Hao Yunyang with approval, nodded, and retrieved a slip of paper the size of a fingernail from his drawer, handing it to him with a smile. You came to see me just for your salary, didn't you? Since you've broken up, it's time to move out. The manager readily agreed. Go collect your salary first, and then come back to me for a pass. Thank you, Hao Yunyang replied, placing his suitcase on the floor beside him. By the way, you need to leave your phone number to stay in the dormitory. Could you jot it down for me? Just as he was about to leave, the manager called him back. I lost my phone. Hao Yunyang scratched his head. How about I give it to you next month? That won't do. The hotel has rules I must adhere to. The manager shook his head. Just buy a new one. They're quite affordable now. Only a few hundred yuan for a decent model. You'll be receiving 2,500 this month, right? How much? Hao Yunyang was taken aback, glancing at the salary slip, which indeed read 2005. How could it be so much? You've worked for 3 months. And your previous salary was withheld until now. The manager waved his hand dismissively. You also earned a 300 yuan bonus for being an excellent employee last month. Isn't it just right at 2005? Hurry and collect your salary, then go buy a phone. Come back to me this afternoon for your pass. Chapter 3. The new phone since arriving in town. Hao Yunyang had consistently worked in the service industry, believing that although the pay was low and the hours irregular, it offered invaluable experience for someone willing to learn and dedicate themselves. Interacting with a diverse array of guests and mimicking their expressions and tones became one of Hao Yunyang's cherished pastimes. Though his days were filled with forced smiles and pleasantries, sometimes enduring the nonsensical grievances of inebriated patrons, these experiences were, to him, precious opportunities for growth. Having spent nearly 2 years transitioning from academia to the workforce, Hao Yunyang had honed the ability to converse fluently with anyone, a skill he regarded as one of his most significant achievements. Zhanghui was momentarily taken aback by Hao Yunyang's sudden entrance. With around 140 to 50 staff members in the hotel, their interactions were minimal, primarily limited to resignation settlements and monthly payroll days. Zhanghui was not a genius. Thus, she struggled to remember someone she had only seen once or twice. However, Hao Yunyang's amiable demeanor and his habit of addressing her as sister endeared him to her, and she did not express any displeasure at his unexpected visit. Sister Hui, how forgetful of you. I am Xiao Hao, the one who accidentally stained your shoes with mopping water that day in the lobby. Hao Yunyang's smile remained unwavering, though it was laced with a significant degree of insincerity. Nevertheless, it was disarming enough not to provoke discomfort, as it appeared genuinely heartfelt. Oh, it's you? Zhang Hui exclaimed, suddenly recalling the incident. Despite the shoes being worth over 300 yuan, Hao Yunyang's attitude had left a positive impression, and she had not dwelled on the matter. Besides, nearly a month had passed. No one would hold a grudge over such trivialities. It's not time to collect salaries yet. Why don't you come back after your shift tonight? In modern society, efficiency and personal relationships reign supreme, but a fool who is well acquainted with various walks of life will inevitably surpass a reclusive genius, provided, of course, that the genius is not a scientist. As the contributions of science cannot be easily dismissed. Having recently broken up with his girlfriend and pawned his phone for rent, Hao Yunyang sought to move into the dormitory. The manager had advised him to buy a new phone first. With a timid smile, he shared his predicament, rejecting the notion that pride was worth compromising his honesty. I've only taken a day off. If I can't buy a phone this afternoon, I'll have nowhere to sleep tonight. Sister Hui, please help me, is that so? Zhang Hui, not one to adhere to rigid conventions, was rather fashionable and far from being emotionally unyielding. Upon hearing Hao Yunyang's plight, she gasped in surprise, then hesitated before saying, It's not that I don't want to give you your salary. It's just that the boss hasn't brought the money yet. So I can't pay you, Dada? Hao Yunyang was momentarily stunned. The bank would close by 5 or 6 in the evening, and the hotel typically distributed salaries after the evening shift. Would he really be forced to sleep on the streets? How about this? Observing Hao Yunyang's bewilderment, Zhang Hui found him rather amusing, especially given his earlier pleasant demeanor, which had garnered her favor. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, You can leave your salary slip with me and write me an IOU. I'll give you the money now, and you can repay me tomorrow when you collect your salary. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Hao Yunyang had no reason to refuse such an offer. Without hesitation, he readily agreed. Casting a glance at Zhang Hui, adorned in a tailored suit and a short skirt, her legs elegantly crossed as she sat on the chair, Hao Yunyang sincerely remarked, Sister Hui, I believe you are the most beautiful in our hotel. Is that so? Zhang Hui responded with a modest smile, her face seemingly flushed as if the muscles were forcing the blemishes to the surface. After exchanging the payroll slip and signing an IOU, he received from her hands a substantial stack of red renminbi, which felt thick in his grasp. Hao Yunyang expressed his gratitude profusely, and even as he left the office. Zhang Hui was still chuckling. This lad really has a sweet tongue. This is Hao Yunyang, an honest and industrious young man of the new era, bold enough to speak the truth, at least from Sister Hui's demeanor. It seemed he was quite to her liking. The only unfortunate aspect was that Hao Yunyang hailed from out of town, while Zhang Hui was a local. The townsfolk, regardless of their wealth, often regarded outsiders with a hint of disdain. as if they were inherently superior. Filling out a remittance slip at the agricultural bank with practiced ease, he entered the recipient's account number, name, bank details, ID number, and the purpose of the remittance, transferring 1,000 yuan to the account of his mother, who managed the family's finances. With that, he turned and exited the bank, his spirits remarkably lifted, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Out with the old, in with the new. If one is to buy, then let it be something superior. As he walked down the street, he murmured to himself, in this age of rapid technological advancement, who knows, perhaps now 400 yuan could procure something even better than the previous model. Was it self-comfort or self-encouragement? Either way, it mattered little. This phone was the latest model. With fair skin and sporting a pair of frameless glasses, he resembled a successful individual, his hair slicked back and glossy. At over 30 years of age, he boasted about a silver-gray touchscreen phone, extolling its 5 million pixel high-definition camera, an ultra-long standby of 72 hours with 2 lithium batteries, and a comprehensive suite of internet capabilities, including QQ, Bluetooth, and infrared. Moreover, this phone could connect to a computer for dial-up internet access. With such an array of features and a dazzling exterior, he confidently declared, "I see you are quite a practical lad. I'll let it go for 700 yuan. Truly, don't doubt me. I usually price it at 1,200 for most." "Haha, you keep it for yourself," Hao Yunyang replied, feeling utterly bewildered. However, the price of 700 yuan exceeded his mental budget, especially since he had never even heard of this brand, which could hardly be considered a knockoff. "Hey, wait." As soon as Hao Yunyang turned to leave, the man, seemingly desperate, called him back, sighing as if he were about to bleed profusely. Gritting his teeth, 680. 680, that's my final offer. Chapter 4. It actually went through. Do you take me for a fool? Hao Yunyang turned back, casting a sidelong glance at the expressive shopkeeper. 400, and I'll throw in a SIM card and 50 yuan worth of call credit. Well then, goodbye. I'll check elsewhere. He waved, hands in pockets, exuding a certain swagger despite still wearing that eye-catching work uniform. All right then. Hao Yunyang was never overly picky about phone numbers. As long as it worked, he was satisfied. What did it matter if it lacked the number 4? After all, in musical terms, the number 4 could also be pronounced as FA. After fiddling with the phone for a moment, he snapped a couple of not-so-clear photos outside the store, then casually pulled a SIM card from the pile the owner had presented, continuing to toy with the phone without a second glance. Although the brand was unknown, the phone did boast a comprehensive range of features, or at least appeared sufficient in Hao Yunyang's eyes. He merely needed it for making calls and sending messages. He rarely logged onto QQ, preferring to use his colleagues' phones for that. As he put it, this wasn't being stingy. It was simply frugality and prudent management. 13634209194. The shopkeeper glanced at the SIM card Hao Yunyang had taken, casually reciting the number. Hao Yunyang merely nodded, continuing to explore the phone. For 400 yuan, with 50 yuan in call credit already on the card, he could call 10086 to verify the balance. It came with 3 months of free trial services. If not cancelled, charges would apply thereafter. The shopkeeper chattered incessantly like a little bird, but Hao Yunyang paid him no mind, engrossed in a game of Snake on his new device. Come back again, the previously complaining shopkeeper, now seeing Hao Yunyang off with his new phone, called out as he reached the door. Hao Yunyang smiled in response. It was merely a formality, a politeness exchange between individuals who might never meet again. There was no need to create animosity. As long as he found a girlfriend and eventually settled down with children, he would keep this SIM card for life. With earbuds in, listening to a tune from his new phone, he mused, if this phone lasts, I won't need to replace it. I'll save the money for a better one for my sister. And Dad's phone is on its last legs too. I'll get him one as well. On the way back to the hotel, Hao Yunyang pondered how he might spend a sudden windfall if it were to come his way. First, he would demolish the old house and build a new one for his sister to finish college and marry well. Then, he would marry and have several chubby children to carry on the family name, ensuring his parents could enjoy a comfortable life. If any money remained, he would deposit it in the bank to earn interest, and that would be his life. Hao Yunyang was merely a laborer from a small town. Villas and sports cars were distant dreams for him. He aimed to be realistic, and even more realistic, until he ultimately realized that even with 1,000,000 yuan, he wouldn't know how to spend it. Was this naivety or tragedy? Shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts, he gazed at the opulent hotel entrance. Sighing heavily, let us be realistic. In this life, this is all you can aspire to, manager. I bought the phone. Entering the hotel at 1 in the afternoon, just as employees were finishing their shifts, he greeted his colleagues with smiles. Knocking thrice on the manager's office door, he casually turned the handle. Who allowed you to enter? A stout man, with a bulbous face and layers of flesh around his neck, glared fiercely at Hao Yunyang. His eyes wide with indignation. Do you not understand the rules? Upon seeing this man, Hao Yunyang inwardly cursed his luck, yet his face displayed an apologetic smile as he repeatedly nodded in apology. General Manager, I'm sorry that I didn't realize you were inside. What? Just because I'm not here, you think you can come and go as you please? The plump man, the hotel's owner and general manager, glared at Hao Yunyang, who wore a contrite expression. This only served to stoke the man's irritation, and he snapped, What do you want? I wish to move into the dormitory. I came to get the authorization from the manager. Hao Yunyang continued to smile, glancing at the manager's despondent face, which suggested he had been thoroughly reprimanded. Finally, after carefully receiving the authorization from the manager and leaving his phone number, he turned to leave with his suitcase. The general manager remained silent, but his dark expression hinted that something had occurred to provoke his anger. Hao Yunyang had no inclination to speculate about the cause of the general manager's fury. Such matters were beyond his purview. Gently closing the office door behind him and exhaling in relief, he set off to find his bunk. Faintly, he heard the general manager's irate voice penetrate the walls, cursing about women and some wretched creature, threatening to chop her up and feed her to the dogs. The world of the affluent was indeed peculiar. Hao Yunyang smirked slightly. Today it's women. Tomorrow it's sports cars. Are women truly that significant? On the third floor, the old man spoke little. Despite Hao Yunyang's attempts to strike up a conversation for future convenience, the old man remained indifferent, or perhaps even cold. Thank you, sir. After 3 minutes of effort, Hao Yunyang only elicited 2 words from him. Defeated, he thanked the man and turned to ascend the stairs, while the old man resumed his seat in a creaky bamboo chair, smoking a cigarette, with a frail black cat napping at his feet. This was the dormitory. As Hao Yunyang opened the door to room 303 on the 3rd floor, he was met with a pungent, sour odor, mixed with the stench emitted by shoes and socks, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Standing at the entrance with his suitcase, he surveyed the small room, which measured barely over 10 square meters. It contained 4 wooden bunk beds. Out of the 8 beds, only 2 had bedding and pillows, while the rest were cluttered with toiletries and miscellaneous luggage. Following the number on the authorization slip, he located his designated bed, which was the one furthest inside on the right as you entered. After a brief tidy-up, Hao Yunyang extracted the bedding and sheets from his suitcase and settled onto the edge of the bed. He pulled out his phone and, after staring blankly for a full 10 seconds, smacked his forehead with a forceful realization. Oh no, I've lost my phone number. Anyone who purchases a new phone experiences a period of novelty, and Hao Yunyang was no exception. Gazing at the empty contacts list, he wrestled with his thoughts for a solid 3 minutes before inspiration struck him, leading him to impulsively dial a series of digits. 13634209194. Yes, that was indeed his new phone number. Beep. The sound startled Hao Yunyang, causing his mouth to drop open. Could it be that modern technology has reached a point where dialing the same number could indicate a connection? Chapter 5. Your biological son. Could it be that he dialed the wrong number? Hao Yunyang scratched his ear and rummaged through his back pocket to retrieve the SIM card, which had already been punctured with a hole. He compared the number on the card with the one displayed on his phone, painstakingly matching each digit. 13634209194. Indeed, it was correct. Hao Yunyang was taken aback. Could it be that calling his own number would connect him? Did pressing the answer button mean he could converse with himself? The advanced technology left him bewildered, and as he gazed at the screen still indicating a connection, his finger hovered over the answer key, hesitating. However, having heard of various rogue software these days, he pondered the potential consequences of pressing the button. If this was indeed some malicious application, pressing it could lead to the depletion of his phone credit, leaving him nowhere to lament his misfortune. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? Just as Hao Yunyang's thumb was a mere millimeter from the hang-up button, the phone screen flickered, and his mouth formed an O. The call was ongoing, with a duration of 000004. Hello. May I know which friend this is? Speak up, or I shall hang up. Hao Yunyang remained in a daze. And though the voice on the other end maintained a polite tone, it subtly conveyed impatience. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, deep and magnetic, likely in his 40s. Wait, don't hang up just yet. Hao Yunyang finally came to his senses and hastily interrupted the middle-aged man's attempt to end the call, stammering before blurted out, "Who are you? Who am I? You called me, yet you're asking who I am?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then added with a hint of confusion, "So who are you?" Gulp. Hao Yunyang swallowed hard, feeling a slight heat in his head, then impulsively exclaimed, "Did you install rogue software on my phone?" "You are quite peculiar." The middle-aged man, suppressing his irritation, replied in a deep voice, "We are strangers. Why would I install rogue software on your phone for no reason? Then how did you receive my call?" Hao Yunyang bit his tongue, a shiver running down his spine as clarity began to dawn upon him. "You must have installed rogue software to steal my phone credit. Where do you live? Shall I call the Moon Emergency Center for you?" Though the middle-aged man was clearly furious, he articulated his anger with relative restraint. "It was quite fast last time. My mother fell ill. And it took just 3 minutes for them to reach my doorstep." A veiled insult implying that Hao Yunyang was out of his mind. The middle-aged man paused before continuing, "If it weren't for the fact that you, like me, are using this ancient relic of a phone, I would have simply reported you for harassment, resulting in at least a 6-month sentence." The Moon Emergency Center? Ancient relic? 6-month sentence. Confusion filled Hao Yunyang's mind as he glanced at his phone, which was brand new, and asked, "Why then, when I dial my own number for fun, do you answer? How should I know?" The middle-aged man began to respond but suddenly halted, his tone shifting to one of surprise. "What did you say? Dialing your own number for fun?" Hao Yunyang, ever cautious in his dealings, was not one to engage in unproductive endeavors, but he felt an inexplicable urge to converse. "Oh, you share my surname." "How? We're relatives." Hao Yunyang chuckled. "Uncle, I am Hao Yunyang. The same surname. What a coincidence." Crackling sounds erupted from the other end, piercingly loud. After a prolonged silence, a weary voice finally came through. "How could you possibly be Hao Yunyang? Seriously, you don't believe me?" Hao Yunyang replied cheerfully, "What would it take for you to believe me? Where do you live?" Hao Jinhua, struggling to formulate a response, inquired. "Where do you live?" Crackling sounds erupted again on the line. And after what felt like an eternity, Hao Jinhua's voice, tinged with despair, emerged. "Please, this is too much for me. Let my mother take the call. I surrender, truly." Hao Jinhua's voice cracked with emotion, laced with guilt. "I genuinely mean it. I am sincere." Hao Yunyang scratched his face honestly. "Your mother isn't here." Hao Jinhua fell silent for a long moment. "I am your son. Please let my mother take the call." "How many times must I repeat it? Your mother is truly not here." Hao Yunyang replied solemnly, "I swear, if your mother were here, I would be your son." "My mother, truly not here?" Hao Jinhua hesitated. "Could you tell me what date it is over there?" "Regrettably, I lack the time and resources. Otherwise, I would love to witness the grandeur of the military parade in Beijing, and perhaps catch a glimpse of Elder Jiang in general who," Hao Yunyang rambled on in a detached manner. "Although I can only watch it on television, it's a 15-inch black-and-white set borrowed from my landlord. By the way, judging by your tone, your family must be quite well off, watching a large color TV." "I presume." "I suppose so." Hao Yunyang chuckled. "My mother once read my fortune when I was young, predicting that I would merely scrape by in life. Once I save enough money, I would buy a color TV for the family, and not one from Japan or Korea. If I were to buy, it would be domestic." "What, do you look down on domestic products?" For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Hao Jinhua could not restrain his tongue. Much like a parched individual eyeing a sumptuous feast, unable to resist approaching. Without ulterior motives, he simply wished to converse, an inexplicable desire to talk. "Let me tell you, although the quality of domestic products has not always been stellar, they excel in affordability. As for televisions, as long as they function, why bother with brand names, right?" "Why are you suddenly silent? Did I surprise you with my nature?" Hao Yunyang felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that after 2 years of work, he had never been so loquacious. Typically, he measured his words carefully. Speaking freely felt exhilarating, yet he worried about scaring off this free listener. "Let us not dwell on color TVs. How about we discuss automobiles? You know, the four-wheeled kind, Dad." "What are you calling me, Dad? I am Hao Jinhua." The voice of Hao Jinhua finally emerged from the other end. Yet the words he spoke left Hao Yunyang utterly stunned. I am your biological son. Chapter 6. Indeed a son, he. Hao Yunyang couldn't help but laugh foolishly. The composure and tact he had cultivated over 2 years of work vanished without a trace. My son, you are truly my biological son? Yes, Hao Jinhua affirmed with a firm tone that I am your biological father. Yes, you must call me dad. Yes, you and your mother have been intimate? Hao Jinhua paused momentarily. Yes, you are quite amusing. Hao Yunyang chuckled. Indeed. Hao Jinhua's voice remained steady, yet it carried a newfound urgency as he recounted. My mother, Zhao Chenxin, when you first met her was in 2009. I can't recall the exact date. Later, due to a rival scheme, you were sentenced to a year in prison. Upon your release, instead of seeking revenge or anything else, you pursued my mother for a full 4 years. You married her in 2014, and I was born in the same year. Then, when I turned 5, Hao Jinhua paused briefly, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice as he continued. When I turned 5, you rode your bicycle to take me to kindergarten, but accidentally ran over a piece of watermelon rind. I fell onto a stall selling plush toys, and although I was fine, you scraped your knee and bled profusely. You went to the hospital for treatment, but an irresponsible nurse mistakenly administered the wrong injection, causing your untimely demise, leaving my mother and me to fend for ourselves. I asked at the end. Hao Yunyang listened intently, as if the person he had just heard about, destined to die 10 years later, was not himself at all, urging, what happened next? I ask you, was your mother beautiful? Hao Yunyang, fully engrossed in the story, innocently inquired, by the way, who is Lu Keizi? It is indeed Lu Daqian from our village. The words of Hao Jinhua struck Hao Yunyang's heart like a bolt. The very one with whom you have been in a brawl since childhood, who, in 2010, was struck by a vehicle that shattered his leg. He received a compensation of over 100,000 yuan and gradually amassed wealth through the sand and gravel business in the village. He bought a car and erected a small villa. And my mother married him for my sake. However, I have always clung to my mother, and Lu the Lame never had the chance to encounter her, so whenever she was absent from home, he would take out his frustrations on me. The name Lu Daqian, Lu the Lame, swirled in Hao Yunyang's mind like a muddled mess, prompting him to instinctively murmur, it's good that he never met your mother. That's good that in essence, Hao Yunyang and Lu Daqian were like sworn enemies, a phrase that aptly described their lifelong conflicts. At that moment, Hao Jinhua's mention of Lu Daqian convinced Hao Yunyang of the almost fantastical narrative he was being fed. He, Hao Yunyang, had a son over 40 years of age, one who was indeed his flesh and blood. Father, though I am mystified as to how you could suddenly call me after 50 years. Hao Jinhua remarked, there is one matter I must protest vehemently. Truly, this is something I have carried with me throughout my life, and even at 45 years of age, I cannot forget it. What matter? At this point, Hao Yunyang's mind was thoroughly befuddled, and he could only respond subconsciously, his thoughts consumed by the 2 words. Son, when you have acquired wealth in the future, and I have been born, I shall generously bestow upon you extra pocket money. The mention of money sparked a flicker of clarity in Hao Yunyang's mind. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, at least 2 coins. Hao Jinhua fell silent for a considerable time, before finally saying, Mother has nagged throughout her life, often repeating a single phrase. Your father has achieved little in this life. As your son, I may not have the right to speak ill of you. But those are my mother's words, and I merely relay them. Whether or not Zhao Chenxin truly said such words was beyond Hao Yunyang's ability to confirm. A 20-year-old father and a 45-year-old son engaged in a meandering conversation. Although Hao Yunyang still felt some resistance deep within, he was far less muddled than before. Hao Jinhua informed him that Lu the Lame had taken on 2 mistresses, and although Zhao Chenxin, his mother, had never engaged in an affair with him, after marrying him, she managed many of his business dealings. Consequently, divorce was not an option, for doing so would mean half of the wealth would be taken by Zhao Chenxin. Hao Jinhua further revealed that the global inflation 50 years hence was alarmingly severe, with a mere kilogram of regular northeast rice costing over 80 yuan. Zhao Chenxin had reached 70 years of age, and Lu the Lame's sand and gravel business had suffered a catastrophic safety incident over a decade prior, where a falling mechanical arm had crushed several workers, resulting in the loss of millions in assets. Along with substantial debts. 6 years ago, the debts totaling over 9 million left for him, and Zhao Chenxin had driven one to suicide by jumping into the river in the advanced technology of 50 years hence. Humanity had begun dispatching spacecraft to search the galaxy for habitable planets. The purchasing power of over 9 million in that future would equate to merely 230,000 yuan or less in Hao Yunyang's current timeline. With the loss of income, Lu the Lame's family, once prosperous in the village and surrounding towns, had devolved into poverty, surviving on a meager government aid of 15,000 yuan and Hao Jinhua's monthly salary exceeding 50,000 yuan. Furthermore, the family's total income of 65,000 yuan would see at least 25,000 withheld by the mother and son duo to repay their debts. With a soft thud, a small patch of paint flaked off the lower right corner. "Oh, my dear father, that was the last remnant of the original paint." A startled exclamation from Hao Jinhua echoed through the phone, as if the paint peeling from Hao Yunyang's side had also affected his mobile device. The connection was perplexing, and Hao Yunyang was too bewildered to ponder it, for he was crouched down, tenderly wiping the damaged area. Goodness, it was just purchased. Chapter 7. Betting it all, father. Hao Yunyang crouched, diligently tending to his phone, while Hao Jinhua called out to him, "Dad? Son? What is it?" Hao Yunyang responded, pressing the phone to his ear, feeling somewhat self-conscious addressing a man 25 years his senior as son. Yet he reasoned that no matter the age, he was indeed his biological child. He called out with conviction, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. "Father, do you have a blade?" Hao Jinhua's voice carried a hint of tension and an undercurrent of hope. "A blade?" Hao Yunyang paused, then glanced around the disheveled dormitory, spotting a razor blade on the opposite bed. He picked it up, feeling its chill in his hand. "Yes, I have one. Father." After a moment's hesitation, Hao Jinhua instructed, "Please check your phone. Has a piece of paint chipped off the lower right corner?" "Without looking, I can confirm it has." Hao Yunyang's heart sank. "It was newly acquired. Then, could you use the blade to make a small incision at the chipped area? Would that be acceptable?" Hao Jinhua's breathing quickened, while Hao Yunyang remained puzzled. However, considering his son's unfortunate plight, he resolutely agreed. Gently, he made a small cut on the damaged spot, gritting his teeth as he said, "I've done it. Could you press a bit harder, please?" Hao Jinhua's voice took on a hint of childlike pleading. Although he was speaking to his own son, Hao Yunyang could not help but feel goosebumps rise. Gritting his teeth in silence, closing his eyes, "Done? It's done." Before Hao Yunyang could articulate a response, Hao Jinhua erupted with uncharacteristic exuberance, exclaiming, "Ha, Dad! It worked! What worked?" Hao Yunyang scratched his face, bewildered. "Oh." Hao Yunyang suddenly realized, "The river and the leaves." "I understand. No, that's not what I meant." Hao Jinhua nearly stumbled in disbelief. "What I mean is, if you stand at a certain point in your timeline and perform certain actions, it will influence events in my timeline. Conversely, no actions taken in my timeline can affect yours. Surely you grasp this?" "Oh, I see." Hao Yunyang finally comprehended, nodding. "So, for instance, when my phone fell and chipped, your phone also chipped, but if your phone chips, mine will remain intact. Is that correct?" In the end, Hao Yunyang's heart still ached for his new phone. That's about the gist of it. Hao Jinhua took a moment to compose himself, though his voice trembled slightly. "Originally, our two timelines should not intersect. However, now that your phone can connect with mine, it implies." Abruptly, Hao Jinhua's statement trailed off. Curious, Hao Yunyang, eager for clarity, prodded, "Son, what does it imply, father?" Hao Jinhua's voice grew weak. "In your timeline, I have yet to be born, correct? Now that you are in contact with me." Hao Jinhua's tone shifted to one of trepidation. "You have gained knowledge of your future life, and paradoxically, your timeline will influence mine. If your life trajectory shifts, will I cease to exist?" At only 45 years of age, Hao Jinhua had not contemplated living to 170, as the World Health Organization had indicated in 2054 that the average human lifespan had extended to that mark. Yet, he did not wish to meet his end at 45. "It's too late. Son, do not frighten your father." Hao Yunyang was struck dumb. "What are we to do?" Silence ensued, then more silence. "Father," after 5 minutes, Hao Jinhua seemed to grit his teeth and said, "Mother and I have endured a tumultuous life. She has grown frail from overexertion, her vision and hearing failing, and my greatest wish is to see her live better. Truly, with new clothes to wear, a comfortable home to inhabit, and wholesome meals to enjoy, I would find contentment in that. Since fate has allowed you to connect with me, why not pursue a grand reversal? Good son with ambition." Hao Yunyang slapped his thigh, but then slumped. "However, in my timeline, technology is not as advanced as yours, and my lifespan is not as lengthy. I possess nothing of value to assist you. Father, what I mean is, Hao Jinhua inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. The changes stemming from your timeline can impact mine, so allow me, your son, to help you achieve this grand reversal. However, Mother is muddled. She does not recall the past clearly, and I am also unaware of much regarding your history. We can only navigate this path through trial and error, and the outcome may be wondrous or tragic, son. Hao Yunyang understood that Hao Jinhua's words referred to his own timeline, which would not have a significant impact on him. Yet, this was his flesh and blood. He could not simply watch him walk into danger. Listen to your father. Hao Yunyang scratched his head and sighed. Let Dad smash the phone, Dad. Hao Jinhua suddenly barked, startling Hao Yunyang. What is it? Hao Yunyang inquired. You already have a rough idea of the trajectory of your life ahead. Even if you stubbornly choose to go to prison and then marry my mother to give birth to me, 10 years down the line, will you engage in wrestling? Will you knowingly allow that nurse to inject you, even if it means death? He continued to press on. Hao Yunyang was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he said, Son, your father has never achieved much in life. I merely hope to make our family's life a bit easier. Since it has come to this, speak your mind. Dad will listen to you. No, Hao Jinhua replied softly, Dad, I cannot foresee what tomorrow holds, so you must not expect me to provide you with strategies. You need to learn independence and resilience. Remember, you still have a son and a beautiful wife. They both believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. You can do it. No, you possess far more knowledge than others. Hao Jinhua's demeanor resembled that of a gambler wagering his life. You have me. I can turn your life around. Only by altering your future can the tragedies that befell my mother and me be averted. Does this phone not have the capability to connect to the internet via a computer? Purchase a computer, and I will send you some software that is quite useful for your time. For the sake of your son and wife. Hao Yunyang rose from the edge of the bed, a look of sanctity upon his face, and shouted with fervor, Let's do this. For Mom and Dad. In his heart, Hao Jinhua silently vowed, I am all in. Chapter 8. Timed and scheduled, every call made to his son would be a reckless adventure. Although Hao Yunyang lacked profound knowledge and education, he understood this truth well. Moreover, he now realized that the phone and number were the keys to contacting his son. They were indispensable and must not be discarded. Even though, in his son's era, the phone remained intact and had not been stolen or lost. As his son had pointed out, the moment they established contact, the previously clear future began to shift. Who could say whether this phone would remain with the Hao family for another 50 years? His son informed Hao Yunyang that the phone was merely a terminal. The true connection to the internet was through satellites, not the phone itself. Yet, his son confidently assured him that he had a means to send the necessary files or software to the computer linked to his phone via some future method. Hao Yunyang, not comprehending the technicalities, wisely chose not to inquire further. The ensuing minutes were filled with simple instructions, after which Hao Yunyang hung up the phone, sitting on the edge of the bed. Deeply troubled as he began to calculate, a decent laptop would cost at least 2,000 yuan, and opting for a second-hand one wouldn't suffice. He would also need to activate a GPRS plan for the SIM card to allow the laptop to dial in and connect to WAP sites. The remaining tasks he would leave to his son. Activating the plan wouldn't cost much, but what truly pained Hao Yunyang was that he wasn't merely browsing the web or chatting on QQ. He would be receiving files or software. How much data would those files, often several megabytes or even hundreds of megabytes, consume? How much would he have to pay the mobile provider? Furthermore, the phone was only to receive files sent by his son. While for him to earn his first bucket of gold, he would need a broadband connection to access the internet. Surely that would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Although he had contemplated borrowing someone else's computer to download a software program to earn some money before purchasing his own, the slow dial-up speed of the phone would be inadequate for receiving files. Additionally, being a standard novice, the 2 years of work combined with the recent breakup had taught him the lesson of knowing people only by their appearances. Who could tell if he would leave traces on the computer, only to end up as a test subject, losing his phone, wife, and son in the process? The risks were too great, and Hao Yunyang preferred a more stable approach. He decided to endure for the time being. After all, it wouldn't be long before he could take action without jeopardizing anything. Sitting alone in the dormitory until 5:30 in the evening, Hao Yunyang finally sorted through his chaotic thoughts and fully accepted the reality that at the age of 20, he already had a 70-year-old wife and a 45-year-old son. Although the prospect of transforming his life through contact with his son and the phone was enticing, he understood that the risks rested heavily on his son Hao Jinhua's shoulders, and to claim he felt no guilt would be a lie. Even when Hao Jinhua assured him he would purchase a high-tech memory storage device the next day to carry with him, ensuring that if Hao Yunyang ultimately ended up with Zhao Qinxin and conceived at the right moment, even if he lost his current memories, there would be a significant chance of recovering them through that device. Furthermore, as long as Hao Yunyang achieved success in this timeline, it would also alter the reality of Hao Jinhua's timeline. For instance, Hao Jinhua might suddenly discover that his father had not died, and he had become the son of a wealthy businessman, with his mother's eyesight restored, her hearing improved, and her health rejuvenated. Alternatively, Hao Jinhua might wake up to find everything around him had changed, yet he would feel it was entirely natural, as even his memories would have shifted under the influence of the broader context. Despite accepting this absurd reality and clarifying his muddled thoughts, Hao Yunyang still felt a twinge of disbelief, afraid it might all be a dream. Thus, while he cleaned the room, he continued to murmur to himself, yet his focus was scattered. He swept a heap of garbage to the doorway, flinging it out with the broom, letting the foul-smelling refuse rush out like a flood. Meow. The sound of a cat startled Hao Yunyang from his daze, and turning towards the source, he instantly donned a sheepish smile. Oh dear, my apologies. Chapter 9. Top up the phone with 2 socks hanging from his right shoulder, contaminated with foul-smelling liquid from the garbage pile they had been resting in for who knows how many days. His upper body remained somewhat clean, but his lower half was entirely soiled with dirt, refuse, and putrid water. Hao Yunyang hastily set down the broom, wearing a forced smile, cautiously approaching, uncertain whether the one-legged dormitory manager might angrily strike him with his cane. Generally, Hao Yunyang opted to retreat from uncertain situations, but when there was no retreat left, he would awkwardly smile and observe for a while. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked, noticing the manager's condition and the foul odor in the air. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and bashful, he adopted a servile demeanor, saying, "I didn't notice you were at the door. I was just cleaning the room." The manager, with an impassive expression, glanced at the grinning Hao Yunyang and, after uttering a single phrase, turned with his black cat and walked towards the stairs. No trash is allowed to be piled in the corridor. Clean it up and take it down to the trash bin. By the time Hao Yunyang thought to assist, the elderly gentleman had already descended the stairs. Puzzled, he scratched his head and murmured, "What a good person." After patting the phone in his pocket, Hao Yunyang bent down to gather the scattered rubbish, stuffing it into 2 plastic bags. The time was nearing dinner, and he recalled there was a ramen shop not far from where he had entered. Did he want to get close to me? The old man shot Hao Yunyang a glance and bluntly retorted, "You are not worthy." Cough. What a formidable elder. Hao Yunyang mused internally, yet he wore a smile, turning to head towards the trash bin. The administrator did not utter another word, staring at Hao Yunyang's retreating figure, his face devoid of expression, his murky eyes concealing the thoughts swirling within. The bin was positioned less than 10 meters from the dormitory. Nestled in a corner, and given the dormitory's surroundings, it had long been neglected and was now surrounded by garbage. Initially, it hadn't been this way, but after a flurry of phone calls from within the dorm, Hao Yunyang felt the weight of pressure from his superior. He knew that as long as he remained silent, the absurdity of the situation would never be revealed, for no one would suspect such an outrageous occurrence. Yet, the sensation of having money in hand was undeniably satisfying. Hao Yunyang felt as if even his walk exuded an air of grandeur. In less than 50 meters, he found himself dawdling, taking 3 minutes to cover the distance, his right hand occasionally probing his pocket. Only upon feeling his phone did he find some solace, even neglecting to check the money in his other pocket. As he approached within 5 or 6 meters of the ramen shop, Hao Yunyang pulled out his phone. Though he was not well versed in apps, he was not foolish. Having used computers during high school, he could certainly manage QQ. Contemplating the situation, after much hesitation, he slowly dialed his mother's number. Having been away for 2 years, he had consistently sent money home. Despite having relied on his family for support before leaving, it felt rather embarrassing to ask for money now that he was working. However, this time, he truly could not afford to forego it. The number appeared on the screen. Hao Yunyang took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello, your phone balance is insufficient. Please recharge your account." "Thank you." The voice on the phone left Hao Yunyang astounded, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. This was outrageous. When he received the phone, he had checked and indeed found a prepaid balance of 50 yuan. After acquiring it, he had only made one call, totaling barely over 20 minutes. According to the shopkeeper, answering calls was free, while initiating calls cost 20 cents per minute. At the very least, that 50 yuan should provide him with about 250 minutes. Right? Standing there, he gritted his teeth for a moment before suddenly realizing that he was well aware of the phone's purpose. Was he truly going to investigate over a mere few dozen yuan of balance? What if he uncovered something he shouldn't? His phone, his identity, his family. Acceptance was the only option. After struggling for a while, Hao Yunyang, on the verge of tears, resigned himself to fate, letting out a sigh as he continued to stand there for a moment. Glancing around, he finally spotted a small shop at the corner where he could turn right, and with determination, he extracted a crisp, red 100 yuan note from his pocket and made his way over. "Boss, please recharge 100 yuan for me." Upon entering the shop, Hao Yunyang realized it was a multifaceted establishment combining a convenience store, public phone, internet cafe, and gambling machines. The proprietor was a young man in his 20s with outdated dyed blonde hair. Clad in a thin camouflage top and oversized jeans, oddly accessorized with ear studs and pink slippers with holes in the front. "Oh, just a moment." The young owner, sitting at a mahjong table, acknowledged Hao Yunyang without looking up, then returned to his game, leaving Hao Yunyang waiting patiently while stealing glances at the trendy proprietor as time ticked by. "Recharging, right? Give me the number." The counter outside the shop belonged to Lu Ming, where an old laptop sat. Only a keen eye could discern the worn label revealing it as a Fujitsu. Shuffling in his slippers, Lu Ming glanced up at Hao Yunyang. "How much to recharge?" Curse the thief who steals from Tianwen's classmates, and the instant noodles always come with a wooden packet. Chapter 10. Money, oh money. Hao Yunyang found himself somewhat speechless as he placed the 100 yuan note before Lu Ming. "The number, please." Lu Ming expertly checked its authenticity, then retrieved an ancient notebook used for elementary school calligraphy practice, handing it to Hao Yunyang along with a tiny 2B pencil barely 5 centimeters long. Ignoring this, he scolded a small child who thought he was hidden while fiddling with the gambling machine. "If you keep banging, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Don't you know who I am? The legendary Lao Lu? Now scram." The faint sound of tapping ceased as the child, in a flurry of panic, fled the shop. "How much do you want to recharge?" Lu Ming called after Hao Yunyang, who was nearly at the door, frowning. "Have you paid?" "I want 100, and I just gave you the money." Hao Yunyang slapped his forehead, exasperated at the absurdity of it all. He turned to Lu Ming. "It's in your drawer." "Really?" Lu Ming queried skeptically. "Really?" Hao Yunyang nearly stumbled back, his smile gradually freezing. Was this guy trying to pull a fast one on him because he was unfamiliar? After contemplating, he declared, "If you keep this up, I'll call the police and confront you." All right, you're quite the comedian, getting all worked up over a joke. I'm not worried you'll run off with my 100 yuan. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Hao Yunyang felt a slight relief. Just as he was about to nod and leave, Lu Ming added, "Consider it 100 yuan for making a friend. Do you know who I am? Around here, they call me Ming Gu. If you run into any trouble, just drop my name." "Brother, I've already given you the money." Hao Yunyang, now devoid of patience, glanced at Lu Ming helplessly. "It's on the left side of your drawer, folded in half. Should I give you the serial number? You're quite cautious." Lu Ming smirked, tapping his thumb on an old flip phone for a while before glancing at Hao Yunyang. "It's recharged." Hao Yunyang nodded with a smile but did not leave immediately. 3 minutes later, a delightful ringtone erupted from the phone in his hand. After unlocking it and seeing the message from 10086, he finally felt at ease as he stepped out of the shop. "Country bumpkin," Lu Ming muttered disdainfully, observing Hao Yunyang's every move. "What's up?" Lu Ming, curious, glanced at Hao Yunyang while shuffling the cards. "Recharging." Hao Yunyang's expression was a mix of determination and despair. "Recharging again? How much?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. 100. Hao Yunyang gritted his teeth, discarding the 100 yuan note he held as he turned to leave. "The same number as before, and is this fool really going to recharge and call a chat service?" Lu Ming mused as he rose from his seat, pondering idly. 5 minutes later. "Why are you back again?" Lu Ming was utterly baffled. "Recharging." Hao Yunyang's face had turned a shade of deep crimson as he spat out 2 words. 100. Another 5 minutes passed. "Back again?" Lu Ming asked, incredulous. You're not calling for a chat service, are you? No. Hao Yunyang inhaled deeply, recharge 100. Leaving another 100 yuan note, he left the shop. 5 more minutes. Another 100. Lu Ming, now wise to the situation, recognized the grim expression on Hao Yunyang's face and stood up to inquire. Hao Yunyang, nearly in tears, glanced at Lu Ming and silently nodded, surrendering yet another 100 yuan note. 5 minutes later. Hao Yunyang, utterly drained, hesitated for a long time before placing 200 yuan notes on the counter, mustering the resolve not to glance at them and turning to leave. Your recharge account balance is 99.37 yuan, valid until as he read the message on his phone. Hao Yunyang felt as if he had just emerged from a waterlogged ordeal. Nearly ready to collapse, son, your father has nearly been driven mad. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, Hao Yunyang let out a long sigh. The 20-minute phone call had inexplicably cost him 650 yuan in phone bills. After such a hefty deduction, he lacked the courage to confront the mobile company, resigning himself to his misfortune as his only recourse. Don't let your father down, he muttered to himself, finally dialing his mother's number. As the beeping sound echoed in his ear, he felt the 400 yuan left in his pocket and a pang of sorrow washed over him. Money? Hello? Is this Xiaoyang? His mother's slightly hoarse but melodious voice resonated through the phone. To Hao Yunyang, her voice was the most soothing balm for his soul, capable of alleviating the burdens of work and the troubles of life. If only for a moment. Ma? He nodded heavily, leaning against a utility pole less than 2 meters from a garbage heap. Standing with his head bowed in the dim light, responding softly. What's the matter? Why are you calling so late? Is something wrong? His mother's intuition was a quality he deeply admired. When many doubted the job opportunities at the feed factory, she bravely applied, enduring years of a meager salary of 300 yuan a month. Now, despite her salary being only 1,000 yuan, it equated to half a year's income for his father, who toiled in the fields. Although he had prepared his thoughts prior to the call, when the moment arrived, the words lodged in his throat like a fishbone, rendering him speechless. After a few moments of silence, he inexplicably blurted out, "It's nothing. I just miss you and wanted to chat. Oh, this child. Is there anything you can't tell your mother?" His mother's tone held a hint of reproach. "Speak up. What's really going on?" Well, Hao Yunyang lowered his head, nervously kicking at a discarded cigarette, but with his right foot, and stammered, "Is there any spare money at home? I want to buy a computer." "A computer? You say?" His mother fell silent, pondering for a few seconds before inquiring, "How much do you need?" "About 3,000 or so." Hao Yunyang bit his lip, eager to explain the purpose of the purchase. But his mother interrupted before he could elaborate. He conversed with her for quite some time under the dim streetlight, revisiting many familiar topics, yet in their exchange, they felt entirely new. The same words could be repeated numerous times. It wasn't tea until his father called for her to sleep that Hao Yunyang reluctantly ended the call. His stomach growled, and the night had fully enveloped the sky. The noodle shop was run by a few individuals from Xinjiang, with several boilers set up outside, steam wafting into the air. The shop was small, merely a few dozen square meters, furnished with 4 old tables, while the floor was littered with disposable chopsticks and napkins in disarray. Feeling the last 400 yuan in his pocket, Hao Yunyang hesitated at the entrance of the noodle shop before finally speaking. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of clear soup noodles, just add a few leaves of vegetables." Though he still didn't grasp who had entered, a flush of embarrassment spread across his face, leaving him feeling utterly awkward and at a loss. "Come on in." Lu Ming brushed past him, wearing a pair of worn-out slippers, and after a few steps, he turned back to glance at Hao Yunyang. "You still plan to stand outside and eat?" "Ha ha." Hao Yunyang scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he watched Lu Ming enter the shop. He hesitantly fished out a bright red bill from his pocket and handed it to the woman who appeared to be the boss's wife. "1 serving of shredded meat noodles, please. The thing is, I didn't make any phone calls," Hao Yunyang explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All my phone credit is still on my phone." "Oh, really?" Lu Ming replied with a strange smile, his expression clearly indicating disbelief. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Hao Yunyang could only sigh inwardly, losing the desire to continue the explanation, feeling it unnecessary to justify anything. The clear soup noodles floated with several strips of meat, and as Hao Yunyang used his chopsticks to pick at them, he counted and then raised his voice. "Boss, are your meat strips made of gold?" "Huh?" The owner, who was busy slicing noodles, poked his head out, puzzled. The clear soup noodles cost 3 yuan, while the shredded meat noodles are 5. That's so, 2 yuan for the meat. And you only gave me 10 strips? Are your meat strips worth 20 cents each? That's quite ruthless. As Hao Yunyang exclaimed, Lu Ming, who had been engrossed in his meal, looked up in astonishment, sizing him up before giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. This is a small business, a small business. The owner, wearing a square cap, added a small handful of meat with his chopsticks, though his disdain was unmistakable in his gaze. He probably hadn't encountered someone like Hao Yunyang in all his years of running the shop. Don't look at me like that. I'm merely defending my rights, Hao Yunyang thought, feeling uneasy under Lu Ming's scrutinizing gaze, yet he felt no shame. Where do you work? Lu Ming inquired. Observing Hao Yunyang with curiosity. Ata hotel, Hao Yunyang replied, unsure of what this small convenience store's shady internet CAF owner was after, but he understood that he wasn't a target of interest. After all, his previous performance had been rather poor, making him unlikely to catch anyone aside. As to their saying, there are always con artists around fools, and in the eyes of con artists, everyone else is a fool. I've always thought that even if I'm not a con artist, I shouldn't be considered a fool either. Hao Yunyang mused. At Ata hotel, huh? Lu Ming nodded, glancing him up and down. With the way you're dressed, I could tell you work at a hotel. Let me tell you something. What? Hao Yunyang looked at him quizzically. A few years ago, I worked at a hotel too. Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, exuding an air of someone experienced. I was a manager. You? A manager? Hao Yunyang felt a sudden urge to laugh, incredulous that someone who looked like a thug could be a hotel manager. Don't believe me? Lu Ming observed Hao Yunyang's struggle to suppress laughter and smirked. If my girlfriend hadn't been stolen away by the hotel owner, I wouldn't be stuck here in this dreadful place. Your girlfriend was taken by the owner? Hao Yunyang blinked. Which hotel did you work at? At Jinhui. I can tell you work there too. Judging by your clothes, Lu Ming said, if your girlfriend isn't a looker. It's bearable, but if she is pretty, I suggest you quit. That fat pig has no other interest than playing with other people's leftovers. He has got money, and most women can't resist the lure of a few thousand or 10,000 yuan. Once they're dazzled, they end up in bed with him. Hao Yunyang fell silent. You wouldn't seeing Hao Yunyang's reaction. Lu Ming slurped up a noodle, chewed a few times, then pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth. His expression a mix of schadenfreude. Poor kid. Gazing at Hao Yunyang's back, Lu Ming seemed to sigh, perhaps laughing, and though Hao Yunyang said nothing, his reaction confirmed Lu Ming's suspicions about his plight. This shared experience sparked a flicker of sympathy in Lu Ming for this outsider, yet he never considered offering advice or comfort. After all, they didn't share a deep bond. In the face of reality, should one resign to fate or struggle against it? As Hao Yunyang emerged from the noodle shop, his mind felt foggy, filled with sordid images. Lu Ming's words struck him like a heavy hammer, pounding against his heart, which was neither entirely strong nor weak, leaving him feeling somewhat out of control. Resign? Or endure quietly? Standing beneath the streetlight where he had previously called, he stared vacantly into the distance for several minutes. Do you still love her? Lu Ming's voice broke the silence, as if they were two unrelated strangers. Love? Hao Yunyang jolted, self-deprecatingly chuckling. I wouldn't say that. Then why are you still tangled up in this? Lu Ming scolded, placing a hand on Hao Yunyang's shoulder and offering him a cigarette. Smoke this, and think of her. I can't. Hao Yunyang turned to Lu Ming, feeling frustrated. Just thinking of her gives me a headache. Then think of that fat pig instead. Hand it over. Hao Yunyang took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Lu Ming laughed heartily at the sight, but said nothing further. Patting Hao Yunyang's shoulder, he shuffled away in his worn slippers toward the small convenience store. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Hao Yunyang's expression brightened considerably. If I ever find that wretched girl, I'll strip her bare and leave her for all to see. In the general manager's office of the Jinhui Hotel, the fat man sat on the sofa, a box of videotapes before him, his face twisted with anger. Damn it, she dares to steal from me. Mr. Lu, how much did she take from you? The front desk manager, Wang Chaochuan, wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously inquired, should we call the police? Call the police. What good would that do? Lu Zhikuan slammed his palm down on the coffee table, causing a teacup to tumble to the floor and shatter into pieces. Rising from the sofa, he towered like a small mountain, glaring at Wang Chaochuan. That wretched woman has probably fled by now. 230,000. If I ever find her, Humph, 230,000. Upon hearing Lu Zhikuan's words, Wang Chaochuan gasped, then suggested, should I ask Hao Yunyang? He might still be in contact with this woman. Ask your own backside. Lu Zhikuan shot an annoyed glance at Wang Chaochuan. You want to ask him? That kid may be competent at his job, but he's a bit dim-witted. That woman ran off with 230,000 and he can still keep in touch with her? The day you brought her to the villa. Damn it, in the blink of an eye, both the person and the money vanished. Then should we consider firing this Hao? Wang Chaochuan, momentarily at a loss, sought to divert the conversation to avoid repercussions for himself. Just find an excuse and let him go. Lu Zhikuan waved his hand dismissively. Whether he stays or goes isn't a significant matter. It is best not to initiate the dismissal. Let him resign on his own, understand? Let him resign on his own? Wang Chaochuan mulled it over for a moment before nodding and understanding. Got it. He can continue for a month, collect his salary, and then not return. Though I long to quit my job immediately, a glance at my pocket reveals that my meager wallet forbids Hao Yunyang from resigning just yet. Considering I still need to buy a computer and get broadband, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After 2 years of struggling, I've somehow ended up in this predicament. It's nothing short of a miracle. He pulled out his phone and dialed his son, Hao Zhenhua. When the call connected with a beep, Hao Yunyang quickly hung up. He merely wanted to test if the line was still active. The cost of a cross-time phone call was truly daunting. Until his pockets were genuinely filled, he had to weigh the necessity of making such calls. Once I have money, I'll call my son to chat about life and aspirations. At least 8 or 9 times a day. Just as he was lost in this thought, Hao Yunyang paused, stroking his chin in contemplation before muttering, half an hour should be sufficient. Calling too much would be a waste. Aware of his own shortcomings, Hao Yunyang could only force a smile as he bent down to lift a large bucket of clothes, then silently trudged upstairs. Unbeknownst to him, as he ascended, the caretaker watching over the dormitory cast a stiff smile at his retreating figure. Washing an entire bucket of clothes was indeed exhausting, particularly when squatting in a cramped washroom of less than 3 square meters. Laboring under dim lights made it all the more taxing. After cleaning the caretaker's clothes and washing his own, he realized it was past 11 at night by the time he finished. Feeling sore all over, he shook his arms and, carrying a basin, stepped into the washroom for a refreshing cold shower. Only after his lips turned purple did he blissfully burrow under the covers, sinking into a deep slumber. Manager Wang? The phone rang twice before being answered. This is Hao Yunyang. What's the matter? Is there something you need? On the other end, Wang Chaochuan sounded as though he had just awakened, his voice thick with fatigue. I would like to request a leave of absence in the morning. I have some matters to attend to. What do you think? Hao Yunyang spoke cautiously, his tone respectful. That a leave of absence, you say? Wang Chaochuan paused for a moment before replying, let me check if anyone is off in the morning. All right, Hao Yunyang quickly agreed. After a minute or so, Wang Chaochuan hesitantly stated, in the morning, 2 people from your ordering team are already off. If you take leave too, it might become quite hectic. But I truly have matters to attend to. Please. Then go handle your business, Wang Chaochuan replied. Thank you, manager. Hao Yunyang expressed his gratitude, but Wang Chaochuan did not say anything further and hung up the phone. Chapter 13. The genius Lu Ming. After tidying up, folding clothes and blankets, and organizing the caretaker's garments, Hao Yunyang returned them to the old man. He also received a phone call from his mother, who informed him that after waiting in line for half a day that morning, she had finally managed to transfer the money to Hao Yunyang's account. Check if it's arrived, she urged. As he surveyed the neatly arranged clothes, the caretaker did not utter a single word of thanks. Instead, he pulled out a bamboo basket from under the bed, filled to the brim with clothes. Sir, what's this? Hao Yunyang felt his legs weaken slightly. Didn't you say you'd wash them? Changed your mind? The caretaker shot a sidelong glance at Hao Yunyang, sitting on the edge of the bed as steady as a mountain. Hao Yunyang was momentarily speechless, but glancing at the old man's legs and the cane nearby, he restrained his anger and begrudgingly nodded. I have some things to do during the day. I'll come back tonight to wash them. The caretaker nodded indifferently, turning his gaze back to the television screen where a Beijing opera was playing, leaving Hao Yunyang hanging. Encountering such an eccentric and obstinate old man, Hao Yunyang felt utterly at a loss, bending down to hoist the bamboo basket and departing the caretaker's room. The old man, however, didn't spare him a glance, humming along to the opera tune, leisurely shedding the stern demeanor he wore while on duty. now embodying the amiability typical of his age. Damn it! Before Hao Yunyang even stepped into the convenience store, he could hear Lu's furious outbursts from inside. From the tone, it seemed he had encountered a vexing situation. Blind fools! Lu Ming's face was contorted in outrage as he stared at the screen displaying the words "Not accepted." Switching pages, he glared at the logo he had spent hours designing, simmering with frustration, yet knowing the decision rested with the employer. Despite his anger, he could do little but vent his displeasure within the confines of his own space. What's wrong? Today, Hao Yunyang had traded his work attire for his only set of casual clothes, a white t-shirt emblazoned with Snoopy, topped with a thin jacket, worn with slightly faded jeans and seemingly new black sneakers. As he stepped into the store, he found Lu Ming gripping his hair, sitting there in silence. Come here. Given the early hour, the store was empty. Noticing Hao Yunyang's arrival, Lu Ming quickly stood up and offered his seat. Beckoning him over, help me take a look at something. What is it? Hao Yunyang glanced at Lu Ming, who was still dressed as he had been yesterday. I told you to come over and you come. Lu Ming, likely still irked, spoke sharply. Thankfully, Hao Yunyang had cultivated enough composure not to snap back, smiling as he nodded and approached. Hao Yunyang was the epitome of simplicity. The two images Lu Ming presented to him appeared merely as two pictures, hardly distinguishable. As for the logo Lu Ming spoke of, Hao Yunyang was tempted to ask, what is a logo? For a moment, he felt somewhat lost, but observing Lu Ming's changing expressions, he continued switching between the two images until finally concluding, this one looks better. He halted the transitions, the screen now displaying an image resembling an erupting volcano, with the eruption forming a string of English letters at the summit. Good eye. Seeing Hao Yunyang select this logo, a smile broke through Lu Ming's previously stern facade as he burst into laughter, patting Hao Yunyang on the shoulder. I knew it. There must be some conspiracy at play. Otherwise, how could I, the genius designer Lu Ming, possibly lose to anyone else? What is a logo? Hao Yunyang felt a sense of relief at having guessed correctly, his confidence in his perceptiveness bolstered. As he saw Lu Ming beaming, he finally voiced his confusion. I truly wonder if you graduated from middle school. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. A logo is simply a trademark, the logo of a company or a website. It's a type of trademark or emblem. Then why not just call it a trademark? What's with this logo nonsense? I thought it was some dog-walking term, Hao Yunyang muttered, casually clicking on the webpage Lu Ming had previously opened. After a glance, he exclaimed in surprise, 1,888. After taxes and deductions, you'd only take home 1,400 or 1,500. That's not much. Lu Ming's face radiated pride, even as he feigned humility. Designing a logo takes several hours. Several hours for 1,400 or 1,500. Hao Yunyang nearly drooled, suddenly intrigued. How did you come to know this? Come on, do you even need to ask? Though we only met yesterday, our shared experiences at the Golden Shine Hotel have inexplicably drawn us closer. Lu Ming patted his chest confidently, brimming with swagger. Genius, understand, genius. Oh, Hao Yunyang was once again astonished. The winning bid wasn't your logo. That's a scandal, a blatant scandal. Stung by Hao Yunyang's words, Lu Ming's smile froze on his face, and he swiftly closed the laptop screen. Just the sight of that bastard's design makes me want to vomit. How could such a subpar standard win the bid? However, it seems I noticed in the requirements that landscapes were prohibited. Only fruits were allowed. Hao Yunyang scratched his head. You created a volcano. It's visually appealing, but it seems a tad off topic, doesn't it? What do you know? Lu Ming fumed, rolling his eyes. There's a scandal on the freelancer platform. It's not that my work was lacking. It's that the employer lacks vision. If he didn't accept it, I wouldn't care. Who do you think I am? A genius. Yes, you are a genius. Hao Yunyang nodded earnestly in agreement with Lu Ming's assertion, then asked, by the way, what is this freelancer platform? You truly are blissfully ignorant. Lu Ming grabbed a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and lit it, casting a glance at Hao Yunyang. So, not smoking. I caught a cold this morning and my throat hurts. Hao Yunyang shook his head, like an inquisitive child. Do tell, what is a freelancer? In simple terms, a freelancer is a place where one sells their talents, knowledge, abilities, soul, dignity, personality, and chastity. Lu Ming sighed deeply. Those with exceptional skills can earn hundreds of thousands in a month on the freelancer platform. It's a venue for designing things for others, solving problems, and so forth. Moreover, It must be noted that geniuses like me are generally quite low-key. So your accumulated wealth is only 300, and you're still lagging behind in the wealth rankings? Hao Yunyang nodded, seemingly enlightened. Quite low-key indeed. By the way, what is this accumulated wealth? The income in RMB. Lu Ming smirked. Are you here for something? Chapter 14. Buying a computer. Oh, I almost forgot. Hao Yunyang stood up from his stool, his eyes pleading, causing Lu Ming to shiver. I want to buy a computer, but I'm not well versed in the intricacies. So, you want me to accompany you and keep an eye out? Lu Ming glanced at Hao Yunyang. Are you looking to buy new or used? What is your budget? Let us go for a better performing second-hand one. Hao Yunyang contemplated and said, ideally under 1700. A second-hand item for 1700. Lu Ming took a deep drag from his cigarette, frowning. That's a bit challenging. A lower performing one is manageable, but a higher performing one might be a stretch. How about 1750? Hao Yunyang hesitated, and although his suggestion earned him a disdainful look from Lu Ming, he had no choice. With only 3,300 in total, if he overspent, he wouldn't even be able to afford the internet. 1750. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. If you could stretch to 2,000, perhaps I could think of a solution. Otherwise, just buy a lower performing one. Since it's for personal use, if you're not gaming or anything, 1,000 or so should suffice. Well, Hao Yunyang hesitated again, then gritted his teeth. Let us go with 2,000, add 50, and I'll close the store and head out to buy you a computer first. Lu Ming smacked his lips. Why add 50? Hao Yunyang looked at Lu Ming, puzzled. If I close the store, I'll incur losses. $50 will be my compensation for the lost time. Lu Ming showed no sign of embarrassment. Hao Yunyang thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Lu City doesn't have a dedicated second-hand computer market, so they wandered the streets with Lu Ming, checking this shop and that, until they finally found a reasonably satisfactory machine in a small store just past 11 in the morning. HP 541, a 14.1-inch screen, 2GB RAM, and a 250GB hard drive. The computer store owner chattered incessantly about the device, leaving Hao Yunyang feeling dazed, and he could only cast a pleading glance at Lu Ming, who nodded slightly, exuding an air of sophistication. After a few minutes of inquiry, Lu Ming gave Hao Yunyang an approving glance, and at that moment, the computer store owner interjected. This machine has been used for about a year. It was purchased when it was first released. To be honest, for a machine in this condition, 2,000 is an absolute bargain for a second-hand item. A few people came to look at it this morning and were considering a purchase. Can it connect to the internet via mobile? Hao Yunyang quickly asked, as that was the crux of the matter. Yes. Absolutely fantastic. Hao Yunyang eagerly nodded, pulling his phone from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before handing it to the owner. Then turning to Lu Ming. The main reason is that he previously handed over 50 to Lu Ming, which Lu Ming refused, making Hao Yunyang feel he was at a disadvantage. In his eyes, that made him a good person. After spending 2,000 on the computer and activating a GPRS monthly package with 200 megabytes of data, by the time Hao Yunyang emerged from the computer store clutching the device, he had only a little over 1,000 remaining. Fortunately, Lu Ming had suggested that Hao Yunyang buy a 30-meter-long cable to connect to his place, costing 50 a month. This way, Hao Yunyang saved on broadband installation. 50 a month was still a bit high for him, but within an acceptable range. With thoughts of his son on his mind, or rather the treasures at his son's place, he checked the time after acquiring the computer. It was already 1 in the afternoon, with 3 hours remaining before work. The 2 colleagues in the dorm were still absent, and Hao Yunyang chuckled to himself as he meticulously followed the instructions given by the store owner. Carefully extracting the laptop, mouse, and a complimentary mousepad emblazoned with the store's name and contact information. Clearing the clutter from the desk, he anxiously plugged in the mouse, powered on the computer, and pressed the switch. Son, I've bought the computer. As the computer booted up, Hao Yunyang could no longer contain himself and dialed Gao Jinhua's number. What do I do next? First, connect your phone to the computer. Then open my computer and create a folder in any drive except the system drive, naming it DGHJB1. Then, Gao Jinhua had also kept himself busy throughout the day, searching for any information that might aid Hao Yunyang. His father, however, 50 years into the future, computer technology had advanced to an extraordinary level, compounded by a viral crisis 2 decades prior that had caused the loss of countless pieces of information online. Even if Gao Jinhua wished to find some quick ways to amass wealth, it proved exceedingly difficult. Lottery? There are indeed records, but finding the winning numbers from 50 years ago is no small feat. Not to mention the time it would take. The key issue was the viral outbreak that had led to the disappearance of countless records, including lottery data. Moreover, the lottery had ceased operations 30 years ago. And after the information vanished, no one thought to restore it, resulting in Gao Jinhua occasionally finding a few fragmented records that were utterly inadequate for determining draw times or other relevant details. Most importantly, the computer systems from 50 years ago, specifically from the early 21st century, had long been obsolete, making it exceedingly rare to find software suitable for that era's systems on the internet 50 years later. Hao Yunyang had toiled through an entire night just to find a piece of software that might operate on his computer system. Well, everything is set up. What's next? Under Gao Jinhua's guidance, Hao Yunyang painstakingly completed all the preparations and eagerly awaited his son to send him the miraculous files. Dad, I'm starting to transfer files to your computer now. Please don't hang up. I'll need to test it shortly, Gao Jinhua stated. Test? What do you mean by test? Hao Yunyang became alert. Well, I'm not sure if I can successfully send the files to you. We'll only know after trying. Gao Jinhua stammered, sounding less like a 45-year-old man and more like a teenager, the kind who fumbles when caught in a mistake, speaking hesitantly in front of a parent. Well, I've begun the transfer. Gao Jinhua cleverly changed the subject. Let us hang up the call for now. In 3 minutes, check the folder you created earlier to see if there's anything inside. If there is, it means it was successful. If not, what happens if there's nothing? Hao Yunyang's heart raced, pounding in his chest. Test? Chapter 15. The transfer begins. 3 minutes might seem like a mere blink of an eye in ordinary circumstances. But for Hao Yunyang at that moment, it felt unbearably tormenting, watching the seconds tick by, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the folder displayed on the screen, internally pleading. Please, let there be something. Perhaps Hao Yunyang's fervent prayers reached the heavens. For after 3 minutes, as he tremulously opened the folder with hands that felt as heavy as lead, he staggered back, collapsing onto the edge of the bed, gasping for air. Staring at the screen displaying what appeared to be a corrupted file, he suddenly leaped up, seizing his phone to dial Gao Jinhua's number. Beep. Dad. How did it go? Hao Yunyang felt a surge of anxiety, while Hao Jinhua appeared even more agitated. As soon as the phone rang, he hurriedly pressed the answer button, his tone betraying a hint of urgency. There's something. Hao Yunyang scratched his head, but it seems this thing is broken. It's a corrupted image. Having something is better than nothing. Hao Jinhua replied, visibly relaxing at the words. After taking a deep breath, he chuckled. That's a document I created on my computer. Your system lacks the necessary software, hence it cannot display it as long as you received it. That's good enough. What should we do next? Hao Yunyang inquired, his knowledge of computer operations limited to typing and using the mouse, and perhaps sending videos on QQ to girls. Nothing more. As for using any software, he might learn with effort, but talent is innate. Hao Yunyang was never a prodigy, otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to get into university. Please delete that document from the folder, and I will send you a software. Hao Jinhua added after a moment of contemplation. But you must understand that software requires a compatible operating environment. I cannot guarantee that your computer system will be compatible with this software. If it is, splendid. If not, I have several compressed files that I painstakingly found, which should be compatible with the compression software of your era. These archives contain numerous images and textual materials. Hao Jinhua rambled on, while Hao Yunyang remained somewhat perplexed, grasping only a few key points. First, the software his son sent might work, but could also fail due to system incompatibility. Second, alongside the software, there were several compressed files containing various images and potentially useful data. You should try using this software first, Hao Jinhua concluded confidently, patting his chest as he addressed Hao Yunyang. If it works, that's ideal. If it doesn't, some of the images and materials might assist you in striking your first fortune. Once you have the funds, you can acquire a top-tier computer, and I will help you look for obsolete systems to install, and then. They discussed life and aspirations, meandering through various topics, until after a significant period, Hao Jinhua finally smiled and said, the connection is established, and the transfer is in progress. The software and the compressed files total about 400 MB. Given your internet speed, it will take at least 2 to 3 days. Just keep an eye on the computer and make sure no one steals it. Keep an eye on the computer? Hao Yunyang was taken aback. I still have to go to work, Dad. Can't you take the computer to your workplace? Hao Jinhua reminded him. Right, I almost forgot. Hao Yunyang suddenly realized and then asked, if I hang up, will it continue to send? Yes, as long as your phone remains connected to the computer, it will keep sending. After receiving confirmation from Hao Jinhua, Hao Yunyang slapped his chest, ready to say something more, but before he could utter a word, he froze in place. Son, I'm doomed, with a cry. Hao Yunyang disregarded Hao Jinhua's reaction and abruptly hung up. His heart heavy with dread. 27 minutes. How much will this cost? I need to recharge 500. No, 700. Quickly. Hao Yunyang's frantic demeanor left Lu Ming, who was playing mahjong, bewildered. Yet, seeing the 7 bright red bills in Hao Yunyang's hand, Lu Ming stood up. Have you been making those chatline calls again? He teased, cigarette in mouth, looking up at Hao Yunyang. Haven't I told you? Just a short distance away on Ningchun Lane, it's 30 to 50 for a call. With this, no amount of money can withstand such expenditure. Is it done? Hao Yunyang's attention was wholly consumed by Lu Ming's words, and upon hearing that it was completed, he fixed his gaze on the phone screen. Where the G was still flashing 0.1 minute later, it was still flashing 0.2 minutes later, still flashing 0.3 minutes in. A notification of successful recharge appeared on Hao Yunyang's phone. Upon seeing the balance displayed, he felt a mix of relief and despair. Lu Ming, standing nearby, couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned in, exclaiming, 36? No way. Even calling foreign girls for a chat wouldn't cost that much. What on earth did you do? Chapter 16. The Fool's Creation. Watching over the computer was akin to guarding a beautiful wife. Tightly and vigilantly. It must be noted that when Hao Yunyang brought the computer to the hotel for work, he seemed to have incited the displeasure of manager Wang Chaochuan. Hao Yunyang was summoned to the office and reprimanded thoroughly. However, after emerging from that door, despite his placating smiles and nods, he returned to the status quo, ultimately incurring a 50 yuan deduction from his wages as a warning to others. Fortunately, the day of the wage deduction coincided with the 3rd day of file reception. After enduring the long day, Hao Yunyang sought out manager Wang Chaochuan, who was engrossed in a game of Minesweeper in the office. With a computer bag in hand and a smile plastered on his face, he greeted, "Manager." "What?" Upon seeing Hao Yunyang enter, Wang Chaochuan's expression darkened. 3 parts of his displeasure stemmed from Hao Yunyang's behavior over the past 3 days, while the remaining 7 parts were feigned. His tone was notably cold. I have something to attend to tomorrow. I was just penalized today." Hao Yunyang thought it awkward to confront the source of his woes, yet the contents on his computer compelled him to proceed. Ruffling his hair, he forced a smile. "Could you grant me a day off tomorrow? I still have 3 days of leave left this month." "You want to work? Of course you do. Even if you don't, the bills in your pocket won't." Nod in agreement. Hao Yunyang nodded fervently, adopting a subservient demeanor. "But tomorrow my cousin is visiting, and I need to help him arrange some things. You see, if you have matters to attend to, then you needn't come tomorrow. Remember to arrive on time the day after," Wang Chaochuan declared, surprisingly agreeable, leaving Hao Yunyang momentarily baffled. Gratefully, he exited the office, full of thanks. "Fool," Wang Chaochuan muttered under his breath as the office door closed. Knock, knock. Approximately 3 minutes after Hao Yunyang left, the office door was rapped upon. Wang Chaochuan, deep in thought over the game, looked up. "Come in, manager. A guest at the front desk is complaining that someone ordered the wrong dish." Xiao Lu, the front desk clerk, poked his head in, a look of indignation gracing his fair features. "It's causing quite a stir at the front desk." "Ordered the wrong dish?" Wang Chaochuan raised an eyebrow. Irritation evident. "Do you know who placed the order?" "Hao Yunyang." Wang Chaochuan stood up, a hint of a smile breaking through his annoyance. "What did the guest say was ordered incorrectly?" The guest claimed he ordered small abalone, but Hao Yunyang mistakenly ordered red braised abalone instead, resulting in a difference of over 700 yuan, Xiao Lu explained. Now that the abalone has been consumed, the guest is making a fuss about the bill. Surely he can't confuse small abalone with large abalone, right? It's pure nonsense. He just wants to take advantage of the situation. Besides, Hao Yunyang couldn't possibly have made that mistake. They are entirely different dishes. 888. Should we blame Hao Yunyang? Xiao Lu was taken aback, perplexed by the manager's response. Whoever makes a mistake should bear the consequences. Wang Chaochuan's eyes sparkled with a teasing glint as he waved his hand dismissively. Go on. All right. Xiao Lu, still bewildered, agreed and closed the office door, heading back to the front desk, sighing inwardly. Hao Yunyang, why did you have to bring the computer to the hotel? Now you've displeased the manager. This won't end well for you. A fleeting expression of pain crossed his face as he lamented to the heavens. Oh, how burdensome my contributions have become. After recharging 200 yuan at Lu Ming's small shop, Hao Yunyang's pocket was nearly empty. he politely declined Lu Ming's offer to stay for a beer and accompany him to Ingshun Lane, leaving the shop amidst Lu Ming's sighs. The dormitory manager was conspicuously absent, and even the little cat was nowhere to be seen. Upon returning to his dormitory, he securely locked the door, drew the makeshift curtain fashioned from an old bedsheet, and turned on the light. In the dim glow, anticipation and excitement danced across Hao Yunyang's face. Connecting the power, he powered on the monitor, gazing at the folder. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his trembling right hand, attempting to calmly maneuver the mouse before double-clicking. The computer's built-in speakers emitted a crisp sound as the folder opened. What is this? After 3 days of transmission and reception, what lay before Hao Yunyang were 4 compressed files, one of which was titled Foolproof Logo Creation, while the remaining 3 were merely designated with the Arabic numerals 1, 2, and 3. Sitting upright on a wooden stool, with a solemn expression, Hao Yunyang fixated on these 4 compressed files for several minutes. Eventually, he let out a long, exasperated sigh and rose to his feet, exclaiming, "How on earth do I use this?" Chapter 17. With software in hand, should I consult Lu Ming? Hao Yunyang was not Navi enough to resort to that. Although, after several days of interaction, he had developed a favorable impression of Lu Ming, whose boisterous and self-promoting nature had allowed their relationship to barely qualify as friendship, he still refrained from divulging personal matters. Even to a close friend, if he were to summon Lu Ming for assistance, it would be tantamount to inviting someone to scrutinize his affairs from all angles. With no other recourse, Hao Yunyang reluctantly retrieved his phone and dialed his son's number. Awaiting his son's response in silence. After 3 rings, Hao Zhenhua answered the call. Before he could utter "Dad," Hao Yunyang, seemingly in haste, inundated him with questions. "Son, you've finished receiving this stuff, but how do I use it? Moreover, what exactly is this? This foolproof logo creation. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Calm down, calm down." Still groggy from a night of restless sleep, Hao Zhenhua was taken aback by his father's barrage of questions. With a wry smile, he replied, "Didn't TI send you the instructions for using the software along with the files? Just right-click on that compressed file, select Extract All, and then a selection box will pop up." He patiently walked Hao Yunyang through the extraction process step by step. As he continued, he elaborated, "As for the foolproof logo creation compressed file, once extracted, it contains software specifically designed for logo creation, complete with 3,000 pre-made templates. You merely need to choose a template and input your desired text to automatically generate a logo. Additionally, the other 3 compressed files include a user manual and 2 collections of insights on software operation. Along with 10,000 pre-made templates, I've detailed all the steps in the tutorial. Hao Yunyang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So all I need to do is extract this compressed file and follow the tutorial to learn how to use the software. Correct? Precisely, Hao Zhenhua commended. "Dad, you truly are astute. How else could you have such a clever son? It's all inherited from me." Hao Yunyang accepted the flattery without a hint of embarrassment, then inquired, "By the way, how do I extract this compressed file again?" Hao Zhenhua nearly toppled off the edge of his bed, exasperatedly smacking his forehead in contemplation. After a minute or so, with his son's guidance, Hao Yunyang successfully extracted the software from the compressed file. He promptly ended the call, glancing at the time displayed on his phone, and heaved a sigh of relief, muttering, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Not quite 3 minutes, right? The software, reportedly developed by a Chinese company in 2019, was intended as a rudimentary tool for design novices. By the time it reached his son's era, it had become a rather obsolete application. After an exhaustive search online, Hao Yunyang had managed to find software that could run on his computer system. Fortunately, both he and his son were fortunate. The software was indeed compatible with Hao Yunyang's XP system. The included 3,000 templates, along with an additional 10,000 curated by his son, were all designed as early as 2017, thus avoiding any infringement issues, rendering them a unique asset for Hao Yunyang in his endeavors. With unwavering focus, Hao Yunyang stared at the instructional images on his computer screen, occasionally ruffling his hair or scratching his feet. It was nearly half an hour later when he finally rubbed his sore eyes and mused, "Indeed, it is a foolproof operation. The fonts, styles, and images are all provided. I just need to find the right template and input the text to automatically generate a brand new logo." At this juncture, he frowned again, muttering, "But the question remains, what do I intend to do with this?" Having confirmed he had nearly mastered the software's operation, even though he had yet to conceive a purpose for it, he could not resist the urge to click on the icon labeled Fool. The fresh green interface was refreshing, and following the tutorial, he proceeded to extract the other two compressed files and import them into the software. Upon clicking on the word fruit in the finished template menu, a cascade of pre-designed logo images appeared on the screen. After scrutinizing them for an extended period, his gaze landed on an abstract representation of an apple, causing his heart to skip a beat. Designing a logo could take several hours, and most importantly, the fee for the logo design in which Lu Ming had participated was 1,888. Although taxes and commissions reduced it to around 1,004 or 5, that was still a significant sum. How much does Hao Yunyang earn in a month? With the software now at his disposal, how much time would it take to produce a logo? All he needed was to find a suitable template and input the required text or letters from the client. He need not possess design skills. He simply needed to identify the appropriate project and, compelling himself to remain calm, Hao Yunyang took several deep breaths, trembling slightly as he maneuvered the mouse, beginning his search among the 13,000 finished templates. Each template came with a description of the logo's advantages, the inspiration behind its design, and its implied meanings. Moreover, aside from website logos, each template included corresponding images of practical applications, whether it be on a website, an employee ID badge, signage, or uniforms. Everything was readily available. Truly, it was an extraordinary resource. After browsing through nearly 100 logo templates, Hao Yunyang was overwhelmed with excitement, muttering to himself as if entranced. He casually selected a logo template featuring a half-orange petal, clicked Create, and the software presented him with a 3-row input dialog box. After hesitating for some time, he finally typed a string of letters in the first row, HAOYUNYANG. Once completed, he clicked Confirm, and the dialog box transitioned to the next page where he selected a rather standard rounded font from the thousands available, adjusted the size, and clicked Confirm again. Then, he chose the font color on the subsequent page and confirmed. Generating logo, please wait. Hao Yunyang felt a surge of anticipation, his eyes glued to the computer screen, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. Logo generation complete. Eagerly, he opened the logo file, discovering that while the original icon remained unchanged, the text beneath it had been replaced with the uppercase letters of his own name. Scrolling down, he noticed that this logo appeared to include 3 alternative designs, each devoid of any original text, leaving only the letters of Hao Yunyang's name. By the heavens, with this software in hand, the world is mine. He slammed his hand on the desk, leaping from his stool in exhilaration, raising his arms in triumph. Chapter 18. Chasing the Moon and Shooting Stars. Mu Shitong, a 30-year-old mother of a 6-year-old girl, hails from Pudong, Shanghai. 3 years prior, she divorced her husband and now resides in an 80-square-meter apartment with her only daughter, whom she drops off and picks up from kindergarten. In her free time, she mostly occupies herself in her study. Her online pseudonym, Flying Bear from the Frontier, might lead one to assume it belongs to a man. Yet Mu Shitong had chosen this moniker without hesitation, never altering her alias on QQ or various forums. As a professional freelancer, she joined a network design studio named Butterfly Love 3 years ago. With her exceptional skills and innate meticulousness, her online identity gradually garnered recognition, and last year, she invested 300,000 yuan to become the second-largest shareholder of the studio. Typically, after such a busy day, it would be no earlier than 9:30 in the evening. Tonight was no exception. After her daughter had fallen asleep, Mu Shitong glanced at the wall clock, noting that it was already 10 o'clock. Rising from beside her daughter's small bed, the roundness of her face exuded a sense of languor. Standing at a height of 163 centimeters and weighing 50 kilograms, her nearly perfect figure belied the fact that Mu Shitong was already a mother, often sacrificing sleep for her child. Instead, she projected an illusion of youthful vitality. Yet, despite her advantageous attributes, Mu Shitong seemed to have pierced through the nature of men. Her once flowing long hair had been trimmed into a chic bob, and she had forsaken her contact lenses for a pair of somewhat unfashionable black-framed glasses. Eschewing skirts and high heels, she had deliberately adopted a style that concealed her inherent radiance, manifesting a demeanor that repelled others from a distance. In truth, Mu Shitong had resided in this apartment for 3 years, entirely oblivious to whether her neighbors were human or spectral, epitomizing the archetype of a reclusive homebody. However, this was merely her exterior reality. As a senior freelancer in China's gig economy, Mu Shitong boasted a vast network of friends spread across the nation. Online, she was vibrant, cheerful, and possessed a penchant for humor. draped in a loose-fitting silk purple nightgown and donning a pair of pink cotton slippers. She gracefully exited her daughter's room and made her way to the study adjacent to her own. The study was simply furnished, featuring a desk, a computer, a printer, a bookshelf, a chair, and an air conditioner, nothing more. Taking her seat, she instinctively tidied the scattered A4 papers, pencils, and other items on the desk before powering on the computer. Once operational, she opened QQ, Photoshop, and various web pages in succession. First, she logged into the freelance platform to check the status of several projects she had submitted the previous day. Upon seeing the red text indicating a successful bid, a subtle smirk graced Mu Shitong's sensuous lips, revealing a hint of pride. Suddenly, a series of crisp notifications chimed from the bottom right corner of her screen. With elegant precision, her fair hand maneuvered the mouse to reveal a cascade of messages. AN income exceeding 100,000 yuan per month afforded Mu Shitong a comfortable life and enabled her to provide her daughter with a happy upbringing. Consequently, she had been selective in her pursuits over the past few months. However, when she did engage, her success rate soared above 50%, a remarkable statistic that had fostered her air of superiority. The group leader was also a woman whom Mu Shitong had yet to meet, yet her prowess was widely acknowledged. Thus, Mu Shitong found camaraderie with her, as both were skilled professionals with common ground for discussion. As a leading figure in the realm of logo design, Mu Shitong's online presence quickly garnered attention, causing the chatter within the QQ group to escalate. Just as she prepared to close the chat window after perusing the messages, one new notification caught her eye. Hao Yunyang, Bear, have you checked out the second gig site? There are several freelance platforms, and seasoned freelancers don't put all their eggs in one basket. Hence the designations of Site 1 and Site 2. In this group, Site 2 refers to the task-focused platform. Hao Yunyang, a group named Hua Hong, just posted a logo tender half an hour ago. With a mere 12-hour validity, Mu Shitong chuckled softly, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Short-term tasks are quite common. After sending that message, she contemplated for a moment before adding, "Is there anything special about it?" Hao Yunyang replied with a sweating emoji. The design requirements aren't particularly unique, but the project offers a reward of 5,800 yuan. It's rare for logo design projects to exceed 3,000 unless the requirements are exceedingly stringent. 5,800 is quite enticing. Intrigued, Mu Shitong's beautiful face broke into her habitual smile, tinged with a dash of confident arrogance. This was her signature expression when she was about to engage. Hao Yunyang, it's probably urgent that I'm not sure of the specifics, but I've already signed up that I'm logging off to create. If you're interested, you should check it out. We never competed head-to-head before, accompanied by a shy emoji. Such an overt invitation to compete was impossible for Mu Shitong to disregard. Ignoring the cries of inexperienced participants, she decisively typed a single word, "Okay." Closing the chat window, she entered the task-focused website, and indeed, right on the homepage, she located the project that Hao Yunyang had mentioned. Upon opening the tender page, she swiftly scanned the logo design requirements. Dismissing the trailing copyright statements, and scrolled down to glance at the list of freelancers who had signed up. Unsurprisingly, due to the generous reward, over 600 participants had already joined within a mere 40 minutes. Mu Shitong added her name to the list, oblivious to the fact that at the very bottom of the participants' roster was an individual named Jue Yulu. This individual, with a name that was painfully unoriginal, was currently seated before his computer, scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 19. Expert level. With 13,000 completed logo templates at his disposal, Hao Yunyang sat at his computer, eyes narrowed, ruffling his hair in frustration. Utterly at a loss for how to proceed, it was a vexing dilemma. Among the templates related to rainbows, there were 107 sets. To the novice Hao Yunyang, each one appeared stunning. Yet he could not discern which was composed, which was minimalist, which exuded grandeur, and which possessed visual impact. Although the hour had grown late, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, the glaring digits on the webpage compelled him to persevere. As the minutes ticked away, his eyelids began to droop, and by 4 in the morning, he remained ensnared in his indecision. In a fit of frustration, he closed his eyes and began clicking randomly with the mouse. 5,800. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who fancied himself a genius, was laboring at his computer, eyes bloodshot, fervently sketching designs in Photoshop and murmuring to himself. Perhaps this was the key to sustaining his all-nighter. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock, the early birds outside chirped merrily on the power lines. Lu Ming, satisfied with his overnight efforts, nodded approvingly before casually refreshing the webpage to upload his creations. Only to be met with, "Damn it!" A furious exclamation escaped Lu Ming's lips, his bloodshot eyes nearly bursting with rage as he beheld the words "closed" displayed on the screen. Clenching his fists, the veins in his arms bulged. "This is a blatant scam. I doubt I will file a complaint. How could this happen?" In Shanghai's Pudong district, Mu Shitong, who had completed 3 designs, found herself facing the same disheartening outcome. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth with one hand, her expression one of utter incredulity. How is this possible? Suddenly, the QQ notification chimed from the bottom right corner of her desktop. Collecting herself, Mu Shitong moved her mouse to open the chat window, revealing a message from Hua Yunyang. "Stop designing immediately," accompanied by an irate emoji. Mu Shitong forced a bitter smile and typed back, "You saw it too?" Opening the project page, she gazed at the logo she had poured her heart into, a bittersweet expression crossing her face as she typed, "I just saw it. The logo is complete." After a moment of silence, Hua Yunyang replied, "I truly have no idea what the employer is thinking. The project deadline was 5:30. Did you see the selected works? Okay." Lowering the chat window, Mu Shitong refreshed the project page once more and sighed softly. Scrolling down to find the once expected winning position, now occupied by a name she had never encountered before. Zhueyu Luxing? Repeating the name silently, she inhaled deeply and hovered the mouse over the View Winning Works link, clicking it gently. Was this Zhueyu Luxing even human? 3 minutes later, a message from Hua Yunyang appeared on Mu Shitong's screen, combined with a facepalm emoji, and for the first time, Mu Shitong felt the stirrings of genuine admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Yunyang continued, "I concede defeat wholeheartedly. What about you?" After another lengthy pause, just as Mu Shitong thought she had logged off to rest, the QQ notification chimed again. Upon opening the chat window, Hua Yunyang stated, "I just contacted the person in charge of Site 2. Mu Shitong's interest piqued, and she inquired, 'What do they say?' She nodded in agreement." Hua Yunyang added, "Furthermore, I managed to obtain the QQ number he registered with." Mu Shitong queried, "What do you plan to do?" Chapter 20. His arrival in a state of desperation. Zhao Dexiang could only take remedial action, digging into his own pockets to offer a generous reward of 5,800 yuan on the task-focused platform, seeking exceptional logo designs. In truth, Zhao Dexiang possessed only a superficial understanding of the freelancers on this website. He had merely heard friends mention it in passing. After posting a project, he remained glued to his computer, repeatedly witnessing new freelancers signing up and submitting their tasks. However, upon viewing the array of logo designs, the flicker of hope in his heart was swiftly extinguished, transforming into a dismal gray. As the number of submissions increased, Zhao Dexiang's spirits plummeted, leading him to lose faith in the freelancers on this site. Among the hundreds of logos submitted, only a handful could hold a candle to those created by his own company. The rest were little more than eyesores, akin to hasty scribbles, with a somewhat jesting demeanor. He casually opened the submissions from a freelancer named Zhueyu Luxing, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. 7 logos in total. To be frank, having seen many commendable logos, Zhao Dexiang could not consider the works submitted by Zhueyu Luxing a miracle. They certainly did not inspire a sense of awe. Thus, feeling somewhat foolish, Zhao Dexiang scrutinized the 7 logos, grappling with uncertainty over which to choose. It was only at 5:30 that a sudden realization struck him. Were not all 7 works the creations of the same individual? Without bothering to glance at the dozens of newly submitted logos from other freelancers, he decisively chose the works of Zhueyu Luxing. Accepted, confirmed, and submitted them. As he envisioned presenting these 7 logos to the president in the morning, the president's praises echoed in his mind, stirring a sense of excitement within Zhao Dexiang, who marveled at the wonders of the internet. Qiu, feeling a chill from having dozed off, sneezed and absent-mindedly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. His mind remained somewhat foggy as his bleary eyes wandered aimlessly, eventually coming to rest on the now black screen of his computer. It was already 10 o'clock. Thankfully, he had taken a leave of absence. Moving the mouse to check the time on the taskbar, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting him to murmur, "Logo." Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy. Vigorously shaking his head to clear his thoughts, with a hint of hesitation, he moved the mouse and gently clicked the left button. The web page popped up, and he quickly scrolled down. Alas, earning money was not as easy as it seemed. Gazing at the still vacant slots, Achio felt a sense of disinterest wash over him, accompanied by a wry smile as he clicked the red stew close the window. After preparing himself, he turned to Baidu, typed in freelancer, and entered the site he had registered for the previous day. His account still showed him logged in, and a yellow light bulb flickered beneath his username. Glancing at the bulb quizzically, Achio dismissed it and patiently searched the homepage for any reward projects featuring the word logo. Without a second thought, he clicked on each one he found, minimizing the windows to continue his search for the next target. As logo design projects constituted the largest portion of freelancer tasks, he discovered 8 logo design reward tasks in the recommended section alone. After closing the homepage, Achio blinked and reopened the first task page. This was a logo design task for a jewelry chain company, with numerous requirements that were largely similar: simplicity, depth, meaningfulness, and visual impact, among others. These stipulations were quickly skimmed over until his gaze landed on a particular line: the logo's composition. Font and outline should be simple, clear, and aesthetically pleasing, highlighting the luxurious essence of the jewelry industry, blending fashion with classic styles, preferably utilizing Chilean elements, such as the Chilean tail. Chilean tail? Achio lazily lowered his eyelids, raked his fingers through his hair, and clicked to apply for the project before minimizing the web page and opening his design software. Designing 8 logos was simple yet complex, while a rough creation could be completed in a short time. A meticulous design would require at least a day or two, provided there was sufficient creativity and inspiration. However, for Achio, there were no limitations as he sequentially applied for each task, then meticulously searched for suitable templates. Filling in the 3 input fields with either Chinese characters, English letters, or even adding pinyin. The logo designs for the 8 reward tasks consumed a total of 2 hours of Achio's time, primarily due to his indecision over the font selection, which he ultimately resolved. Chapter 21. The foolish smile. Old man, have you had lunch yet? Achio glanced around nervously, ensuring there were no piles of clothing near the administrator before he shuffled down the stairs. Wearing a natural smile and greeting the man warmly, I have, the administrator replied with a sidelong glance at Achio, his demeanor neutral as he nodded, quickly shifting his focus elsewhere. Well then, I'll head off to eat. I haven't had breakfast and I'm starving. Achio felt a wave of relief wash over him, maintaining his smile as he turned toward the noodle shop. After walking a few paces, he hesitated and turned back. You really ate? The old man simply glanced at Achio without responding. Good to hear, Achio said awkwardly, chuckling as he walked toward the noodle shop. Boss, I'd like a bowl of clear brothed meat strips noodles, with extra meat, please. It was lunchtime, the busiest hour for the noodle shop. After paying at the door, Achio realized that all the seats inside were occupied. After a moment's thought, he turned to the shopkeeper's wife and said, "To go, please." As he stood at the entrance waiting for his noodles, Lu Ming, wearing flip-flops and looking rather lackluster, emerged from his quarters. He approached Achio and stifled a yawn, managing a faint smile despite the dark circles under his eyes. Could you treat me to a bowl of noodles? Huh? Achio was taken aback, looking Lu Ming up and down in surprise. Where were you last night? Don't even mention it, Lu Ming sighed, his brief glimmer of vitality fading as he lamented. I spent the whole night working on a logo, hoping to earn some money, but after staying up all night, I finished it only to discover that the reward for that logo had already ended. Talk about bad luck, logo? Achio's interest peaked. He suppressed his excitement and called out to the busy shopkeeper's wife, Boss, make that another order of meat strips. No, make it a bowl of pork ribs noodles. Sure, the shopkeeper responded, glancing at Lu Ming standing beside Achio. What's with the sudden change of heart? Lu Ming asked, surprised as he looked at Achio, as if he were an alien. Just a few days ago, you wouldn't even let me play the slot machines. Ha ha, Achio chuckled, scratching his head without offering an explanation. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, could you teach me about that freelancer thing? You? Lu Ming looked at him in disbelief, struggling to contain his laughter. If a genius like me can't make it in this ridiculous freelancer world, what makes you think you can learn? There's nothing to learn. Just familiarize yourself with the process, Lu Ming continued. The key lies in your skills. Have you ever used Photoshop? Do you know what it is? Do you know about online banking? What it's for? These simple questions left Achio stumped, and it wasn't until the shopkeeper's wife finished packing 2 bowls of noodles that he stammered out. What are those? With your level, you still want to be a freelancer? Lu Ming scoffed, Accepting the bowl of pork ribs noodles from the shopkeeper's wife, he patted Ah Chiu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. You should just focus on your job at Jinhui. The freelancer world isn't meant for you. But, there's no but. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and beckoned Ah Chiu to follow him. Come on. What for? Ah Chiu looked at Lu Ming with a lack of enthusiasm, unsure of what was on his mind. Usually, a genius like me wouldn't bother teaching anyone, Lu Ming said, puffing on his cigarette with a self-satisfied air. But, considering your earnestness, you're willing to teach me? Ah Chiu asked, looking at Lu Ming, who interrupted his gratitude with, Don't rush. Even if I teach a disciple, I want to take on those who are less capable. Last night, I saw a logo that was, at best, mediocre. If you can replicate it, I might consider taking you on as my disciple. Though Hao Yunyang was well aware of Lu Ming's carefree and somewhat nonsensical nature, he could not help but regard him with a sense of respect, given Lu Ming's seniority. Clutching a bag of shredded pork noodles, he nodded and followed Lu Ming towards the small convenience store. As for the computer, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped Hao Yunyang, perhaps due to the presence of the eccentric old administrator seated downstairs. It was an unfounded assurance, akin to believing that with this somewhat crippled guardian in place, the computer would be entirely safe. Upon lifting the rusty metal shutter of the store, a pungent cloud of smoke assaulted their senses, though Lu Ming remained unfazed while Hao Yunyang instinctively covered his nose. When it came to logo design, Lu Ming, despite not having much knowledge himself, assumed an air of authority. He propped his right ankle on his left knee, cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, and turned to Hao Yunyang, expounding, creativity and inspiration must take precedence, while technique is secondary. Each logo possesses a life of its own, imbued with symbolic significance and unique connotations. Every logo is the manifestation of a designer's burst of creativity. Its merit does not lie in flamboyance or beauty alone, but rather in its alignment with the image it represents, be it that of a company, a website, or a product. A torrent of words poured forth, seemingly derived from poorly interpreted theories, yet Hao Yunyang, the novice, listened in rapt attention, nodding earnestly, as if he understood deeply. However, this facade of comprehension only elicited a scornful glance from Lu Ming, who seemed to regard him with a mix of disdain and amusement. When the computer finally booted up, Lu Ming, still caught in his reverie, halted his lecture and deftly navigated to a particular website. After searching through several pages, he stumbled upon a reward project that filled him with melancholy. Without sparing a glance at Hao Yunyang, he remarked, This individual is the most peculiar freelancer I have ever encountered. Even high-caliber talents like the Flying Bear or Willow Blossom cannot compare. With a hint of pride, Lu Ming continued, As a genius, although I ultimately missed the chance for a direct confrontation with him due to unforeseen circumstances, I take pride in being a low-profile genius myself, equally engaged in this task. What do you think? He turned to observe Hao Yunyang's bewildered expression and sighed. Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend. This fellow, known as Zhu Yuliuxing, has produced 7 logos, each a masterpiece in its own right. His victory is a foregone conclusion. Losing to him is an honor in itself. As Lu Ming spoke, laughter erupted from behind them. Turning in surprise, he found Hao Yunyang grinning foolishly, his gaze fixated on the computer screen. Chapter 22. A team. Hey, are you not going to study? Lu Ming called out in astonishment as he watched Hao Yunyang stand there, grinning absent-mindedly. As Hao Yunyang turned to leave the store, Lu Ming, seated with his legs crossed, called after him in bewilderment. Hao Yunyang, having taken a few steps, wiped the corner of his mouth that had been drooling, and replied, I just remembered there are things I need to do. I'll find you another day with that. He hailed a passing tricycle, leaving Lu Ming in a state of perplexity, as he sensed the words agricultural bank faintly trailing behind him. Serves him right for being left by his girlfriend. Lu Ming muttered under his breath, a hint of disdain on his lips. Driver, stop, stop. The tricycle, equipped with a battery, traveled at a moderate pace, and as anticipation bubbled within Hao Yunyang, they arrived at the nearest agricultural bank. The moment they reached the entrance, he could not contain his excitement and shouted, 5 yuan. The driver, ever diligent, slammed on the brakes immediately, turning to reveal a wide, yellow-toothed grin, and politely replied, Thank you for your patronage. 5 for a bowl of shredded pork noodles, Hao Yunyang lamented, fumbling for a slightly crumpled 5 yuan note to hand to the driver, adding, If you pick up 3 passengers in a day, you won't have to worry about food. The driver, bemused, watched as Hao Yunyang hurried toward the bank's entrance. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled knowingly. This kid must be bursting with excitement. "Excuse me, make way, please," Hao Yunyang shouted, clutching his bank card in one hand and a crumpled note in the other. As he pushed through the crowd, drawing curious glances, unfazed by the stares, he shoved aside a timid young girl, usually considerate of the vulnerable, but today, he was in a rush, offering no apologies as he approached the ATM, trembling hands inserting the card. "Please ensure your surroundings are safe before entering your PIN. Safe, safe," he muttered to himself, his excitement palpable even from behind. The disdainful looks from the town's residents, who were far from affluent yet proud, were hardly surprising. They were quick to judge outsiders with unrefined appearances. With bated breath, he pressed 6 digits of a long-cherished PIN. The ATM screen flickered, entering a buffer state, and Hao Yunyang felt his heart leap to his throat. Fixated on the screen, not daring to blink in less than a second, the buffer completed, and upon seeing the sum of 5,076 yuan displayed, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, transitioning from tension to a giddy grin, what one might call a foolish smile. This was not merely 5,000 yuan. It represented a beacon of hope, a glimpse of a promising future. With the first project secured, the second could not be far behind. After all, his computer housed over 12,000 unused logo templates. Gradually, his dazed expression faded, replaced by one of disbelief as he pinched his cheek. Feeling the sting then, amidst the sharp gazes of the banking patrons, he burst out, "Son, wife, your father and husband has money now." "Is he for real?" The young girl, previously shoved aside, stared in shock at Hao Yunyang's retreating figure, tugging at her companion. "Even if he isn't, he's not far off," the companion sighed, a hint of regret in her tone. 2 employers had already chosen the works of Zhu Yuliusheng. A ponytailed girl sat at her computer, eyes glued to the screen, frantically refreshing the page. Behind her stood 2 middle-aged men in suits, both around 40, who exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing her words. "Oh, now it's 3, she exclaimed, her small hands wildly clicking the mouse. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with excitement. 8 projects were accepted just 4 hours ago, and the submissions were made 2 hours ago. The creation of these 8 logos took less than 2 hours in total, averaging just 20 minutes per logo. Oh my gosh, idle. 20 minutes per logo? One of the men frowned, skeptical. Concept, material selection, production. Without even considering revisions, is that feasible? Could they be stolen works, modified and uploaded? The man on the left posed a question. Impossible, the girl interjected confidently. I verified all 8 works. None are registered. Given the quality of these logos, especially the one for the Chilantail Jewelry Company, if they were designed by someone else, they would have been registered long ago. How could they be stolen? Besides, Zhu Yuliusheng's prowess was confirmed last night with the Huahong Group logo project. These 8 pieces are undoubtedly his original creations. Upon reaching this point, the man on the left found himself at a loss for words. The young girl, feeling somewhat elated, lifted the corners of her mouth and refreshed the page. Such a genius could hardly exist in this world. The man on the right, resting his chin on his hand, stared at the computer screen for quite some time before concluding. Judging by the speed at which this chasing the moon meteor was produced, it is highly likely that it is not the work of a single individual. Not a single person? The young girl turned her head, a hint of ferocity gracing her rosy cheeks. No, I mean, he is not fighting alone. The man in the suit on the right clapped his hands, and after the crisp sound echoed through the spacious office, his confident voice resonated. Chasing the moon meteor is a team, a top-tier creative team that can be deemed a genius in logo design. Moreover, it is highly probable that this team consists of 4 members, a team. The man on the left nodded slightly, agreeing with the man's speculation, then furrowed his brows and asked, "Why do you say it is 4 people?" Chasing the moon meteor, the man on the right confidently replied with a smile, is not only indicative of the number of team members, but who else would dare to choose such a clumsy name in this day and age? Precisely. The man on the left enthusiastically nodded. General Wang is indeed remarkable. He can deduce so much from such a small clue, leaving us feeling inferior. The office was filled with flattery, and the man referred to as General Wang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Smiling nonchalantly, Chapter 23. Have you shared a bed? Recharge me 500. No. Make it 800. Hao Yunyang stood tall, his posture straight, in stark contrast to the ashen-faced demeanor he had displayed during his previous visits to top up his phone. This time, he was flushed with excitement, clutching his phone in one hand and a wad of cash in the other, exuding a confident air reminiscent of a wealthy patron. It seemed that, much like alcohol, money could also embolden him. "Did you rob a bank?" Lu Ming exclaimed, jumping up from his seat in astonishment as he gazed at the 8 crisp, sequentially numbered bills. After staring at Hao Yunyang for a while, he sighed and lamented, "Which bank did you hit? Why didn't you invite me? Don't you know I'm skilled in this? Robbing you is a far-fetched notion," Hao Yunyang replied, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Leaving behind the 8 gleaming bills, he turned and strode purposefully toward the dormitory, his laughter echoing in the distance. "Still the same old number. Even fools can strike it rich." Lu Ming stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, then sighed, muttering to himself, "This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. When will it be my turn to prosper?" "Your turn will come soon." Just as Lu Ming sighed while tapping his phone to recharge Hao Yunyang's account, a tall figure over 6 feet entered the small shop, dressed in a black suit with a white shirt underneath, but wearing ripped jeans below. His polished shoes gleamed, and his flowing long hair obscured half of his gaunt face. "Just average. Running a small shop allows for a carefree life," Lu Ming said, pulling the man down onto a creaky stool before asking, "How did your exam go?" "Heh." A smile broke over the man's face as he slowly uttered 2 words, "High marks." "Dad, what are you doing with that software?" At this moment, Hao Jinhua was too anxious to share in Hao Yunyang's twisted excitement, his voice laced with tension. "How can I not be nervous, that day?" Hao Yunyang abruptly hung up, "And I still had a plethora of things to convey. I understand the implications of that software for him, and I worry that he might take it too far. If it attracts the attention of the wrong people, he could be used as leverage, and if that happens, never mind altering fate. Even I would have to comply 50 years hence." "Dad, creating logos is a given," Hao Yunyang interjected, "but you must exercise restraint. Don't let it get too out of hand." "What if?" After laying bare his concerns, Hao Jinhua earnestly advised, "I comprehend your current feelings. As your father, I understand your perspective. However, as the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. Wealth should not be flaunted. Please, do your best to temper your actions. Safety comes first." Hee. Upon hearing his father's words, Hao Yunyang suddenly recalled his actions from the early morning and felt a mixture of clarity and embarrassment, opting to smile in silence. "That software is open-sourced. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't comprehend." To put it simply, Hao Jinhua pondered, attempting to find a more digestible explanation for Hao Yunyang. After half a minute, he said, "The software I gave you is akin to your safe being unlocked and lacking a password. Anyone can open it and see what's inside. If someone sees the contents, not only will you suffer the consequences, but I, too, as your father, will face misfortune." "Dad, I may be overstating it, but that is essentially the idea. Can you grasp that?" "Yes, I can understand." Hao Jinhua's words struck Hao Yunyang like a thunderclap, sending chills down his spine as he blurted out, "So what do we do now?" "For now, restrain your use of that software," Hao Jinhua advised after a moment of contemplation. "Typically, a high-quality logo takes around 5 hours to create, but you could manage one in 4. By the way, where are you doing these logos?" I think it's called a freelancer platform. Do you know what that is?" Hao Yunyang's carefree nature resurfaced as he laughed. "No? Should I explain it to you?" On freelancer platforms, numerous studios work on logo designs, with clear division of labor, ensuring efficiency and quality. Hao Jinhua muttered to himself, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Hao Yunyang could only wait impatiently, his gaze darting toward the laptop while his lips twitched with anticipation. "I got it." About 3 minutes later, Hao Jinhua suddenly exclaimed, startling Hao Yunyang, who had been lost in thought, causing him to leap from the edge of his bed. "Son, what did you figure out?" Hao Yunyang asked, trying to contain his excitement. And then, after a moment of relief washed over him, he felt a warmth in having a son. "Then, if you discover that your computer has been stolen, call me, and I'll tell you how to proceed. As long as the thief connects to the internet, I can devise a method to render the computer inoperable, leaving no trace behind. As long as your phone is intact, you needn't worry about anything else." When Hao Jinhua expressed these words with conviction, Hao Yunyang felt a renewed appreciation for having a son from the future. Then, lowering his voice, Hao Jinhua instructed, "You just .o, and then?" Hao Yunyang's eyes sparkled, nodding enthusiastically. Then, you need to him? Did your mother sleep with the real me? Hao Jianhua was left in shock for a long while, finally sighing, Dad, please don't doubt it. I truly am your biological son. Chapter 24. The 10,000 yuan household. After concluding the call with his son, Hao Yunyang settled in front of the computer, continuing to navigate the freelancer platform. Occasionally, he would consult Baidu with seemingly foolish questions. Each time he noticed someone else online asking the same questions he had, he would chuckle, feeling quite at ease, as it became evident that he was not the only novice in this realm. Thanks to his son's prior briefing and the 4,000 yuan remaining in his account, Hao Yunyang decided against further expenditures that day. He casually closed the design software, moved his mouse to the QQ 2009 icon, hesitated for a moment, then clicked to open the login page. After scratching his head and recalling his login password, he successfully began the login process. He wondered what Lu Ming was up to. Logging into QQ had consumed a full 40 seconds of his time. Once logged in, a small pop-up titled Latest News, which was essentially filled with advertisements, appeared. After dismissing it, he heard the computer's built-in speakers emit 3 coughs. Flying Bear from the Frontier, Flower and Willow Shadows, Top-Notch Beasts. He sequentially opened these 3 friend requests. Clicking to confirm each one, staring at the first 2 names, Hao Yunyang furrowed his brow and muttered, I feel like I've heard these somewhere before. However, he wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters for long. If he couldn't recall, he simply brushed it aside. Once he opened the QQ friends list, he noticed a few high school classmates were online, but he had no intention of reaching out. He glanced at QQ and then opened QQ Games before ultimately closing QQ. Is it broken? Really broken? Oh my god. It's actually broken. Following the girl's piercing scream, a few newly joined novices couldn't help but join in the exclamations. Ever since the establishment of the Task China website, no freelancer had ever managed to maintain a 100% success rate after participating in more than 7 logo projects before the meteoric rise of the Celestial Pursuit. Or more precisely, prior to the emergence of Hao Yunyang. The pinnacle record on Task China was held by a distinguished freelancer named Kai Yun Piao Piao Zui Jiangnan, who participated in 7 projects, achieving an impeccable bid success rate of 100%. Regrettably, during the 8th project, he faltered, failing to maintain his streak. Nevertheless, as one of the elite freelancers on Task China and a virtuoso in the realm of logo design, Kai Yun Piao Piao Zui Jiangnan commands considerable respect within the freelancer community, and he was also among the top 10 luminaries on the Task China Wealth Ranking in 2008.9 projects. A flawless bidding success rate. The cacophony from the office space infiltrated the confines of the office, where 3 suited gentlemen exchanged glances. Wang, the leading figure, raised an eyebrow and inquired, So, have you managed to establish contact with this celestial pursuit? What are your plans? The man seated opposite Wang regarded him with a smile, seemingly amused or perhaps offering praise. Perceptions may vary. I suppose a fair number of freelancers must be intrigued, right? After a brief chuckle, the man queried, maintaining a demeanor of calm, as though the matter Wang mentioned bore no relevance to him. Faced with such lucrative commission conditions, it would be disingenuous not to feel tempted. Wang ignited a cigarette, a hint of mystery in his smile. However, he has Zhang Liang's stratagem while I possess the bridge ladder. As long as we can get in touch with this celestial pursuit, everything will fall into place. Did he not leave behind a bank account? The man reminded. Could we perhaps attempt to locate him through that? Having spent an entire day in the dormitory playing cards, Hao Yunyang took a break in the evening to enjoy a bowl of braised noodles, only to discover a rare sight. A rugged vehicle parked in the usually empty lot, where motorcycles were a common scarcity. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in amazement. A Mercedes-Benz? Curiosity piqued, he glanced around but found nothing amiss. Even the diligent administrator who usually occupied the stairway and the cat were nowhere to be seen. He decided to check the bids before retiring for the night. After a restless night, it was only 6 o'clock, yet Hao Yunyang could not stifle a yawn, mumbling to himself as he ascended the stairs. Had he paid closer attention, he might have noticed that the dormitory administrator's door was ajar. With dim light spilling from within, entering his credentials, username Q123456. And password W123456. He sat before the computer, inputting the easily memorable details. Upon refreshing the page, he was astounded to find that the number beside the username had surged from 1 to 17. Overcome by curiosity, He hovered the mouse over the yellow light bulb and clicked. Congratulations, you have won the bid. The project remuneration has been credited to your account. Please check your balance. The notifications of project bids flooded his screen, leaving Hao Yunyang in a stupor for a full 3 minutes. 1002, 1004, 1007, 800, 1000. Counting the numbers in the inbox, he finally jolted awake, grinning widely. Goodness, yet another 9003. With 4,000 left on the card, does this mean I am finally a person of means? Wife. Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, then plopped down on the edge of his bed, sighing, Zhao Chenxin. Where on earth are you? Chapter 25. Arguing with reason awakening from a deep slumber, he found the world shrouded in darkness. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced out at the pitch-black sky, and with a heavy heart, he turned over, sighing. In the long, lonely night, it's difficult to find rest. A man without money is sorrowful, while a wealthy man is isolated. Hao Yunyang felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. After tossing and turning for over half an hour with no sign of sleep, he reluctantly rose and booted up his computer, curling up on the cold chair, donning a jacket, and scratching his toes while rubbing his nose. Thus, Hao Yunyang had merely 40 friends on QQ, 90% of whom were classmates, with only a few strangers among the rest. Not one to engage in chat, he saw no reason to delete friends. Habitually, he opened Baidu, but for some reason, he typed Google into the search bar. Huddled in a half-sitting position, he endured until 7 in the morning, after which he ended his hours of contemplation, shutting down the web page and heading to the washroom to freshen up. Emerging with damp hair, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against packing his computer into a bag. Instead, he shoved it under the bed, burying it beneath a pile of smelly socks, grinning to himself. Just as he was about to step out, the receptionist, Xiao Lu, hurried past him, her voice barely above a whisper, leaving him with 4 words. Be cautious of the manager. However, those seemingly simple words sent a shiver down Hao Yunyang's spine. Before he could call out to Xiao Lu for clarification, the voice of Wang Chaochuan resonated from the lobby. Hao Yunyang, come here. Ah? A jolt of anxiety surged through Hao Yunyang, yet he instinctively wore a sheepish grin as he turned to respond. Oh, I'm on my way, manager. You called for me? By this time, it was already 8:50, with merely 10 minutes until the regular meeting. Hao Yunyang approached Wang Chaochuan, inquiring with a smile. How can you still smile? Wang Chaochuan's expression darkened, a palpable aura of unspoken authority emanating from him. Though this perception was unique to Hao Yunyang, manager, what's the matter? The smile faded, and he cautiously glanced at Wang Chaochuan's furrowed brow, feeling a flutter of unease as he wondered what had provoked his ire. If it were any other matter, he could perhaps brush it aside, but the events of that day with the particular guests lingered in his memory. For he had earned nearly 80 yuan in commission from that single table, with a hefty sum from the portly gentleman's insistence on ordering the braised abalone alone amounting to 30 yuan. Just admit it was you who ordered. A flicker of amusement danced in Wang Chaochuan's eyes, yet his demeanor remained stern. He withdrew a note from his pocket and handed it to Hao Yunyang. Sign this, and be more careful in your work from now on. This is... Hao Yunyang, now thoroughly bewildered, examined the note handed to him, his facial muscles twitching violently as he looked up at Wang Chaochuan, who was impeccably dressed in a suit and tie. Manager, this must be a mistake. The customer clearly ordered the braised abalone. How could it possibly be enough? To everyone's astonishment, before Hao Yunyang could finish, Wang Chaochuan, who was usually amicable and never one to flaunt his managerial authority, suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Hao Yunyang momentarily stunned, his ears ringing. Making a mistake and still offering a slew of excuses. I see you're no longer interested in working here, but... Hao Yunyang was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about his computer, his expression flustered as he stammered an apology. I'm sorry, manager, Wang Chaochuan cut off Hao Yunyang's half-finished apology, his previously amiable expression darkening once more, as though Hao Yunyang had committed a grievous sin, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a resounding bang, Wang Chaochuan slammed his hand on the table, his voice seething. You think you can defy me? What? Am I not allowed to accuse you? He continued. Let's check the surveillance. Oh, you're quite the clever one, aren't you? Grown wings, have you? Manager, please don't be angry. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hao Yunyang struggled to grasp the underlying issue. Attempting to reason calmly, the surveillance footage is just a few steps away in the security room. Let us go take a look. If I truly made an error, I will certainly compensate for the loss, ensuring the establishment does not incur any detriment. However, if it turns out that I am not at fault, our wages are hard-earned, and after a month of toil, they barely cover the cost of a single dish ordered by a customer. We cannot afford such turmoil. What do you think? As Hao Yunyang spoke, Wang Chaochuan's expression grew increasingly grim. A moment later, he stepped forward, seizing Hao Yunyang's wrist and pulling him close, nearly bringing their noses to touch, his square face a mask of rage. Then let us investigate. If the footage confirms you made the mistake, you'll pack your things and leave. If I am in the wrong, not only will I cover the cost of the dish, but you will also take my place as manager. Those words struck heavily. Manager. This. Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Wang Chaochuan's uncharacteristically rash declaration. He had always been a cautious individual. How could he utter such a thoughtless statement? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as Wang Chaochuan yanked him forward, nearly causing him to stumble. Without a moment to spare, he quickened his pace to follow Wang Chaochuan. Hao Yunyang knew that the 30-something-year-old Wang Chaochuan was more than capable of considering the implications of his words. Chapter 26. What is your name, young lady? Hao Yunyang distinctly recalled that day when the customer had said, "The large abalone as usual, and the small abalone should be stewed with lamb, served in bowls, one for each." Then the guest departed, and the beautiful woman accompanying him approached, removing the small abalone the guest had ordered and replacing it with a duck pot. Perhaps the only mistake made by Hao Yunyang that day was failing to inform the guest after the beautiful woman had crossed off the dish. However, while that was indeed the case, the surveillance footage could only capture images, lacking the recorded sounds of the dialogue that transpired. Without auditory evidence, the situation inevitably transformed in the eyes of others into an instance where the guest had initially ordered large abalone, only to switch to small abalone to ask the order taker. Hao Yunyang focused solely on the 30 yuan commission, neglecting to ensure the large abalone was replaced, which ultimately led to the guest's furious outburst. Hao Yunyang refrained from offering further explanations, lowering his head slightly. At this juncture, what purpose would any explanation serve other than to invite ridicule? Wang Chaochuan wore a subtle smirk. Had he not reviewed the surveillance footage beforehand, he would never have acquiesced to Hao Yunyang's request to view it. Hand me the order, and I will sign it. Taking a deep breath, Hao Yunyang acknowledged that although his bank card contained 13,000 yuan, merely a day's earnings, he typically refrained from unnecessary expenditures, particularly when it came to unjust costs. After you sign, come to my office. Wang Chaochuan chuckled. I will prepare paper and pen for you to write your resignation letter. Come back on the 15th of next month to collect your wages. Ah? Hao Yunyang fell silent, while the surrounding employees gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Wang Chaochuan's seriousness. This seemed excessively harsh, did it not? Several young women, who had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Hao Yunyang, displayed expressions of dismay. What do you mean, ah? Noticing Hao Yunyang's near acceptance of the situation, Wang Chaochuan cast a stern glance at the front desk employees stationed in the security room and its entrance, stating in a deep voice, "You must learn from this lesson. Do not wish to see another employee like Hao Yunyang in our front desk. Admitting one's mistakes is commendable. Fabricating excuses is the mark of a coward." Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, and Hao Yunyang clenched his fists tightly. Even a clay figurine would have some anger left in it. He had already been wronged, and now he was being publicly reprimanded. Why are you clenching your fists so tightly? Observing the intensity in Hao Yunyang's eyes, Wang Chaochuan's expression darkened once more as he barked, "Do you intend to resort to violence?" Hao Yunyang inhaled deeply. Gradually loosening his fist, he was no match for Wang Chaochuan, especially with 4 security guards standing nearby. Engaging in a physical altercation would undoubtedly result in his own detriment. A more severe outcome could even lead to a visit to the police station, a futile endeavor he would not undertake. Moreover, if he left the hotel, he still had a son, a computer, and 13,000 yuan in savings. He would not starve, enduring the unbearable. Hao Yunyang struggled to maintain his composure, a surge of anger flooding his mind. Yet the predatory gazes of the 4 security guards doused his fury like a bucket of cold water. With a bitter smile, he thought, I must endure once more to ask your manager present, just as Wang Chaochuan. With his hands clasped behind his back in an unusually authoritative manner, Prepare to leave the security room. A soft, sultry voice broke through. That's me. Wang Chaochuan responded, but the voice's owner had already stepped inside the security room. She was a young woman in her early 20s, lightly made up, standing at about 1.6 meters tall, with a voluptuous figure accentuated by a fitted suit and a short skirt. Her wine-red hair was styled elegantly, and her lips, adorned with pink gloss, exuded sensuality, a true enchantress. Yet, at this moment, she was pinching her nose in distaste, glancing around the security room with evident disgust. Taking 2 steps back, the sound of her high heels clicking against the tiles echoed as she commanded, "Step outside to talk." Hao Yunyang let out a frustrated huff, wishing to bid farewell to his colleagues, but before he could speak, the woman's voice rang out again, laced with arrogance. Our chairman had a bit too much to drink that day and later recalled that the abalone he consumed at your hotel was mistakenly ordered while he was intoxicated. Here is 1,000 yuan. You need not return change. A myriad of expressions unfolded across the faces of those present, while Hao Yunyang stood bewildered. After uttering those words, the woman turned on her heels to leave. But what truly left him dumbfounded was when she added, "Chen Xian, let's go. The money has been given to you. What more do you want?" The disdain in the wine-red-haired woman's gaze was palpable, leaving Hao Yunyang unable to lift his head. Perhaps the sudden turn of events had left him in shock, for he stammered, unable to articulate a response, his eyes darting toward the girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She was of similar height to the wine-red-haired woman, perhaps even slightly taller, with glossy black hair that was healthy and natural. Her gently pointed chin accentuated her oval face, and although her physique did not rival that of the wine-red-haired woman, she was nonetheless captivating, with alluring curves. "Who are you?" Hao Yunyang's abrupt question caused the long-haired girl to feel slightly flustered, yet she remained poised, responding with a light smile, her voice as melodious as a chime. The long-haired girl nodded gently, casting a glance at Hao Yunyang before turning away to open the car door. It was only then that Hao Yunyang remembered the matter at hand. Seeing the long-haired girl about to enter the vehicle, he blurted out in haste, "What is your surname, miss?" Chapter 27. The final time Zhao. Taking a deep breath, a surge of ambition welled up within Hao Yunyang. "My wife is truly beautiful." After lingering at the hotel entrance for a moment, he finally hailed a 3-wheeled vehicle, instructing the driver on his destination while mentally planning his next steps. Since he would no longer be working at the hotel, it was certain he could not remain in the dormitory. Moreover, having just pushed Wang Chaochuan to the ground in a fit of rage, it would be wise to vacate before Wang Chaochuan sought him out after work, with a plan forming in his mind. He decided to move out of the dormitory and find a temporary place to stay. Once he had saved enough money, he would secure a better living arrangement and purchase a computer. The thought of the life that lay ahead filled him with a sense of exhilaration, especially now that Zhao Qinxin had made an appearance. It was evident she worked in Lusher. Modern yellow sports cars were not uncommon. Yet Hao Yunyang had memorized the license plate number. One could hide in a room, but a car could not be hidden away as long as he located the yellow Hyundai. Finding Zhao Qinxin would be a cinch. It was only after encountering Zhao Qinxin that he began to grasp some of the words spoken by his son. Having pursued his wife for 4 years, just for her stunning looks, pursuing her for 10 years would be worth it, however. As this realization struck him, a frown creased his brow, and he nearly leapt from his seat. He had been wronged by a rival and spent a year in prison. Hao Yunyang's brow furrowed deeply, his thoughts racing. His son had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter, and since he had now seen Zhao Qinxin, could it imply that the rival who had orchestrated his imprisonment was currently lurking somewhere? Watching his every move, amusingly shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. The unseen rival was not a deity. How could they possibly be omniscient? Upon arriving at the courtyard of the dormitory building, as Hao Yunyang disembarked from the 3-wheeled vehicle, he spotted Lu Ming, who was busy pasting something on a red piece of paper. After paying the fare, he approached him, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Lu Ming furrowed his brow in response, "Aren't you working today?" Yes, young man." Lu Ming sighed deeply, setting down his brush and red paper, interrupting Hao Yunyang with a serious tone. "It is frustrating to have your girlfriend stolen by your boss, but you cannot afford to skip work every day. You should learn from me." Resigned? Lu Ming, who had previously spoken with earnestness, was momentarily taken aback, then clapped Hao Yunyang on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Well done. You have some backbone." By the way, are you planning to rent out your room? Glancing at the already posted red paper, Hao Yunyang felt a flicker of interest. Actually, I was just thinking of moving out to find a place to stay. Hao Yunyang rubbed his hands together, recalling Lu Ming's rental property.it was a two-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, totaling around 55 square meters. Compared to the accommodations he had endured over the past 2 years, Lu Ming's place, despite being somewhat dirty, smelly, and cluttered, could be considered a significant improvement. What? You want to move in with me? Lu Ming scrutinized Hao Yunyang from head to toe, bluntly stating, "My place costs $600 a month, which includes utilities and air conditioning, but can you afford it?" Although Lu Ming did not voice those exact words, the implication was unmistakable. Hao Yunyang rubbed his palms together, smiling. "Fortunately, I still have a few thousand yuan on me. Staying for a few months should be feasible." The rent, to be paid in one lump sum, amounted to 3,600. Lu Ming curled his lips, exuding a sense of harsh realism. "If after paying, you believe you can guarantee your meals, then by all means, move in. 3,006? Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to retreat. But the next second he recalled his current savings, his face breaking into a natural smile as he nodded. "No problem. I'll head to the bank shortly and transfer the money directly to your account." "All right, I'll tidy up right away," Lu Ming replied. Hao Yunyang agreed, turning to walk towards the dormitory building, which was about 20 meters away from where Lu Ming resided. As he reached the dormitory entrance, the elderly caretaker was sitting there, gently stroking a cat's head, his eyes fixed on Hao Yunyang, his tone slightly more personable. "Resigned? Have you?" "Yes, indeed, sir." Hao Yunyang, in good spirits, nodded with a smile. "Please wash my clothes once more." The elderly caretaker showed no inclination to inquire whether Hao Yunyang was willing. He stood up with the aid of his cane that moment. Hao Yunyang felt an odd impression that this caretaker was rather extraordinary. However, he quickly dismissed this thought with amusement. After all, what could a man with a broken leg, stationed at the dormitory entrance, truly be capable of? He was about to move out anyway. One last wash wouldn't hurt, especially since it would be the final time. Hao Yunyang chuckled and agreed. The caretaker said nothing, silently walking towards his room, and Hao Yunyang followed, wanting to assist him but hesitating to take action. By the time he resolved to make a move, the caretaker had already entered the room. The furnishings remained unchanged, yet while the caretaker was sorting through a few discarded garments, Hao Yunyang unexpectedly noticed a plethora of valuable items in the trash can: ginseng, calcium tablets, vitamins, and the like. Judging by the packaging, they were all intact. Although he didn't recognize the brands, estimating their worth, he figured there were at least several hundred yuan in that trash can. Nonetheless, Hao Yunyang suppressed his curiosity and refrained from voicing his bewilderment, gathering the clothes and leaving the caretaker's room with a bucket of water. This old man is indeed peculiar. As he ascended the stairs, Hao Yunyang pondered. Chapter 28. A new life. It was time to embrace a better life. After packing his meager belongings, he descended the dormitory building. He had already returned the washed clothes to the caretaker, who was nowhere to be found, presumably absent from the ground floor. He pushed open a rusted iron door, and the third floor would be Hao Yunyang's new residence. Following his son's advice from the other day, after resigning from the hotel, Hao Yunyang needed to save enough money to purchase a top-tier computer and subsequently upgrade its system to a futuristic one that wouldn't be available for several years. Then, what to do next? He was somewhat at a loss. Present, he felt like an ordinary person who had suddenly won a lottery worth billions. Having accepted this new reality, yet lingering in his subconscious was a tinge of uncertainty. He was in a state of confusion, and one couldn't expect much from him under such circumstances. He hadn't lost his wits, which was already a testament to his character. Yelling in the bank or dancing in the dormitory, these were merely manifestations of his deep-seated, subconscious reactions. Hao Yunyang was an ordinary individual, and after 2 years of navigating the world, he was far from a naive newcomer. Had he been, he might have already ended up in a mental institution, tormented by boundless and absurd fantasies. Hao Yunyang was an optimistic, cheerful person, generally smooth in his dealings. Although he could be somewhat thoughtless at times, he was fundamentally a good soul. If he were gnawing on a bone and encountered a stray dog, he would surely finish the meat and toss the bone to the dog. This was the true essence of Hao Yunyang. Someone who, while not fond of losing, would still do a good deed when capable. Though grand gestures of charity were beyond his current scope and qualifications, Most importantly, from the moment he entered the room to the time he sent the girl off, Lu Ming hadn't he touched his pockets. And the girls didn't he appear to be selling themselves. This left Hao Yunyang immensely curious. How did Lu Ming manage that? Yet, he wasn't he foolish enough to ask directly. Knowing Lu Ming's penchant for petty advantages, he would likely end up shortchanged. Ironically, Hao Yunyang was also someone averse to being at a loss, so despite his itching curiosity, he kept his lips sealed, making everything appear perfectly normal to him. Hao Yunyang felt his face flush, clearing his throat heavily to mask his embarrassment, and proactively shifted the conversation. By the way, old Lu, are there any self-service banks nearby? What for? Lu Ming scrutinized Hao Yunyang from head to toe, then delivered an almost comical remark that nearly made Hao Yunyang collapse. Out of money after feasting on the mountain? Huh. Planning to find a kitchen knife to rob the ATM? I just want to withdraw some cash and buy a few outfits. Hao Yunyang shrugged, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Ming. Didn't you notice I've been wearing the same outfit repeatedly? I was just about to ask you about that. Lu Ming frowned, questioning, you wear that same set every day, yet it's neither dirty nor smelly. How do you manage that? He chuckled. When it came to this matter, Hao Yunyang felt somewhat sheepish, but under Lu Ming's probing gaze and the pressure of his landlord's authority, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Isn't the air conditioning running in my room? It's not cold when I'm in my underwear, so after washing my clothes, I just hang them underneath the air conditioner to dry overnight. You leave the air conditioning on all day? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, then displayed a grimacing expression. Do you know how much just one air conditioner costs to run for 24 hours? No wonder the electric meter has been spinning like crazy these past few days. He presented Hao Yunyang with two choices. Either add an extra 100 yuan to the electricity bill each month, or move out of your room and sleep in the living room. Lu Ming, unaware of Hao Yunyang's true situation, widened his eyes in disbelief. I mean, come on, are you really planning to rob a bank? Lu Ming was speechless. After Hao Yunyang left, he began unpacking a plastic bag when he inadvertently noticed the unlocked door to Hao Yunyang's room, a sly smile appearing on his face. I'm curious to see what kind of mischief he is up to. Holed up in there all day. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Ming chuckled softly, yet it was a chilling sound. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Shanghai's Pudong New District, Mu Shitong sat pale-faced before her computer, utterly bewildered about what to do. That detestable chasing moon meteor, she muttered under her breath, her delicate face flashing with a tempest of emotions, as she softly questioned, why did you have to do this? The reasoning was quite simple. For the past few days, Hao Yunyang had been donning the guise of chasing moon meteor, seated at his computer all day, not only seeking information to broaden his horizons, but also submitting a logo design every 4 to 5 hours. Coincidentally selecting projects whose bidding deadlines were approaching. Strangely enough, 80% of the projects he chose to engage in had Mu Shitong's participation. The outcome was rather tragic. Mu Shitong had attempted 13 bids but had only won one. By sheer luck, a project that Hao Yunyang hadn't pursued. Opening QQ, she found the gray avatar of chasing moon meteor and, for the first time, typed 6 words on the keyboard. What exactly do you want? After sending the message, she rubbed her temples and closed QQ, needing a moment of calm to collect herself, as this faceless man was driving her to the brink of madness. Chapter 29. Like a production line, Lu Ming was gnawing on a chicken claw when he brazenly pushed open the half-closed door. Immediately spotting Hao Yunyang's laptop, he spat the chicken bone into the trash can, wiped his greasy hands on his pants, and sauntered over to sit at the computer. What a sight! The desktop had only a few icons, one of which displayed a distorted black character on a white background, strikingly eye-catching. Lu Ming casually moved the mouse and opened my computer, clicking on the program viewer, which revealed a list of files. Oh, watching web videos, are we? He scrolled up and down but saw no video player, feeling a bit puzzled as he focused on the peculiar character. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Lu Ming hovered the mouse over the character and clicked twice, prompting a dialog box to appear. Are you a pig, a donkey, a dog, a ghost, a fool, or an idiot? Heavens! Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and typed 3 words. None of the above. Oh my goodness. What on earth is this? Lu Ming found himself utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether this peculiar object was genuine or not. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to cancel. He merely wished to sneak a glance at what Hao Yunyang had been sequestering himself with in his room these past few days. Perhaps there might be some worthwhile content to copy over to his own computer. In essence, his actions were driven solely by curiosity, not malicious intent. However, just as Lu Ming was about to rise from his seat, the QQ icon in the bottom right corner of the desktop began to flicker, accompanied by a series of bright, clear beeps that promptly recaptured his attention. Oh, still chatting on QQ, are we? Lu Ming smirked, yet felt no inclination to check who had sent the message. He casually moved the mouse, causing a prompt to materialize as it hovered over QQ. Saiwai Feixiong? Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Muttering to himself, no way. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he clicked open the chat window and, merely casting a glance at the message she had sent, he proceeded to open Saiwai Feixiong's QQ profile. Damn it! Lu Ming wailed in disbelief. It really is her. Given Hao Yunyang's temperament, how could he possibly commit such a rookie mistake as forgetting to lock the door? The computer had been intentionally left on, and QQ was activated only just before his departure. The reason was simple. His son had sent him a software application just a couple of days ago, a mere 1 megabyte in size yet exceedingly practical. Once installed, it required the user to input answers to access any protected desktop icons or hard drive files. Anyone, including Hao Yunyang himself, would need to provide the correct answers to gain entry. If 3 incorrect attempts were made, the computer would automatically shut down, requiring another input to access the desktop upon reboot. Moreover, if the answer was entered incorrectly after startup, there would be no second chance, as the system would crash, leading to a complete hard drive format. Most importantly, Hao Yunyang had a fair understanding of Lu Ming's character. The tighter the seal, the stronger Lu Ming's curiosity would grow. Rather than keeping the door shut, it would have been wiser to leave it ajar, allowing Lu Ming to rummage about and, upon finding nothing of interest, to quell his inquisitiveness once and for all. However, the sole misstep Hao Yunyang made was logging into QQ before his departure and adding 3 unfamiliar friends. After several days of hard work, Hao Yunyang's bank account had swelled to over 25,000. He made a trip to the bank to withdraw 5,000, passing by the notorious Love Triangle Junction, eventually entering the renowned touch street of Lu City. With 3,000, he outfitted himself with 5 complete outfits, a suit, shirt, and tie costing 800, while the remaining 2,200 were spent on 4 sets of casual wear and 3 pairs of casual sneakers. Burdened with bags, Hao Yunyang's eyes scanned the storefronts along the street, ultimately settling on a mobile phone shop, and he stepped inside. 3005. Is that acceptable? The phone shop was quite spacious, boasting a dozen display cases. As Hao Yunyang entered, he overheard 2 girls by the counter, one of whom said to the sales clerk, I want to take it if it's any more expensive. 3008 is already the lowest. 3005 is simply unacceptable. Despite the sales clerk's eagerness to clinch the deal, 3005 was beneath her threshold, and she could only smile and express her regret. IT has dropped 1,000 in less than 2 months. Yet they treat it like a treasure. The girl who had spoken earlier scoffed, Chen Xian, let us go. At that moment, Hao Yunyang stepped into the store and froze upon hearing those familiar yet strange 5 words. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and turned toward the source of the voice. It was none other than the girl with wine-red hair. Standing beside her was a woman in a fitted blazer and pencil pants, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Zhao Chenxin, Hao Yunyang's wife. Moreover, the girl accompanying Zhao Chenxin, though dressed in a relatively standard professional outfit, exuded an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Hao Yunyang was keen to avoid leaving a negative impression on Zhao Chenxin due to a moment of recklessness. As Hao Yunyang watched Zhao Chenxin depart, the sales clerk who had been assisting her approached him with a smile. The phone the girl used, the sales clerk nodded, still smiling. Yes, please follow me. This model is the LG K510, a sleek red slider. The sales clerk retrieved the red phone from the display case and handed it to Hao Yunyang. The price is 1,395. Hao Yunyang accepted the phone, flashing a smile at the sales clerk. I'll take a look first. Ping ping. Zhao Chenxin sighed with a smile, halting in her tracks. Can you please be mindful of your image? Hee. Zhao Chenxin chuckled, choosing not to respond. That day, her inquiry about the girl's surname was quite something. Chun Pingping continued, seemingly oblivious. He looks like a naive little virgin, but too bad his attire amounts to barely $100. Otherwise, I might just tease him a bit. By the way, who are you buying a phone for today? Zhao Chenxin, unable to tolerate Chen Pingping's incessant chatter, swiftly changed the subject. Didn't you just buy one last month? Hee. Zhao Chenxin chuckled lightly, refraining from intervening. She felt powerless to influence her friend's decisions, which were her personal choices and values. Zhao Qinxin had tried to persuade her in the past, but the results? Better left unspoken. Chapter 30. High-performance computer laden with bags of clothes, shoes, and a phone. Hao Yunyang found himself slightly off balance, yet he still held a phone to his ear, engaged in a call. "Mom, could you possibly send me another 500? Hao Yunyang inquired softly, feeling less embarrassed than before. 500. His mother paused momentarily before agreeing. "I'll head out to send it once I finish work." "However, Xiaoyang, you daughter's studying computers," his mother responded with a note of surprise. "Oh," his mother exclaimed. In the eyes of the older generation, whether it be typing, gaming, or programming, all fell under the umbrella term. Using a computer. Young people ought to learn more. With his mother's worries eased, Hao Yunyang felt a weight lift from his heart. An old saying goes, to obtain, one must first give. In Hao Yunyang's case, the opposite was true. To give, one must first obtain. Yes, he strolled along, chatting with his mother about trivial matters. It became apparent that Hao Yunyang had no such complexities to discuss. The truly troublesome matters were best left unsaid, lest his family worry. Thus, from Hao Yunyang's lips, at least 7 out of 10 statements were fabricated, solely to elicit laughter from his mother, as it seemed that only then could he find some peace within himself. It was not that he was overly attached to his mother. Rather, he sincerely wished to see her smile more often, to bring some comfort to his family's life. And that was all. The call ended after about 10 minutes, and Hao Yunyang arrived at the entrance of Lu City Digital Mall. Glancing up at the gleaming sign, taking a deep breath, he ascended the steps. To be honest, after 2 years in Lu City, it was Hao Yunyang's first time entering a digital mall where prices ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands. Previously, he had neither the need for such items nor the financial means to acquire them. In Hao Yunyang's mind, those who frequented such establishments were the wealthy. The proletariat merely entered to feast their eyes, indulging in a momentary thrill without touching anything. The digital mall spanned 3 levels, expansive in size. He could not estimate its total area, but he knew each floor was at least as large as 4 combined lobbies of the Jinhui Grand Hotel. And cleaning the lobby of the Jinhui Grand Hotel with a mop would take over half an hour. Standing in the elevator, Hao Yunyang suddenly felt like a subordinate, dressed in cheap, flea market attire while carrying numerous bags, and comparing himself to the people around him, women adorned in vibrant outfits regardless of age, and men clad in tailored suits and designer brands. One could hardly dare to enter such a place without a sense of confidence. Amused, Hao Yunyang straightened his posture. At least he had made it inside. Ha ha. The first person to approach him, Hao Yunyang smiled, feeling little embarrassment. Not that I look down on it, but why is everything here laptops? Are there no desktop computers? Ha ha, little brother, you're too humorous. The shopkeeper's smile faltered slightly as he glanced up at the large sign reading Laptop Zone, then back at the grinning Hao Yunyang. Pointing to the sign above, this is the Laptop Zone, so of course, there are no desktop computers here. There's no section for assembling desktop computers. As a newcomer, Hao Yunyang felt a bit awkward yet still reassured. Desktop computers are available. I just don't know what kind you wish to assemble, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. I may not be entirely clear on the specifics, but I do have a configuration list here. Would you like to take a look? Hao Yunyang cast a casual glance and retrieved from his pocket a configuration list he had personally pinned, presenting it to his employer. This list was crafted with the assistance of online aunties on Baidu Zhidao, and it was reputed to be exceedingly high-spec. Moreover, Hao Yunyang had consulted his son regarding the list. After conducting some inquiries, his son informed him that it was barely adequate for current use, suggesting they could upgrade later when finances permitted. Yes, he stood before his boss, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and a slightly portly physique. Hao Yunyang felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, his online companions had provided him with a price list, giving him some measure of reassurance. The boss stroked his chin, squinting at the configuration list, and abruptly turned to Hao Yunyang. "Young man, what on earth do you need such a high-end computer for?" With a calm and composed smile, Hao Yunyang replied, "It's for our boss. I'm merely running errands." The boss responded, then turned to a laptop, opening the calculator and tapping away at the configuration list for a couple of minutes. He then turned back to Hao Yunyang and said, "Young man, if we proceed with this configuration, even with the maximum discount, it will cost 57,000. Just the Corsair memory alone is 7,005, and the CPU exceeds 10,000. 57,000. and it will take at least a week to assemble, as many components are out of stock, and I will need time to procure them. Understood. The computer shop owner nodded, pulling a business card from his inner pocket and presenting it to Hao Yunyang with both hands. My name is Long Chao. Chapter 31. Invitation to the competition. Upon exiting the digital city, Hao Yunyang calculated as he walked. Given the current average of 3 to 4 successful bids daily, with an average income of around 3,000, he had 21,000 in his account. This meant that, under optimal circumstances, he would need 12 more days to reach the target of 57,000, not accounting for additional expenses, if all costs were included. At least 15 days would be necessary, as being completely broke was certainly not feasible. Hey, Hao, wait a moment. As Hao Yunyang descended from the tricycle, he had yet to retrieve his keys to unlock the iron gate when he heard Lu Ming's exclamatory voice from behind. He paused, turning to see Lu Ming, clad in a black trench coat and still wearing his tattered slippers, his eyes wide as he jogged over. "What's the matter?" Hao Yunyang asked with a curious smile. Despite a growing suspicion in his mind, "Are you pretending to be a fool while plotting behind the scenes?" Lu Ming approached, his expression dark as he spoke through clenched teeth. "That Saiwai Feixiong, my idol, how could he have your QQ? He even messaged you." Though Hao Yunyang was momentarily perplexed about who this Saiwai Feixiong was, he felt a slight stirring of interest and replied with a smirk. "Did you use my computer?" Lu Ming, still shaken from his excitement, struggled to find words, realizing he had breached privacy by sneaking in to check the computer while Hao Yunyang was away. "Stop right there." Hao Yunyang, equally bewildered, raised a hand to signal for a pause. "Who are you talking about? Saiwai Feixiong?" Lu Ming glared at him incredulously. "Don't tell me you don't know." Hao Yunyang shrugged, a natural smile on his face. "The issue is, I genuinely don't know. However, are you aware that sneaking into my house to fiddle with my computer is illegal?" "What law?" Lu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "I just wanted to see if you had any good stuff on your computer. If I really wanted to invade your privacy, I could ask my hacker friend to breach your system without you ever knowing. Keep a secret. One must not do anything to be secretive about." Hao Yunyang retorted with an unexpected depth. "But about that Saiwai Feixiong." He suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. "I remember now. What did you recall?" Lu Ming asked, his face tense with curiosity. "This Saiwai Feixiong was added to my contacts the other day without explanation." "We haven't even conversed," Hao Yunyang said, furrowing his brow. "However, you can let this slide this time, but don't do it again. Friends are friends. At least ask before using my computer." While he thought this, he muttered under his breath, "There's nothing worth taking on that old computer of yours. Even if you offered it to me for free, I wouldn't want it." With a scoff, Lu Ming, seemingly dismissing the matter, turned to leave. However, as he did so, Hao Yunyang's smile suddenly froze, and he swiftly opened the heavy iron gate, hastily gathering his belongings upstairs. Could Saiwai Feixiong be the same individual? Hao Yunyang pondered, recalling that just days prior, while working on a project for a logo, he had noticed several participants with the name Saiwai Feixiong, at the time. He hadn't paid much attention, but now, prompted by Lu Ming's comment, it all clicked into place. He knew Lu Ming was involved in logo design on Weka, and Lu Ming had previously mentioned that Saiwai Feixiong was a master designer. Coincidentally, the Saiwai Feixiong who designed logos appeared to be a distinguished freelancer on Task China. What a remarkable coincidence! Lost in thought, he entered his room without changing his shoes, habitually locking the door behind him. After turning on the air conditioning and pouring himself a glass of water, he finally sat down at his computer. As he moved the mouse, the QQ icons flickered, and Hao Yunyang exhaled softly. Moving the cursor over the QQ avatars, he noticed 2 messages, one from a user named Jipin Shuxing with 4 messages, and another from Saiwai Feixiong with 2. The latter read, "I need to pick up my daughter from school. I'll be online promptly at 1 o'clock. Please wait a moment." Following Lu Ming's example, Hao Yunyang glanced at the messages before clicking on Saiwai Feixiong's profile. Indeed, he found the title of designer listed under profession, along with a website link on the personal page. After days of hard work, he instantly recognized it as the website for Task China. Oh, it truly is her. Hao Yunyang chuckled softly, feeling little emotional weight about it. Design is about skill, while Saiwai Feixiong relied on talent. He depended on software. Nevertheless, who could argue that this wasn't a form of skill? Why not reach out to your son and see? He thought. At 1 o'clock, he mentally noted, closing the chat with Saiwai Feixiong and opening the conversation with Jipin Shuxing. Upon reading the 4 messages, his heart raced. The first read, "Dear Mr. Zhu Yuliuxing, greetings." The second stated, "I am the operations director of Task China, and I'm delighted to connect with you." The third message explained, "Our website is currently preparing for a logo design competition, which opens for registration today and officially begins on October 26th. The process will include preliminary rounds, advancing from 32 to 16, then to 8, and finally to the championship. On behalf of Task China, I extend a sincere invitation for you to participate in this competition. It would be our great honor." The fourth noted, "The theme of this competition is to discover more outstanding logo designers and nurture new talent. Of course, you have already proven your qualifications through your skill. The top 32 designers will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan and an increase in profit sharing to 88% for 1 year. With taxes evenly distributed, the top 16 will earn 20,000 yuan, an 88% profit share, and a full tax waiver for a year." What truly made Hao Yunyang's heart race was the Champion's reward. 100% of the profits, with the website waiving all profit shares and covering taxes for 2 years. In other words, he wouldn't have to pay taxes for 2 years. Hao Yunyang inhaled sharply. 50,000 yuan in prize money? Has Task China gone mad? He sat at his computer, contemplating for only a moment before decisively typing a single word into the input box. Good. Such generous terms made participation an absolute necessity. Anything less would be foolishness. Chapter 32. The competition begins. Despite holding the title of deputy director, the daily tasks were often trivial, and during shifts, he would have to endure overnight hours to oversee the website's operations. Naturally, he was one of the key figures responsible for this design competition, making his participation indispensable and critical. Sitting at his computer, Hao Yunyang looked at the simple character he had typed, feeling a weight lift from his chest as he minimized the chat box before rising to enter the general manager's office. "Mr. Wang, Hao Yunyang has confirmed his participation in the competition." The exceptional individual, a young man in his late 20s, possessed strikingly thick eyebrows and large, captivating eyes that rendered him quite handsome, or perhaps one might say, somewhat charming. Upon entering Mr. Wang's office, a smile blossomed on his face, radiating joy. After all, mobilizing the stellar talent known as Zhu Yuliuxing to participate in the competition was one of his responsibilities, and it comprised a significant portion of his duties. How could he not feel elated at accomplishing such a straightforward task? "Oh?" Mr. Wang, who was seated at his desk poring over documents, lifted his head and arched an eyebrow. "Is it an individual entry or a team entry?" This caught the exceptional individual off guard, momentarily rendering him speechless. "I didn't inquire clearly. How are we to proceed?" Mr. Wang cast a disapproving glance at him. His irritation palpable. "I asked this such a trivial matter that you require my guidance on how to handle it." "I will go ask right away." The initial delight he felt upon entering evaporated in an instant. Overall, it was evident that he was still somewhat inexperienced and lacked the requisite sophistication. "Very well," he replied, departing from Mr. Wang's office, taking a moment to glance at the map of China hanging on the wall behind Mr. Wang, now marked with circles and dots, entirely transformed from its original appearance. With a gentle click, the office door closed. Mr. Wang rose from his chair, turned to regard the map, and muttered to himself, "Since you have torn away the faade, do not blame me for lacking mercy. Zhu Yuliuxing, I hope you do not disappoint. At 1247, a striking red name appeared prominently on the participant list for the logo design competition. Zhu Yuliuxing. Merely 3 minutes after its addition, the comments section beneath the participant introduction exploded with lamentations. "Fleeting madness. LZ is insane. Can't you leave a scrap for the rest of us? Her father. Heavens. Zhu Yuliuxing. Why did it only show up after I registered? I protest. Strongly protest. Supporters, rally. Qingdu Trio. Xinggu has entered the fray. This competition is bound to be intriguing. DJJ Junzi. Damn it. I'm withdrawing. Marvelous late crab. Is this a joke? Does Xinggu even need to compete? Just hand him the championship. Me. Fair. With 23 attempts, achieving 100% success rate. Xinggu is a deity. Not a mere mortal. Competing against him is simply self-inflicted torment. Sinister God. Life has always been fraught with helplessness. If Xinggu enters, I will withdraw. Resolutely giving the finger to Task China. To hell with you. Muffled voice of a lurker. Breaking news. Kai Yun Piao Piao Zue Jiangnan has entered the competition, along with over 30 top logo design masters from Task China. like Cai Wai Feixiong and Hua Luqing. This will ignite a fresh round of ranking competition. Who will claim the title of Task China's logo design champion? Stay tuned for our next report. Passionate romantic. Oh my god, so many masters are competing. What a convergence of talents. I wonder if Xinggu can maintain his legend and carve a bloody path through the competition. Windy Young Master. Zhu Yuli X Ing, or rather, Hoynyang's participation has elevated this inaugural logo design competition of Task China to a battleground for top-tier masters. After all, since Zhu Yuli X Ing's emergence, he has gained an illustrious reputation in the online logo design realm, with each of his profound, aesthetically pleasing creations becoming classics for countless novice designers to study and emulate. If Zhu Yuli X Ing's entry has significantly raised the stakes of the competition, then the participation of former record holder Cai Yin Piao Zue Jiangnan, along with Cai Wai Feixiong and other esteemed designers, has unveiled the thrilling tapestry of rivalry for the championship. The presence of these individuals has already generated considerable buzz for this competition even before it commenced, fulfilling a significant portion of Task China's objectives. All logo designers who caught wind of this news, despite their uncertainties, approached the competition with a willingness to try their luck, drawn by the event's allure, which captivated not just designers but other freelancers as well. Most importantly, among them surely lurked employers and representatives from numerous renowned advertising firms, both domestic and potentially international. This was an opportunity to showcase one's capabilities. After all, it was a competition where visibility took precedence over mere rankings. This was a grand event that Task China had meticulously prepared for over 6 months, and it was only after the facade was torn down, with Zhu Yuli X Ing emerging prominently, that the competition was finally unveiled, its potential to delight the shareholders of Task China evident in their broad smiles. Hoynyang sat before his computer, idly browsing finished templates within the software. At precisely 1 o'clock, a crisp notification chimed from the lower right corner of his desktop, signaling a message from Cai Wai Feixiong. With a gentle smile, he hovered his mouse over the chat window. "Apologies for my tardiness," Cai Wai Feixiong wrote. Encountering such a serious-minded individual left Hoynyang in a state of bemused disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, he typed, "Do you need something from me?" Station 2. Hoynyang was puzzled, but comprehended the inquiry. He promptly sent a cheeky smiley face. "Yes, I just registered not long ago." Chuckling to himself, he mused that this girl might have grown bored and sought him out to issue a challenge. He typed away, "Absolutely," accompanied by a string of ellipses. Cai Wai Feixiong, you are the leader of a team, correct? Chapter 33. A gallery of classics. Hey, don't be too hasty in logging off. Hoynyang rapidly typed a string of words. My team isn't so easily joined. Only those with real skill can enter. Seems like you said that, he chuckled to himself. Closing the chat window with Cai Wai Feixiong, lingering in his chair for a moment before murmuring, "Two experts I know nothing about. We shall see." After logging off QQ, Hoynyang donned the guise of Zhu Yuli X Ing and began to roam Task China. For participating in the competition meant he could not neglect his projects. Idleness was not in his nature. He promptly accepted 3 projects and began searching for suitable templates, as his prowess in logo design was unparalleled. Not to say unmatched. Little Bear, what do you think of this competition? In a private channel of YY, 7 individuals were online, and a deep, resonant voice emanated from the computer speakers, exuding an air of authority. One must do their utmost. Mxt Ing leaned back in her chair, gently sipping her tea, however, with Cai Yin Piao Zue Jiangnan and that Zhu Yuli X Ing participating. Alongside you and Zero, I doubt I stand a chance for the top 4. I'll aim for the top 8 instead. As soon as Mxt Ing finished speaking, a light-hearted chuckle resonated from the speakers, imbued with a playful tone. Who would have thought our little bear would show a hint of insecurity? That Cai Yin Piao Zue Jiangnan possesses considerable strength, yet pales in comparison to Zhao Zhenggu. Unless he conjures up some extraordinary creativity. Otherwise, the first place is certainly not his. As for that Zhu Yuli X Ing, Zhao Zhenggu, what's your take? The deep-voiced man, who had spoken earlier, pondered for a moment before replying, I cannot see through him. What do you mean? The other 6 in the channel simultaneously inquired, their tones laden with curiosity, revealing Zhao Zhan's esteemed status among them. This Zhu Yuli X Ing is rather peculiar, Zhao Zhan said, choosing his words carefully, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I have scrutinized his logo works and found that nearly every piece showcases a wholly distinct style, which, as you can understand, is unusual indeed. The individual with a one-character username, 0, concurred, stating, "Once a person's thought process solidifies, it becomes exceedingly challenging to alter. Over 20 existing works, each with unique creative concepts and design styles, none repeating." From this alone, Zhu Yuliang certainly stands out. Yet one cannot deny his formidable skills, a gentle female voice chimed in, laced with admiration. "Indeed, Xiao AI is correct," Zhaozhen added. "These 20-plus works are all masterpieces in their own right. When I refer to peculiar, it pertains to his typography." Typography? The group fell silent in surprise. Zhaozhen's remarks served as a profound lesson for the remaining 6 in the channel, except for 0. The other 5, including MXTing, sighed, their sentiments ambiguous. Whether it was a case of great wisdom appearing foolish or a return to simplicity, it underscored the formidable prowess of Zhu Yuliang. With a smile, Zhaozhen remarked, "If he truly secures first place this time, I believe it will resolve the long-debated question among the 7 of us." To this point, disregarding the astonished expressions of the 6, Zhaozhen inquired, "Little Bear, have you reached out to him as I requested?" "Yes, I have." MXTing replied softly, "From our conversation, he seems quite amiable. It's just a matter of how he is in reality." "Then it seems you have a challenging task ahead of you." Zhaozhen smiled and said, "You are in Shanghai, which is relatively close to him. After this competition concludes, if he secures first place, you should head to Wenzhou to meet him in person and gain a deeper understanding. The final decision will be made after we all discuss it together." "All right," the 6 of them responded in unison. Zhaozhen added, "Maintain your good condition, and try not to act rashly until the creative requirements are announced tomorrow, lest you disrupt your thoughts." Mu Shitong acknowledged, shutting off the channel and exiting YY. She was still clad in that purple silk nightgown as she rose from the small study, or rather, the workspace. Standing on the balcony, she lazily stretched her somewhat stiff body, gazing into the distance. She murmured, "Chasing the moon and shooting stars, can you do it? Why can't I?" Hao Yunyang glanced at Lu Ming, whose face resembled that of someone who had been greased, and with a heartfelt pat on his shoulder, said, "Old Lu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if you can't handle it, why persist in making such a racket?" Luckily, no one got hurt. Looking at the scattered mung beans and the distorted pressure cooker on the floor, Hao Yunyang shook his head. "Honestly, I've never seen anyone cook mung beans by filling the pressure cooker 2/3 full. Do you not realize that mung beans expand and their skins can block the vent?" Nevertheless, even though he was at fault, admitting defeat in front of Hao Yunyang was completely out of the question. Listening to Hao Yunyang's words, Lu Ming pouted, "If you're so capable, why don't you try cooking a pot yourself?" "Not convinced?" Hao Yunyang chuckled at Lu Ming and nodded. "All right, I'll cook a pot just to show you." "The master design competition?" Hao Yunyang's expression suddenly reflected skepticism, but he ultimately refrained from saying anything further and turned to change his clothes. "The master design competition? It couldn't possibly be that task in China, could it?" Hao Yunyang pondered curiously. Chapter 34. The old rogue for the first time. It was truly the first time he donned an outfit valued at over 600 yuan. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized himself from head to toe. A cream-colored, British-style blazer paired with light gray jeans, white sneakers with black trims, and a fresh, cropped hairstyle. Hao Yunyang felt immensely satisfied, simultaneously grasping the meaning behind the saying, "Clothes make the man." Adorning himself well significantly elevated his spirit. Teske. After indulging in self-praise before the mirror, Hao Yunyang approached his writing desk, retrieved a brown leather wallet from the drawer, bulging with 1,000 yuan, and tucked it into his back pocket before turning to leave the room. "Do I really need to tell you?" Lu Ming glanced up at Hao Yunyang and then returned to his tasks. Hao Yunyang chuckled, turning towards the front door. After opening it, he descended the stairs. The market was a 10-minute walk from their residence, and since it was only 2 in the afternoon, with the sun shining warmly, Hao Yunyang decided against hailing a tricycle, instead strolling leisurely with his hands in his front pockets. Come on, don't be shy, order up." At a CAF with a window-side table, a portly man was puffing on a Chinese cigarette, seated on the sofa with a genial smile, addressing the 2 girls sitting across from him. "Order whatever you like. It's not every day we get to meet, so don't skimp on my account, or I won't be pleased." "Mr. Lu is still as generous as ever," Chen Pingping said, her smile charming and her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. Such a seemingly casual remark made Mr. Liu's heart flutter, his smile becoming even more affable, and his already squinty eyes narrowed to mere slits. The thick, dark lashes fluttered slightly as Chen Pingping turned to her bag. Retrieving a box and gently sliding it across the table towards Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, your phone doesn't quite suit your status. While the original is good, it's important to keep things updated. This model is one that Chen Xin and I specially picked out for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Like it? Of course, I do. Mr. Liu beamed as he opened the box, showering praises even before glancing at the phone inside. Little enchantress, as long as it's from you. I love it. Hearty laughter erupted from Chen Pingping, her eyes sparkling as she occasionally cast lingering glances at Mr. Liu, making him feel as though he were basking in honey, sweet and soothing. Although he had numerous lovers outside, none had ever been as adept at charming him as Chen Pingping. More importantly to S, he feigned admiration for the phone while occasionally stealing glances at the quietly observant Zhao Chenxin. He couldn't help but think how delightful it would be to win over both a woman like the enchanting one and another like the demure one. With that thought, Mr. Liu formulated a plan. After praising Chen Pingping for the phone, he casually pulled out a small box from his pocket, pushing it towards Zhao Chenxin instead of handing it to Chen Pingping. This young lady seems a bit too shy. I'm Lu Jikuan. You can call me Mr. Liu or Lu Gu, just like Pingping. This is a small token of our first meeting, so please don't be polite. Oh dear, Mr. Liu. This seems a bit biased. Chen Pingping playfully kicked Zhao Chenxin's shoe under the table, urging her to accept the small box while feigning a pout, only thinking about our Chenxin. Half an hour later, as the dishes were just beginning to arrive, Mr. Liu handed each of Zhao Chenxin and Chen Pingping a business card and, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "It's about time. I have some matters to attend to. How about I treat you both to karaoke at Haojue tonight?" "Sounds great," Chen Pingping replied with a cheerful laugh, while Zhao Chenxin merely smiled and nodded without speaking. "All right, it's settled then," Mr. Liu grinned, settling the bill at the front desk before departing the CAF with a smile that only a man could understand, driving away in a Mercedes 350. "Pingping, tonight?" Zhao Chenxin tightened her grip on the box, gently placing it in front of Chen Pingping, her eyes filled with apology. "Could you return this to him for me? I want to be going at Ha." Zhao Chenxin sighed, shaking her head slightly. "That's not a good idea. If you stand him up tonight, do you think he'll let you off the hook? Standing someone up is a beauty's privilege." Chen Pingping dismissed Zhao Chenxin's concern, flashing her a V sign and teasingly saying, "If he can't have me, he'll be more inclined to spend money. I'm not someone who can be won over with a mere 40 or 50,000, as she spoke. Chen Pingping nudged Zhao Chenxin's arm and nodded towards the window. "Look, that foolish boy has been standing there for quite a while. He can't possibly think he can have a swan. Can he? Zhao Chenxin paused, then turned her head. The moment her gaze met Hao Yunyang's, her heart skipped a beat, as she sensed two words emanating from his eyes: concern and worry. Zhao Chenxin glanced helplessly at Chen Pingping and silently nodded. Regarding her close friend, Zhao Chenxin felt utterly helpless. She had already said everything a year ago, but Chen Pingping seemed to have fallen into a pit of wealth in just 1 year. She transformed from an ordinary migrant worker to a gold-collar figure earning over $1 million annually. With clothes, jewelry, and a car at her disposal, it might be hard to believe, but Chen Pingping actually had a boyfriend, a common assembly worker in an electronics factory, struggling to make ends meet. Yet, this was the truth. "Chen, Miss Xiao, wait a moment." At last, as Zhao Chenxin exited the CAF, Hao Yunyang rushed towards her, disregarding the curious stares of passers-by, calling out urgently, Startled by a man's voice, Zhao Chenxin paused in her tracks, glancing towards the sound to find the hotel worker approaching her, his expression neutral. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. Miss Xiao, standing before the girl who would one day be his wife. Hao Yunyang found himself at a loss for words. The usual suave demeanor vanished, leaving him flustered as he scratched his head. What is it?" Zhao Chenxin asked, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the clumsy young man. Her opinion of him slightly diminished. Hao Yunyang finally steadied his footing, taking a deep breath before uttering a remark that caused Zhao Chenxin to walk away in disgust. "The man who was just sitting with you is a notorious rogue. You mustn't do anything foolish." Watching Zhao Chenxin's retreating figure, Hao Yunyang belatedly realized he had spoken out of turn, but by the time he wished to clarify his words, she had already driven away. Sighing heavily, he muttered, "Girl, I only meant well for you." Chapter 35. Freestyle. Hao Yunyang changed into a pair of cotton slippers, casually placing the mung beans on the table before looking up at Lu Ming and inquiring, "Not heading to the shop? It's closed," Lu Ming replied with a grimace, "waiting to savor your mung bean soup." Ha, you truly are a gem. Hao Yunyang reveled in his newfound expression, taking the pressure cooker from Lu Ming's hands and heading towards the sink. In just under a minute, he washed the mung beans and the newly purchased pressure cooker, added approximately 5 to 6 times the amount of water to the beans, covered it, and set it on the gas stove, igniting the flame before making his exit. Is this really sufficient? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. The cooking utensils were all purchased by a previous roommate, and for Lu Ming, culinary endeavors were evidently an intricate art. Go brew a delightful mung bean soup was an endeavor that required meticulous consideration. Lu Ming was utterly bewildered, and just as Hao Yunyang entered the room and slowly closed the door, Lu Ming suddenly jolted and asked, "Oh, what?" Hao Yunyang poked his head out. "Thank you." A flicker of warmth passed through Hao Yunyang's heart, and a genuine smile graced his face as he sincerely expressed his gratitude, then gently shook his head. "However, I have a few matters to attend to lately, and with some savings in my account, I prefer not to seek employment for the time being." "You're quite the character," Lu Ming jested. "Just how much do you have in your account? Rent is one thing, but your leisure activities and clothing expenditures, do you really have a few thousand left?" "Indeed, I do." Lu Ming was momentarily at a loss, but after a brief pause, he dismissed it and pulled over a stool, sitting there with his eyes fixed on the pressure cooker, lost in thought. That evening, dinner was prepared by Hao Yunyang. A bowl of pickled vegetable soup, a plate of scrambled eggs, and the mung bean soup was heated up to serve as a late-night snack. Though the meal was simple, at least their stomachs were filled. After turning off the television in the living room, Lu Ming stood up, rubbing his belly, and with a sweeping gesture over the leftover remnants on the table, declared, "I'll head into work now. Once I get my bonus, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal." No other place but Jianhui to show off that night, Hao Yunyang did not engage in anything else. After recharging his phone with 500 yuan on Taobao, he dialed his son's number, conversing for half an hour, primarily discussing Zhao Chenxin, what she liked, what she disliked, and so forth. According to Hao Jinhua, this Aunt Chen was called Chen Pingping, who, many years after Hao Yunyang and Zhao Chenxin's marriage, finally found herself a husband. The specifics were vague, but from his description, Hao Yunyang was almost certain that the Aunt Chen his son mentioned was indeed the girl with the wine-red hair. "Aunt Chen has always been kind to me and my mother," Hao Jinhua continued before suddenly pausing, then added, "Oh, what? Father, I remember. Aunt Chen seems to have served time in prison." Initially uncertain, Hao Jinhua quickly adopted a definitive tone. "When I was 5 or 6, I went with you and Mom to visit her in prison. Mom said Aunt Chen was convicted of fraud and sentenced to 11 years. That girl committed fraud?" Hao Yunyang was taken aback, a shiver running down his spine. "Yes, but I don't know the exact details of the case," Hao Jinhua replied, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Aunt Chen passed away 3 years ago in a car accident, and now Mom's memory isn't what it used to be. She can hardly recall those events. Father, considering how good Aunt Chen was to our family, you mustn't stand idly by." "The issue is, how can I intervene?" Hao Yunyang retorted, frustration evident in his voice. "Up until now, I've only met your mother 3 times. Well, do your best." Hao Jinhua hesitated before continuing, "I've seen photos of Aunt Chen from her youth. She was stunning. I can only imagine the kind of treatment someone like her would receive in prison, such as assault. I'll do my best." Hao Yunyang exhaled deeply. "Once I wrap up my current obligations, I'll find a way to get closer to your mother. Only by doing so can I learn more about your Aunt Chen." After ending the call with his son, Hao Yunyang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. After a few deep breaths, he sat down at his computer, opened a web page, and uploaded a logo he had prepared earlier in the afternoon before shutting down the computer. His mind was consumed with 3 words: fraudster. How to rescue her? As he pondered this, he found himself at a loss for any solutions and ultimately drifted off to sleep, eyeing the fleeting moment before slumber. He thought, having served 1 year in prison, she had endured 11. How had she managed to persevere? Concise, aesthetically pleasing, and deeply meaningful. The following morning, Hao Yunyang logged onto the Task China website, and the first thing that caught his eye was the announcement for the logo design competition. The requirements for the competition were straightforward, and 10 renowned experts from the domestic design community were appointed as judges. The selection criteria were simple, merely comprising 8 characters, without restrictions on creative materials or trademark usage, allowing for complete freedom of expression. Freedom of expression, indeed. Hao Yunyang chuckled heartily, glancing at the time of the announcement, published at 6 in the morning. While it was now already 9.3 hours to create a logo, shouldn't be too far-fetched, right? He clicked on the icon, entered the password. I am neither a pig, nor a donkey, nor a dog. Successfully entering the software operation page, he casually selected a logo featuring auspicious clouds as the material, entered the words chasing the moon and meteor, along with their pinyin, chosen the font and color scheme, and clicked confirmed. In no time, a watercolor-styled logo was freshly minted. After submitting his work, Hao Yunyang yawned and stood up from his stool. It was time for breakfast. Chapter 36. Both advanced. The preliminary selection did not require an extensive panel of expert judges, as they simply lacked the time to sift through thousands of logo submissions to select 32 outstanding entries for the semifinals. Additionally, Task China had its own motives for enhancing the website's visibility. In this competition, aside from the 15 guest judges, each holding 8 points of evaluation, the remaining 2 points were allocated to the public votes. This tactic, while somewhat underhanded, garnered fervent responses from participants, rallying friends and acquaintances in droves. Task China experienced an unprecedented surge in daily traffic since its inception, inadvertently boosting its visibility and influence. Despite the dubious nature of the method, the results were extraordinarily effective. By 7:30 that evening, the data was finalized. Amidst the keen anticipation of the public, the 32 top entries were unveiled. Naturally, Hao Yunyang had been eagerly seated at his computer. His heart racing. Refreshing the page, he spotted a prominent banner on the homepage. Announcement of the top 32 contestants in the Logo Design Master Competition. Upon clicking the banner, a new page adorned with colorful flags and festive decorations appeared. As Hao Yunyang's gaze fell upon the list of results, his heart sank. Disbelief widened his eyes as he murmured, "How could this be? First place in the preliminary selection. Colorful clouds drunken in Jiangnan." With a judge's score of 7.86 and public votes totaling 2 points, for a grand total of 9.86 points. Second place, Brilliance, with a judge's score of 7.93 and public votes amounting to 1.86, totaling 9.79 points. Third place, Zero, with a judge's score of 7.93 and public votes totaling 1.85, resulting in 9.78 points. Fourth place, Shade of Blossoms, with a judge's score of 7.84 and public votes amounting to 1.94, for a total of 9.78 points. Fifth place, Flying Bear Beyond the Frontier, with a judge's score of 7.85 and public votes totaling 1.83, culminating in 9.68 points. Sixth place, Asking the Heavens, with a judge's score of 7.80 and public votes totaling 1.76, for a total of 9.56 points. As he scrolled down, Hao Yunyang's expression grew increasingly grim. From first place downwards, 9th, 15th, 23rd. Damn it, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration. There it was, glaringly apparent, 31st place. Chasing the Moon and Meteor, with a judge's score of 7.99 and public votes of 0.49, totaling 8.48 points. Hao Yunyang's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, for the scoring system in this master design competition was cumulative. This meant that, having secured the first place with a score of 1.38 points, even if Hao Yunyang were to miraculously advance to the semifinals, he would still need to gradually close this 38-point gap in the subsequent rounds. In other words, he had to maintain his position at the top in every match, and additionally establish a significant point difference from his competitors. Otherwise, even if he were to finish first in every subsequent contest, the disparity in total scores would still cause him to miss out on the championship title. Aha! I made it! Just as Hao Yunyang sat in front of his computer, speechless and cursing himself for not campaigning harder for votes. A sudden scream from Lu Ming's room next door startled him greatly. Here it comes, Hao Yunyang replied. Yet a wave of disbelief washed over him. Had he really advanced? A prize of 10,000 yuan? Could it be? His gaze fell upon the list of names published on the webpage. Due to the significant gap created by the voting scores, and since there was also a display of the logos submitted by the advancing contestants beside the list, Hao Yunyang could only see 2 rankings on his relatively small laptop screen. Thus, he could only observe the competitor ranked just below him, a participant named Xieshun, whose logo, crafted from the motif of a water droplet, scored 6.8 points from the judges, and 1.4 points from votes, totaling 8.2 points. The most eye-catching aspect of this logo was the inscription, which resembled a person's real name. And this seemingly genuine name was Lu Ming. What incredible luck! Seeing Lu Ming's logo receiving a mere 1.4 in votes made Hao Yunyang's heart feel a twinge of bitterness. 6.8 points from the judges could still qualify for advancement. This was the first time Hao Yunyang truly recognized the power of connections and influence, planting a seed that would soon sprout and grow along his path ahead. Hurry up! It's not like I'm asking you to treat us. I'm picking up the tab tonight, Lu Ming shouted excitedly from outside. His delight unrestrained, a true display of his character. Coming, Hao Yunyang replied, massaging his temples as he closed the webpage and shut his laptop. He then rose from his seat, feeling a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, it was merely the preliminary selection that involved voting scores. As long as he performed well in the upcoming competitions, the coveted champion seat was not entirely beyond his reach. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Ming standing there, winking at him with unabashed excitement, rubbing his hands together. You have no idea. I strained my hands campaigning for votes today, and the 10,000 yuan is secondary. I am not short of that amount. So what's the crux of the matter? Hao Yunyang's mood shifted slightly, though he concealed any unusual reactions as he bent down to put on his shoes, casually inquiring. The key point is, do you know who is ranked just ahead of me, the one who is only a fraction of a point above? Lu Ming chuckled with glee, rubbing his hands together. It's that bastard who wasted an entire night of my efforts last time. He actually found his way to the bottom with me. Haha, what a relief. Truly satisfying. Indeed, Hao Yunyang replied with a downcast expression, half-heartedly echoing, very satisfying. Chapter 37. No one but me. This chasing moon meteor is far too self-assured. Mu Shitong logged into the YY channel, and upon entering, she immediately heard the outraged voice of a girl with the username Xiao AI. Who does he think he is? To be so arrogant at this stage of the preliminary selection. He indeed possesses the capability to be that arrogant, a calm voice interjected, belonging to Ling, who continued, with a judge's score of 799 points, though he ranks 31st. Who would dare underestimate him? Ling's assertion was accurate. The deep voice of Zhao Zhan, who went by the name of Cui Can, echoed from the speaker, tinged with admiration. His cloud and auspiciousness logo is undeniably flawless. However, according to the information I have, there are certain discrepancies in that 7.99 score. What do you mean? Mu Shitong, who had just logged in, asked impulsively. Immediately, she felt she had rushed the question, furrowing her brow slightly but offering no further explanation. Yet, as each participant took a glance at the chasing moon meteor's judge score, the stark contrast in their feelings was not mitigated by the joy of placing high in the rankings. Rather, it intensified. They all had their own channels through which they could secure sufficiently high scores for their works, but the disparity lay not in the scores themselves, but in their approaches. Chasing Moon Meteor had not even campaigned for votes yet managed to smoothly secure a place among the top 32, while the rest of them had all tirelessly sought votes immediately after completing their works. The jarring contrast left these 7 elite figures in the logo design world feeling somewhat at a loss, especially after witnessing the 7.99 points scored by Chasing Moon Meteor, which was the highest among the judges, making their sentiments even more pronounced. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Zhan's words, everyone became fully alert, eager to inquire further. As Mu Shitong's question faded, a barrage of inquiries followed. So, you mean to say? Mu Shitong quickly grasped the implication, continuing Zhao Zhan's thought. Is this a smokescreen deliberately set by Task China? If what Brother Zhao says is correct, the voice of Hua Lu Chung Yin, who possessed a mature tone, echoed with a unique charm. This competition has already deemed Chasing Moon Meteor as a pivotal character from the outset. Otherwise, Task China would not have meddled in such matters. And what about Songyan Piao Piao Zue Jiangnan? Mu Shitong hesitated for a moment before asking, Isn't he currently in first place? Heh, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, a younger voice chimed in. Time has changed. Songyun Piao Piao Zue Jiangnan has become a thing of the past. This preliminary selection is merely his final peak before his decline. Did you not see his judge score? If all goes as expected, Task China has likely had a hand in this. They seek to create a deity. Create a deity? Xiao AI inquired, perplexed. How so? No one but me, Mu Shitong inhaled slowly, speaking with deliberation. Indeed, no one but me. Zhao Zhan nodded gravely. Initially, We aimed to form a team that would dominate the logo design and related industries. As long as we were involved in a project, there would be no possibility of others winning the bid. Yet, years have passed, and we remain entangled in the debate over who should lead it. So, Brother Zhao, are you implying? Ling asked with a light chuckle. This unexpected turn of events in the preliminary selection has widened the gap between chasing Moon Meteor and us by over a point. Zhaozhen took a deep breath, continuing, there are still 4 matches to go, which will undoubtedly attract countless eyes both domestically and internationally. Hence, Task China would not dare interfere with the actual results in these next 4 competitions. If Zhaozhen paused momentarily before continuing, if Chasing Moon Meteor can surpass us in the upcoming 4 competitions and seize the championship title, I will concede, so will I. Xiao Ai promptly expressed her stance. I have no objections, Ling added with a smile. I suppose I can agree, as long as their skills surpass mine. Xiang Tianwen remarked with a chuckle. I'm fine with it. Mu Shitong stated calmly. Then it's settled, Hua Lu Qingyin said with a light laugh. Now that you've all made your decisions, does my opinion still hold weight? The last speaker, known as Bing Air, said softly, her voice gentle, akin to a warm spring breeze. Then it shall be decided. Zhaozhen announced, tomorrow is the 32 advancing to 16. Let us all retire for the night. I need to go watch cartoons with my daughter. Heh, Brother Zhao, it must be quite a challenge to raise a daughter alone. Ling remarked with a smile. Her mother passed away early. Sigh, Zhaozhen sighed, offering no further elaboration as he logged off. On this seemingly ordinary night, members of the most elite group in the logo design industry, who had existed online for years, reached a consensus under the strong encouragement of their leader, Zhao Zhan. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Hao Yunyang, was sitting face-to-face with Lu Ming, one hand clutching 3 skewers of lamb, the other gripping a bottle of beer. His face flushed as he belched, shaking the bottle. Come on, hick, let us toast. Chapter 38. It's you. The creative requirements for the 32 advancing to 16 were announced at 6 o'clock that morning. When Hao Yunyang lifted his heavy head from the bed, the day had already brightened considerably, meaning the sun was practically shining on his backside. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the second landlord sleeping in the adjacent room, had just risen as well. Grabbing his phone to check the time, he wished he could sleep longer but had no choice but to grit his teeth and get out of bed. Rubbing his nose while leaning against the headboard, he called out hoarsely, Hey, are you up yet? Are you still drunk? Upon observing that there had been no activity from Hao Yunyang for quite some time, Lu Ming couldn't help but break into a smug grin. Although he was massaging his temples in an effort to rouse himself, his boastful demeanor remained unabated. Ha ha. Look at you bragging. It has only been 16 bottles down for both of you. Do you even know what a true expert is? Now that's what I call a master. Wow. What? A logo competition. When it comes to real competition, who knows where you could end up? Not only is it a waste of time and energy, but there is no benefit to be gained. Only a fool would partake. Where do you think Lu Ming got all those votes yesterday? That rascal simply copied the voting link and plastered it across various groups and forums, promoting it far and wide. He cleverly avoided asking for votes, instead adding a line before the link stating that each click counted as a valid vote, since no registration was required. And that line read, 73-year-old beastly grandfather caught on tape with a 12-year-old girl, intended as a threat, but unexpectedly leaked. Click for details. And right below it was his voting link. Lu Ming went to the shop to oversee the business and play a few rounds of mahjong, casually boasting with his fellow players, while time slipped by swiftly. Meanwhile, time seemed to fly even faster for Hao Yunyang. Upon awakening, oh my goodness, it's 5:20, groggy from sleep. He reached for his phone and was jolted awake by the time displayed. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt out of bed, disregarding the need for clothing, and rushed to his computer, anxiously waiting for it to boot up at the same time. The comment section beneath his competition profile had erupted into chaos. The reason was simple. Once each contestant clicked to accept the task, it would be displayed on the page, and the contestants would receive the requirements for the logo creation. Floating madness. I was counting on you, Xinggu, to claim the championship and reign supreme. What happened to you all of a sudden? Did you give up? Magical river crab? Coward. Here is a middle finger for you. Scarecrow, everyone, stop waiting. He has already given up. TH, what kind of person is this? Fuyang Orange brother. Rise up, you must rise up. Absolutely cannot back down. I have Viagra for sale. Want me to send you a pill? 120, American goods, contact information. What on earth is going on? With a forceful slap on the table, the teacup rattled with the impact, sending ripples across the previously calm surface, mirroring the turmoil in Wang's heart. Wang, why don't we just support someone else? As the clock ticked to 5:25, Vice President Yang Jisheng was filled with anxiety, unable to refrain from voicing, "This chasing moon meteor is being too arrogant." Support someone else? Wang's expression darkened instantly. As he pivoted his laptop to face Yang Jisheng, his countenance dripping with frustration. "Take a look for yourself." Yang hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, glancing at the screen displaying the current scores, his face shifting dramatically. How did he rise up? Is there anything odd about that? Wang inhaled deeply, his voice low and grave. Over the past few years, how many traps has he laid for us? I knew he wouldn't be content to stay silent this time, but with this chasing moon meteor around, I feel a bit more at ease. If he takes first place this time, what do you think he will do? Refuse to sign the contract. Yang Jisheng pondered for a moment, a chill running down his spine as he looked up. He would slap us with a resounding blow, correct? Wang squinted slightly. In 3 minutes. If this chasing moon meteor does not make a move. What? Yang Jisheng quickly inquired. Just call him. Do I really need to teach you this? Wang exclaimed in exasperation, leaving Yang, who had no shares in the company, to leave the office with a bitter smile, his brow furrowing deeply. 32 minutes remaining. With the computer successfully logged in, Hao Yunyang took a deep breath and quickly navigated to his personal page. Not bothering to examine the comments that might inflate his ego, he clicked on the option to participate, and the screen dimmed, revealing a bright dialog box displaying the requirements for him to advance from 32 to 16. It must be timely. After a cursory glance at the creation requirements, he immediately minimized the webpage and clicked on the silly icon, entering his password while muttering to himself, "Drinking leads to mistakes? Drinking leads to mistakes." The material requirement stipulated that he use the letter H, allowing for transformation or representation in the form of characters, plants, or animals. Jojo Heavy Industries. Hao Yunyang repeated these 4 words, suddenly spotting a logo template that sparked a lightbulb moment, slapping his thigh. This is it. Chapter 39. The Standard Prodigal. Yang Jisheng's mind was filled with resentment for a simple reason. After a whole day had passed, could he really not figure out how to call that guy? The problem was, the call had been made long ago, and it had been inoperable ever since, with no way to reach him. What was the point of calling some random number? Just as Yang was about to dial the number he had memorized after countless attempts, a male employee's voice rang out in the office. Chasing Moon Meteor has accepted the task. Accepted. Yang Jisheng was momentarily stunned, then elated, glancing at the time above. Only half an hour left. That's barely enough time to sketch an outline. Logically speaking, creating a logo isn't a monumental task, but crafting a quality one is exceedingly challenging. Half an hour? Yang Jisheng slumped against his desk, sighing. Unless you are truly a genius, Dio, you think chasing Moon Meteor still stands a chance of completing it? The observers keeping tabs on Hao Yunyang were not limited to the task website. Just 3 minutes after Hao accepted the task, Mu Shitong, who had spent 8 hours on his own creation, logged on to YY.as. Soon as he came online, he was met with Xiao AI's inquiry, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "What's up? Sister Xiong, you're here." Upon seeing Mu Shitong online, Xiao AI greeted him hurriedly, then without waiting for the other two to speak, continued, "Haven't you checked the second station? What is going on with that chasing moon meteor?" "Oh, you're teasing your sister again." Mu Shitong laughed and scolded. "Spill it. What is the fuss about chasing moon meteor?" "Well, I don't know if he's foolish or overly arrogant." Xiao AI explained. "Did you hear? He just accepted the task. The requirements for this task aren't public. You can only find out after clicking to participate. Now he has only a little over half an hour left. I'm guessing whether he can complete it or not." "Half an hour? A little more?" Mu Shitong was astonished, and his voice involuntarily rose. "You mean he just went to accept the task and start creating?" "That seems to be the case." Xiao AI pondered for a moment before responding. "Though the creation requirements differ, they are all randomly assigned. Besides, once you click to participate, you get the requirements, so there's no chance for anyone to leak the topic early. Given chasing Moon Meteor's prowess, he wouldn't need to resort to such tactics, hence, so he accepted the task just over 10 minutes ago, and now he has 21 minutes left to create." At that moment, Zhaozhen also came online smiling. "Have you all completed your tasks?" "Yes, Zhaozhen Gu," Xiao AI greeted him, while Mu Shitong remained lost in thought, pondering whether chasing Moon Meteor could pull it off. For some reason, her emotions were in disarray. Although she had issued a challenge to Hao Yunyang before the competition began, now that it seemed he might forfeit, by the rules, she would technically be the winner. Yet she felt no joy at all, an odd sensation indeed. Zhao Zhengo, what were your creation requirements today? Zero, who had been online all along, inquired. A flower, using peonies as the material for beautification, Zhao Zhen replied. His voice still magnetic, with a hint of hoarseness. But I logged on quite late. I just finished. What about you? I had to create a logo for a pet shop using a dog, Xiao AI chimed in with a grin. It took me 6 hours, but it turned out beautifully. Advancing to the top 16 should be a breeze for all of us. Zhao Zhen remained silent for a moment before adding, but what about that chasing Moon Meteor? Sigh, if he gets eliminated before reaching the top 16, is there still a chance? Xiao AI said nothing, and Mu Shitong merely sat quietly in contemplation. After all, she did not wish for their leading figure to be an arrogant sheep. Even if he possessed exceptional creative talent, in the serene silence, an unusual undertone lingered. It simply would not do. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhen softly remarked, we cannot allow our matters to languish any longer. Let us regard the final outcome of this competition as the standard. Whoever claims first place shall be our leader. Could it be that chasing the Moon Meteor had no chance whatsoever? Xiao AI could not help but interject, let us not forget that during his second attempt, he completed 8 logos in a remarkably short span of time. Even if he succeeded, Zhao Zhen chuckled softly. His voice tinged with melancholy, a hastily produced work in half an hour. How refined do you think it could possibly be? Xiao AI fell silent, realizing Zhao Zhen's words rang true. Even if chasing the Moon Meteor indeed submitted his logos within 30 minutes. What would that signify? 30 minutes. Logos are not mere haphazard scrawls. To shine in the eyes of those 10 judges, could a 30-minute creation truly suffice? I shall contact Wenda and Chang'in to gauge their opinions. Zhao Zhen suggested, if they have no objections to this process, let us make our decision based on the final results of the competition. Time could not be allowed to drag on any further. Ling, who had narrowly missed the selection by a mere 0.01 points during the preliminary rounds, quietly expressed her agreement with Zhao Zhen's approach. Yet, simultaneously, a fleeting sense of confusion hovered in her mind. Elusive to grasp upon deeper reflection. Very well, I shall step outside and make the call. Zhao Zhen smiled before either disappearing or logging off in just over half an hour, to anyone's eyes. The meteoric rise of chasing the moon had already met with defeat, as Zhao Zhen and the others had anticipated. A work produced in haste could hardly garner high scores from the judges. A lack of high scores would likely result in chasing the Moon Meteor's elimination. Even if he miraculously squeezed into the top 16, how many points would he fall behind after this round? After the top 16, only 3 rounds remained. Would chasing the Moon Meteor still have a chance at victory? This question loomed over everyone, a question mark hanging in the air. Had it not been for chasing the Moon Meteor's previously demonstrated prowess, perhaps all would have erased the question mark and replaced it with a definitive period. Meanwhile, as the outside world buzzed with speculation about whether Hao Yunyang could complete his creation and advance thereafter, he sat before his computer, typing Jiuzhou Heavy Industries into the input box, scrolling through the software's interface in search of a fitting font. Heavy Industries, he mused, must be presented in a dark golden hue to convey its grandeur, complementing the template logo. Hao Yunyang fixated on the screen, muttering to himself, such a dignified logo ought to be paired with a more whimsical font, or perhaps a more conventional one. Alas, there was little choice in the matter, for the software had installed thousands of fonts on his computer. Sometimes, selecting a font became a daunting task. He found himself enamored with one, then another, only to realize they were all quite splendid. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 5:51. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and clicked the mouse, realizing time was of the essence. Since he could not make a decision, he resolved to create several font variations, leaving the dilemma for the judges to ponder, such as the quintessential folly of the prodigal. Chapter 40. What is shocking at 5:58, 9 font versions of the logo were successfully completed. Hao Yunyang uploaded the creations to the website, feeling rather ambivalent. He simply noted that the logo's cauldron bore a resemblance to an H shape, with Jiuzhou aptly positioned in the center. Having resolved the logo, he rose to don his shoes. For tonight he intended to forsake ramen in favor of a well-deserved treat. Indeed, He had yet to experience the taste of steak. BY 615. All 32 shortlisted contestants had submitted their logo designs. Although many were surprised by Chasing the Moon Meteor's last-minute submission, it was merely a fleeting astonishment. No one believed that a mere 30 minutes could yield a commendable creation. From 6:15 to 6:75, the judges had 60 minutes to score the works. All but Hao Yunyang, the confident rulebender, remained glued to their screens, as if awaiting a fateful judgment. The work, titled Colorful Clouds Drifting Over Jiangnan, depicted a woman in an apron rolling dough, resonating with the brand S image and possessing a certain aesthetic appeal. Scoring 9.70 points. One judge completed the final checks and calculations, looking up to address the girl. Colorful clouds, she repeated while recording her notes. Each piece was reviewed, opinions exchanged, and scores calculated by eliminating the highest and lowest scores, ultimately arriving at a final tally. The hour-long evaluation passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 50 minutes had elapsed. The 10 judges exchanged glances and smiled, simultaneously clicking their mice, only to find that the last submission, Hao Yunyang's logo, had arisen at the 11th hour. Upon seeing Hao Yunyang's logo, the 10 judges were momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at the screen, scrolling down, they discovered not one, but 9 logos, identical save for the differing fonts. The judges exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of how to proceed. Each contestant could submit only one logo for consideration. It was improbable that 9 nearly identical logos could be selected simultaneously. Yet the dilemma persisted. Whether it was the dark golden bronze cauldron viewed from a 45-degree angle or the words Jojo Heavy Industries below, all 9 logos exuded an extraordinary harmony. How to choose but one from this collection? A middle-aged man in his 40s gazed at the logos on the screen, sighing softly. 9 fonts, each evoking a different essence, elegant and flowing, mature and steady, full of vitality. What are your thoughts? Jojo Heavy Industries, suggested a female judge. I believe a mature and steady representation is most suited to the corporate image. I contend that the mere presence of Jojo Heavy Industries establishes its corporate identity. Yet it must also embody a sense of agility. Thus, I believe the 4th logo is the optimal choice, countered another judge, articulating her considerations. Let us vote by show of hands, proposed the judge seated in the first position on the left. Those in favor of the first design, please raise your hands. He lifted his hand, while the remaining 9 judges remained unmoved. And for the second design, a judge hesitated briefly before raising his hand. But it was a solitary gesture. Soon, the responsibility of decision-making fell upon the final judge, as the previous 9 had each selected a different logo, resulting in a tie. All eyes turned to him. Well, I think. The final judge felt the weight of pressure mount, scrolling back and forth to examine the logos multiple times, before stammering, all 9 logos are truly excellent, so it's up to you. I abstain. Thus, the debate reignited. Time flew by, and over 10 minutes had passed, exceeding the evaluation period. I in the office, awaiting the results, General Manager Wang knocked on the judge's chamber door. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of heated discussion, prompting a look of confusion as he turned to the recording clerk, asking, "What's going on? Is it not finished yet?" The girl replied with a wry smile, "They are still deliberating." Chasing the Moon Meteor submitted 9 logos with identical designs, and the judges have been trying to select one as the standard for evaluation. It has been over 10 minutes without resolution. Perhaps we should draw lots? General Manager Wang pondered, secretly amused by the eccentricity of Chasing the Moon Meteor. All right, the judges, having debated for quite some time, nodded in agreement. Wang hastily procured a sheet of paper and wrote the numbers 1 through 9, only to look up in surprise to find that the 10 judges had encircled him. Who will draw lots? Wang asked, somewhat sheepishly. I will. I will me. Thus, the temporary judges' chamber devolved into chaos once more, as the 10 originally composed judges cast aside their dignified personas, eager to champion their favored designs. Ultimately, the probability of the final choice aligning with their desires stood at a mere 80%. But did that truly matter? And now, it is already 7:25, 5 minutes past the originally scheduled time for the announcement of results at 7:20. After a series of tumultuous events, Mr. Wang finally began to regain his senses and hurriedly suggested, "Let us draw lots. Numbers 1 to 10. Whoever draws number 5 will have the right to choose." Very well, the panel of judges readily agreed, yet they soon became entangled in the dilemma of who should draw first, a sight that caused Mr. Wang considerable distress. How the final results would be determined remained uncertain. Chapter 41. Quite impressive under the dim glow of the streetlights, Hao Yunyang ambled along, clutching his stomach, though he was tempted to stick a finger down his throat to alleviate his discomfort. The bustling pedestrians around him made him reluctant to do so. Thus, he bore the awkward sensation of beef wedged between his teeth, maintaining a steady stride towards his residence. Hao Yunyang's abode was nearly a 40-minute journey from the main commercial district of Lusher, requiring him to navigate 3 traffic lights and cross 2 bridges before arriving at the streets where the commercial hub lay. A medium-rare steak and a glass of an unbranded red wine cost him 98 yuan, not exorbitantly priced, yet not particularly cheap either. Nevertheless, the flavor was indeed delightful. The only slight disappointment was that he had absent-mindedly poured a third of the pepper onto his plate before realizing it, intending to add more. But the incredulous gaze of the nearby waiter deterred him from proceeding. In truth, Hao Yunyang exhibited impeccable manners while dining on Western cuisine. His actions and etiquette were nearly flawless. Although he had never tasted steak during his time working at a Western restaurant, he had received formal training, leading him to reflect that the experience of watching others eat steak while standing was entirely different from that of sitting down and being observed while eating it himself. Contemplating his past job and the subsequent series of events, Hao Yunyang felt a twinge of sentimentality. Lu Lisin, oh Lu Lisin, it is uncertain whether to be angry with you or to express my gratitude. It is you who inadvertently altered the course of my life. Donning a pair of brown sneakers, Hao Yunyang kicked an empty Wang Laojikan aside and paused to gaze up at the sky. Squinting as if lost in thought, slowly, it reached 8:40. Just as he passed through a relatively quiet street, he faintly heard a girl's voice from the other end, tinged with a hint of anxiety and fear. Perhaps she had encountered a robber or a hero coming to her rescue? The phrase hero saving the damsel suddenly popped into his mind, only to be dismissed with a chuckle and a shake of his head. Whether or not he would dare to play the hero was one matter. Given his physical condition, it seemed rather improbable. Hearing was serendipity, so he decided to give her a call. After shrugging and taking a couple of steps forward, he heard the girl scream again. Hao Yunyang pulled out his phone and pressed the emergency number 110. What are you looking at? Just as he was about to dial, a young man's brash voice echoed through the street. Get out of the way. Do you know what this woman is? She is a fraud, a con artist. If you don't step aside, we might just have to break a few bones. Very arrogant, very brazen. I'm not lying. The surrounded girl protested loudly, but it seemed the shocking scene had left her almost speechless. As she could only repeat, I'm really not a fraud, who would admit to being a fraud in public? Hao Yunyang scoffed, losing interest in eavesdropping on the commotion. However, as he raised his hand to stop a tricycle passing before him, his body suddenly stiffened. With a whoosh, a look of panic crossed Hao Yunyang's face as he stood there, nearly at a loss, glancing around anxiously. Ultimately, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and, using the nail clipper attached, tore a hole in his newly purchased jeans. He spat twice into his palm and rubbed it through his tousled hair, transforming the neatly styled look he had before leaving into a disheveled mess. What was he trying to do? I'm not lying. The girl's face turned pale with fear, her body trembling violently, as if she hadn't heard the thug's question at all. And she continued to whimper those same words. Oh, still trying to play dumb with me? The thug sneered, spitting on the ground at his feet, and suddenly yanked the girl's hair, grinning. You are quite pretty. But it's a shame to see you here swindling. Aren't you just after some money? How about you spend the night with me, and I'll give you 200. What do you say? The girl, clad in a black cotton jacket and slightly loose light blue jeans, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, appeared teary-eyed under the dim lights, unsure of how to respond. If you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement. The thug, seemingly accustomed to such situations, spoke nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. No, I can't. The girl shook her head instinctively, clearly petrified. This girl? Alas, what a shame for someone so young to be caught in such a predicament. An elderly woman with graying hair, who had witnessed the entire scene, could not help but sigh at this point. Feeling an authority over the matter, upon hearing the woman's words, the young man displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he smiled brightly. Thanks. The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback. How could someone thank her after being insulted? Swallowing hard, Hao Yunyang raised his head, puffed out his chest, his mind either clear or utterly blank. Yet, this pose appeared quite impressive in the eyes of others. Observing this scene, many bystanders silently gave Hao Yunyang a thumbs up. Setting aside whether the girl was indeed a fraud, the mere act of him stepping forward showed remarkable courage. Chapter 42. Making a run for it, kid. Which gang do you belong to? Hao Yunyang stood there defiantly, neither speaking nor advancing, scanning the group from head to toe. His trendy pants and distinctive hairstyle were unmistakably not the traits of a respectable person, causing the thug who had previously grabbed the girl's hair to feel a pang of anxiety. After all, they were not accustomed to this street. Had they stirred up trouble with the local toughs? Do you know where you are? Hao Yunyang felt a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not show any signs of weakness. He merely forced himself to glance at the thug, trying to maintain an appearance of confidence despite feeling internally shaky. Speaking Mandarin, Hao Yunyang opened his mouth again, and his slightly Sichuan-accented Mandarin immediately caught the thug's attention. Squinting at Hao Yunyang, the thug asked, "You're from out of town?" "Oh no." Hao Yunyang's heart sank. It was a grave concern. Though Lushur had a larger population of outsiders than locals, the thugs on the streets were predominantly local youths. It was nearly impossible for newcomers to establish a foothold in this precious territory. With his scalp tingling, he stood firm, smiling silently. "Whose gang are you with?" the thug persisted. "This woman has stirred up trouble today, and we're just here for a paycheck. The employer is waiting outside. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, understand? This woman is under my brother's protection." Hao Yunyang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he adopted a firm stance and stepped forward. "I advise you to think twice before taking action. Don't cause trouble for your big brothers over a small sum. You're just asking for trouble, aren't you?" In the midst of the crowd, though the thugs felt a sense of unease, they did not act recklessly. The one in the center, seemingly the leader, stood firm, while the other five glared menacingly without uttering a word. "You're not from this street." Hao Yunyang recalled something Lu Ming had said during their drinking session about how each district in Lushur had its own gangsters loitering around. Though they didn't collect protection fees, they frequently congregated in these areas, marking their territory. Realizing this, Hao Yunyang cautiously inquired, "Which gang are you with? What business is it of yours where we're from?" After a lengthy exchange, the thugs could no longer hold back. A thug with long hair obscuring his face spat angrily, "Wise up and get lost before you bring trouble upon yourself. Do you believe I could make a call right now, and people from this street would come running?" With newfound confidence, Hao Yunyang declared defiantly, "You've crossed the line. You're breaking the rules. If you get hurt, your big brothers won't be able to help you. Damn it, are you still going on about this?" Perhaps Hao Yunyang's words struck a nerve, as a short-haired youth cursed angrily, rolling up his sleeves and spitting on the ground. "Do you think I want to just take you down right now? Is it Lu Jikuan who sent you?" Hao Yunyang suddenly asked. "How do you know?" The thugs exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Taking advantage of the moment when the six individuals were momentarily stunned, Hao Yunyang's heart raced with urgency. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward, grasped the bewildered Zhao Qinshin, and turned to flee. The sudden turn of events left the six ruffians dumbfounded as they watched Hao Yunyang, dragging Zhao Qinshin, stumble through the crowd. The leader of the ruffians could not contain his anger and shouted, "After them!" The onlookers instinctively recoiled as the six thugs pushed their way through the throng. By the time they reached the corner of the street, Hao Yunyang and Zhao Qinshin had already vanished from sight. "Damn it, let me not see you again." As they emerged onto the main road, where taxis and tricycles were plentiful, the six stood at the roadside, their faces darkened with frustration, having lost their prey. "Should we go pay a visit to that Lu fellow?" One of the young men, sleeves rolled up and hands on his hips, inquired, exchanging glances with the others. "That old man is waiting over there," the one referred to as Mousy spat dismissively, gesturing with his chin. Following his gaze, the others spotted a silver-gray BMW parked across the street. "I heard that woman and another one swindled him out of over 100,000, Mousy continued. "Isn't that Lu guy the one who lost 200,000 to a woman recently?" The long-haired youth remarked sarcastically, "With all this trouble, we can't report it, so we might as well take some money to vent our frustrations. Without these incidents, how would we manage our lives?" Mousy sneered. "You all wait here for a moment. I'll go greet him, no need to inform the big brother. This is a private matter." The others nodded in understanding, and Mousy dropped his sleeves, striding toward the BMW. "What was that kid's background?" After Mousy left, the short-haired youth lit a cigarette and asked. His accent sounded like he was from Sichuan. Keep a low profile and pay attention. Once we find him, we'll teach him a lesson." The long-haired youth mused, "This is a private matter. If it reaches the big brother, it won't be good for us. Right?" The other four nodded in agreement. Although they couldn't resolve the issue openly, they could certainly handle it discreetly. Where did he go? Lu Jikuan sat in the driver's seat, smoking and exhaling rings of smoke, as Mauzi opened the car door and took a seat beside him. Lu Jikuan frowned and asked, "He's a man of means. So many matters can't be brought into the light. If I did, not only would my reputation be at stake, but my family would also be in jeopardy. Therefore, in many cases, when issues arise, I prefer to spend a little money rather than alert the authorities, as the consequences would be beyond my capacity to bear." Mauzi's crew was often employed by him precisely for this reason. Handling matters privately, bypassing the oversight of their higher-ups, reduced both the impact and the costs involved. Lu Jikuan was aware of Chen Pingping's workplace. He could easily arrange for someone to wait outside her office to resolve the situation. However, that would complicate matters further, so he chose to remain silent and wait. Losing over 100,000 without even having touched the target was a bitter pill for Lu Jikuan to swallow. It was not merely about the money. It was the humiliation of being deceived. As someone of stature, being thoroughly played by two attractive women was an indignity he could not endure. Thus, upon spotting Zhao Qinxin in a tricycle after leaving the hotel, he followed her while making a call to Mauzi, ultimately cornering Zhao Qinxin on this sparsely populated street, intending to use her as leverage to draw Chen Pingping and unleash his frustrations. Counting on her not to raise an alarm, if he could resolve the matter with Zhao Qinxin in tow. Lu Jikuan had even planned the subsequent steps, hoping to bury the incident. But he was taken aback when Mauzi arrived empty-handed. This visibly darkened Lu Jikuan's expression and stiffened his tone. "Mr. Lu, here's your money." Mauzi sat in the passenger seat, pulling out a stack of cash from his back pocket and placing it gently before Lu Jikuan. "Since the job wasn't completed, the rule is double. Here's 3,000. Where is he?" Lu Jikuan didn't even glance at the 3,000, inhaling deeply from his cigarette before inquiring, "Where is he now?" "He got away," Mauzi replied softly, aware that in the eyes of wealthy individuals like Lu Jikuan, he was merely a pawn. While he could not afford to offend Lu Jikuan, he would not grovel either. As pride was at stake, "He got away?" Lu Jikuan's expression darkened. "How did that happen?" "A streetwise individual helped him escape," Mauzi said, glancing at Lu Jikuan. "This matter is not over yet. I'll inform you once I have results." "Understood." Lu Jikuan exhaled a cloud of smoke and waved his hand dismissively. Mauzi nodded and exited the vehicle, watching as Lu Jikuan drove away from his view. "Mauzi, what did Lu say?" Once the BMW had departed, the 5 young ruffians gathered around Mauzi, inquiring. He lost a portion of his money. "This matter is not settled yet." Mauzi accepted the cigarette from the short-haired youth, lighting it and squinting. "From now on, keep a close watch. If you see him, call me immediately." "Was it that man or the woman?" the long-haired youth asked. Unless someone is foolish enough to have substantial backing, it's rare for a ruffian to overstep boundaries. Remember, the police are not under our control, and escalating the situation benefits no one. "Did he leave?" "He must have." "Did he truly leave?" "I doubt. I'll go check." In a narrow alley just a short distance from the street, Hao Yunyang and Zhao Qinxin had concealed themselves for nearly 15 minutes. After a brief exchange, emboldened, Hao Yunyang cautiously approached the alley's entrance, peering out like a thief, before straightening up and turning to Zhao Qinxin. "They've left. Let's go." After exiting the alley, they hailed a taxi. Sitting in the back seat, Zhao Qinxin maintained a noticeable distance from the man who had just rescued her, her expression awkward as she nervously fidgeted with her clothing. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, "Thank you." "Heh, it was nothing," Hao Yunyang replied. Having finally secured an opportunity to converse face-to-face with Zhao Qinxin, he was determined not to squander it. With a feigned seriousness, he retrieved a large bill from his pocket and handed it to the driver, saying, "Sir, please take us to Wenzhou." "The Wenzhou?" Zhao Qinxin blinked in surprise, staring at Hao Yunyang. "Those thugs are local bullies in Lushi. I came to rescue you because I spotted Lu Jikuan, the man we dined with at the CAF, across the street. I know what kind of person he is, and coupled with your voice." Hao Yunyang paused for a moment, then continued, "I'm concerned they might still be nearby, watching for us to lead them to your residence, and then, was it Lu Jikuan who sent them?" Zhao Qinxin's complexion shifted slightly. "Yes, and that's why I worry he won't," Zhao Qinxin interjected. shaking her head with furrowed brows. Lu Jikuan knows where we live. He has no reason to follow us. Huh? Hao Yunyang was taken aback. Driver, change of plans. Head to Luqing Road, Dagwang Group. Hao Yunyang was momentarily speechless, while Zhao Qinshin directed the driver, just stop at the entrance. What do you plan to do next? Hao Yunyang, feeling anxious, asked with concern. Lu Jikuan is not a good person. Now that he's made a move once, we got lucky this time. But what about next time? You're just a girl, is there security at your place? It's not a gated community. It's an apartment. Zhao Qinshin gently shook her head. There's no security, just an elderly doorman, over 60 years old. What should we do then? Hao Yunyang's brows knitted tightly together. Lu Jikuan not only knows where we live. Zhao Qinshin sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. He also knows where I work. There's no hiding. But we can't just sit here and wait for trouble to come knocking. Hao Yunyang, disregarding any semblance of decorum, exclaimed, this Lu Jikuan is a scoundrel. If it weren't for his wife's wealthy family, he wouldn't be where he is today. That scoundrel forgets his wife's benefits as soon as he has money. Gallivanting around with others, that what a man should be? This situation. Zhao Qinshin lowered her head, admitting, it's our fault. Huh. Zhao Qinshin paused, looking up. How do you know her name is Chun Pingping? Did I call her? Zhao Qinshin furrowed her brow but did not pursue the matter further. Turning to Hao Yunyang, she inquired, by the way, I still don't know your name. I am Hao Yunyang, he replied, taking a deep breath. His demeanor calm, though internally he began to celebrate the progress they had made. Finally, they had reached the stage of knowing each other's names. This was a significant leap compared to being strangers. I think you should move out of the apartment and resign, he suggested. The taxi halted at the entrance of Dagwang Group. After receiving change from the driver, Hao Yunyang escorted Zhao Qinshin to the apartment building diagonally across from Dagwang Group. Looking at her earnestly as he said, otherwise, this matter cannot simply conclude here. Since we cannot withstand it, it would be better to vanish for a while until the storm passes. Qinshin fell silent. And after a considerable pause, she gently shook her head. If one has made a mistake, one should be brave enough to bear the consequences. What nonsense! Without allowing Zhao Qinshin to finish her thoughts, Hao Yunyang interrupted her, exclaiming, do you know how the court will rule on your case? Chun Pingping is the principal offender. The amount involved is substantial enough to sentence her to 10 years. You are an accomplice, and you would be looking at a sentence of 3 to 5 years as well. Brave enough to bear it? Are you actually considering going to prison to face this so-called fault? How many 3 to 5 years does one have in a lifetime? Have you thought about it? Once Chun Pingping is sentenced, how will she live her life afterwards? Zhao Qinshin grasped Hao Yunyang's intent. Looking at the suddenly furious man before her, she lowered her head slightly. Then, what do you suggest we do? Resigning is fine. At worst, you lose your salary, Zhao Qinshin said softly. But moving, where would we move to? Huff. Convincing Zhao Qinshin felt like a victory, and Hao Yunyang deflated like a punctured balloon, his heart racing in excitement. Moving? To the apartment directly across from his own. He kicked a small stone away and mumbled to himself. I am quite talented. Chapter 44. The plan falls apart. The landlord had no objections to the two girls renting her property, a unit comparable in size to Hao Yunyang's, costing $1,500 a month inclusive of utilities. Equipped with air conditioning and a television, though the decor was modest, it was still passable in Hao Yunyang's eyes. After finalizing the rent and duration, he hung up the phone and stood waiting downstairs. But after much anticipation, it was not Zhao Qinshin who arrived, but Chun Pingping, the man, appearing to be in his late 20s, nodded gently and smiled without closing the car door, displaying an air of elegance. Hey, kid. Huh? Chun Pingping stealthily approached Hao Yunyang from behind and suddenly slapped his shoulder while shouting, startling him so much that he visibly jumped. I say, you have quite the skills. Following us all the way here? Confess honestly, what are you doing standing here? This indicates you have something to hide. Otherwise, what are you afraid of? Chun Pingping, seemingly in good spirits, no longer wore the disdainful look that made Hao Yunyang uncomfortable. Instead, she asked with a smile, who are you waiting for? Chun, I am waiting for Zhao Qinshin. Hao Yunyang corrected himself in time, avoiding overly intimate terms. Chun Pingping was familiar with him, so her surprise was minimal, though her gaze held a touch of condescension. The young man still standing by the car wore a slightly stiff smile, quickly returning to normal as if nothing had happened. Pingping, could you introduce me? Who is this? The man approached Chun Pingping's side, glancing at Hao Yunyang while inquiring. Hee hee, I don't know him. Chen Pingping let out a light laugh, and the man smiled in response. Their laughter left Hao Yunyang feeling somewhat perplexed as he scratched his head. Is this your boyfriend? My boyfriend? Chen Pingping's eyes widened, followed by a fit of laughter. Gasping for breath, she remarked, What are your eyes for? Can't you see the roses he is holding? If you wish to pursue our Chen, come back when you can afford roses. Are you from Mars? Chen Pingping's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression darkening. Did you not hear me telling you to leave? Chen has asked me to dado. Is Chen someone you can just call? Chen Pingping did not give Hao Yunyang a chance to explain, her tone turning stern. You should look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. You? What do you mean? What do you mean by you? Chen Pingping interrupted Hao Yunyang, giving him a thorough look, taking in his torn pants and disheveled hair. At that moment, he lacked any semblance of a respectable image. I've never seen someone so shameless. What's the matter? Just as Chen Pingping was preparing to continue her mockery, Zhao Chen appeared, descending the stairs with a suitcase. You. Upon seeing Zhao Chen's attire and her suitcase, Chen Pingping's eyes widened in disbelief as if she had spotted an alien. You don't intend to elope with him, do you? That's nonsense. Zhao Chen chuckled bitterly, setting the suitcase down. She glanced at the man beside Chen Pingping before stepping forward to pull Chen Pingping aside. Whispering a few words in her ear, Chen Pingping's expression changed immediately. 2 minutes later, I'm sorry. Chen Pingping approached Hao Yunyang. Although she was apologizing, there was no hint of sincerity in her tone. That's all right. Hao Yunyang, not one to hold grudges, smiled and shook his head in light of the circumstances. I forgive you. Thank you for saving Chen. However, after apologizing, Chen Pingping's demeanor shifted once more. But I regret to inform you that your plans have come to naught. What do you mean? Hao Yunyang looked at Chen Pingping, his heart sinking. I happened to find an apartment this afternoon, she said, smiling brightly as she gestured towards the man beside her. This gentleman is here to help us move. You can keep your apartment to yourself. Our dear Chen won't be accustomed to living in a shabby place. What do you mean? Hao Yunyang inhaled deeply, glancing at Zhao Chen, only to find her head lowered. Not even sparing him a glance, I was being overly sentimental. Sighing deeply, he revealed a habitual smile, extending his hand toward Zhao Chen. I wish you a smooth move. Wai Huan, please take the suitcase upstairs. Chen Pingping huffed in response to Hao Yunyang's retreating figure, then turned her attention to the man standing beside her. Of course. Wai Huan nodded with a smile, then gently asked, Where shall we go for supper tonight? Weren't you supposed to treat us? Chen Pingping giggled. Usually, I cover the meals for work. Are you trying to escape tonight? Let us go to Rose CAF. The atmosphere there is nice. Wai Huan nodded with a smile. Then looked at Zhao Chen. What do you think? You decide. Zhao Chen forced a smile, glancing up at Hao Yunyang, who had already reached the street corner. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out her phone. Yi Huan and Chen Pingping walked ahead while Zhao Chen trailed behind, her slender fingers rapidly tapping on the phone's keyboard. Beep, beep, beep. The phone in Hao Yunyang's pocket rang, and he sighed softly. Taking out his phone, he discovered a text message from Zhao Chen's number, which he had saved earlier. Opening the message, he read, I'm sorry. Pingping has this kind of personality. Please don't take it to heart. Thank you for today. The only concern lingering in Hao Yunyang's mind was that well-dressed man. What was his relationship with Zhao Chen? Chapter 45. The top 16. Ling Qiu. Either you should go solo or simply do it on your own. In the living room, Lu Ming, dressed in cotton pajamas, sat on a stool and spoke. Considering your current abilities, working independently would be better than toiling for someone else. AT-27. Kong Lingqiu took a sip from his glass and lit a cigarette. Expressing his frustration, I've toiled for over a decade for the sake of that senior title, emptying out my family's savings. Going solo? The risks are too great. You're a programmer. It doesn't matter where you work. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming suggested, the room across from us has just become available. Over 50 square meters, 2 bedrooms. Lu Ming was so startled that he nearly leapt from his seat. The notion of encouraging Kong Lingqiu to venture out on his own evaporating in an instant. He muttered, then you should go work at that company, earning a few thousand a month for now. With your skills, a promotion is inevitable. Once you have some capital, you can figure out your next steps. It seemed there was no other option. Kong Lingqiu let out a bitter laugh, tilting his head back to drain his glass of beer. Ah, I'm at home. Hao Yunyang gently opened the door, glancing at Lu Ming and the other man, who was drinking and snacking on peanuts, and greeted them with a smile. Why is it so quiet so early tonight? Old Hao, you're just in time. Lu Ming turned to look at Hao Yunyang, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, "Come here. Let me introduce you to my brother from childhood," he chuckled. Hao Yunyang nodded with a smile, changed into slippers, and walked over. Before Lu Ming could introduce them, he extended his right hand to Kong Lingqiu, saying, "Hello. I'm Hao Yunyang, hello." The casual demeanor Kong Lingqiu had shown earlier vanished, replaced by a stiffness. He nodded and shook hands with Hao Yunyang, but the conversation halted thereafter. "Don't mind him. That's just his nature," Lu Ming interjected at the right moment, addressing Hao Yunyang. "After dealing with tedious programming for over a decade, he's practically turned into a wooden figure, so don't take it to heart." "Haha, it's all right." Hao Yunyang chuckled and shook his head, initially intending to sit down for a few drinks. However, upon noticing Kong Lingqiu's awkwardness, he lost interest and said, "It's getting late. You two enjoy your drinks. I'm going to take a shower and then hit the hay. Aren't you having a few drinks?" "No, you guys go ahead." With a smile, Hao Yunyang turned and headed towards his room. "He lives with me, a fellow from Sichuan." Watching Hao Yunyang enter his room and close the door, Lu Ming finally smiled at Kong Lingqiu and remarked, "Since resigning from the hotel, he's been out of work, just cooped up in his room watching AV. Once the computer is set up, as my son suggested, we'll establish a studio to serve as a front." While Hao Yunyang was taking off his coat, he contemplated the situation. According to Gao Jinhua, once the computer was ready, the security issues would be resolved, allowing him to work with less constraint as long as the secret remained intact. "Sigh, I only wore this for a day." As Hao Yunyang removed his pants and noticed the several large holes he had torn, he shook his head and sighed, unsure whether he was lamenting the loss or simply reflecting. After changing into his sleepwear, he turned on the air conditioning and walked barefoot to his computer. Once the computer booted up, instead of logging onto QQ, he directly opened the browser and clicked on the saved link to the Task China website. As expected, the list of the top 16 was already announced. Although he had submitted 9 different logo styles and felt quite confident before leaving, his breath quickened with anticipation as he clicked through the advertisement images to the results page. The announcement page for the selected works was adorned in a festive manner. Yet when Hao Yunyang scrolled down to see the listed entries, a bemused expression crossed his face. Upon closer inspection, he read, "The designer of Chasing the Moon and Shooting Stars submitted 9 distinct logo styles, each font playing a pivotal role, some ethereal, others steady, some vibrant." Furthermore, it was verified that the fonts used by the designer have not previously appeared online, making them original creations. Each of the 9 logos was a masterpiece, and during the selection of a representative work, the judges' opinions diverged significantly, ultimately delaying the announcement of results by an hour and a half. Following the judges' recommendations, it was decided that each of the 9 logos would receive a score, with the highest scoring logo advancing. However, the final scores turned out to be identical, after removing one highest and one lowest score. Each logo received a perfect score of ten.it. Appeared that the dilemma was not mine alone. Hao Yunyang chuckled. Scoring a perfect 10 in the 32-16 contest, combined with his previous score of 8.48, meant his current total was 18.48. The second place in the 32-16 contest went to Brilliant, scoring 9.78, with a total of 19.57, placing first overall. The third place, Floating Colorful Clouds Drunk in Jiangnan, scored 9.70, totaling 19.56, ranking second. The fourth place, Zero, scored 9.67, with a total of 19.45, ranking third. Yet, Hao Yunyang's score of 18.48 placed him in 14th, trailing the first place Brilliant by 1.09 points. After reviewing the various rankings, Hao Yunyang disregarded everyone below the first place, quietly calculating in his mind. He stood up, stretched, and murmured, "There are still 3 contests ahead, meaning I need to surpass him by an average of 0.37 points in each to secure the championship. Ugh, what a headache." At that moment, the only thing in Hao Yunyang's mind was that championship. As for the earlier whimsical agreement with the wild bear from the frontier, he had long forgotten it. Hao Yunyang was determined to claim the first prize and the accompanying 50,000 reward along with that contract. With the 16th to 8th contest approaching tomorrow, he resolved to sleep early and recharge his energy. Smacking his lips, he turned off the computer, skipped the shower, and directly lay down on the bed. The earlier escapade with Zhao Qinxin had truly frightened him, despite his seemingly brave facade. Chapter 46. The defeat is decided. Zhao Zhen. Feeling the pressure? At 2 in the morning, Zero came online, joined by Mu Shitong, Xiao AI, and Zhao Zhan. After opening the microphone, Zero cheerfully posed the question. This fellow was a peculiar creature, defying conventional logic. Initially, we all thought he could never make it into the top 16, right? Zero remarked with a smile. Haha. Zhaozhen chuckled, opting not to continue that topic, yet the conversation remained centered around Hao Yunyang, Xiao AI. What are you up to? What do you mean? Zero, Zhaozhen, and Mu Shitong all chimed in simultaneously. Chasing the moon and shooting stars, Xiao AI pondered before speaking, half an hour for 9 logos. We can estimate 20 minutes for composition and outlining, 20 minutes for coloring and adjustments, and another 20 minutes for effects. Even just applying the 9 different fonts would take at least 3 minutes each. Right? That's an almost insane speed. But how much time did chasing the moon and shooting stars take to complete these 9 works? After listening to Xiao AI's words, Zero fell silent for a while before exclaiming, "This person has always been abnormal. Ever since he appeared, he had never been ordinary." After Zero finished speaking, he logged off. "Zhaozhen, what do you think?" Xiao AI asked pitifully. "Am I right? Your thinking pattern is normal." Zhaozhen considered, speaking in a relatively gentle tone. "However, you are using a normal thought process to analyze an inherently abnormal situation and observing an abnormal person, which is incorrect, so how should I view it?" Xiao AI asked, exasperated. "You should adopt the spirit of AQ," Zhaozhen concluded. As long as it involves this chasing the moon and shooting stars, do not approach it with conventional reasoning this way. You won't feel anything amiss. Rather, you'll find him even more bizarre then. Xiao AI hesitated. If he ultimately takes first place, will our previous words still hold? Of course they will, Zhaozhen sighed softly. Smiling as he said, "All right, it's about time. You should log off and get some sleep. Tomorrow at 6, we need to be ready. Resting well is key. Mem then, see you later, Zhaozhen. I'm off to sleep." Xiao AI acknowledged. And a few seconds later, her avatar turned gray as she logged off in a high-end residential complex in Chaoyang District, Beijing. A man in his late 30s turned off his computer, stood up from his plush office chair, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and gazed at the moonlight in the sky, his mature square face betraying a hint of hesitation as he murmured, "Is it possible?" If one were to identify what currently captivates the attention of Task China, it would undoubtedly be the logo design competition organized by them. Naturally, it is to watch chasing the moon and shooting stars. Otherwise, why would I bother with this tedious competition? At first, although Hao Yunyang, donning the alias chasing the moon and shooting stars, was dominating and leading significantly, it may not have sparked much continued interest, given that his prowess was evident and the championship seemed virtually guaranteed. However, the twist came when he unexpectedly landed at the bottom during the first round of preliminaries, falling over a point behind the leader, losing the initiative in a competition where the total score was merely 50. What would follow? The most outrageous part was that in the 32-16 contest, he began crafting his entries with just over half an hour remaining, leaving many to adopt a sentiment akin to watching a deity fall from grace. To my surprise, not only did he successfully advance, but the number of his advancing works amounted to as many as 9. Anyone who laid eyes upon these 9 creations would harbor no doubts regarding the outcome, for they were undeniably exceptional. So remarkable were they that even the most skeptical observers could readily accept his seamless progression. Such a dramatic competition naturally captured the public's attention. Although Chasing Moon Meteor currently ranked 14th, the popularity of his personal competition page made the other contestants hesitate in trepidation. Despite mixed reviews, the level of his popularity was self-evident and required no further elaboration. Early the next morning, Hao Yunyang, having learned from his previous experience, rose at dawn and logged onto Task China promptly at 6 o'clock. By 6:03, he had clicked to accept the task, which delighted the early rising Mr. Wang immensely. As Chasing Moon Meteor gained traction online, the benefits to Task China became increasingly pronounced, as evidenced by the remarkable threefold increase in project numbers over just 2 days. This day, Hao Yunyang largely secluded himself in his room, during which he unexpectedly received a QQ message from the Outer Flying Bear, containing a simple directive: "Don't be late today." At 7:30 in the evening, Hao Yunyang logged onto Task China, habitually starting by perusing the comments on his competition page, which lifted his spirits considerably upon seeing the number of responses. He clicked on the advertisement banner leading to the results announcement page. 16-8 first place winner. Chasing Moon Meteor, score, 9.99, total score, 28.47, overall ranking, 5.16 to 8 second place winner. Brilliant, score, 9.70, total score, 29.27, overall ranking, first 0.16 to 8 third place winner. Asking the heavens. Score, 9.69, total score, 28.32, overall ranking, 6.16 to 8 fourth place winner. 0, score, 9.68, total score, 29.13, overall ranking, second 0.16 to 8 fifth place winner. Colorful clouds drunken by the south of the river. What astonished Hao Yunyang was that the outer flying bear, who had contacted his older sister that afternoon, had unexpectedly fallen out of the top 8 in this round. Fortunately, thanks to prior scoring advantages, he managed to barely cling to the 8th position, just enough to advance. He was still short by 0.8 points, with 2 rounds of competition remaining. Hao Yunyang calculated the gap and lamented internally, "Why did I act so cool and not solicit votes back then? Was my brain malfunctioning?" On the other hand, upon seeing the score announcement, Zhao Jin completely relaxed, thinking, 0.8 points, an average difference of 0.4 points per round. This chasing moon meteor is no longer a concern. After the results were revealed, Hao Yunyang, feeling disheartened, closed the webpage and went out for a meal. Within just 10 minutes, hundreds had left their comments on his personal competition page, almost universally lamenting his defeat. Countless sympathizers expressed regret, but the outcome was already determined. This was a situation beyond Hao Yunyang's control. Chapter 47. Zhao Jin turns hostile. In the competition to advance from 8 to 4. Hao Yunyang submitted a logo that garnered the highest score of 9.97. The results of the finals remained consistent. Hao Yunyang's pseudonym Chasing Moon Meteor shone brilliantly with a perfect score of 10, inciting waves of applause. However, as previously stated, the setback in the preliminary rounds had dashed Hao Yunyang's hopes of victory. Brilliant, also known as Zhao Zhan, ultimately claimed the championship of the logo design competition by a mere 0.12-point lead over Hao Yunyang, fulfilling his ambitions. Second place is just second place. Sitting before his computer and gazing at the final results, Hao Yunyang felt a twinge of regret but was not overly disheartened. According to the standards of this competition, second place constituted a spot among the top 4, allowing Hao Yunyang to receive a prize of 40,000 yuan from Task China, with full tax coverage for 1.5 years and a contract featuring a 95 profit-sharing ratio. Though it paled in comparison to the champion's prize, it was still a considerable sum. Simultaneously, the team design competition, held alongside the individual event, concluded on the same day, with the championship going to a team named Chaoyang Lianyao. In contrast to the individual competition's substantial rewards, the team competition offered significantly less, with the championship prize merely equivalent to that of the individual competition's top 16. Delighted, Hao Yunyang refreshed the Task China page, only to find his eyes widen in astonishment. Oh! Following his gaze, he beheld a large banner advertisement prominently displayed at the top of Task China's homepage, which read, "In response to unanimous requests from netizens, after discussions among the senior management of Task China, we are pleased to announce the addition of a Best Design Award for this design competition. Click here for details." A Best Design Award? Hao Yunyang blinked in disbelief and clicked on the linked page. However, he quickly became engrossed in the content displayed. In light of unanimous requests from netizens, our company convened an emergency meeting, and after discussions among the senior management of Task China, it was ultimately decided to establish a Best Design Award for this logo design competition. This award does not conflict with the ranking rewards. The Best Design Award offers a prize of 30,000 yuan, with 100 of the bid proceeds, full tax coverage for 2 years, and a certificate of honor along with a trophy. The award criteria state, the highest scorer from this competition. Upon reading this, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but smile broadly. The highest scorer among the judges. Who else could it be but him, the one who had surged ahead with the help of software? This award was practically tailor-made for him, and indeed, it truly was. Strawman, what nonsense is this? Is the final result reasonable? Chaos. In a logo design competition, if it's clearly labeled as such, why is there still a concept of netizen voting? Codison. Task China just wants to leverage this opportunity to enhance the website's influence, which I don't oppose. But can they ask the vast number of netizens if this outcome is fair? Stay Night, that champion, the one called Brilliant, what kind of talent is he? Our Xing Ji's strength is evident. His championship means nothing, bad little demon. I strongly demand that Task China rectify this error. Chasing Moon Meteor is the best. Comments like these flooded into Hao Yunyang's comment section. The vehement reactions from netizens played directly into Task China's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, this Best Design Award was announced, making Hao Yunyang the contestant who benefited the most, with a total of 70,000 yuan from both the top 4 prize and the Best Design Award. Sitting at his computer, Hao Yunyang silently marveled at the formidable power of netizen influence and once again recognized the immense energy of their appeal. With nascent ideas forming in his mind. What now? In the office of Task China's president, Mr. Wang sat at his computer, perusing the continuously refreshing comments on Hao Yunyang's competition page when Yang Jisheng entered. He rose to inquire, what did he say? The final outcomes pleased Mr. Wang. Though Hao Yunyang did not claim the championship title, being a near champion was quite sufficient for Task China. However, worse news followed. Among those who entered the top 8 of the individual competition, aside from colorful clouds drunken by the south of the river and chasing moon meteor, Yang Jisheng's expression darkened. Zhao Zhan explicitly stated that 0, asking the heavens, flower, and willow shade, little AI, and outer flying bear were all his people, and he also said, what did he say? Mr. Wang's smile froze completely. Yang Jisheng took a deep breath, his demeanor unusually grave. The team champions Chaoyang Lianyao, as well as the runners-up Rising Sun, are all composed of employees from his company. So they too want to be signing contracts with us. I'll take care of this. Yang Jisheng nodded, exhaled deeply, and turned to leave Mr. Wang's office. Meanwhile, in a YY voice channel, as long as you don't sign contracts with Task China, I can offer each of you 200,000 yuan in compensation. Zhao Zhan's voice was calm. If you're willing to come with me to Station 1, Chapter 48, Fairness for All. Who is Zhao Xianju, the chairman of Station 1? To you? Flower and Willowshade remained silent for a moment, their tone steady and devoid of any tremor. Is it really necessary? Zhao Zhan hesitated momentarily before replying. I've never mentioned it before, but in reality, I have another company that also engages in advertising design. That's not important. Before Zhao Zhan could finish his sentence, asking the heavens interjected from the speakers, his voice tinged with skepticism. What's important is whether Zhao Xianju is truly, as Ayin said, your biological brother? How do you know this? Zhao Zhan exclaimed in disbelief, and after uttering those words, he quickly backtracked, adding, yes, Zhao Xianju is my biological brother, but our two companies are distinct. He operates in the online realm while I work in reality. And this? How do we know this? Xiao AI, shedding her usual vivacity, infused her words with a hint of fury. Zhao Zhenggu, I shall call you that one last time. Xiao AI, you do not call me Xiao AI. With a roar that interrupted Zhao Zhan's attempt at speech, Xiao AI's voice resonated with the anger and sorrow of betrayal. When you refused the head of Station Number 2 just now, Ayin had already informed us. This is all part of your scheme. You deceiver, Brother Lingham? What is it? Brother Ling, who had fallen silent since Hua Lu Chengyin had recounted her revelations, responded with a gentle sound. Kick Zhao Zhan out of the channel. Xiao AI's tone was resolute. Xiao AI. Xiao AI. The moment her words left her lips, not only did Zhao Zhan flinch, but even Mu Shitong, who had remained silent, could not help but call out her name. After years of camaraderie, it was not so simple to sever ties. You still protect him at this point, Xiao AI cried. He is no longer the Zhao Zhenggu we once knew. This is a thoroughly orchestrated conspiracy. He is a complete scoundrel, Xiao AI, you. She logged off. The channel creator, Ling, gently interrupted Zhao Zhan's words. What? Zhao Zhan instinctively inquired. You are simply too self-absorbed. Xiang Tian Wen Dao took a deep breath, filled with reluctance yet resolute. We are no longer children. You cannot deceive us with a mere candied hawthorn. 200,000? Ha! We have seen better. Among the 6 of us, whose annual income falls below 150,000. I know you have your own company. And you believe you can buy us off, but you are mistaken. Your error lies in overestimating yourself. Remember, we are not mere pawns in your game. Zhao Zhan, I misjudged you. After uttering those 5 words, Xiang Tian Wen Dao logged off and exited the channel. Mu Shitong said nothing further and quietly logged off as well. The head of Station Number 2 is my senior. Hua Lu Chengyin spoke softly. Zhao Zhan, had you not logged in to make such demands, we had already resolved to treat this as if it had never occurred, provided you apologized upon your arrival. Yet, you did not. I have a headache. I must log off. Another left the channel. I truly thought Ayin was joking. The typically reticent Bing Air finally spoke. You all continue your discussion. With Bing Air's departure, only Zhao Zhan and Ling remained in the channel. Zhao Zhan refrained from further speech, and Ling too remained silent. Several minutes later, Ling sighed softly. Zhao Zhan, you have truly overstepped this time. Then, the channel descended into silence, as Zhao Zhan was unceremoniously expelled by Ling. This night was destined to be sleepless. 130,000. Emerging from the bank, Hao Yunyang's mood was as bright as the weather, sunlight pouring down, not a cloud in the sky. The process for bonus disbursement was exceedingly intricate. Of course, Hao Yunyang was unaware of the specifics, but it took a full 3 days from the announcement of the list to the signing of the contract. By the time the 70,000 yuan bonus was deposited, it was already November 9th. What does 130,000 represent? Hao Yunyang had just calculated that without this stroke of fortune, it would take him 7 to 8 years of extreme frugality to save that amount. Standing at the bank entrance, with a black and white checkered backpack slung over his shoulder, he squinted up at the azure sky and stretched. Time to fetch the computer. Having already paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan, he now withdrew 40,000 from the bank, heading straight to the digital city without a moment's hesitation. Long Chao, the proprietor who was to assemble Hao Yunyang's computer, stood at the entrance of a repair center on the first floor of the digital city. Sporting a buzz cut and a smile, nodding at Hao Yunyang as he approached, equally cheerful. You've arrived. Yes, the boss is urging me on. As a runner, I must hurry. Hao Yunyang chuckled. Following Long Chao into the repair center, the computer is ready, right? It was prepared yesterday. Long Chao nodded with a grin, pointing to a large box on a nearby desk. All the components are inside. Would you like to check? Heh, let me see the computer. Hao Yunyang chuckled lightly, unstrapping his backpack. He pulled out the already counted 37,000 yuan and handed it to Long Chao. Please count the money. Let us wait until you've checked the computer first. There's no rush. Long Chao shook his head, smiling as he approached the box, patting it. All genuine products, no deceit. Hao Yunyang said nothing further. Opening the box to feign inspection, he removed the memory stick, applying the methods he had learned online, meticulously checking every nook and cranny of the chassis in a matter of minutes, before smiling and looking up. Not bad. In truth, Hao Yunyang had little understanding of computer hardware. His inspection methods were merely performative, with his true focus on Long Chao's expression. After a lengthy observation, he finally felt somewhat reassured and handed the money to Long Chao once more. This time, Long Chao naturally did not refuse, grinning as he accepted the cash, walking to a nearby currency verifier to break the seal. The sound of bills being processed filled the air as the 37,000 yuan was verified. Shall I call someone to deliver it for you? Long Chao asked, handing the money to a middle-aged woman with large, curly hair. Turning back to Hao Yunyang, Long Gu, such a hefty transaction. You wouldn't deny me even a desk, would you? Hao Yunyang's beaming demeanor left Long Chao momentarily speechless. After staring blankly for a while, he finally feigned realization, slapping his forehead and producing about 5 or 6 red bills from his pocket, smilingly offering them to Hao Yunyang. Little brother, take this to buy yourself a few packs of cigarettes. This time, it was Hao Yunyang who was taken aback. He truly only wanted a desk. In a state of bemusement, Long Chao watched as Hao Yunyang extracted 2 of the 600 yuan and purchased a desk, patting Long Chao on the shoulder as he stated, I genuinely only wanted a desk. Long Chao, caught between laughter and tears, watched as Hao Yunyang, with the aid of several apprentices, loaded the desk and computer onto a small truck and sped away. Whenever Hao Yunyang visited the small shop to purchase something or recharge his phone, he would always smile and nod at Lu Ming's remarks before stepping out of the shop to continue his business, leaving Lu Ming exasperated. The small truck slowly navigated the space between the Jinhui Hotel dormitory building and the residential building where Hao Yunyang currently resided. From the passenger seat, Hao Yunyang noticed the dormitory manager's gaze and smiled, nodding through the glass as a greeting. Excuse me, on the 3rd floor. Hao Yunyang pulled out a pack of Hongli Kun from his pocket. Shaking out a few sticks to light for the apprentices who had come along, it required little expense, but served to make a good impression. Why not? No problem. One apprentice took a puff and smiled. Does your boss live here? You know, wealthy people these days. Hao Yunyang exchanged knowing glances with the apprentice before turning to unlock the rusted iron door downstairs. With a creaking sound, the dim staircase revealed itself to the group. The dormitory manager sat on a small bamboo chair at the foot of the dormitory building, his wrinkled hands gently stroking the small black cat lying beside him, his murky eyes fixed unwaveringly on Hao Yunyang, who was busy not far away, lost in thought. Calling the apprentices to help carry the desk and computer up to the third floor, Hao Yunyang did not open the door to his own room but instead took out his key to unlock the door of the adjacent room, revealing the decor within. Upon entering, one found a living room furnished with a faux leather sofa, a 21-inch color television, and a floor of tiles that Hao Yunyang had kept impeccably clean. The space was not large, over 50 square meters, but it included 2 bedrooms, a hall, a kitchen, and a bathroom. After transporting the desk and computer to the living room, Hao Yunyang cheerfully ushered the apprentices downstairs, smiling broadly at the dormitory manager before heading back upstairs. The opposite room was one Hao Yunyang had intentionally rented. Since he was currently living with Lu Ming, there were no vacant rooms left. Moreover, separating his workspace from his sleeping area was prudent. Lastly, Hao Yunyang felt financially secure, and the rented room had further purposes. Therefore, when the landlord inquired about the non-fulfillment of the contract, Hao Yunyang thought for a moment and casually agreed to rent it for 3 months. As for its exact purpose, that was a matter for another time, Dad. After a brief pause, Zhao Jinhua answered the phone, but before Hao Yunyang could speak, Zhao Jinhua interjected with a hint of urgency. I'm very busy at the moment. At work, the company does not allow phone calls. Please call me after 8 tonight. I must hang up now. You little rascal. The phone was abruptly disconnected, leaving Hao Yunyang in a state of bewilderment. With a resigned smile, he set his phone beside his laptop, seized the mouse, and opened QQ, entering his password to log in. Beeped. A series of crisp message notifications rang out, and upon closer inspection, a smile graced Hao Yunyang's face as he moved the mouse to the flashing avatar of Saiwai Fei Xiong. Upon opening the message, he found only a few words. Get on YY quickly. He replied with a simple, minimize the chat window, and clicked on the YY icon on his desktop, entering his password to log in. Hao Yunyang's YY account had only one channel, which he had registered just a week prior at the invitation of Saiwai Fei Xiong. Over the past week, he had not only been designing logos and earning commissions, but had also accomplished something he considered quite remarkable. The channel, named Zhouxiao, was the same one that Zhao Jin had frequented, albeit with a new name. As Hao Yunyang logged in, he heard Xiao AI's voice drift into his ears. Xinggu, how is your task coming along? All sorted, Hao Yunyang replied with a smile. He harbored a favorable impression of the lively girl, his tone softening. The studio's logo features an eastern dragon soaring towards the heavens. By the way, Shdongjia, have you completed the web design you were in charge of? Just waiting on your logo, she responded. Mu Shitong chuckled lightly, a hint of longing and sentiment in her voice. After a busy week, it's finally nearing completion. Has the domain name registration been finalized? We're just waiting for your website to be uploaded to the server, and that was approved yesterday. Is Jiangnan not around? Listening to their conversation, Hao Yunyang glanced at the online list and noticed that Kaiyun Piao Piao Zue Jiangnan, who had joined the channel on the same day as him, was offline, casually inquiring. Invisible mode. Kaiyun Piao Piao Zue Jiangnan's voice came through. The flash animation is nearly done. Lu Xing, send me your logo on QQ, and I'll integrate it. It will be ready before 10 tonight. That should work, Mu Shitong said with a smile. Lu Xing, is your server prepared? I believe renting a space would be more suitable. 0 softly remarked. After all, we're just creating a website for the studio. Let us use my computer as the server then. Hao Yunyang, unanimously elected as the leader, smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. All right, let us proceed with that. 0 agreed with a few chuckles. Currently, our studio comprises 8 members. Me, Shdongjia, Injia, 0 Gu, Xiao AI, Zhang Nan, Wen Dao, and Bing Air. After pondering for a moment, Hao Yunyang continued, I will send each of you a copy of our studio's logo shortly. Xiangjia, since your QQ level is relatively high, please create a client reception group. From now on, we'll mark our submissions with the studio's insignia after completing tasks on Task China. After a discussion prompted by his son, Gao Jinhua, Hao Yunyang finally smiled and asked, when do you plan to come to Wenzhou? In a few days, aiming to meet by November 15. Mu Shitong replied, hesitating momentarily, I need to settle my daughter first. I am available at any time, 0 added with a smile. All right then, Hao Yunyang deliberated for a moment before decisively stating, let us set the meeting for 6 days from now, on November 15th. No problem. Sounds good. Okay. Chapter 50. Civilized Robbery, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Collections. After finalizing the meeting time with Mu Shitong and the others, Hao Yunyang exited the channel and began the nearly procedural task of selecting logos. In truth, The impetus behind his action stemmed from a project mishap that occurred 8 days prior. Although the logo he submitted was aesthetically pleasing, it didn't quite align with the employer's expectations, resulting in Zero ultimately securing the project, thus ending Hao Yunyang's streak of having a 100 acceptance rate. That unexpected setback made Hao Yunyang acutely aware of his limitations. A true designer could achieve their goals through creativity, whereas he, as a cheat, could only search for suitable works within the confines of limited templates, a constraint too great to bear. The day following his task failure, Mu Shitong, cloaked in the guise of Saiwai Fei Xiong, approached Hao Yunyang, providing him with an ID for a YY channel and inviting him to join. Out of curiosity, Hao Yunyang downloaded YY and entered the channel, only to discover that the 7 individuals present were all competitors from the logo design competition, encompassing 7 of the top 8 spots from that contest, including himself. His interest piqued. He retrieved a headset from Lu Ming's room and began to engage in casual conversation with the group. Throughout their discussions, Hao Yunyang gleaned much and understood Mu Shitong's intentions for bringing him onto YY. When Zhaozhen departed, the remaining 6 like-minded individuals chose not to disperse. After 5 hours of deliberation, Hualu Chengyin facilitated the inclusion of Kai Yun Piao Piao Zue Jiang Nan into their small collective, and the amiable Kai Yun Piao Piao Zue Jiang Nan quickly earned the recognition of Hualu Chengyin and others. After establishing a general understanding among them, Mu Shitong approached Hao Yunyang. A significant reason for inviting Hao Yunyang to YY was his formidable talent displayed during the competition. Zero was the only one among the original 7 who could rival Zhao Zhan, and both had spent years vying for the leadership position. Consequently, after Zero acknowledged Hao Yunyang's prowess, he called his son, and with his son's guidance, began organizing the studio. In the first 3 days, Hao Yunyang made numerous decisions that solidified Mu Shitong and the others' faith in his leadership. Notably, 9 out of 10 of these decisions were refined with the assistance of his son, Gao Zhenhua, before being finalized. Following these intricate arrangements, Hao Yunyang commenced tentative leadership, and by the 4th day, he had fully established himself. Mu Shitong and her 6 companions were likely awed by his capabilities displayed in the preceding days, completely immersed in the atmosphere of being led, to the extent that they agreed to some of Hao Yunyang's decisions without a second thought, allowing him to relish the experience of leadership. With clear division of labor, the initial foundation of the Jiuxiao graphic design studio was firmly established. The next task for the 8 members was to create the studio's website, and once the site was completed, they would enter project competitions under the studio's name. The primary issue of profit distribution was ingeniously resolved by Hao Yunyang. Firstly, none of the 8 studio members were novices. Aside from Hao Yunyang, the remaining 7 were top-tier talents in the design industry. Thus, they harbored no concerns about unequal contributions or perceived imbalances in effort. Hao Yunyang proposed that for projects independently completed on Task China, the commission would belong to the individual who executed the work, provided it was done under the studio's banner. Furthermore, once the website was established, any projects that clients approached them for would allow the designer to retain 1/3 of the commission, with the remaining 2/3 evenly divided among the other members. This approach was both understated yet full of resolve. After submitting a logo, he rose to dismantle the computer in the adjacent room for installation. Sitting before the substantial 24-inch monitor, Hao Yunyang found himself momentarily lost in thought. In just a month, his life had undergone a radical transformation. He was not wealthy by any means, but he had gained limitless possibilities. Hao Yunyang understood that although Jiuxiao Graphic Design Studio was merely a studio, comprised of members scattered across the country and not working in the same location, it represented a pivotal turning point in his life. A nascent step in his career, graphic design, particularly logo design, was not something he could be content with at his current level. Humans are inherently insatiable. When one possesses $10, they yearn for 1,000 to feel satisfied. Once they attain that 1,000, the pursuit shifts to 10,000. Yet, when one has the means to acquire 10,000, their sights are already set on 100,000. This cycle continues, and with each ascent, one's perspective broadens, leading to different aspirations. Presently, Hao Yunyang found himself in such a state, contemplating whether he could ever be content with 100,000, 500,000, or even 1,000,000. Human desire is difficult to satiate. And while Hao Yunyang is relatively rational, he is not devoid of ambition. The computer setup was complete. Casually fiddling with the mouse, Hao Yunyang shut down the computer, rose from the cold chair, and stretched lazily. With a hint of yearning and anticipation, he murmured, after installing the system, "What will the next software be?" A solitary hour slipped by in the empty room, when Hao Yunyang emerged with a long face. Ready to dine, the sky had already darkened. The computer was set up, but the system still needed installation. According to his son, Hao Jianhua, the system he intended to send Hao Yunyang was a staggering 17 gigabytes. What does a 17 gigabyte system even signify? During that solitary hour, Hao Yunyang calculated meticulously. A 17 gigabyte system would require approximately a month to complete the download. Meanwhile, his mobile phone's GPRS monthly plan afforded him a mere 5 gigabytes of data. Based on his previous experience with software downloads, Hao Yunyang realized that he would actually need around 20 gigabytes of data to successfully receive this system. Subtracting 5 from 20 left him with 15, and 15 gigabytes exceeded his monthly allowance. Each kilobyte would cost 1 cent, with 1,024 kilobytes equating to 1 megabyte, and 1,024 megabytes to 1 gigabyte. Thus, 15 gigabytes would amount to 15,728,640 kilobytes. This meant that to complete the download of this system, Hao Yunyang would need to pay the telecom company a staggering 157,286 yuan. Alas, a civilized form of robbery. Hao Yunyang sighed heavily at the stairwell, his heart bleeding. Chapter 51. All set. Summon tickets for collection. SON. At 8:40 in the evening. Hao Yunyang dialed his son Hao Jianhua's number and briefly summarized his situation. That's about the gist of it, Dad. Having listened to Hao Yunyang's account, Hao Jianhua grasped the circumstances with a degree of understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You will need 3 months to download the computer system." Why? Hao Yunyang was taken aback, as he had already braced himself for a financial hemorrhage. "You can only choose to take 2 months to receive it," Hao Jianhua stated. "I just checked the information on the computer. You mentioned your mobile plan is 5 gigabytes, and then each month the GPRS data exceeding the cap costs 500 yuan. Once you surpass that 500, you won't be able to use it. So you can only take 3 months to download this system. So, what you're saying is..." Although Hao Yunyang was not entirely clear on the details, he comprehended his son's implication. He would have to spend an additional 500 yuan each month for 3 months to complete the system download? People cannot be so ignorant. Hacking tools have already been classified as one of the 5 major evils of the internet in our time. Ordinary individuals cannot access such software. Hao Jianhua ruthlessly shattered Hao Yunyang's last shred of hope and added, "Moreover, Dad, your career is just beginning. Instead of wasting time on hacking, it would be better to find a way to communicate with Mom. Until this matter is settled, your son will be anxious every day." There's been some texting lately. Hearing his son mention this, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but sigh. But it's limited to that. Your Aunt Shun has been keeping a close watch on your mother. Still, one must face challenges head-on. Hao Jianhua urged, "Dad, whether I exist in the future depends entirely on you. Don't worry. We still have many years ahead," Hao Yunyang replied nonchalantly, offering comfort. "Since your mother was initially with me, it indicates that your father possesses some admirable qualities. It's just that your mother hasn't discovered them yet. Isn't it said that gold will always shine in the end? The issue is, the space-time on your side has already changed." Hao Jianhua chuckled bitterly. "You should hurry up. I'll go tidy up your things." "Tidy up what?" Hao Yunyang inquired. After hanging up with his son, he didn't bother to check how many minutes had passed, for he still had over 3,000 yuan in his mobile account. His mother didn't suspect anything amiss and paid little heed to the 5,000 yuan, casually inquiring about his well-being before letting him hang up. Throughout the 20-minute call, his mother's laughter alleviated much of Hao Yunyang's anxiety over the lies he had told. The next morning, Hao Yunyang received a call from the installation personnel of the telecom company, informing him that the 4,888 yuan for the 20M fiber optic broadband he had applied for had been approved, and that they were on their way with the equipment. The monthly cost for the 20M broadband was 488 yuan, with 2 months free for a 10-month subscription. Around 11 in the morning, the installation was completed, and Hao Yunyang sighed in relief. On November 12th, the Jiuxiao Design Studio website officially launched. Upon entering the site, the first thing that greeted visitors was a promotional flash created by Kaiyun Piapiao Zue Jiangnan, accompanied by an elegant Guzheng solo, which received unanimous praise from Hao Yunyang and others. After the flash concluded, the scene abruptly shifted, and a thunderous dragon's roar echoed, a golden dragon materializing out of thin air, soaring into the clouds, then coiling majestically, ultimately transforming into the Jiuxiao logo, which Hao Yunyang had designed, selecting its font and color scheme. With this, the Jiuxiao Design Studio was officially opened on the YY channel. Xiao AI was the most excited among the 8 participants. Chattering incessantly, Meanwhile, Hao Yunyang sat before the computer, repeatedly gazing at the Jiuxiao Design Studio website, a subtle smile gracing his face. Everything was in place. The true opening was imminent. With that thought, Hao Yunyang opened YY, entered the Jiuxiao channel, cleared his throat, and coughed a few times. Ahem, Xiao AI, please hold on. I have a few matters to arrange. Chapter 52. General arrangements. Go ahead. What is it? Everyone was in good spirits. Upon hearing Hao Yunyang speak, Xiao AI quieted down with an while Mu Xiedong gently inquired, what shall we do? We have a few tasks to accomplish, and once they are completed, we can prepare for the trip to Wenzhou. Hao Yunyang smiled, pondering for a moment before stating, the first task is for you, Sister Xiong, to create a standard outer frame image with our studio's logo and contact information. In the future, after completing projects, we will place our work within this frame as our studio's online business card. Sure, I'll do it right away, Mu Xiedong readily agreed without hesitation. The second task will require you, brotherling. Hao Yunyang chuckled lightly. I will send you some logos I created in my spare time, about 100 sets. Please select 50 to upload to our website and enhance the content on the site. Is that all right? 100 logos? After hearing Hao Yunyang's request, Ling couldn't help but chuckle. You really are something. Haha, Hao Yunyang laughed awkwardly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to do it. Rather, he simply didn't know how. The third task is for everyone to update their personal information on Task China if they have some downtime. Change your avatars to the studio's logo, then choose projects you feel confident about. Hao Yunyang grinned. After completing them, don't rush to submit. Let's wait until Sister Xiong finishes the graphic, and we will submit together. All right, let's set a time to submit together, Xiang Tianwen remarked thoughtfully. This time, we must strive for perfection. If our overall acceptance rate exceeds 70%, Jiuxiao will truly make a name for itself. In fact, our reputation is already quite high. Hualu Qingyin suddenly laughed. Why don't you all refresh the homepage of Task China? Hualu Qingyin's unexpected suggestion left Hao Yunyang and the others momentarily stunned. They quickly opened the Task China webpage and clicked refresh. Upon the page reloading, they saw a prominent advertisement at the top of the homepage. The most magnificent and powerful graphic design team. Jiuxiao, since the establishment of Task China. Beneath this bold statement, several lines of smaller text provided further details. Jiuxiao Design Studio was established by the master of the highest logo design bid rate, Zhuai Yuliuxing. The 8 members of the studio are all exclusive designers contracted by Task China, including the astonishingly talented Zhi Yuliuxing, the authoritative expert in network logo design, Ling, and the master of the highest logo design bid rate, Kaiyun Piapiao Zue Jiangnan. Hao Yunyang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Clicking on the advertisement led to a page where Jiuxiao Design Studio's striking logo, Shenlong Piyun Xiao, stood out prominently. As one scrolls down the webpage, one encounters an introduction to the members of the Jiuxiao Graphic Design Studio. The descriptions are imbued with a hint of exaggeration, yet the echoes of the recent logo design competition still reverberate. Naturally, no one would scrutinize the embellishments surrounding Jiuxiao, a graphic design studio that boasts 7 of the top 8 finalists from the competition. This place, where one can barter their talents, skills, creativity, time, virtue, and character for monetary gain, holds a significant allure for many. Consequently, within mere half an hour of the advertisement's release, the comment section has already amassed over 2,000 messages. At this juncture, the melodious voice of Huayu Qingyin emanates from the speakers, axing. The terms I negotiated with Task China are that we, as a team, will sign a 2-year contract with them, committing to submit no fewer than 30 works each month. In return, Task China will promote our studio among other benefits. Is there any issue with this? The choice of platform is not particularly consequential for us. Hao Yunyang, rather than expressing anger at Huayu Qingyin's unilateral decision, offered genuine praise. 2 years it is? Injied, you've executed this matter splendidly. With such promotion, we won't need to expend effort on advertising ourselves. Actually, this idea arose during a casual conversation with my senior, who then reported it to General Wang at Task China, resulting in this promotional collaboration proposal. Given the current scenario, where logo design constitutes nearly a third of the freelancer projects, Task China is eager to surpass its competitor, Freelancer China, with utmost urgency. Huayu Qingyin disclosed her insights candidly, yet insisted that previously arranged matters must remain unchanged. Hao Yunyang glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his desk and cheerfully remarked, let's proceed as planned then. Everyone, disperse. 0. Please go online on QQ. I'll send you the organized logos. All right, Zero replied with a smile, adding with a hint of nostalgia, it's been a few years, and finally, it feels like we have a real team. I'm really looking forward to our gathering in 3 days, right? Yes, Muxatong softly affirmed, saying, tomorrow, I'll send my daughter to my mother's place for a few days, and we'll set off for Wenzhou on the afternoon of the 14th. I should arrive first in Lusher, correct? Indeed. Hao Yunyang responded with a heartfelt smile. I'll arrange our meeting place in the next couple of days. Where would you like to congregate? How about a hotel? Amidst their genuine laughter, Hao Yunyang exited the channel, shutting down YY, his face adorned with a broad smile. Chapter 53. Just in time, confronted with Lu Ming's unusual demeanor, Hao Yunyang, despite his curiosity, hesitated to delve deeper due to the lack of intimacy between them. He held a clear perception of Lu Ming, a friend with whom one could associate, yet not to the extent of sharing everything. Hence, after tentatively posing a few questions and receiving no direct responses, Hao Yunyang tucked those inquiries away in his heart, choosing not to revisit them. Upon exiting the building, he instinctively offered a warm, friendly smile and a nod to the elderly administrator seated at the bottom of the stairs. The elder, as per usual, remained motionless, gazing at Hao Yunyang without uttering a word or reciprocating the nod. After acknowledging the elder, Hao Yunyang turned to close the heavy iron gate before stepping onto the street. Perhaps it was the newfound wealth in his pocket, but he had not indulged in the once delightful ramen for several days. Typically, he would dine on Chinese cuisine at a location a 10-minute walk from his residence. As was his habit, he unconsciously lit a cigarette, strolling through the dimly lit alley while observing the bustling traffic outside. Suddenly, he found himself retrieving his wallet from his back pocket, contemplating. Is it time to purchase a car? Hao Yunyang was no saint. It was only natural to seek enjoyment upon acquiring wealth. In his early school days, cars were a rarity in his town. At that time, those who could drive were seen as affluent individuals. With their vehicles symbolizing a man's status, as he progressed from junior high to high school, his perspective broadened. He realized that not all drivers were wealthy. Some could very well be unlicensed taxi drivers. After completing high school and embarking on a 2-year working journey in Lusher, he gained further insight. Not all drivers were bosses. Some were merely employees, albeit of a higher caliber. Nonetheless, no matter how his views evolved, Hao Yunyang never relinquished his dream of owning a car. What was once a fantasy was now on the cusp of reality. The desire to flaunt success is inherent in youth, and it is instinctual to project an image of achievement to relatives and neighbors. Hao Yunyang, being an ordinary person from a modest background, was no exception. Beep, beep. A sudden, blaring honk startled Hao Yunyang from his reverie. Instinctively, he turned to locate the source of the sound, only to find a BMW Z8 convertible halting a mere 2 meters away. The driver, a young man in his early 20s, was accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed young woman. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Watch where you're walking, the driver barked, his irritation palpable. Ignoring Hao Yunyang's apology, he glared at him and commanded, get out of the way. With a chuckle, Hao Yunyang stepped back and surveyed the array of vehicles. His judgment began to form. Aside from 2 Audis, the remaining cars ranged from 70 to 150,000 yuan, suggesting that this bustling eatery catered to the upper-tier workforce. Just as he prepared to stride toward the entrance, his gaze fell upon a striking yellow Hyundai sports car, momentarily freezing his facial muscles. Chen Xinxin, it seems Yi Huan has been quite persistent in his affections for you, remarked Chen Pingping, seated with Zhao Chenxin at a corner table by the window, each holding a can of Wangleji. He even called me yesterday, offering to help us find a less demanding job. And those roses delivered every morning. What more could you want? Such matters depend on feelings, Zhao Chenxin replied with a gentle smile. It's not as straightforward as simply saying yes. You think so highly of him. Why not pursue him yourself? Chen Pingping teased. I would if he felt the same way, Zhao Chenxin sighed. Chen Pingping feigned shyness, nearly causing Zhao Chenxin to choke on her tea. After a brief cough, Zhao Chenxin inquired, by the way, ISNT junkie planning to come over tonight? That silly boy can come or go as he pleases. A fleeting warmth flickered in Chen Pingping's eyes before vanishing, replaced by a dismissive pout. After years of working, he is still stuck in a junior position, barely making ends meet. At this rate, I might as well end things. Yu Zhao Chenxin could only manage a wry smile, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Chen Pingping's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Setting down her drink, she answered the call. Where are you? Thinking of Chen Pingping made Hao Yunyang's head ache. And he couldn't fathom how Zhao Qinxin's personality could align so well with hers. Was this what they meant by opposites attracting? Regardless, he decided to go inside, determined not to let her intimidate him. Just as he resolved to take a step forward, an urgent figure rushed toward him, colliding with him at the entrance. Upon seeing Hao Yunyang, Chen Pingping's face lit with urgency as she disregarded any grievances regarding Zhao Qinxin. Seizing Hao Yunyang's arm and leading him toward the car. You arrived just in time. Chapter 54. Hasty move caught off guard as Chen Pingping pulled him into the car. Hao Yunyang's mind began to clear as he observed the urgency on the faces of the two women. What is going on? I haven't eaten yet. We're moving. Chen Pingping glanced at him. Didn't you mention to Qinxin that you rented a place across from where you live? We could use it temporarily. I promise I won't shortchange you on the rent. While the rent was a minor consideration, Hao Yunyang was open to accommodating them. Having gained some understanding of Chen Pingping's character, he chose not to take offense at her casual attitude. Sitting in the back seat, he pondered, but I installed broadband in that apartment, and I have a computer there for work. So, how many rooms are there? Zhao Qinxin gently inquired. 2 rooms and a hall? Hao Yunyang replied, the computer is in one of the rooms. I can share a room with Pingping. Zhao Qinxin smiled slightly, her sincerity evident. Thank you. Chen Pingping, who was driving, scoffed and rolled her eyes, but refrained from further comment. At that moment, she suddenly realized with a pang of despair that her previously assumed extensive network of connections rendered her too apprehensive to make calls in times of need. Ironically, the very person she had held in disdain, a mere hotel attendant she had only met a few times, might be her unexpected savior. Don't you work at Jinhui? Zhao Qinxin's curious eyes sparkled. Why do you need a computer for your work? As the car turned onto Luqing Road, just 3 minutes away from their apartment, Chen Pingping's phone rang again. Where are you now? As soon as the call connected, her boyfriend, Zhou Juanxiang, spoke urgently, his breath heavy with panic. I can barely hold on. They are pursuing me closely. Just hang on a little longer, Chen Pingping replied, her voice laced with urgency. We still need about 10 minutes to leave. You. Tell him to call the police. Before Chen Pingping could finish her sentence, Hao Yunyang, who had gleaned some understanding of the situation from Zhao Qinxin, interjected abruptly. Ignoring any reaction from Chen Pingping, he seized the phone from her grasp, held it to his ear, and instructed, Buddy, first, figure out where you need to run to, then immediately call the police. Just say there's a group brawl happening and give them your location. I understand, Zhou Juanxiang. Taken aback by the male voice on the other end, momentarily paused, but in that critical moment, he pushed aside his surprise, recognizing that this was indeed the only viable way to ensure his safety. He nodded in agreement and hung up. Are you really just going to watch your boyfriend get caught by those thugs? Hao Yunyang clearly did not anticipate Chen Pingping would utter such words. The urgency that had previously colored his expression vanished as he spoke, his voice heavy with disapproval. Are you doing this just to gain time for your move? How dare you call me selfish? Chen Pingping slammed on the brakes, her voice rising in anger. You, humph. I don't need your lectures, Chen Pingping retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. After a huff, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward. Fueled by indignation, Chen Pingping's fury was matched by Hao Yunyang's growing ire. He had encountered selfish individuals before, but never anyone quite like Chen Pingping. Frustrated, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat in silence. You are protecting him too, Chen Pingping, no fool, reflected on the underlying truth but was resolute in her refusal to apologize. The vehicle stopped at the apartment entrance, and despite his anger, Hao Yunyang recognized the urgency of the situation. He chose not to say anything further and exited the car alongside Chen Pingping and Zhao Qinxin, making their way briskly towards the building. 2 laptops, 3 large suitcases of clothes, a sizable box of shoes, and another filled with already packed jewelry and handbags lay piled in the living room. Observing the 5 large boxes, Hao Yunyang felt a sense of disbelief. Zhao Qinxin softly remarked, I packed these a couple of days ago. Hao Yunyang acknowledged with a grunt, stepping forward to hoist a suitcase filled with clothes. It was somewhat heavy, but he managed to lift it down. Chen Pingping stole a glance at Hao Yunyang but said nothing. While Zhao Qinxin responded affirmatively, they managed to flag down 2 taxis outside, and with Chen Pingping's car, their belongings were successfully loaded and transported away. Just 2 minutes after the trio departed, a white Jinbei van pulled up in front of the apartment, and 4 or 5 young men disembarked. Chapter 55. The Immortals plank that kid runs like the wind, Mousy, looking vexed, brushed off his sleeves, and gestured to the remaining four. Spread out. Abing and I will keep watch in the car. You three, go over to those pool tables. Are we just going to wait here tonight? Abing, seated in the passenger seat, fiddled with a 50-centimeter water pipe, looked up and asked. The old man Lu has known about this place for a while but hasn't told us. Mousie frowned, his concern evident. I don't know what he's worried about. Tonight, everyone gets 300. We keep watch. Suddenly, Mousie's expression shifted, and he slammed the steering wheel, exclaiming, Damn! What happened? Abing inquired, puzzled. That kid is in cahoots with those two girls. If he bolts, won't he inform them? Mousie's eyebrows furrowed, his resolve hardening. Get out of the car with me. What for? Abing was confused. Otto, they're coming. Abing dropped the pipe, quickly exiting the vehicle, hands shoved in his back pockets as he followed Mousie into the apartment building. Not keeping watch anymore? One man asked, bewildered. Keeping watch? Nonsense, Abing retorted. Those two women have already fled. The doors are wide open, and their things are all gone. Standing here would be foolish tonight. I'm keeping watch? Abing's expression faltered momentarily. Then he sighed and took the keys, watching as Mousie and the others turned to leave. I haven't eaten yet. Hao Yunyang groaned as he carried the bags up to the third floor and into the room. Casting a weary glance at Chen Pingping, I'm almost too exhausted to move. Can you drive? Chen Pingping, who was seated on the sofa, lifted her head to look at Hao Yunyang. Yes, he nodded, somewhat puzzled. Take it and find somewhere to eat. We need to rest, she said, tossing him the car keys and practically shoving him out of the room. Finally, she peeked through the door crack, a teasing smile on her face. Oh, just a heads up. Since those people found our place, they must know the license plate too. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Hao Yunyang standing alone in the dimly lit stairwell, clutching the keys that still bore Chen Pingping's warmth. Feeling utterly despondent. I mean, this is just too much. Hey, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Before Hao Yunyang could finish, the hallway lights flickered on as Lu Ming ascended the stairs. Carrying a stack of takeout boxes, he glanced at Hao Yunyang, his curiosity piqued, whose modern car is parked downstairs. What do you think? Hao Yunyang retorted, exasperated, as he waved the keys in front of Lu Ming. By the way, why are you back so early? There will be someone checking the illegal internet cafes soon, Lu Ming shrugged. So we have to close up early. That car new? That's my aunt's ride. How could I afford it? Hao Yunyang's gaze fell on the takeout boxes in Lu Ming's hands. Instinctively, he touched his empty stomach, shamelessly asking, Is there enough food? Huh? Lu Ming paused for a moment before playfully scolding. You think you can eat for free? Hurry down and grab a few bottles of wine. If you don't contribute something, you won't get any. All right, I'm on it. Hao Yunyang chuckled, his hunger forgotten as he bounded down the stairs. Lost in thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but grin as he shook his head, musing, strange things happen every year, but this year seems especially rife with them. Stop dawdling and open the wine. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, rising to shut the door before turning to Hao Yunyang, who was busy with the beer. I say, Lao Hao, you haven't been playing the lottery, have you? Sure. Hao Yunyang abruptly turned, placing a finger to his lips. Feigning concern as he gazed earnestly at Lu Ming, keep it down. Could it be that you really won? Lu Ming casually remarked, but was taken aback by Hao Yunyang's reaction. Initially surprised, he quickly realized and leaned closer. Winking, how much did you win? Well, first tell me how you knew I won the lottery. Hao Yunyang lowered his voice. I haven't even told my mom. Well, you must be trying to keep it all to yourself. Not even informing your family, Lu Ming scoffed, then added smugly, I have my ways of knowing. All right then, let us drink. Hao Yunyang's expression turned serious as he sat down, nonchalantly pouring himself some wine. You tell me first? How much did you win? Lu Ming pressed, exasperated, as he snatched Hao Yunyang's glass and gulped it down, wiping his mouth afterward. Can't you calculate that yourself? Hao Yunyang teased, adopting a comical expression. Isn't that what you do? Well, Lu Ming stammered, laughing awkwardly as he settled next to Hao Yunyang, raising his eyebrows. So, how much are we talking about? Sigh. Hao Yunyang looked up at him. For example, if I won 100,000, how do I claim it? Lu Ming fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable duration before finally uttering 4 words. Xianren Ban Ban. He was engaged in a process of self-relaxation. Chapter 56, Digital Reality in Lu City. Encountering a local millionaire, Hao Yunyang had not yet reached a level of audacity where he could completely disregard the situation. But Zhao Qinxin and Chen Pingping found themselves compelled to intervene. Well, since there was no other option, they decided to help. They would simply deal with whatever came their way. After all, given Hao Yunyang's current standing, what could he possibly use to contend with others? Sitting in the living room, he and Lu Ming emptied 4 bottles of liquor, and his mind began to awaken slightly. They discussed various topics, yet the majority of Lu Ming's tales revolved around Kong Lingqiu, who had been drinking with them that fateful night. However, there was little overlap between them, so Hao Yunyang retained scant details, knowing only that Kong Lingqiu was a senior programmer and a skilled hacker with remarkable abilities. Once back in his room and seated before the computer, the unease that had plagued Hao Yunyang began to dissipate, as if sitting there granted him an unparalleled sense of supremacy over heaven and earth, a rather fantastical notion, and indeed a form of self-deception or perhaps a subconscious reaction. In a couple of days, Sister Xiong and her group would arrive in Wenzhou. Hao Yunyang rubbed his nose, stifled a yawn, and gazed at the interface of the logo creation software. Muttering to himself, I shall strive to save 300,000 yuan within 3 months and then register a company. This was undoubtedly a clear path illuminated by his son, Gao Zhenhua. The studio was merely a nascent form. To expand and thrive, establishing a company was imperative. His son had also mentioned that as long as Hao Yunyang could carve out a name for himself in the graphic design industry through software, once the company was founded, he could delegate responsibilities to others. Graphic design was an industry that was easy to enter yet challenging to master. Novice designers only needed to learn a few software programs to engage in graphic design. However, to stand out in such a seemingly simple field, both technical skill and creativity were indispensable. Additionally, what might appear as splendid design cases were the most valuable assets of a graphic design company. As he contemplated the future, Hao Yunyang opened QQ, and the avatar of Mu Xiangtong flickered. Upon clicking, he found an offline file awaiting him. After receiving it and opening it, he discovered it was the online business card for Zhousha Studio that he had tasked Mu Xiangtong with creating. The card was imbued with a dark golden hue, adorned with white, auspicious clouds, featuring the Zhousha Studio logo in the upper left corner, while the upper right corner was inscribed with elegant text, Zhousha Graphic Design Studio. Further down were 5 blank frames, containing the design logo, a summary of the logo's creative concepts and meanings, the physical mock-up, and alternative logos. At the bottom, the independent website URL for Zhousha Studio, client reception group details, and Hao Yunyang's QQ number were noted, designating him as the general manager of Zhousha Graphic Design Studio, which made him feel quite embarrassed. After reviewing it several times and growing more pleased with each glance, Hao Yunyang sent a thumbs-up emoji to Mu Xiangtong in the chat box before closing the QQ dialog and opening the Task China website. Half an hour later, he had accepted 20 projects. Averaging one every minute or so, he was on a roll. The exceptional beast sat before the computer, gazing at the task acceptance records, and a faint smile crept across his face as he beheld the string of Chasing Moon Meteor notifications. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Chasing Moon Meteor has gone mad again, accepting 20 projects at once. I bet he'll complete them within 24 hours at a rate of 1 to 2, and if it exceeds 24 hours, the odds are 8 to 1. I'll wager 100 within 24 hours. A girl on duty stood up and shouted, I'll deliver the money to you later. I'll wager 50 within 24 hours. I'll wager 300 within 24 hours. I'll wager. The corner of the exceptional beast's mouth twitched repeatedly, not out of fear but in exhilaration. He opened the dialog box, seeing the exceptional beast say, Xingu? There's more business coming in, 24 hours. Hao Yunyang grinned mischievously and typed, 70-30 split, to be completed in 25 hours. The exceptional beast sent back a thunderstruck emoji followed by a string of ellipses. After a brief pause of several seconds, he replied with 5 words, You're ruthless, deal. Selecting 20 suitable logos for the 20 projects, along with choosing fonts, color schemes, and styles, Hao Yunyang toiled from 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 in the morning, just managing to generate the 20 logos. Stifling another yawn and foregoing a shower, he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber in no time. This sudden resurgence truly startled Chen Pingping. Yet life had to continue, and the necessities of food and drink could not be neglected. Hao Yunyang slept until midday, waking at 12:30. After yawning and rising from bed, he rummaged through cabinets in the living room and found 2 packs of instant noodles and a sausage that had clearly been stashed away by Lu Ming. Settling for that to satiate his hunger, returning to his room, he powered on the computer, entered the YY channel, and opened the homepage of the design studio's website, marking the beginning of another day of idle chatter. Our boss has gone mad today, ruthlessly dismantling the efforts of a colleague over 4 days and nights for 5 design drafts, while Hao Yunyang remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, Xiang Tianwen chimed in. The design I submitted 2 days ago was sent back for revision this morning. I really don't want to continue. Our boss is quite the lunatic, Xiao AI lamented. He refuses to approve my leave request for the 15th. I have something to discuss as well, Ling said apologetically. The company is participating in a bidding conference in the next couple of days, and I received a last-minute notice to attend. My mother just signed up for a travel group, and I'm uneasy about leaving a nanny in charge. It seemed Mu Xiangtong had also encountered some upheaval, softly stating, "You all see." Listening to the incessant chatter around him, Hao Yunyang, who had just logged on, found himself momentarily stunned. Everyone can't make it? I'm truly sorry, Ling said with a hint of hesitation. Shall we postpone the meeting, or what? Hao Yunyang rubbed his temples and casually inquired. After this long, he had frequently heard complaints about work from everyone. Ling seemed to deliberate carefully. I also believe this lifestyle is unsustainable. Creativity cannot be forced purely through pressure from above. Perhaps we should all gather and collaborate? How? Hao Yunyang felt a jolt of inspiration and quickly asked. Meeting was a minor issue. The real concern was how to expand their enterprise. Ling replied gently, I trust we are all financially stable, and we are still young. Why not seize the moment to come together and see if we can establish a foothold in reality? In a month, there will be a graphic design bidding competition at the Shanghai Pudong International Exhibition Center, hosted by the retail giant Walmart, a Fortune 500 company. If we can stand out in this bidding contest, the logo for Walmart's private label products in the Asia-Pacific region will be entrusted to us for production. Ling spoke exhaustively, and everyone, including Hao Yunyang, fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the feasibility of transforming dreams into reality, turning the intangible into the tangible, and shifting their collaboration from the digital realm to the battleground of reality. Was it truly possible? Chapter 57. Do you want to fly solo? Hao Yunyang found himself mired in indecision, and Mu Xiangtong and the others also succumbed to an overwhelming silence, each mind racing with thoughts about the viability of this venture. Hao Yunyang's thoughts became a muddled mess, and after much deliberation, he finally rose to knock on the door of the adjoining room. Entering, he took out his phone and dialed his son's number. At present, Hao Yunyang lacked the capital. If he were to establish a company, the implications would extend far beyond mere technical skills and capabilities, entailing a myriad of considerations. The simplest and most pragmatic issue was that Hao Yunyang currently possessed less than 100,000 yuan in capital. Starting a company? Was he merely to be an employee, or would he take on the role of a boss? With his savings, he could hardly afford even a trivial venture, and the prospect of being an employee was unacceptable to him. His son, Gao Zhenhua, had provided Hao Yunyang with extensive analysis, helping to clear the fog of confusion clouding his mind. Moreover, his son pointed out that graphic design encompassed much more than just logos. It also included product packaging, advertising, and even interior design, areas in which Hao Yunyang had no expertise whatsoever. Gao Zhenhua suggested that Hao Yunyang maintain the current operations of Zhousha Studio while accumulating additional funds to rent an office space, establishing a graphic design company focused primarily on logos, preferably as a sole proprietorship. Subsequently, he could recruit graphic designers and other personnel from the community, initiating the establishment of his company before contemplating further developments, such as forming a strategic partnership with Zhousha Studio. This approach was far more advantageous than directly collaborating with Mu Xiangtong and the others to establish a company. Most importantly, Gao Zhenhua had already identified numerous practical software tools for Hao Yunyang. The graphic design company would merely be a starting point. Hao Yunyang's future would undoubtedly extend beyond the confines of the design industry. Subsequently, Hao Yunyang had several tasks ahead of him. Apart from establishing Zhousha Studio and forming a company, he intended to envelop himself in a veil of mystery, rendering himself inscrutable to others. Likewise, Hao Zhenhua provided Hao Yunyang with a flawless plan of action. I too felt that the decision to establish a company at this moment seemed rather hasty. Muxitong softly remarked, the studio has just been founded. It would be unwise to be overly ambitious in the ensuing 10 days. Hao Yunyang was exceedingly busy, to the point of wishing he could split himself in two. Each day, he sat before his computer, not only engaging in tasks on Task China to undertake logo projects, but also steadfastly communicating with employers who approached him via QQ. refusing to budge from the price of 2,000 per set. After completing these tasks, his subconscious would often lead him to knock on the door of the neighboring room, to sit in the living room for a spell. Life had essentially become a monotonous cycle of 3 points: home, work, and back. Fortunately, after 10 days of relentless effort, he achieved exhilarating results. His bank account balance successfully exceeded 150,000, and the number of projects received by Jiuxiao Studios steadily increased, from 2 projects a day 10 days prior to 10 projects a day 5 days ago, and now, the daily influx of projects had surged past 30, calculating based on the studio's fixed fee of 2,000 RMB per logo, excluding the commissions he earned from Task China. Hao Yunyang's remarkable speed and extraordinarily high acceptance rate allowed the studio to earn over 90,000 RMB as per their initial agreement. Although Muxitong and others had not taken on as many projects as Hao Yunyang, the studio's commission was collected up front, eliminating the possibility of losing bids. If the work was subpar, they could simply make revisions. In just these 10 days, under the combined efforts of the 8 members, Jiuxiao Studios' net income had already surpassed 500,000, averaging 50,000 per day. They had produced 25 logo designs. The advantages of establishing the studio were now fully revealed. Designing logos no longer felt as precarious as working on Task China, where one might fear being overlooked by employers. Thus, a month passed, and on December 14, Muxitong, who managed the finances, began to tally up the earnings from the past month and calculate each individual's actual income. In the past month, Liuxing had completed a total of 256 logo projects, earning a third of that amount, which equated to 170,667 RMB. After opening the microphone, Muxitong recited from the list. Ling completed 103 logo projects, earning a third of that, which amounts to 68,667 RMB. After sequentially reporting the achievements of all 8 individuals for the previous month, Muxitong hesitated and said, "Last month, our studio completed a total of 897 logo designs, and 2/3 of the commissions amount to 119,600 RMB. According to our initial agreement, each of us could still receive 14,950 RMB. This is unfair to Xinggu." Xiao AI was the first to voice her concern. Xinggu completed a total of 256 logo designs last month. Based on the 2,000 per set calculation, it should be 511,200, but now he can only take home 320,000. That's quite a discrepancy. I too believe the distribution standard we agreed upon initially is unreasonable. Ling stepped forward, echoing the sentiment. The establishment of the studio has already brought us considerable convenience and benefits. Xing has no reason to further augment our income. Kaiyun Piao, enchanted by Jiangnan, suggested, "Therefore, I propose that future commission distributions be determined by individual output. If Xing earned 511,200 last month, then he should receive that amount." "I concur with this sentiment," Binger gently added. "Then allow me to recalculate. I will distribute it shortly," Muxitong replied with a light laugh, nodding in agreement. Just then, however, Hao Yunyang cleared his throat gently. "Ahem, wait a moment. What is the matter? What is it?" Muxitong and the others looked on in confusion. Hao Yunyang stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. What about you?" Hualio Qingyin prodded. "Speak up. I've established a graphic design company." Hao Yunyang finally mustered the courage to declare. "What?" Muxitong and the others were utterly astonished. Hao Yunyang gradually regained his composure, though he still felt a twinge of guilt, as if he had abandoned his companions to fly solo. It should be noted that Hao Yunyang was indeed a remarkably kind-hearted young man of the new era. What a sudden revelation! After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao AI let out a bitter laugh. Her mood clearly dampened. "Our studio has only been established for a month. Xing, what's wrong with you?" Xiangtian inquired, his tone growing somber and somewhat accusatory. "Are you planning to go solo?" Hualio Qingyin directly voiced her confusion. "Can you all please listen to my explanation?" Hao Yunyang seemed to be treading a path reminiscent of Zhao Zhen's earlier journey. Recommended. A brother's book, 1,000,000 words, also urban-themed. Everyone take a look when you have time. Bookid 1612229. Book name Rebirth of a Glorious Youth. Chapter 58. Jiuxiao Organization you speak? Xiao AI prompted, then added with a hint of suspicion. "Do you feel that the original agreement of the studio is unfair to you? We already amended it. Indeed, starting today, the distribution of future commissions will be based on individual contributions. So don't take it too personally." Hualio Qingyin gently remarked. Is that acceptable? Stop jumping to conclusions and let me finish. All right. Hao Yunyang forced a smile, instinctively glancing at Lu Ming, who stood by, staring blankly. He flashed a grin at Lu Ming, then turned back to say, "In fact, that I am part of a team. This doesn't require your clarification." "We already know," Ling interrupted Hao Yunyang's explanation, letting out a slight sigh. "Your production speed has already exposed your background. Regardless of what team you are associated with, you cannot withdraw from the studio. Otherwise, we will sever ties." "Let me finish, okay?" Being interrupted repeatedly, the words Hao Yunyang had pinned up felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. Once Ling completed her statement, he raised his voice slightly. "This is preposterous," Shangtian exclaimed, unable to hold back. While it did sound somewhat outrageous, the facts were irrefutable. The story that Hao Yunyang had meticulously crafted over the past 10 days, honed through multiple discussions with his son, was not so easily debunked. Zhou Xiao encompassed numerous top-tier talents from around the world, with members from various industries. Hao Yunyang continued to weave his tale, bringing Lu Ming along for the ride. "I am merely an ordinary member of Zhou Xiao. The logo designs I submit are not solely my independent work. In fact, I can assert that out of the 10 logos I submitted, at least 8 were crafted by fellow Zhou Xiao members." And then, Ling was completely engrossed, unable to resist pressing for more. "Are you suggesting that you were fortuitously chosen as the representative for Zhou Xiao?" Muxitong inquired, her voice laced with skepticism. "Something along those lines?" Hao Yunyang continued, "Zhou Xiao members are categorized into various levels. I am merely the most ordinary member. You are all aware of my abilities, merely a slight talent in logo design. However, I can assure you that if Zhou Xiao were to merely stamp its foot, the entire Asia would tremble thrice. I feel as though I'm listening to something incomprehensible," Hualio Chengyin muttered, struggling to keep pace with Hao Yunyang's narrative. "I understand that you may find this difficult to accept for the time being, but the primary reason I am laying this all out before you today is because we have entered a critical phase." Hao Yunyang's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. "What? Really?" Lu Ming's jaw dropped as he stared. His eyes filled with longing. Ever since he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the freshly minted logos Hao Yunyang had created a few days prior, Lu Ming had been eagerly trailing after him, drooling with anticipation for an explanation. Yet, whenever Lu Ming posed a question, Hao Yunyang would only smile mysteriously, evading a direct answer, leaving Lu Ming feeling as though his insides were being tickled by a cat. After days of relentless pursuit, Hao Yunyang finally allowed Lu Ming into his room, showing him how to enter the channel, and then, when Lu Ming heard the income figures from the previous month, his heart nearly stopped, and his breathing became rapid as he stood there, fixated on Hao Yunyang. All members of the Zhou Xiao organization were top-tier talents of Chinese nationality. The organization does not interfere in the daily affairs of its members. Yet it does possess a central ideology. As Hao Yunyang conveyed these words, he was filled with admiration for the mastermind behind this grand deception, his son, who had concocted such an extraordinary tale. "So, what is the central ideology of Zhou Xiao?" Mu Shitong was also immersed in the somewhat uncomplicated narration of Hao Yunyang. "The central philosophy of Zhou Xiao is singular." A solemn expression graced Hao Yunyang's face as he spoke for the first time in an exceedingly grave tone. "That is, for the rise of Huaxia, we must strive." As he uttered these words, a shiver coursed through his arms, and a surge of emotion welled up within him. "Oh, my son, you are truly talented. For the rise of Huaxia." Huayuli Chengyin softly murmured, her gaze becoming remarkably clear. "Strive. How can we ascertain the truth of your words?" Ling directly interjected, bluntly voicing her skepticism. "Heh," Hao Yunyang chuckled. "It's a matter of perspective." Ling fell silent. "Then, how will we be assessed?" Kaiyun Piao, intoxicated by the beauty of Jiangnan, could not resist inquiring. "I'm afraid I do not know." Hao Yunyang shrugged. "I am merely an ordinary formal member, lacking the authority to be privy to such matters. Thus far, the organization has but one requirement of you." "What?" "For the rise of Huaxia, we must strive." Xiao Ai was the first to exuberantly declare, "Tomorrow, I shall resign, pack my bags, and head to Wenzhou too." Huayuli Chengyin promptly echoed, for she could not fathom any reason for Hao Yunyang to deceive them. A significant reason also lay in the fact that Huayuli Chengyin's husband was currently working somewhere in Wenzhou. "I need to think it over." Ling paused for a moment before adding, "Give me 2 days. Within that time frame, I shall provide you with a definitive answer. I must also consider, after all, I have a daughter." Mu Shitong gently remarked. Chapter 59. Life goals that day. Hao Yunyang knocked on the door of the adjacent room, where Zhao Qinxin and Chun Pingping were busy tackling a bento box. Can't you move your precious computer to your own room? Hao Yunyang had knocked several times throughout the day, and Chen Pingping finally reached her breaking point. She stood up, entered the room, and threw a stack of renminbi onto the table, exclaiming at Hao Yunyang. The rent was originally 1,500. I'll count it as 2,000 for you. Move your computer out of there, and don't come knocking anymore. It's quite bothersome. Just as Chen Pingping was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Hao Yunyang had already pushed the door open and entered the room. After locking the door behind him, he picked up his phone and dialed his own number. Moments later, the call was answered by Gao Zhenhua, who, without waiting for Hao Yunyang to speak, cheerfully remarked, "Dad, your call comes at just the right time. I happen to have something to discuss with you. There's something you need from me?" Hao Yunyang replied softly before continuing. "Today, I registered a company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It's named Zhouxiao Graphic Design Company Limited. I expect the approval should come through soon. What should we do next?" "Just adapt," Gao Zhenhua replied nonsensically. Then asked, "Do you know why I meticulously chose to give you that logo-making software? Didn't you say it was the only one you could find?" Hao Yunyang responded, feeling puzzled, suddenly sensing that his son might be concealing something from him. Yet unable to piece together the clues, he could only ask suspiciously, "What is going on?" "The logo-making software is indeed the only software I could find that would run on your computer," Gao Zhenhua emphasized, then shifted the conversation, saying, "But have you considered, aside from the software, what else I can provide you that might be of assistance?" "Aside from the software." Gao Zhenhua's words struck Hao Yunyang like a thunderclap, causing his thoughts, once confined to a narrow circle, to soar far and wide. He blurted out, "If you could tell me future stock trends, if you could inform me." Hold on. Before Hao Yunyang could spiral into boundless imagination, Gao Zhenhua interrupted, then asked, "Dad, do you know why I don't provide you with those things?" "Why?" Hao Yunyang was baffled. There seemed to be no reason for his son to behave this way. "The reason is simple." Gao Zhenhua sighed. "I'm afraid that if you had those things, it would lead to great trouble. When I gave you the logo-making software, I was already anxious. How could I dare to give you more? What if it backfired?" Then why are you telling me this now?" Hao Yunyang's mind raced, quickly grasping the crux of the situation, and asked, "You want to give me these things?" Cough, cough. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his son's words, Hao Yunyang coughed a few times to mask his discomfort. "Then tell me, what are you thinking? A covert organization?" Hao Yunyang found himself perplexed. "Please don't rush. Let me explain." Gao Zhenhua smiled and continued. "The organization is called Qihong, but it is neither a political organization nor a criminal syndicate. Could it be an assassin group?" Hao Yunyang blurted out in a moment of inspiration, only to realize afterward, scratching his head, "Forget what I just said, continue." "What?" Hao Yunyang was even more puzzled. Why was his son telling him this? It was still 2009, and the organization was founded in 2017, with 8 years to go. "For the rise of Huaxia, we must strive." Gao Zhenhua lowered his voice to utter this phrase, then added, "Dad, don't doubt me. There truly are such individuals in this world. Your current status is still low, and you cannot access higher-level matters. However, remember that humans are emotional beings, especially in times of internal strife and external threats. Heroes always rise to the occasion, displaying valor and grandeur, son." I can't shake the feeling that you speaking to me about this is akin to preparing me for battle, which makes me quite uneasy." Hao Yunyang fell silent. "Thus, I have arranged a life goal for you. Please don't hastily reject it. After I finish speaking, you can decide." Gao Zhenhua preemptively severed Hao Yunyang's retreat. Then, with Hao Yunyang's tacit agreement, began. The Qihong organization has existed for over 20 years, and its influence can be described without exaggeration. If Qihong were to stamp its feet, the entire Asia would tremble in response. However, in 2041, Qihong suddenly vanished without a trace. After extensive investigation, I discovered that the disappearance was due to Qihong angering the European United Nations, which was established in 2028 after certain incidents. Following a series of conflicts, Qihong suffered heavy losses, and at that time, its leader passed away due to illness. "Why are you telling me this?" Hao Yunyang felt increasingly uneasy. "What I mean is, although Qihong ended in tragedy, its influence in the world was indisputable. Moreover, I believe." "What?" "Qihong's model is entirely replicable." Gao Zhenhua's voice resonated in Hao Yunyang's ears like a spell. "You could replace Qihong. Qihong thrived for over 20 years, and you could last even longer." Chapter 60. The question of character, it must be said that Hao Yunyang's ability to persuade had seen remarkable development under his son's influence. The Jiuxiao organization emerged from the conspiratorial discussions between the father and son. According to Gao Jinhua's vision, Jiuxiao would become the future incarnation of the Qihong organization. Of course, whether Qihong would reappear after the establishment of Jiuxiao remained to be seen. Gao Jinhua had much to offer Hao Yunyang. Some of it could be utilized, while some could not be touched at all. Establishing the Jiuxiao organization not only promised Hao Yunyang a seemingly boundless future, but also encased him within a layer of protection. Should anyone perceive any irregularities, their first thoughts would not be whether Hao Yunyang possessed any advantages, but rather whether they could afford to provoke the enigmatic Jiuxiao organization. The principles of Jiuxiao mirrored those of Qihong, and the standards for member recruitment were likewise similar. The only difference was that the founder of the historical Qihong organization was the top leader of a private enterprise ranked first among the top 500, possessing wealth and influence. In contrast, Hao Yunyang was merely a grassroots individual, lacking both money and power. Thus, Gao Jinhua's rationale for having Hao Yunyang replace Qihong to establish Jiuxiao lay in the fact that Hao Yunyang could connect across time and space with Gao Jinhua, who could furnish him with a wealth of information. While Hao Yunyang may not fully utilize this information, for those aspiring members of Jiuxiao, if selected wisely, such resources could serve as formidable weapons, unstoppable in their might. After organizing the events of the past month in his mind, Hao Yunyang began to feel a sense of anticipation, looking forward to the moment when he could sit on a throne, commanding respect, capable of shaking the very foundations of Asia with a mere stomp of his foot. Certainly, as of now, Hao Yunyang can only indulge in fantasies within the confines of his mind, contemplating the grand deceptions that must be spun during the nascent stages of Jiuxiao's establishment. It is only once the membership reaches an adequate quantity and quality that the true moment of transcending the heavens and soaring beyond the clouds will arrive. For the time being, it is essential to remain composed and discreet. "Old Hao, would you care for a drink?" Lu Ming's face was adorned with a rather charming smile. "Allow me to pour you some." "You truly lack appreciation." In an instant, the smile on Lu Ming's face fell, and he pulled a stool beside Hao Yunyang, scrutinizing him up and down in silence. After a minute, Hao Yunyang felt a twinge of discomfort but feigned indifference. Continuing to browse projects on the task-oriented website. 3 minutes later, the corners of Hao Yunyang's mouth began to twitch slightly, yet he restrained himself from reacting and accepted several tasks. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming still fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Hao Yunyang. "I ask, are you daft?" Hao Yunyang could no longer hold back, turning to glare fiercely at Lu Ming. "Would you like me to fetch you a 120? I must say, I fail to see what makes you so exceptional." Lu Ming finally spoke up, pouting. "What merit did Jiuxiao find in admitting you first, while I remain here for scrutiny? It must be a question of character." Hao Yunyang looked at Lu Ming earnestly and replied, "You must understand, throughout my life, the number of elderly individuals I have assisted across the street is no less than 800. TCH. Lu Ming scoffed, standing up from the stool to stretch, saying, "Not heading to the company? It's still under renovation." Hao Yunyang also yawned, smacking his lips. "Are you free in the next couple of days?" "For what purpose?" "Accompany me to the talent market in Yueqing, the one tucked away in a corner of the city." Hao Yunyang stated, "Let us recruit a few individuals to bolster our presence." "Do you need programmers?" Lu Ming suddenly inquired. "Programmers?" Hao Yunyang looked up at Lu Ming, pondering. "What will they do?" "You truly are a talented individual." Lu Ming conceded defeat. The first two to pack their bags and rush to Wenzhou were Xiao Ai and Hua Lucheng. Xiao Ai boarded a long-distance bus the day after submitting her resignation, carrying a single suitcase, and one must admit that her courage and determination were indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Hua Lucheng took a flight with her child, having previously informed the child's father that she would take the child to him, planning to visit Lucia first. Thus, upon the plane's landing at Wenzhou Airport, while holding her child's hand and exiting the airport, Hua Lucheng dialed the child's father. "We have arrived. Please come pick us up on December 15th at 11:43 a.m. "Where are you headed?" Zhao Chenxin, just stepping out of her room with a bag of trash, coincidentally encountered Hao Yunyang, who had just exited the adjacent room. Observing Hao Yunyang's formal attire, Zhao Chenxin inquired, perplexed, "Dressed so formally. Going out for a meal?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chenxin ultimately shook her head, declining Hao Yunyang's invitation. "Perhaps not. Ping Ping and I just ordered takeout." Alas. Hao Yunyang sighed softly, watching as Zhao Qinxin placed the trash bag down and retreated into her home. Once the door closed behind her, Hao Yunyang murmured, "Hiding away like this is not a solution. Lujikun.it is time we settled our accounts." Muttering to himself, he descended the stairs and hailed a tricycle, stating, "Driver, to the bus station." The office of the Jiuxiao graphic design company registered by Hao Yunyang is located in an office building near the Lusher bus station, encompassing over 600 square meters, costing Hao Yunyang 220,000 in rent annually. Of course, at this moment, Hao Yunyang was not heading to the station to oversee the renovation progress, nor to train the newly hired PA sisters from yesterday, but rather, Anjia, should I call Xingge? Xiao AI, dragging her suitcase off the bus from Wenzhou to Lusher, turned a glance at the following Hualu Chengyin, playfully asking, "I've already sent a text." Hualu Chengyin, appearing 28, smiled and shook her head gently in response to Xiao AI's inquiry, softly stating, "They should be arriving soon." Chapter 61. Come with me. Mousie has been feeling quite uncomfortable lately, exceedingly displeased and thoroughly distressed. Ever since he let slip that day, allowing those two women to escape, he has been scouring every nook and cranny of the streets with his brothers, and now a month has passed with no trace of them, and he has faced reprimands for encroaching on another boss's territory, leading to considerable frustration. Given all these circumstances, Mousie is utterly miserable. Mousie, still searching. A short youth leaned against a utility pole, stopping to rub his sore calves, looking up and stating, "It's been a month. They've likely fled by now, Mousie." The tall youth standing to the right behind Mousie suddenly widened his eyes, as if seeing a ghost, and nudged Mousie's back. "Look over there." "Where?" Mousie paused, turning his head to see the tall youth pointing with a finger towards the front, then following the direction of his gesture. A hint of hesitation crossed his face. "This is that guy from that night." The short youth also noticed Hao Yunyang, who was sitting casually on an electric tricycle, legs crossed. He straightened up instantly, declaring, "I recognize him even if he were turned to ash. What should we do?" The tall youth stepped forward, glancing at Mousie, seeking his opinion. "Where did he just come from?" Mousie narrowed his eyes, observing the tricycle gradually moving away, yet he did not pursue. From that direction, the tall youth pointed to a nearby alley. "There?" Mousie paused, then stomped his foot. "Damn, Ingchun Alley, hurry, let us chase after him." Initially believing he had located Hao Yunyang's hideout, he was surprised to learn that he had emerged from Ingchun Alley. What sort of place is that? Any man who has lingered in Lusher would know. They hastily flagged down two passing tricycles, disregarding the passengers aboard, yanking them from their seats. Mousie and his companions exchanged fierce glares, rendering the passengers speechless. "Catch up with that tricycle ahead, quickly." Mousie pointed towards the tricycle that Hao Yunyang had boarded, which had just turned the corner, declaring, "Damn it, this time I won't let you off." The driver glanced in the direction Mousie pointed, his expression shifting slightly, then apologetically said, "My battery is low. I can't go far." "Anjia." Hao Yunyang disembarked from the tricycle at the station exit, immediately spotting two young women standing at the entrance of a small shop. Although they had seen each other as photos online, meeting in person made Hao Yunyang cautious as he approached, resembling a spy drawing near, before inquiring, "Xiao AI?" Number one of the slightly older women wore a serious expression, casting a plain glance at Hao Yunyang and gently shaking her head. Strange. Hao Yunyang scratched his head, pulling out two folded A4 sheets from his pocket, unfolding them to reveal two printed photographs. Boldly, he held one of the A4 sheets beside the older woman's face, grinning. "Don't jest, come with me." Hualu Chengyin displayed an expression of exasperation, while Xiao AI obediently exclaimed, "Xinggu." Our little Xiao AI is indeed well-behaved and sensible. Hao Yunyang, likely experiencing this as his first instance of being called brother by a girl in real life, felt a sweetness akin to honey wash over him. Gazing at Xiao AI and Hualu Chengyin, Hao Yunyang asked, "Binger, Stongjie, what about them?" "Binger is still resigning, and Stongjie will likely need 3 more days to sort out her daughter's affairs." Hualu Chengyin pondered before speaking. "Wenda and Jiangnan will arrive tomorrow, and Ling brother Ling's household is in turmoil." Xiao AI added, "Ling's wife is preventing him from leaving, threatening that if he dares abandon her and their child, she will divorce him. Alas, married women are truly fearsome." "What did you say?" Hualu Chengyin turned sharply toward Xiao AI. Her sensitivity peaked. Xinggu, what did I just say?" Xiao AI suddenly realized that she was standing beside a formidable woman, hastily feigning ignorance and innocently blinking at Hao Yunyang. Did you hear anything? What? Hao Yunyang pretended to be deaf, looking at Hualu Qingyin. Injia, what did Xiao AI just say? Oh, you two. Barely reunited and already conspiring against me. Hualu Qingyin sighed heavily. How are we to navigate the days ahead by this time? Hao Yunyang finally had the opportunity to closely observe Xiao AI and Hualu Qingyin. Hualu Qingyin's attire today was notably casual, sporting light blue jeans, draped in a black trench coat, her hair casually styled yet somewhat disheveled. She held a suitcase in her left hand and donned a black handbag on her right wrist, presenting herself as a rather mature woman, which indeed seemed accurate. Have you finished observing? Just as Hao Yunyang prepared to continue his scrutiny, Hualu Qingyin's nonchalant remark left him blushing deeply, prompting him to awkwardly clear his throat a few times. Ahem, it is already noon. Hao Yunyang chuckled lightly and suggested, shall we first find a place to dine, and afterward, I can take you both to the office for a look? Xinggu, he called. Hao Yunyang glanced at Xiao AI. You wouldn't neglect us, would you? Xiao AI looked at Hao Yunyang with a pitiful expression, softly adding, you won't bully me, right? Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and shook his head, of course not. Then please call my mother and explain, Xiao AI replied cheerfully, handing her phone to Hao Yunyang. After a long pause, he stood there speechless. Chapter 62. How impressive the vicinity of the bus station is never short of dining options. And the Lusher bus station is no exception. With a suitcase in one hand, Hao Yunyang led Hualu Qingyin across the road and into a modest fast food restaurant. After casually ordering a few dishes, they turned to find an empty table to sit at. Hao Yunyang, with a hint of apology, remarked, let us have a light meal here for lunch. In the evening, I will treat you to something nice and introduce you to a few people. What we eat doesn't matter. Upon hearing Hao Yunyang's words, Hualu Qingyin chuckled and shook her head. Then, with a mysterious demeanor, she leaned slightly and whispered, are they from the organization? Sort of. Hao Yunyang thought it mildly amusing, though he maintained a serious facade and nodded mysteriously, saying, like you, they are also peripheral members of the organization, yet to pass the assessment. Hee, I am quite eager about the organization, Xiao AI giggled, lowering her voice as she added. For the rise of Huaxia, we strive. What an impressive organization. I will elaborate on the specifics tonight. For now, let us eat. Hao Yunyang smiled, reassured that as long as they did not doubt the authenticity of Zhou Xiao, the remaining matters would naturally resolve themselves. The lunch was quite simple. After paying the bill, Hao Yunyang did not linger and cheerfully stated, this afternoon, let us first visit the company, then settle you in. Once everyone from Jiangnan has arrived, I will arrange accommodation for you. Okay, Hualu Qingyin replied with a smile and a nod of agreement. Although Hao Yunyang had yet to mention anything regarding salary, it was precisely this issue that concerned Hualu Qingyin the least. After all, neither she nor Xiao AI was short on money. Leaving the fast food restaurant, Hao Yunyang led the two across the street. After walking for about 2 minutes, he halted at a crossroads, raised his chin, squinting at the office building ahead, and remarked, the company's office is located within that building. Our company occupies the left area on the 7th floor, and it is currently under renovation. Would you like to take a look? Of course, we must see it. Xiao AI mimicked Hao Yunyang's gesture, saying, but Xinggu, we were never under anyone's command at our previous companies. Even if it's the boss, we could say what we wanted, so don't think about sending some ridiculous manager to oversee us. Creativity cannot flourish under oppressive policies. All right, let us go up. Hualu Qingyin seemed to sense something, casting a knowing glance at Hao Yunyang before taking the lead towards the office building. Let us go. Stop standing around. Xiao AI cheerfully followed, leaving Hao Yunyang behind. Dragging 2 suitcases, Tio an outsider, it might have appeared that the two in front were the bosses while he was merely an aide. Stop the CR. Creek, Ms. Are we not chasing anymore? The short young man jumped down from a tricycle. Looking at Mazi, chase what? They've already vanished, Mazi retorted angrily, spitting on the ground before jumping off the tricycle. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to each, lighting it and taking a deep drag, just as he was about to speak when the tricycle driver stammered, your fare. The tricycle driver appeared quite anxious. What? Mazi, still furious, raised an eyebrow and glared at the tricycle driver. Say that again. I didn't catch it, not the fare. Slap. A resounding slap came from the long young man, instantly reddening the tricycle driver's cheek. Before he could utter a word, the long young man seized his head and growled. What did you just say? I doubt the tricycle driver was terrified, having seen the previous tricycle driver flee at the first sign of trouble. I thought I heard you say, Mei exhaled a smoke ring. Smiling at the tricycle driver, you want to give us some hush money, right? I doubt Is it yes? The long young man tightened his grip on the tricycle driver's hand, who immediately nodded, a hint of a whimper in his voice. Then hurry up, the short young man urged. Right away. The long young man released the tricycle driver's head, and Mazi extended his hand, ready to collect the money. Such dealings were not typical for them. But it did not mean they had never engaged in them, Buzz. Damn it, however, as the long young man let go, the tricycle driver suddenly twisted the throttle, and the electric tricycle buzzed loudly, darting several meters away. Having been outsmarted by a tricycle driver, Mazi quickly reacted, shouting, Stop right there. Motherfucker, are you tired of living? The short young man added, and both of them took off in a wild chase. The tricycle driver, seeing the commotion, was terrified, but alas, this was an electric tricycle, and he could not accelerate again. He could only watch as Mazi drew ever closer. Wait. The tricycle sped through the intersection and turned a corner to escape. Mazi, panting heavily, came to a halt, propping his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on a nearby office building, just as Hao Yunyang was ascending the steps, carrying 2 suitcases, entering the building. That's the guy. The short young man confirmed again as he followed closely behind, and Mazi's previous annoyance dissipated significantly. You two go up and find out this guy's background, he instructed the long and short young men. Keep an eye out for those 2 women as well, and you? The short young man inquired. Nodding, I'll wait outside with Liao Zia. Mei contemplated before stating, try not to cause any trouble inside. We can't afford to provoke wealthy individuals, nor should we alert that guy, lest we disturb the grass and startle the snake. Just figure out which company he works for, and once he comes out, we can. Understood. The short and long young men exchanged glances, nodded, and then walked shoulder to shoulder towards the office building across the street. Meanwhile, Mazi pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Jikuan's number. Needing to confirm some matters with him once more, such as whether the 2 women's commission was still valid. Chapter 63. This is a misunderstanding. Here we are. Hao Yunyang stepped out of the elevator, temporarily setting down the 2 suitcases he was dragging. He smiled as he pushed open the glass door to the left of the elevator, revealing the office space within. Renovation workers were busy following the design plans Hao Yunyang had provided. Wood shavings flew about, and dust danced in the air. Upon entering, Xiao Ai instinctively wrinkled her nose and covered it with her right hand. This corridor leads to your office. Hao Yunyang stood at the entrance, pointing towards the window side, separated by frosted tempered glass. Each person has 10 square meters of space, treated equally without preference. Not bad, Hua Lu Chengyin remarked. Though the noise was considerable, the area had begun to take shape. She stepped forward, picked up a design blueprint from a desk, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes as she looked up and asked, Did you design this? Not at all, Hao Yunyang chuckled, replying, It was sent to me by the organization. It must have been crafted by one of the members, as I am not versed in design plans. Well, you're the boss. You can handle it as you see fit. We won't interfere. Hua Lu Chengyin smiled, then asked the question that concerned her the most. How long does the organization's assessment take? I'm not entirely sure. Hao Yunyang frowned, appearing somewhat hesitant. When I passed the assessment, it took me a year in total, quite similar to your current situation. However, to my knowledge, my guide, the guide is the one who leads you into the organization. Your guide is me. At this point, Hao Yunyang paused briefly before continuing. I heard that my guide completed the assessment in less than 3 months and was promoted to a city-level liaison. What are the ranks within the organization? Xiao Ai, intrigued, chimed in, gazing at Hao Yunyang with wide eyes. Xinggu, what is your current rank? Xinggu, may I ask you a question? After a moment of astonishment, Xiao Ai suddenly composed herself and looked earnestly at Hao Yunyang. And I emphasize if, we discover after joining the organization that it is not what we envisioned, can we withdraw? Upon hearing Xiao Ai's inquiry, Hua Lu Chengyin instinctively directed her gaze towards Hao Yunyang. As this was a question she too wished to clarify. Of course, Hao Yunyang replied, nodding without hesitation. Joining may be challenging, but leaving is exceedingly simple. As long as you inform me, you may exit at any time. Exit at any time? Hua Lu Chengyin pondered over this statement, gazing at Hao Yunyang in disbelief. The organization rather lacks. Not exactly. Hao Yunyang reflected thoughtfully. The structure of the organization is quite robust. However, it serves merely as a medium that intertwines several strands into one, rather than a coercive entity imbued with ulterior motives. Moreover, the organization firmly believes that no one would choose to withdraw once they become a formal member. Why is that? Because the benefits the organization offers its members are simply irreplaceable, Hao Yunyang asserted with confidence, including myself. Furthermore, the organization does not bear any official or underground connotations. If one were to define it, I would describe it as a flourishing, health-oriented, and profoundly rooted patriotic organization. Oh, Hua Lu Cheng-yin and Xiao Ai exchanged glances, softly acknowledging his words before falling silent. Hao Yunyang understood they were contemplating significant matters, so he refrained from elaborating further. With a light chuckle, he turned and walked outside, for his suitcase still awaited him. Let us proceed to the next level. Exiting the assembly area of an electronics company, the short young man furrowed his brow and remarked to the tall young man, "I believe I just saw someone familiar." "Impossible. Mousie is still downstairs blocking the entrance," the short young man retorted. "If that fellow had left, Mousie would have called us." Be cautious. If you spot that fellow, do not approach him hastily. Ascertain his background first," the tall young man reiterated Mousie's instructions. Before the short young man could nod in agreement, the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened. The tall young man was momentarily stunned. "What?" The short young man was taken aback. "What?" The large woman paused, not comprehending Hao Yunyang's implication. "Hammers, wrenches, saws, shovels, everything one might need." It's a misunderstanding, the tall and short young men stammered, their previously stern expressions collapsing into nervousness as they bowed slightly, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding." Chapter 64. Recruit more misunderstanding my foot. Aware of his own leverage, Hao Yunyang's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he intently questioned, "What are you doing here?" Well, the short young man stammered, glancing at the workers behind Hao Yunyang. Unable to suppress a gulp, suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out, "We are here to find our relatives." Yes, the tall young man echoed, quickly nodding. "Our uncle works here. We came to see him. Since when have I become your uncle?" The two young men's display of submissiveness eased Hao Yunyang's tension slightly. The first remark was a jest, but the latter was a firm reprimand. "Get lost? Yes. The short young man swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he slowly pressed the button for the first floor. As the elevator doors began to close, the tall young man remarked, "The green mountains remain. The waters flow. Kid, you." "What?" Hao Yunyang pressed the button for the first floor. Watching the elevator doors almost shut before they slowly opened again, he turned to the two young men, tilting his head as if to lend an ear. "Please repeat that. I didn't catch it." No, nothing," the short young man stuttered, hastily shaking his head, his face plastered with a forced smile. "You must have misheard. We wouldn't dare say anything." Hao Yunyang feigned interest, turning towards the left office area. "Fools." Hao Yunyang smirked disdainfully as he entered the office area, followed by the workers streaming in, three large women wielding brooms at the rear. "Wang Jia, boss, what's up?" a robust woman responded in a thick northeastern accent. "Go buy a few cases of drinks and some cigarettes." Hao Yunyang casually pulled out a small stack of cash, roughly 1,000 yuan, and handed it to the northeastern woman. "Treat everyone to some refreshments." "Boss, you're so generous." The timely intervention of the workers elicited laughter, as they gave Hao Yunyang a thumbs up. The foreman remarked, "I've worked for many bosses, but you are by far the most generous." "Compensation is compensation. It has nothing to do with generosity," Hao Yunyang replied with a gentle smile. Remaining composed as long as everyone performs their duties well, I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Rest assured, boss. The crowd responded in unison before dispersing to continue their work. Quite the strategist, aren't you? Although Hua Lu Cheng-yin did not fully understand the conflict between Hao Yunyang and the two young men, she had witnessed the entire exchange. Once the workers had scattered, she cast a sidelong glance at Hao Yunyang with a hint of amusement, saying, "You truly are full of surprises." "Xinggu," Xiao Ai added, glancing at Hao Yunyang with mild concern, "you want to have trouble with thugs coming here often, will you?" I don't think so." Hao Yunyang instinctively adjusted his white shirt collar, hesitating. There are security guards downstairs in this office building. Then how did those two manage to come up? Hualu Chengyin inquired. Well, Hao Yunyang cleared his throat a few times, stating, how about this? After dinner tonight, you two should check into a hotel. The company is still under renovation, and we lack the necessary office equipment to commence work. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a couple of security guards to come. Recruit more, Xiao AI added. Yes, recruit more, Hao Yunyang nodded. Then smiled, all right, there's not much to do here this afternoon. You've seen enough. Would you like to accompany me to procure some supplies? What? Hualu Chengyin asked. Computers, printers, copiers, office desks, and so on, Hao Yunyang explained. Let South go ahead and place the orders now, and once the company is finished with renovations in a few days, we can have everything delivered and ready to commence work. Not interested. Xiao AI bluntly stated, I was out late with Yinjie last night and I'm utterly exhausted. You and Yinjie can go. I need to find a hotel to sleep in. Then it'll just be the two of us? Hao Yunyang directed a questioning glance at Hualu Chengyin, who, after a moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Have you located that fellow? Maozi and Liaozi stood smoking beside the landscaping at the entrance of the office building when they spotted the tall and short young men exiting. Maozi casually discarded his cigarette, crushing it underfoot before approaching. Did you see those two women? That fellow seems to be a boss. The short young man replied with a bitter smile. We've been exposed. Huh? Maozi paused in surprise. A boss? Yes, on the 7th floor. The tall young man turned to glance at the office building, stating, on the left, I believe it's called Jiuxiao Design. The people coming out from there address him as boss. This office building rents for no less than 200,000 a year. Maozi mused, squinting at the building, muttering to himself, could this fellow be a rich second generation? He's right upstairs. The company is based here, so he won't be able to escape anytime soon, the tall young man remarked. This fellow is downright despicable, parading around with a group of 20 to 30 people. Maozi, you should have seen his arrogant demeanor. I'd love to smack him. Should we leave someone here to keep watch? Liaozi asked, right? The short young man suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I just remembered. What did you recall? Maozi turned to the short young man, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. We were searching floor by floor, the short young man explained. When we reached the 6th floor, there was an electronics company's assembly workshop, and we saw a familiar face there. It looked like that guy who ran off the other night when those two women were downstairs. The 3 men nodded in agreement before meandering away. Xiao AI had no objections, but as Hao Yunyang stood by the roadside, attempting to hail a taxi, she curiously asked, Xinggu, don't you have a car? Chapter 65, Damn, buy a car. After dropping Xiao AI off at Ju Fengyuan, Hao Yunyang and Hualu Chengyin proceeded to Digital City. Under Hualu Chengyin's adept bargaining, they ordered 30 computers with a 3,000 yuan configuration from Long's store, along with 35 office desks and chairs. They then proceeded to order telephones, printers, copiers, and a series of other office supplies. In total, Hao Yunyang spent nearly 230,000 taels of silver, yet he remained unfazed, as the money was well invested. However, Long, after handing Hao Yunyang a deposit slip for 40,000, looked at him with a smirk, saying, little brother, you certainly know how to keep things hidden. Long was left speechless, having gained a newfound perspective on the rarity of individuals like Hao Yunyang. I just arrived in Lusher today, Hualai Chinjian remarked. You ask where I'm going? Ahem. After a brief cough, Hao Yunyang smiled sheepishly. It seems there's nothing else to discuss. Perhaps you should rest at the hotel first. At6 this evening, I'll bring some people over for a casual dinner. Aren't you planning to buy a car? Hualai Chinjian looked at Hao Yunyang earnestly and inquired, or perhaps, are you out of money? There is money. Hao Yunyang scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, there are still many expenses ahead. What if we buy a car for around 70,000 or 80,000? As a boss, you must be mindful of your personal image, Hualai Chinjian pointed out. The primary distinction between a successful individual and an ordinary person lies in the confidence they exude and their attire. A good car is an indispensable mobile business card for a successful person. A vehicle worth over 100,000 is not too shabby. Although Hao Yunyang still had over 500,000 in his bank account, he recognized that, as he mentioned, his company had just been established, and there were plenty of upcoming expenses. He didn't want to find himself destitute later, which would be quite the embarrassment. Shall I tell you a story? Hua Liachinjian asked, crossing her arms and resting one hand against her chin, surveying Hao Yunyang from head to toe before chuckling softly. It's a tale about two men. Go on. Hao Yunyang nodded. This is a story from my own experience. Not fabricated, Hua Liachinjian clarified before proceeding. I have two friends, brothers. The elder was 29, and the younger 27 at the time. Their father was a somewhat impoverished businessman who, after a lifetime of trade, left behind just over 200,000. With both sons now in their 30s, their father made a decision, and then, Hao Yunyang's curiosity was piqued as he leaned in, eager to know what the brothers did with the money. The elder brother took 270,000 and spent 250,000 to acquire a local feed factory, Hua Liachinjian recounted, a hint of amusement tugging at her lips. However, within less than a year, he lost over 100,000 and, after a few years, now runs a clothing store in a nearby town, barely scraping by. And what about his brother? Hao Yunyang probed after a moment of silence. The younger brother, after taking 270,000, chose not to open a store or a factory. Instead, a month later, he rented a 2006 BMW 3 Series for 750 yuan a day and spent over 10,000 on a few outfits, specifically to run business for those small factories. Hua Liachinjian chuckled. 2 years later, his 270,000 transformed into 2.7 million, and he began his own factory, leveraging the connections and relationships he had built over those 2 years. Now, he is a bona fide millionaire. Hao Yunyang grasped the underlying message of Hua Liachinjian's story. She was subtly encouraging him to purchase a car. Do you understand what I mean? She asked with a knowing smile. Social connections, networks, and the subsequent plans of the organization behind Jiuxiao. Hao Yunyang contemplated deeply, gradually comprehending Hua Liachinjian's insinuation. With a soft sigh, he nodded and resolutely declared, Fine, let us buy a car. Let us go right now. Observing Hao Yunyang's enthusiastic departure, a glint of surprise flickered in Hua Liachinjian's eyes before she broke into a joyous smile. What could be better than encountering a boss who is receptive to the words of those beneath him? Though he appeared youthful, Hua Liachinjian had never underestimated Hao Yunyang, as she sensed an elusive aura surrounding him. Shrouded in a mysterious veil, Chapter 66. The cool youth. Ultimately, Hao Yunyang did purchase the car, his right hand trembling slightly as he signed the documents, and 390,000 taels swiftly parted from him. The car, a Lexus IS 300 Luxury Edition in a sleek silver gray, was chosen by Hua Liachinjian and the sales assistant. Truthfully, when he took the keys and various documents and drove out of the dealership, Hao Yunyang's heart raced at over 120 beats per minute. Gripping the steering wheel, with melodious music wafting through his ears, Hao Yunyang felt as if he were in a dream. If someone had told him a few months prior that he would be driving a Lexus, he would have dismissed that person as a fool. How does it feel? Hua Liachinjian asked from the passenger seat, observing Hao Yunyang's attempt to maintain a calm demeanor while smiling. Quite nice, he replied instinctively. Leaning back slightly, far better than the instructor's car I learned to drive. We'll stay here for now. Hao Yunyang greeted the building manager with a friendly nod before leading Hua Liachinjian upstairs, discussing plans to rent 2 more apartments once everyone arrived. The place to stay is inconsequential, Hua Liachinjian chuckled lightly, stating, as long as the work is enjoyable. Hao Yunyang understood the underlying message in her words, smiled, and remained silent as he knocked on the door to Zhao Chenxin's room. Outside the Wenzhou train station, pickpockets were rampant. Anyone who had visited the station 2 or 3 times knew how brazenly these thieves would operate in broad daylight, slashing pockets, bags, and purses to steal valuables. Coupled with the challenges of gathering evidence and their high mobility, the pickpocketing rings had become a festering sore, and while the police sought ways to eradicate them, they struggled to find a decisive means of action, resulting in a cycle of crackdowns that ultimately led to a return to the status quo. Xiao San was a striking man, around 179 meters tall, stylishly dressed, and in his mid-20s, he strolled outside the train station in a black casual outfit. Known by the nickname Xiao San, he was recognized by nearby street vendors as San Ge. To be precise, Xiao San was a pickpocket, but of a higher caliber, leading a team of over 20 individuals, living off their nimble hands. Before executing a theft, he would often bribe nearby patrolling assistants, which made him quite diligent in directing his crew. After scanning the vicinity for a while, Xiao San's gaze finally settled on a young man who had just emerged from the train station, burdened with multiple bags. The young man appeared to be around 25, with long hair obscuring his face, and his worn suitcase seemed ancient, while his denim backpack was riddled with holes. Typically, such individuals would be the least appealing targets for pickpockets, especially since he had just come out of the station rather than entering, indicating that he likely had little worth stealing. Yet, Xiao San chose him as his target for a reason. Despite the young man's unsightly appearance, typical of a rural worker, Xiao San noticed the thick gold chain on his right wrist. The moment it was revealed, the young man quickly withdrew his hand, concealing the chain with his sleeve. Drawing from years of experience, Xiao San concluded that this individual was indeed a prime target, a disguised fat sheep. Moreover, as a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, attempting to rob him posed little risk. Even if it failed, there would be no significant loss. With this determination, the three pickpockets gradually surrounded the young man, and a calculating smile spread across Xiao San's face. However, just as Xiao San believed victory was assured, the seemingly oblivious young man suddenly scoffed, dropping his suitcase in the blink of an eye. He kicked out with lightning speed, and within 2 seconds, the three pickpockets fell to the ground, howling in pain. Xiao San's smile froze. Damn it, who dares to touch me? After more than a year of smooth sailing, the third party suddenly erupted. With his thumb and index finger crossed, he blew a loud whistle. And in an instant, a dozen gang members standing nearby swiftly surrounded the young man, leaving no room for escape. Kid, it's best to check your opponent's background before causing trouble in the future. The young man's warning fell on deaf ears. The third party retrieved a spring knife from his pocket, toyed with it casually, and then raised his chin, saying, "Teach him a lesson on how to behave." Bang, thud. Chapter 67. Gathering of members on the afternoon of December 16th. Hao Yunyang, carrying a tumult of emotions, drove with Hualu Chengyin and Xiao Ai towards the Lusher bus station. Just like Hualu Chengyin and Xiao Ai, Kaiyun Piapiao was intoxicated by Jiangnan, and after regrouping in Wenzhou, they called to inform Hao Yunyang of their arrival time in Lusher. When Hao Yunyang received the call, he was momentarily stunned, for he had just spoken to Xiang Tianwen on the previous day, who had mentioned he would arrive in a few days. It seemed that Hao Yunyang had been outmaneuvered by this quartet. As the car gradually approached the station, Hao Yunyang pulled over and stepped out, followed closely by Hualu Chengyin and Xiao Ai. Lu Ming, contact Ling Xiao and Chen Xin to reserve a private room at Jifinjuan Hotel. We'll order the dishes once we arrive. After securing the room, please text me the room number, he instructed. Hastening towards the station's exit, Hao Yunyang tucked his phone away. Before long, a bus from Wenzhou to Lusher came to a halt at the entrance, and an astonishing figure emerged from behind the bus door. It was a young man who, upon the door's opening, stepped out with a suitcase in hand, scanning his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on Hao Yunyang, a smile breaking across his chubby face as he approached. Dragging his suitcase along, Liuxing, the flesh on the chubby man's face contorted as he grinned at Hao Yunyang, then shifted his attention to the standing Xiao Ai and Hualu Chengyin. Xiao Ai? Injie? You are. Xiao Ai squinted at the plump man for a moment before a look of realization washed over her. Kaiyun Piapiao? Indeed, that's me. Kaiyun Piapiao produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, retrieved 2 sticks, and handed one to Hao Yunyang while lighting his own, inhaling deeply. Standing before Hao Yunyang like a small mountain, his round face bore a playful smile. Quite shocking, isn't it? Absolutely shocking. Hao Yunyang finally processed the situation, staring at Kaiyun Piapiao for a while before exclaiming, "You didn't look this fit in the photos. What have you been eating?" This is the result of training. Kaiyun Piapiao adjusted his glasses, removed the cigarette from his mouth, and extended his fleshy hand towards Hao Yunyang, revealing a slightly yellowed smile. "Let me reintroduce myself. My surname is Quan, given name Wei, hailing from Hachi, Anhui. I am 26 years old, currently in a state of emotional availability. Standing at 1.78 meters and weighing 90 kilograms, I belong to the type that provides a strong sense of security for girls. 90 kilograms. Before Quan Wei could finish his introduction, another young man of similar girth descended from the bus. "Just like me, you are Xiang Tianwen?" Hao Yunyang scrutinized the man for a moment before tentatively asking. My real name is Sun Fei." The flesh on Xiang Tianwen's body jiggled as he approached Quan Wei, resembling 2 mountains rising from the ground, at least in Hao Yunyang's eyes. Their heights and builds were nearly identical, with similarly round faces and thick necks. Hao Yunyang observed the pair for a while before turning to Xiao Ai. Xiao AI, feeling disappointed? Having spent 2 days in Lusher, Xiao AI was now quite familiar with Hao Yunyang, and sensing his inquiry, she immediately displayed an expression of utter disappointment, unabashedly declaring, "Seeing the two of them makes me realize that Xingu is truly handsome." Sun Fei and Quan Wei fell into a semi-silent state, staring blankly at Xiao AI. After a long pause, Sun Fei slapped his forehead. "Aiz. Don't call me Iz, or I will get angry," Xiao AI retorted, glaring fiercely at Sun Fei. All right, I won't call you that." Sun Fei recalled a year ago when he had carelessly called her Iz without apologizing, resulting in Xiao AI pursuing him relentlessly for 3 months on Weka. A smile creased his chubby face as he chuckled. Who else is on the bus? With the bus door open, passengers continued to disembark. After waiting for a while and seeing no one else emerge, Hao Yunyang turned to Quan Wei and asked, "What about Binger and Xiong? Here they come." Quan Wei winked at Hao Yunyang and leaned in closer to whisper, "Xiong is quite the beauty." A sultry, mature woman, Hao Yunyang fell silent for a moment, acutely aware of Xiao AI's piercing gaze directed at him, and wisely took a step to the side, choosing silence to express his stance. "Hello, everyone. I'm Binger." As two girls emerged from the bus, the first one, standing around 1.60 meters tall, was neither slim nor overweight, possessing a hint of softness. Dressed in jeans and a light yellow down jacket, her skin was fair and tender, leaving the impression of an utterly pure girl. "Binger, you must be thirsty." Quan Wei, having mysteriously acquired a bottle of Coke from a nearby shop, approached Binger with exaggerated charm. "Thank you." Binger accepted the Coke but did not open it. Instead, she handed it to Sun Fei standing nearby, subtly adding, "But I don't drink Coke." Quan Wei was left dumbfounded, while Sun Fei swiftly dashed towards the shop. "Xiaoxiang, you're finally here." As soon as Binger alighted, she was cordoned off by the two hefty men, who were eager to please her. The next girl to descend caught Hao Yunyang's attention in a dazzling manner. He scrutinized her closely, while Hua Luqingyin approached her with a cheerful smile. Mu Shitong's attire was particularly enticing, featuring black stockings and a denim skirt paired with a small blazer, her tall figure boasting perfect proportions. Most strikingly, her short, layered hair framed her face, and her black-rimmed glasses added a touch of allure that was both captivating and unconventional. "Shall we head to the hotel together?" Observing the group engaged in idle chatter at the bus station entrance, Hao Yunyang instinctively scratched his head and remarked, "Standing here doesn't seem appropriate." Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. "There are 7 of us." Hao Yunyang scanned the group and continued, "Xiao AI, Quan Wei, Sun Fei, you 3 can ride with me. Binger, Xiong and Yinjie, you 3 can share a taxi." "That works." Hua Luqingyin readily agreed. Seeing that no one had objections, Hao Yunyang smiled, turned, and headed towards a taxi parked not far behind, instructing the driver, "To Jifinjuan, please. Brother Ling's family doesn't approve of him coming to Wenzhou." As he drove behind the taxi, Hao Yunyang turned and said, "It's become quite the uproar. Brother Ling mentioned that for the next couple of months, this matter should not even be brought up. We'll have to wait until the family's emotions are soothed before figuring out a way to come." "Such a pity." Quan Wei sighed. "Normal." Sun Fei clicked his tongue. "Xingu, you might not know, but Xiao AI, seated in the front passenger seat, chuckled. Brother Ling is notoriously prone to bronchitis. That moment, Zhang, sitting in his study, couldn't help but sneeze, then took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. He abruptly stood up from his chair, seemingly having made a momentous decision. When Hao Yunyang arrived at the parking lot outside Jifinjuan Hotel, Binger and Mu Shitong were already waiting at the entrance. "Let's go up." "We're in CO8. As Hao Yunyang climbed the steps, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Quan Wei and Xiong. Would you like to join me in ordering the dishes?" "Sure." Mu Shitong nodded lightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Let me order." Hee. Quan Wei chuckled, clearly delighted. "You all go ahead first. There are already people in the private room." Xiao AI and Yinjie have already met them. "It's Lu Ming and the others. Go get acquainted, and we'll join you after we place the orders." "All right, no problem." Xiao AI nodded in agreement and followed the hostess towards the elevator. Hao Yunyang and Mu Shitong lifted their legs and made their way toward the ordering area beside the lobby. Just as Hao Yunyang had taken only a few steps forward, 2 enormous figures, even more rotund than Quan Wei, emerged from the ordering area side by side. One of the portly men was wearing a broad smile, engaging in pleasantries. Upon sighting this rotund individual, Hao Yunyang's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could instinctively retreat, the corpulent man had already noticed Hao Yunyang approaching, his gaze instantly locking onto him, the jovial smile gradually fading, replaced by a somewhat sullen demeanor. Chapter 68. The object of affection. The somber expression lingered for but a fleeting second, after which the stout man regained his previous smile, seemingly oblivious to Hao Yunyang's presence, and continued his jovial conversation with the other portly man as they headed toward the elevator. "What's the matter?" Noticing Hao Yunyang halt in his tracks, Mu Shitong cast a puzzled glance in his direction and remarked, "Let us hurry and order. The journey has been rather exhausting." Though his countenance had returned to normal, Hao Yunyang's mind was still in turmoil. That plump man could only be Lu Jikuan, who owns a hotel himself. What brings him to this gathering at Ju Fengyuan? Little did Hao Yunyang know that the proprietor of Ju Fengyuan and Lu Jikuan were both disciples of the same mentor, thus sharing a brotherly bond. Furthermore, there are not many upscale hotels in Lushur, yet wealthy patrons abound. Hence, both establishments thrived without any significant competition. With such connections, Lu Jikuan and his elder brother maintained an amicable relationship, often dining together to reminisce. Today, however, marked the birthday of the proprietor's youngest son at Ju Fengyuan. Hao Yunyang felt anxious, for he was certain Lu Jikuan had recognized him. Yet, he was uncertain whether Lu Jikuan was aware that he was the one who had rescued Zhao Qinshin that day. As they began to order, Hao Yunyang found his thoughts wandering, and Mu Shitong noticed his distraction but chose not to comment further. Upon entering the private room, Hao Yunyang surveyed the space. Lu Ming, Kong Lingqiu, and Zhao Qinshin were already seated, engaging in light conversation with Xiao AI. However, where had Qin Pingping gone? Qinshin. Hao Yunyang approached Zhao Qinshin, leaning down to whisper, "Where has Pingping gone?" "Oh." Hao Yunyang responded thoughtfully, straightening his posture. A natural smile affixed to his face as he placed his hands on the back of Zhao Qinshin's chair and inquired, "What shall we drink tonight?" "Anything is fine," Zhao Qinshin replied. Upon hearing Hao Yunyang's question, Quan Wei rubbed his hands together, exhaled, and chuckled. "But let us skip the alcohol, shall we?" "Not drinking?" Hao Yunyang, who was about to summon the waiter to order drinks, paused and asked. "Then what shall we have?" "I'll have corn juice," Mu Shitong stated after a moment's thought. "I'd like apple juice, but not from a carton. It must be freshly squeezed," Xiao AI chimed in with a giggle. "I'll have what Xiong Jia is having," Binger said, tilting her head slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, added, "But I don't want any sugar, just the original flavor will suffice," as Wiley was about to speak. Hao Yunyang raised both hands in a gesture for pause and chuckled, "Wait a moment. Let the waiter come over to take down your orders. Your preferences are far too diverse." Laughter erupted around the table. Ultimately, Hao Yunyang, Lu Ming, and Sun Fei ordered beer, Quan Wei opted for a can of cola, and Zhao Qinshin chose coconut milk. While Mu Shitong died in summary, everyone had their unique tastes. When the eclectic array of beverages and juices was laid out on the table, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "I say, aren't there any smaller portions?" Hao Yunyang gestured towards the line of large juice containers spread across the table and addressed the waiter. "This is meant for one person." "Apologies, sir," the waitress replied with a slight smile. "This is the smallest jug we have at our hotel. We don't offer anything smaller. You may leave now." After a brief silence, Hao Yunyang resignedly accepted his fate of being overcharged. His words were spoken with an air of calm, as if he had anticipated such a situation, while Zhao Qinshin, caught off guard, stared at him with her mouth agape, her porcelain complexion flushing with a hint of crimson. Yet she neither refuted nor explained, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Seated beside Hao Yunyang, Lu Ming discreetly gave him a thumbs up. He then filled a glass with beer, stood up, and introduced himself. "I'm Lu Ming." Lu as in Liu Bei, Ming as in Mingguan, 23 years old. "I've previously worked as a hotel manager, owned an internet CAF, and now I'm here to work with Comrade Lao Hao. As for my personal skills, well, I suppose I don't have any, but I'm undoubtedly a genius, quick to learn things, so don't worry about me holding anyone back." With a gulp, he finished his beer. And before his behind even touched the chair, he sprang up again, adding, "By the way, I'm a local from Yueqing. Do you know Yinding Mountain?" "I'm from Dying. That I know Yinding Mountain." "Where is Dying?" Xiao AI inquired, resting her chin on her hand. "Yinding Mountain is just past Dying." Lu Ming scratched his head. "Dying is right next to Yinding Mountain. I'm Kong Lingqiu." The next to stand was Kong Lingqiu, whose long hair had been trimmed short, making her appear much more spirited. However, Her bashful nature remained unchanged as she held a cup of Wanglaji, nervously stammering, "I'm from Luching City, Leking Town. I'm a programmer." That's all. Wow, a hacker. Xiao Ai's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "I'm Sun Fei." Xiao Ai's gaze shifted to Sun Fei, who instinctively stood up, stating, "I'm 23, from Fuzhou, Fujian, a senior graphic designer, specializing in logos, interior decoration, and product packaging design, with an annual income of 150,000, though my future is uncertain." "Why is your future uncertain?" Mu Shitong asked, amused. "The future." Sun Fei shifted his gaze to Hao Yunyang. "That depends on whether our boss is generous or not." Cough cough. Hao Yunyang, who was mid-sip of his drink, choked violently, his face turning crimson. Chapter 69. Unintentional sarcasm, with everyone subconsciously harboring a desire to bond and befriend one another. The meal progressed and familiarity blossomed. Binger's real name was revealed to be Li Bingbing, 23 years old, from Lianyungang, Jiangsu, and importantly, she was currently single with no romantic history. Thus, when Binger casually divulged this information, Sun Fei and Quan Wei, both open-hearted gentlemen, immediately targeted her with relentless attentiveness. At this juncture, Hao Yunyang learned many things he had previously been unaware of. The person known as Saiwai Fei Xiong was actually named Mu Shitong. Xiao Ai's true name was Pan Fengyu. Mu Shitong was divorced and currently a single mother. Xiao Ai was 21, making her actually a year older than Hao Yunyang. Regrettably, Hao Yunyang came to a disheartening realization. Among this group of 10, even Zhao Chenxin was 2 days his senior, leaving him the youngest. Fortunately, no one foolishly suggested brotherhood or any such nonsense. Otherwise, Hao Yunyang would likely have found himself at a loss for words. After the meal, Hao Yunyang intended to steer the conversation toward more serious matters, but he unexpectedly noticed that Zhao Chenxin appeared somewhat melancholic, sitting alone amidst the company, yet exuding an aura of solitude, which was quite pitiable. "Let us order a few more meat dishes," Quan Wei called out, then, with a cheeky grin, leaned toward Li Bingbing and inquired, "Binger, what would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine." Really, Binger seemed to resist the excessive attentiveness of Quan Wei and Sun Fei, instinctively shifting her position, offering a faint smile as she looked up. "Yunyang, you decide. Ha. I truly can't decipher what you girls would like to eat. How about this?" Hao Yunyang approached the somewhat despondent yet attempting to maintain composure Zhao Chenxin and cheerfully proposed. "Chenxin, why don't you join me in ordering?" Zhao Chenxin, evidently taken aback by Hao Yunyang's unexpected request, was nearly caught off guard as he helped her rise from her chair. Before she could voice her thoughts, she heard Hao Yunyang's gentle voice beside her. "It wouldn't hurt to step outside for some fresh air." "All right." Zhao Chenxin hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Amidst Sun Fei's knowing laughter and Wai Yuli's cryptic gaze, Hao Yunyang led Zhao Chenxin out of the private room. "What's the matter?" Hao Yunyang, no longer concealing his concerns, halted after leaving the room and asked with genuine care, "I noticed you sitting there looking rather gloomy. Are you unhappy?" Zhao Chenxin's body stiffened slightly before she gently shook her head, forcing a strained smile. "You're overthinking." "I'm fine. Whatever troubles you have, don't keep them bottled up. There are no outsiders here. Expressing them could alleviate your burden." Hao Yunyang naturally regarded himself as part of the inner circle and tentatively inquired, "Is it about Chan Pingping?" "No." Zhao Chenxin shook her head, then lowered it again, timidly saying, "I feel I can't hold my head high in front of you all." "Why?" Hao Yunyang was puzzled, remarking, "Isn't everyone chatting happily? Could it be that someone has bullied you in secret?" "No, Zhao Chenxin stammered, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. Observing Zhao Chenxin's discomfort, Hao Yunyang felt a slight twinge in his heart. With a gentle sigh, he instinctively reached out to lightly brush the bridge of Zhao Chenxin's nose. Yet he refrained from pressing further. "Silly girl, don't burden yourself with too many thoughts. If you don't wish to speak, then let it be. A clatter." This gesture from Hao Yunyang was a subconscious action, as he often expressed affection in this manner, similar to how he would playfully poke his younger sister. Hao Yunyang's nose that held no other implications, merely a reflexive gesture. However, the outcome of this subconscious action far exceeded his expectations. As the recipient, Zhao Chenxin clearly did not anticipate such a disrespectful act from Hao Yunyang. Yet, true to her nature, she did not react too vehemently. She merely took a step back and lowered her head in protest. The one most affected was undoubtedly Yi Huan, who had just emerged from the adjacent private room, cup in hand, preparing to toast in another room. With a loud crash, the wine glass in Yi Huan's hand fell to the ground, and he stood frozen, staring at Hao Yunyang and Zhao Qinshin by the entrance of the private room. The muscles in his face twisted violently, and only after a few seconds did he manage to regain his composure. At this moment, Hao Yunyang and Zhao Qinshin were also drawn to the sound of the glass shattering. Upon seeing Yi Huan standing at the door, Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and greeted. "What a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence," Yi Huan replied, his previous expression unobserved by Zhao Qinshin or Hao Yunyang. Upon hearing Hao Yunyang's greeting, he wore a gentle smile, nodded slightly, and said with poise, "I didn't expect to see you here." Was it a veiled sarcasm? Or perhaps unintentional? Regardless, Yi Huan's words made Hao Yunyang feel exceedingly awkward. "I didn't expect you to be here either." Fortunately, after years of experience, Hao Yunyang had significantly improved his ability to handle unexpected situations. Although he felt displeasure within, he maintained a calm smile on his face, saying, "Are you in that private room? I'll come over for a drink later." A chill ran through Hao Yunyang, while Zhao Qinshin was left speechless. Yi Huan, however, smiled. Not only did he smile, but he also reached out to touch Zhao Qinshin's cheek, remarking, "You've lost weight." At that moment, Hao Yunyang's anger flared. With a sharp sound, Hao Yunyang swatted Yi Huan's hand aside and swiftly pulled Zhao Qinshin into his embrace. Tilting his chin at a 45-degree angle, "Qinshin, let's go." Chapter 70. Partners in crime, what are you doing? Yi Huan's friendly smile gradually faded, replaced by a cold, blade-like gaze directed at Hao Yunyang. In that instant, the gentle, refined aura he had vanished without a trace, replaced by an imposing presence. Yi Huan, visibly agitated, gave a cold laugh. "I suggest you consider your own weight before speaking. Let go." "What?" Hao Yunyang tightened his hold. I said. Yi Huan's fists clenched, each word enunciated through gritted teeth. "Let her go, fool." Hao Yunyang stared intently at Yi Huan for a long moment, then smiled helplessly. "Why should I let go? Who do you think you are? You big-headed ghost." Hao Yunyang interrupted Yi Huan brusquely, refusing to give him a chance to speak, then attempted to leave. "Step aside, you." Just as Yi Huan was about to act on his rising anger, a deep voice emerged from the private room he had just exited. "Come over here." Suddenly, a hand grasped Hao Yunyang's collar, yanking him forward until their noses nearly touched. Icy eyes filled with a chilling intensity. "You better watch yourself." "Are you all right?" Zhao Qinshin finally broke free from Hao Yunyang's grasp, retreating 2 steps like a frightened lamb, looking at him from a distance of over a meter, biting her lip as she asked, "Just consider it a bite from a rabid dog." Hao Yunyang, now realizing the awkwardness of the situation, glanced at the future partner he had just taken advantage of. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Let's go. We should order a." Hao Yunyang stood in place, a bitter smile forming after a long pause. This misunderstanding had escalated. Yi Huan seemed to be a skilled fighter, at the very least someone who frequented the gym. Recalling Yi Huan's iron grip, Hao Yunyang's heart trembled involuntarily, compounded by Yi Huan's unmistakably cold glare. Hao Yunyang understood that a grudge had been formed. Upon reflection, he had already made enemies with Lu Zhikuan, and now his company's location was no longer a secret, compounded by a rival who appeared to be well-trained. "All right." Hualai Qinjian, or rather Sun Lily, nodded lightly in response to Hao Yunyang's words, then added, "We also have time to look for a few apartments to settle down at." Upon hearing Sun Lily mention this matter, Hao Yunyang pondered for a moment and said, "Once you find a place, let me know. Each person will subsidize 500 yuan for rent each month. Injia, don't refuse. Since we've established the company, we need to have some rules." "You?" Sun Lily glanced at Hao Yunyang, choosing not to say more. Muxiding and the others could only nod in agreement. The gathering that evening lasted until after 10 o'clock. When Hao Yunyang emerged from the hotel, Kong Lingqiu was assisting Lu Ming, while Zhao Qinshin, albeit a little awkwardly, helped the swaying Hao Yunyang at dawn the next day. Hao Yunyang rose early to wash up. Lu Ming and Kong Lingqiu were still asleep, so he made no noise. After quietly tidying up, he grabbed the car keys and went downstairs. Habitually greeting those around him, Hao Yunyang slid into the car, which slowly exited the narrow alley. At the entrance, he glanced back at Lu Ming's former shop, now under new ownership. From what he had gleaned from Kong Lingqiu, It seemed Lu Ming's family had encountered some trouble and needed money urgently. However, since Lu Ming did not mention it, Hao Yunyang would not pry. Knowing well that Lu Ming was quite proud and would never disclose the matter even if asked, "President Lu, won't this cause too much of a stir?" Wang Kun stood to the left of Lu Jikuan, listening to his instructions over the phone, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation as he cautiously inquired. "Umph." Before Wang Kun could finish his sentence, Lu Jikuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression icy. "That poor country bumpkin. What capital does he have to start a company? What do you mean?" Wang Kun was taken aback, growing more cautious. Lu Jikuan turned slightly to look at Wang Kun, slowly uttering 3 words, "Lu Li Sin." "They are partners?" Wang Kun was taken aback. Lu Jikuan said nothing further, his expression growing darker as he waved his hand. "You may leave now." Chapter 71. Tomorrow's grand opening. Hiring a few security guards is, in fact, quite an easy task, at least in Hao Yunyang's eyes. A competent security guard simply needs to be robust and obedient. Thus, within half an hour of arriving at the Lucheng talent market, the temporary recruitment booth he had rented was already filled with a dozen applications. Hao Yunyang was particularly keen on several veterans and, after assuring them he would call within 2 days, began packing up to leave. Hiring security, just as Hao Yunyang held the car keys in one hand and the application forms in the other. A young man's voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. Hao Yunyang smiled, saying, "We've already filled the positions. I can do it." The young man did not back down. Instead, he looked at Hao Yunyang with a hint of pride and said, "If you hire me, you won't need to hire anyone else." Hao Yunyang's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the young man from head to toe before finally putting down the application forms and asking with curiosity, "What skills do you possess?" "I can do everything that's necessary and even things that aren't," the young man replied blandly, his demeanor suggesting that working for Hao Yunyang was a significant favor. The young man was dangerously close to bursting his own bubble. Observing this young man, who seemed to have a similar background to Lu Ming, Hao Yunyang chuckled. "Why don't you check elsewhere? I really have filled the positions here. You must hire me." The youth stood resolute, even going so far as to step forward, blocking Hao Yunyang's path. His piercing gaze glimmered with a subtle brilliance. "Do you understand? You are quite an intriguing individual." Hao Yunyang felt a flicker of irritation and scrutinized him closely. The young man wore a long mask, his nose prominently aquiline, and a sharp chin that rendered him akin to a character from a comic book. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed handsome. However, if he sought to flaunt his charm, he ought to approach the lonely women instead. "Please step aside. I must be on my way." Hao Yunyang raised his wrist to glance at his watch, opting for brevity as he reached out to push the young man aside. Yet, to his surprise, the youth remained immovable. Hao Yunyang exerted force again and again, but the young man stood steadfast. "Oh?" Hao Yunyang was astonished. "A martial artist? Are you willing to engage?" The young man regarded Hao Yunyang with a dispassionate query. "My master instructed me to follow you." "Who is your master?" Hao Yunyang queried, intrigued. "You are not yet worthy to know." The young man retorted, stepping aside and stating, "I shall visit you at the office in 3 days. The terms of employment are negotiable." "What is your name?" Hao Yunyang inquired. "Wang Shiyu," the young man replied, casting a fleeting glance before disappearing into the throng of job seekers. Wang Shiyu, Hao Yunyang repeated the name, unable to untangle the threads of confusion it sparked in his mind. Exiting the talent market, Hao Yunyang felt a lingering bewilderment. His master had sent him? The only person he knew who might be a martial artist, aside from the already antagonistic Yi Huan, was he considered dismissing the young man outright. Yet the clarity of that assertion faded in light of the young man's declaration. His master had sent him. This perplexing circumstance rendered Hao Yunyang hesitant to make a hasty decision, compelling him to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Rubbing his temples, he resolved to open the car door and enter. Meanwhile, after their brief encounter, Wang Shiyu proceeded directly into the public restroom of the talent market, standing in a corner as he retrieved a battered phone. "Master, how goes the task?" "I have made contact. I shall commence work in 3 days." Wang Shiyu's earlier arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by a palpable respect evident in his tone. Replied the master. A hint of skepticism crossed Wang Shiyu's face as he hesitantly asked, "Is he capable?" "Uncertain." "Then why?" Wang Shiyu appeared momentarily stunned. "He is your only hope. Do not let him perish before he has had the chance to grow." This young man possesses great potential. Master, Wang Shiyu pressed. Isn't Yi Huan also in Lu City? Silence lingered on the other end for a considerable time before a soft sigh escaped. At present, you are not yet a match for this errant disciple. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even after 10 years. But 10 years have already passed, Wang Shiyu responded, his voice tinged with agitation. To slay him, I would endure even longer. What is 10 more years of patience? The master's voice bore a playful undertone. They believe you have perished. Yi Huan is but a minor player. Do not jeopardize our efforts due to a moment's impulse. Follow my directives. Understood. Wang Shiyu inhaled deeply, Master. After contacting the 3 individuals, instructing them to report the day after tomorrow, Hao Yunyang placed a reassuring hand on Lu Ming's shoulder and remarked, You have experience as a hotel manager? Indeed, Lu Ming affirmed eagerly. Given the plans laid out by Hao Yunyang and Hao Jinhua, individuals like Mu Shitong were not merely there to serve Hao Yunyang. Lu Ming had no objections to the arrangements. For the Jiuxiao graphic design company was still in its infancy, and with Hao Yunyang as the CEO, what was there to fear? The next day, Mu Shitong and her companions found accommodation near the office, moving in small groups to ensure mutual support. Over the following days, the office renovations were completed, with Long overseeing the process, delivering various office supplies to Hao Yunyang's doorstep before settling the accounts and departing with the workers. Standing on the gleaming tiles, Hao Yunyang donned a black suit complemented by a red tie, his gaze sweeping over the 15 individuals currently in the office, a genuine smile gracing his face. Tomorrow, we shall commence operations. Chapter 72. Embrace the challenge. The Vice General Manager Lu Ming, Security Captain Li Chenggang, 2 Security Deputy Captains, and Hao Yunyang's personal driver, bodyguard and company security Wang Shiyu. December 20th, the day that had kept Hao Yunyang restless, had finally arrived. Rising early, he began his morning routine at 5 o'clock. At 6:30, Zhao Qinxin quietly exited her room, entering Hao Yunyang's living area. Is Ping not joining us? Hao Yunyang, already dressed, emerged from his room upon hearing the commotion, peering towards the now closed door across the hall, inquiring of Zhao Qinxin. This is for the best. Hao Yunyang smiled gently, suggesting, It is not a matter of great consequence. Let us proceed for breakfast. Indeed, Zhao Qinxin nodded. Accompanying him downstairs, by 8 o'clock, the office of Jiuxiao Graphic Design Company was filled with many idle computers, reserved for future employees, thus not yet in use. Standing in the same spot as yesterday, Hao Yunyang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, then cheerfully declared, Let us commence work as per yesterday's arrangements. The remuneration offered to Sun Fei and the others was identical, a monthly base salary of 10,000, with a 20% commission on profits from each completed project. Furthermore, Hao Yunyang granted them freedom to pursue opportunities on freelance platforms, leading to their satisfaction. He also mentioned that once the company expanded, each of them would lead a design team, earning a 20% commission on their team's project fees. Naturally, Mu Shitong and her colleagues had complete faith in Hao Yunyang's words. Thus, Hao Yunyang set about registering a new account on Task China, named Jiuxiao Meteor, while simultaneously logging into YY to join the channel where Mu Shitong and the others awaited eagerly. Are you all prepared? Hao Yunyang asked with a smile. Then let us begin. Seated before the computer, gazing at the familiar Task China interface, Hao Yunyang inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the locked office door he had secured, a subtle smile curling his lips. The 40,000 logo templates recently provided by Hao Jinhua had been installed in the software. To clarify, why did Hao Yunyang establish the Jiuxiao Graphic Design Company? What issue was the fictitious Jiuxiao organization seeking to resolve? As previously mentioned, while Hao Yunyang could earn money through rudimentary logo design software online, maintaining a FAA of normalcy necessitated a gradual submission of works, significantly curtailing his efficiency. Now, the Jiuxiao Meteor account represented not merely Hao Yunyang as an individual, but the entire Jiuxiao Graphic Design Company. Mu Shitong and her colleagues would relay promising projects to Hao Yunyang, who would then undertake them, with the completed design submitted solely through this account. Consequently, Hao Yunyang could operate freely before Mu Shitong and her team without the fear of revealing anything that should remain concealed. Within half an hour of commencing work, Hao Yunyang had successfully acquired 37 logo design projects, 6 interior design projects, and several product packaging design assignments under the Jiuxiao Meteor pseudonym. After issuing reminders on YY, he opened the logo creation software, a captivating smile gracing his face as he stretched lazily. At last, I can unleash my creativity. 30 logos, produced between 9:30 in the morning and 12:30, emerged fresh and vibrant within a mere 3 hours. As he surveyed the array of logos on his desktop, a radiant smile illuminated Hao Yunyang's face as he opened YY. How is everyone progressing? Just about ready for you. Transitioning to QQ now? Quanwei chuckled, adding, 3 hours of hard work. If we don't win the bid, it would be a travesty. I still need a bit more time. Binger hurriedly logged in and out, returning to her tasks. Mine is a bit more complex. I estimate it will be finished by afternoon. Sun Fei chimed in, then inquired, how is it on your end, esteemed boss? In the process of submission, Hao Yunyang replied, navigating the Task China website. Clicking through each logo project page and cheerfully stating, almost finished. How many? Muxitong inquired. Has the organization taken action? Sun Lily remained silent for a considerable time before hesitantly asking, is this considered one of the perks for front desk members? Of course. How long will the organization assist? Unless I am dead, the support will not cease. Hao Yunyang clicked to submit the last project and smiled, saying, you have not yet passed the assessment. Once you become official members, you will understand how wonderful it is to be a formal member of the Jiuxiao organization. All right, everyone pause. It's time for a meal. Chapter 73. President Wang's decision. What exactly does Hao Yunyang intend to achieve? President Wang's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the materials on the coffee table, murmuring to himself, the Jiuxiao graphic design studio remains unchanged, yet a Jiuxiao graphic design company has been established. From the information we currently possess, Vice President Yang looked at President Wang and pondered. Hao Yunyang probably aims to capitalize on the benefits of his 100 commission earnings and the full tax reimbursements from the website, hoping to make a substantial profit. Is that feasible? As soon as Vice President Yang's speculation left his lips, President Wang countered, even if he has managed to recruit the group from the outer flying bears. How many are there? Our site has hundreds of new logo design projects daily. Can he truly hope to monopolize this lucrative opportunity alone? It remains difficult to ascertain, but my instinct tells me we must refuse to sign his contract. Vice President Yang sighed. Reaching for the new contract Hao Yunyang had sent them a couple of days ago. In truth, rather than a new contract, it was more of a revised one, as 99% of its content mirrored the original agreement between Huachina and Hao Yunyang, with the only alteration being the change from Chasing Moon Meteor to Jiuxiao Graphic Design Company. Does he believe we would fear rejecting such an overt contract? President Wang, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples and said, initially, to prevent him from registering a pseudonym to compete with Huachina, the contract was signed under the name Hao Yunyang, not Chasing Moon Meteor. As long as he submits his projects through his personal account, we are obliged to fulfill the contract. Then why is he presenting us with this contract? Vice President Yang was somewhat baffled. Perhaps he intends to convey something through this means, President Wang mused, waving his hand. Let us hold on to this contract for now. We shall revisit it once the situation clarifies. Understood. Vice President Yang nodded, and just as he was about to leave, a knock sounded at the office door. Knock? Knock. Come in, President Wang instructed. President Wang, the exceptional beast, pushed the door open, peeking in before fully entering the office. Vice President Yang, is there something you need? Vice President Yang glanced at him and inquired. Yes. The exceptional beast nodded cautiously. It would be best if both of you could come and see. What is it about? It's concerning Hao Yunyang. Let us go. Standing before the exceptional beast's office computer, gazing at the displayed data page, President Wang fell into deep contemplation, while Vice President Yang's brow furrowed tightly. Half a minute later, President Wang asked, when was the account registered? Is it Hao Yunyang's pseudonym? Vice President Yang queried. Indeed, the exceptional beast affirmed, bending down to click open the QQ chat window, saying, I have already inquired with him personally. This is his newly registered pseudonym. Let me take a look. President Wang patted the exceptional beast on the shoulder, motioning for him to step aside as he sat down and scrolled to the top of the chat records. The more he read, the paler President Wang's complexion became, as the chat revealed. Exceptional beast, Master Hao, are you there? Chasing Moon Meteor, I'm here. Exceptional beast, is Jiuxiao Meteor your newly registered account? Chasing Moon Meteor, just registered. You are quite quick. Exceptional beast, so, are you planning to leave your original account idle? Chasing Moon Meteor, haha, no, my original account is my personal one. This new one is for my company. Exceptional beast, you have started a company? Congratulations. Chasing Moon Meteor, yes, it just opened today. I have dozens of people to support, which is certainly more exhausting than before. Exceptional beast. Not at all. Starting a company is a good thing. With your capabilities, how could you not support dozens of people? Exceptional beast. Please wait a moment. Chasing Moon Meteor. Exceptional beast. How do you intend to use your newly registered account? Chasing Moon Meteor. Haha. Of course, for project submissions, the works of dozens of people in the company will be submitted using this account. By the way, the contract I signed with your company did not stipulate that I couldn't submit my employees' works. Correct? Exceptional beast. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I should ask President Wang? Chasing Moon Meteor. Sure, go ahead. I have things to attend to. Exceptional beast. All right, goodbye. Chasing Moon Meteor. Goodbye. Having read through the entire conversation, President Wang's expression had completely transformed, while Vice President Yang rubbed his temples, speaking solemnly. The contract we initially signed indeed did not specify that only Hao Yunyang's submissions would be valid. Now that he has opened a company, shouldn't we bear the costs for the works of dozens of designers? This is our oversight. But President Wang seemed to suddenly recall something, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. When we signed the contract with him, did we not recognize his capabilities and influence? What if there are dozens of designers? Ultimately, they will enhance the strength of our website. Moreover, I refuse to believe that all these designers possess Hao Yunyang's level of expertise. If they cannot even secure a bid, how can there be commissions and taxes? What about this matter? Vice President Yang, now understanding, still hesitated to ask, how should we handle it? First, we must clarify the pros and cons. President Wang, a seasoned player in the tumultuous waters of business, quickly extricated himself from his earlier confusion. With a clear mind, he looked at Vice President Yang and stated, from his current actions, it seems the Jiuxiao studio intends to continue operating. While the Jiuxiao company is his personal venture, a few dozen designers do not constitute a significant number. In other words, if these individuals are not competent, it will not affect us. However, if they are all as skilled as the outer flying bears, and the bid rate increases, why should we be troubled? Are you suggesting? Call Hao Yunyang immediately and inform him that we agree to sign the contract. The Jiuxiao graphic design company will enjoy a 100% profit share on our website. And as for taxes, President Wang frowned. Tell him that within 2 days, as long as the Jiuxiao graphic design company can submit 100 project works, and if the bid rate remains above 80 after the first 100 projects, we will cover all taxes for their winning projects for 5 years. Haha. Having heard President Wang's instructions, Vice President Yang chuckled. Submitting 100 project works in 2 days is already a tall order. Let alone maintaining an 80 bid rate. This is an utterly impossible task. At least from their perspective, it seems so. Chapter 74. You cannot die 80%? You underestimate me too much. Hao Yunyang paused, a seemingly wicked smile spreading across his face. The software will suffice. In truth, Hao Yunyang did not need to sign such a contract with the company, for the original agreement with Huachina did not prohibit him from submitting others' works for project competitions. Moreover, even if Hao Yunyang proceeded with this, Huachina would be powerless to act against him and would still have to fulfill the contract. Now, with the registration of a new pseudonym and the intent to sign a new contract with Huachina, his primary goal was singular: to advertise the company and mark the submitted project works with the company's insignia. As for the Jiuxiao graphic design studio, Hao Yunyang had no intention of disbanding or withdrawing. After all, a company is a company, and personal matters are personal. These cannot be conflated. Currently, the responsibilities of the Jiuxiao studio had been discussed and placed on Zero's shoulders. Hao Yunyang had no desire to sever ties after crossing the river, nor did he wish to provoke a vehement reaction from Muxitong and others, which he sought to avoid. Seated before the computer, Hao Yunyang opened the YY channel, cleared his throat, and said, "You all may take a break." "What do you mean?" Sun Fei was the first to react, puzzled. "This isn't settled yet." "Well, finish the projects you are currently working on," Hao Yunyang contemplated before adding, "and you need not return to work tomorrow. Of course, you may choose to have fun outside tomorrow, or come to the company to switch to your own accounts to work on projects under the studio's name." "What is going on?" Muxitong logged on. "Are you all still hiding in the office and have no idea?" Hao Yunyang chuckled and remarked, "I have just signed a new contract with Task China, which bears similar stipulations to the previous agreement. However, the deadline for tax payment on behalf of the company has been extended to 5 years. 5 years of tax payment." Upon hearing Hao Yunyang's words, Binger exclaimed in astonishment, "Are the higher-ups at Task China out of their minds? Indeed, securing this 5-year tax payment is fraught with challenges, as the individuals at Task China are not naive. They have stipulated that if we do not sign this contract, I am still obliged to provide tax exemption within 2 years. Conversely, if we sign it and fail to meet their demands, at least they have evaded the tax liabilities associated with our company, which serves as an amendment to the original contract. With a smile, Hao Yunyang recounted Task China's demands in front of everyone, then added, however, it is evident that Task China is unaware of the organization's intricacies. Since they dare to trip me up, I have my ways to leave them in tears. Unable to voice their grievances. You intend to handle this alone? Xiao AI inquired with some reluctance. Are you lacking confidence in our capabilities? Do not misunderstand. That is not my intention, Hao Yunyang replied, rubbing his temples. This matter pertains to the company's substantial benefits over the next 5 years, and I do not possess absolute confidence of victory, hence I do not plan to take action this time. Then how do we complete 100 projects? Mu Xiangtong asked. Haha, I have already submitted a request for assistance to the organization, and it has been approved, Hao Yunyang replied nonchalantly. In the next couple of days, I will be at the company, tasked with identifying suitable projects and submitting proposals, and you may participate as well. The commission will be yours, however, I must forewarn you. What is it? From this point forward, it is best to steer clear of logo design. Currently, Task China has a total of 1,043 logo design projects open for bidding. Hao Yunyang meticulously reviewed each one, identifying 997 projects that could be pursued, categorizing them based on their respective deadlines into 3 levels: relaxed, tight, and very tight. As Hao Yunyang sat alone in the office, completing this series of preparatory tasks, only Zhao Chenxin, Lu Ming, Kong Lingqiu, and Wang Shiyu remained in the company. The lights in the office area had dimmed considerably. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Are you pulling an all-nighter? Zhao Chenxin asked in surprise, taking the car keys. Aren't you eating dinner? Dinner? Hao Yunyang smiled at Wang Shiyu and said, Shiyu, could you please go downstairs and grab a takeout for me, or call for delivery? After that, you can clock out, and I assure you, I won't just vanish into thin air. Oh, and remember to close the door when you leave. All right, just take care of yourself, Zhao Chenxin nodded, while Wang Shiyu remained silent, staring sharply at Hao Yunyang. Chenxin. Yes, if you find yourself with some spare time. Hao Yunyang spoke softly, his tone exceedingly gentle. You should learn more about financial matters. The members of the Jiuxiao organization, including the security guards and sister PA, were unaware of this situation. Hao Yunyang had made it clear that this matter must remain confidential, at least for now, and kept within a small circle. As he watched Zhao Chenxin and the others depart from the company, Hao Yunyang turned to the still and composed Wang Shiyu, saying, Go fetch me something to eat. Wang Shiyu finally nodded and turned to leave. Where are you going? As Wang Shiyu was about to step out, Hao Yunyang asked, perplexed, Can't you just call for takeout? Hao Yunyang said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Takeout cannot be guaranteed, Wang Shiyu replied nonchalantly before exiting. You can't just die on me. Listening to Wang Shiyu's words, Hao Yunyang found himself both amused and bewildered. Did he really seem like someone who had provoked others to the point of being poisoned? Chapter 75. Half a tooth. Hao Yunyang found it somewhat amusing to dispel such thoughts from his mind, shook his head, and re-entered the office. His office bore no distinct differences from the others, save for a sign on the door that read General Manager's Office. The first project Hao Yunyang tackled was designing a logo for a new product from a beverage company. After a cursory glance at the company's requirements for the logo, he felt assured and proceeded to open the design software, typing DAL into the search bar. In less than 2 seconds, 726 logo templates featuring the keyword DAL were displayed before him. After a thorough review, he ultimately selected a logo that was a charming design for a dairy beverage launched by Waha over a decade later, perfectly aligning with the beverage company's requirements. Quickly choosing this logo, he entered the editing interface, inputting the beverage company's Chinese name, pinyin, and English name, selecting the appropriate fonts and color schemes. Within 3 minutes, the logo was completed. He named the generated logo and saved it into a newly created folder on his desktop. And without pause, his gaze shifted to the second project. Having worked at Task China for several years, the so-called elite had become almost desensitized to the concept of rotation, resulting in a significantly diminished interest in the changes within the website. To them, rotation was akin to playing cards or dozing off. This was the consensus among middle management, and the elite were no exception. After the departure of high-ranking officials like Wang and Yang at 5:30, the on-duty elite retrieved a deck of playing cards from under the desk inviting more than 10 rotating staff and night shift employees to join him at a makeshift card table assembled from 2 desks for a game of Jia Jianhua. The elite consoled himself with this thought, concluding the final hand and contributing the remaining 30-odd yuan in change. He stretched and yawned. It's getting late. You all carry on. I'm going to take a nap. As the highest-ranking individual still present in the company, the others, though secretly disdainful, could only nod in agreement with forced smiles. Thus, the elite, unable to bear the loss, turned and left. Come on, let's continue. All right. Hearing the commotion behind him, the elite shrugged and pushed open his office door, stepping towards his chair, a bunch of rascals. Patting his already empty pockets, the elite muttered a mournful curse, settled into his chair, and habitually glanced at the computer screen, which still displayed back-end data statistics from over 5 hours ago. He reached out to shake the mouse and clicked refresh. Why does ordering takeout take so long? Hao Yunyang had resolved 37 logo projects, and the clock had already passed 11 at night. Upon seeing Wang Shiyu enter with a takeout container in hand, Hao Yunyang, who was already starving, hurriedly said, "Quick, bring it here. If you don't hurry, I'll starve before anyone can poison me." Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of the boss role or a subconscious wariness of Wang Shiyu's true identity, but in any case, Hao Yunyang could not muster any airs and spoke in a remarkably casual tone, as if merely venting to a friend. Hearing Hao Yunyang's words, Wang Shiyu glanced at him and silently placed the takeout on Hao Yunyang's desk before suddenly asking, "Have you offended someone?" "What?" Hao Yunyang, momentarily taken aback while tearing open the plastic bag, looked up at the calm-faced Wang Shiyu and replied, "What is going on?" "A truckload of thugs just came down, all armed," Wang Shiyu said, glancing at Hao Yunyang, his tone unperturbed. "They're after you, a truckload of thugs?" Hao Yunyang was startled, quickly inquiring, "How do you know they're after me?" "I asked," Wang Shiyu replied. "Did they tell you?" Hao Yunyang, bewildered, exclaimed, "It can't be that simple." Bang! The office door was slammed shut. Thank goodness, Hao Yunyang sighed in relief. The security wasn't he hired in vain at AS for being anxious or fearful. Hao Yunyang genuinely did not feel that way. His intuition told him that the thugs driven away by Wang Shiyu were certainly instigated by Lu Jiquan. The snake may not be menacing, but does he think I'm a turtle that has shed its shell? Hao Yunyang calmed his slightly turbulent emotions and muttered to himself while seated. "If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. I assure you I have my methods to deal with you." Hao Yunyang indeed had a plan that could make Lu Jiquan wail in agony, but he had refrained from executing it, for he was very much aware that the one in the wrong was Chen Pingping, the one suffering was Zhao Chenxin, and if pressed, Lu Jiquan would be the true victim. Moreover, Hao Yunyang could not ascertain what unforeseen consequences might arise from employing his own methods against Lu Jiquan. However, this does not imply that Hao Yunyang would pity or sympathize with him. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, and moreover, Hao Yunyang is akin to a rabbit with a half-formed tusk. If he is truly pushed to the brink, it will not simply be a matter of biting. At the very least, he would demand to tear off a chunk of flesh. Chapter 76. Roaring with laughter after Wang Shiyu departed from Hao Yunyang's office, he did not heed Hao Yunyang's earlier suggestion to leave. Instead, he secured the company's entrance and, pulling over a chair, sat down outside Hao Yunyang's office, arms crossed over his chest, slowly closing his eyes. Whether he had fallen asleep was a matter of subjective interpretation. Inside the office, Hao Yunyang was tirelessly laboring away. From the outset, he completed an entire logo set in 3 minutes. Once he got the hang of it, he began to gradually compress the time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Alone in the office, Hao Yunyang was fervently engaged in creating logos. Meanwhile, on the task side in China, the so-called exceptional creature stared blankly at the computer screen for an extended period before recalling to call President Wang, only to discover that President Wang's phone was off, rendering it unreachable. Unbeknownst to the exceptional creature, he did not possess President Wang's personal phone number. Thus, he redirected his call to Vice President Yang. However, as soon as the call connected, the exceptional creature heard a woman's delicate voice on the other end. "Yang Gu, don't answer the phone." Subsequently, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving the exceptional creature utterly dumbfounded. Gazing at the total number of tasks accepted displayed on the background interface of the computer screen, and noticing the 1,027 projects listed behind Zhou Xiaoliuxing, the exceptional creature's heart raced at an average of 2.5 beats per second. his breathing becoming increasingly rapid and difficult to control. Trembling, he inhaled deeply and clicked into Zhou Liuxing's personal records page. Scrutinizing it closely, he found that out of the 1,027 projects, 30 had been accepted in the morning, while the remaining 997 were accepted from 6 in the evening until after 9. Thankfully, this was merely acceptance. The tasks had yet to be completed. The exceptional creature reassured himself, smoothing his chest, and feigned nonchalance as he murmured, 100 projects in 2 days? With an 80% acceptance rate guaranteed. Even if Hao Yunyang led the staff to work through the night, it would be impossible to accomplish. Yet, despite this, facing such an unusual situation, the exceptional creature dared not be negligent. He did not attempt to contact President Wang again, nor did he try to reach Vice President Yang. Instead, he retrieved the record sheet, condensed the information displayed on the page, and noted the time as 18:06. The following morning at 8:30, President Wang appeared at the company punctually as always. The exceptional creature, who had been waiting all night and was supposed to finish his shift at 7:40 but had not left, hurried to greet him, clutching a thick stack of handwritten records. President Wang, I believe there is something you need to be informed about. What is it? President Wang, in a good mood, did not display any displeasure. Instead, offering a gentle smile as he replied, let us discuss it in my office. Certainly. The exceptional creature suppressed his anxiety and followed President Wang into his office. Today, President Wang donned a silver-gray suit, radiating vitality, likely due to some good fortune he had encountered the previous day. Upon entering the office, he proceeded as usual to brew himself a cup of coffee, then turned to the exceptional creature, who stood with his head slightly bowed, clutching the record sheet. Holding his coffee cup, President Wang raised a hand. Speak up, what is it? It's like this, President Wang. The exceptional creature, feigning calmness, approached President Wang and handed him the record sheet, stating, starting from 6:06 last night, Hao Yunyang. Hao Yunyang? What happened to him? The warmth and composure on President Wang's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a hint of anxiety as he set down his coffee cup and inquired, is something amiss? Indeed. Without suspicion, President Wang gradually opened the record sheet that the exceptional creature had submitted. As he read, his expression shifted, and with a resounding clap, he slammed the record sheet onto the desk, exclaiming in anger, why didn't you call me last night? Well, I did call, but your phone indicated it was off. The exceptional creature adopted an innocent demeanor, stating, I was unaware of your personal number. And I also called Vice President Yang. But what's wrong with me? Just as the exceptional creature was about to elaborate, Vice President Yang entered the room. Just as the exceptional creature intended to be the first to lodge a complaint, he quickly changed his tune, saying, there was a situation last night. I called you, but your phone seemed to be off and I couldn't get through. What a genuinely good person this exceptional creature is. Vice President Yang cast a grateful glance at him before turning to President Wang. What happened? Take a look for yourself. President Wang's expression darkened, but he refrained from expressing anger as he handed the record sheet to Vice President Yang, saying, this Hao Yunyang accepted 30 logo projects yesterday morning, along with several other design projects. The contract stipulates that the termination time is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but he .1, 027 logo projects? Vice President Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, is he attempting to clear the board? Indeed, 027 is quite the clear out. President Wang inhaled deeply, suddenly recalling something, and swiftly darted to his computer to log in. Moments later, he opened the background statistics interface, observing a set of data displayed there, and a smile crept across his face. What's going on? Vice President Yang asked, somewhat perplexed. Between 9 and 9:30 this morning, over 40 logo bidding projects reached their deadline. President Wang's smile bore a hint of relief as he continued, from 9:30 to noon. There were also over 60 logo projects concluding, and considering he accepted tasks around 6 last night and completed them by 9. It means he had at most 12 hours to finish over 40 logo projects, if he fails to submit on time. Upon hearing President Wang's words, Vice President Yang also chuckled, interjecting, the contract stipulates the first 100 accepted tasks, maintaining an acceptance rate of over 80%. If he has over 21 projects that missed the deadline, the contract becomes void, and we can save 5 years' worth of tax payments. President Wang erupted into hearty laughter. This Hao Yunyang is still too young and too reckless. Chapter 77. Crying out loud. Stop for now. At 8:40 in the morning, Zhao Qianxin entered Hao Yunyang's office, bearing several meat buns and a cup of soy milk. Observing Hao Yunyang's face, which appeared as if smeared with pig lard, she hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to place the breakfast on the desk, along with the car keys, saying, "First have your breakfast, then go take a nap." "Hee, I'll eat later. It's almost time." Hao Yunyang, sporting dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot orbs reminiscent of a rabbitess, glanced up at Zhao Qianxin, who was dressed in a professional suit and short skirt, and inquired with a smile, "Have Injia and the others arrived? They called me this morning, saying they were going to Yinding Mountain for a visit." Zhao Qianxin pondered briefly before responding, "Lu Ming is also going along," claiming he would be their tour guide. "These rascals have indeed gone." Hao Yunyang chuckled, yet refrained from discussing anything further, nodding instead. "You should go take a break. Even riding the elevator can be exhausting." "Ah?" Zhao Qianxin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Hao Yunyang's suggestion for her to leave was couched in a polite and humorous manner, leaving no room for awkwardness. Instead, it provoked a sense of amusement, exemplifying the art of conversation. With the buns left uneaten, Hao Yunyang rubbed his weary eyes, yawned widely, and glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his desk. 8:43. Almost time. Is there any movement? Although he deemed it unlikely, he could not suppress his worry. Vice President Yang was seated in his office, holding the phone and inquiring, "Keep a close watch and inform me at the slightest indication." After saying this, Vice President Yang hung up, quietly igniting a cigarette in his office. He inhaled deeply, releasing a smoke ring, but after a few moments, he suddenly stood up, his face reflecting a grave expression, murmuring, "It's impossible. It truly is impossible." Given how Yunyang's previously displayed abilities, combined with the establishment of his company, and most importantly, the gathering of that motley crew around him, it was utterly unfathomable that, despite the mere 10 hours since last night, he had not managed to produce even a single logo of utmost importance, even disregarding the lush surroundings and the newly appointed designer, the miraculous feat accomplished by Hao Yunyang during that grand competition, where he created in a mere half hour, still lingers vividly in Vice President Yang's memory. This implies that Hao Yunyang, by himself, could easily produce 20 logos within a single night. So why have his works not yet been submitted? The more Yang pondered, the more his heart twisted in anguish. Standing before his desk, his gaze flickered as the clock struck 8:51. Suddenly, the telephone on his desk erupted into a frantic ring, startling Yang so much that the cigarette he held slipped from his fingers to the floor. Yet, he remained unperturbed, swiftly grasping the receiver. "Hello? Yang, you must come here at once." He. The trembling voice of a subordinate transmitted through the line, amplifying the tense atmosphere. Speak quickly. What has happened to him?" Yang inhaled deeply, his left index finger twitching unconsciously. Just as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, the subordinate stammered for a moment before regaining composure, urgently continuing, He has submitted so many, an abundance. I will be there immediately. Notify President Wang right now." The subordinate's words plunged Yang into despair, yet his years of experience allowed him to maintain a facade of calm. After extinguishing the cigarette, but that had fallen, he hurriedly exited the office, striding purposefully towards the subordinate's office. As Yang stepped out, he encountered President Wang, who was also exiting his office. There was no time for pleasantries as they exchanged a glance and proceeded together towards the subordinate's office. President Wang, Vice President Yang, the subordinate, pale-faced and repeatedly refreshing his computer screen, immediately stood up, stepping aside as Yang and Wang entered with grim expressions. Since 8:47, the new account registered by Hao Yunyang, Zhou Xiaoliuxing, has begun submitting works. However, due to data synchronization delays, I only saw the changes in the backend at 8:50. How many has he submitted? Yang interrupted, his urgency evident. President Wang's face was drawn tight, remaining silent while Yang's breathing quickened, the reason for his anxiety clear. If Hao Yunyang met the contractual requirements, Task China would be in dire straits. 5 years of tax exemption and 100% commission means what? Simply put, if Hao Yunyang has established a company, conservatively estimating that it wins 150 projects daily, with each averaging 1,200 yuan, that amounts to 180,000 yuan per day, all of which would go directly to Hao Yunyang, with Task China obligated to cover the taxes. How much tax would that entail? Over 50,000 in a month. That translates to 1,500,000. And in a year, as these thoughts raced through Yang's mind, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, while President Wang stood nearby, his expression shifting between anxiety and uncertainty. With the two powerful figures silent, the subordinate dared not speak, merely standing quietly with his hands at his sides, head slightly bowed, afraid to make a sound. Check what he has submitted and see if there is a chance of winning. After a moment of silence, President Wang's expression fluctuated dramatically, urging, "Hurry." "Oh." Yang snapped back to reality, hastily nodding. He opened Hao Yunyang's personal data page and retrieved one of the recently submitted logo projects. As President, Wang clung to a sliver of hope. Glancing at the computer screen, his eyes moistened. It was simply exquisite, surely destined to win. He opened several more projects, each one a classic in its own right. Thus, the last vestige of hope was shattered. Yang fell silent, the subordinate's face clouded with dismay. "President Wang, I feel like crying out in despair. This contract will cost us tens of millions in just a year." Chapter 78, Despicable and Shameless. After submitting 329 projects, the culmination of a night of relentless effort, Hao Yunyang exhaled heavily, reaching for the cold buns on his desk. Fortunately, the soybean milk still retained some warmth. He eagerly drank from it, filling his stomach slightly. Without concern for anything else, he discarded the empty cup into the trash, pushed away the computer, and rested his hands on the desk, dozing off almost immediately into a deep slumber. Having completed both the urgent and the critical projects, the remaining 700 had deadlines ranging from 2.5 days to as long as 15 days. Unhurried, Hao Yunyang succumbed to his fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Oblivious to the world around him, that lad has acquired quite a formidable bodyguard. After being thoroughly beaten by Wang Shiyu the previous night, Maozi's head still felt heavy. Upon hearing Lu Zhikuan's inquiry, he frowned and replied, "We are no match for him. If this matter is to be pursued further, I can contact my elder brother to intervene." This, Maozi paused, his brow furrowing. The 25,000 was a deposit, and after several days, most of it had already been spent. Producing another 25,000 was beyond his means. "Give us 2 more days." Maozi inhaled deeply, assuring, "If there is no progress in 2 days, I will return the money in full, but you must not mention this to anyone, especially not to my elder brother." "Do you really think you can threaten me?" Lu Zhikuan scoffed, revving the engine. "You have 2 days. If there is no progress by then, you can figure out your own solution." "You..." Maozi attempted to protest, but Lu Zhikuan had already pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Watching Lu Zhikuan disappear, Maozi took a deep breath and turned to his companion. "Let's go." "Where to?" The shorter youth's eyes still reflected fear. The lesson from the previous night was too deeply etched in his memory. Given the choice, he would have opted to withdraw. "Go find someone," Maozi roared, shoving the shorter youth aside as he marched towards the white van parked by the roadside, while the rebuked youth scratched his head and followed reluctantly. "What has transpired?" Anxiety etched on Vice President Yang's face, his gaze fixed intently on the phone in President Wang's hand. The office door had been locked, and President Wang was slowly lowering the receiver. Upon hearing Yang's question, Wang sighed heavily but remained silent, eventually nodding enigmatically before exhaling 5 words. "Prepare 700,000. "What?" Yang's heart jolted, a look of joy spreading across his face. "Have they agreed?" "No more questions. Just get the money ready. Don't use the company's account. Transfer it through a personal account." President Wang rubbed his temples, muttering, "Damn it. Consider this 700,000 as feeding the dogs." "What about the account?" Yang inquired. "I will send you the account information via text after the transfer is complete. Make sure to delete it immediately. Do not leave any traces. Now go." President Wang took a deep breath and waved him off. "Understood." Yang nodded lightly and exited President Wang's office. Hao Yunyang had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. Having lain down around 9 in the morning, he only stirred from his dreams around 6 in the evening. Were it not for the loud snores, one might have suspected he had worked himself to the point of collapse. T6:37. The sky had darkened considerably. Stretching and yawning, Hao Yunyang rubbed his eyes and groggily sat up, only to be taken aback upon noticing Zhao Qinshin dozing on the sofa opposite him. "You?" Hao Yunyang regarded Zhao Qinshin with a hint of curiosity. "Awake?" Hearing his voice, Zhao Qinshin lifted her head, rising from the sofa with a serious expression. "Yunyang, there is something you need to brace yourself for." What? Hao Yunyang's mind was still clouded, and he instinctively asked, "What is it?" Around 3 in the afternoon, I received a call from Task China. Zhao Qinshin deliberated. Oh? Hao Yunyang responded lightly with a smile, asking, "Does that mean the contract has taken effect?" "Not quite." Zhao Qinshin shook her head gently, slowly uttering 5 words that made Hao Yunyang's eyes widen. "Did not meet the requirements." "No way." Hao Yunyang jolted awake, exclaiming, "How could that be?" The call was personally made by Yang Jisheng, the vice president of Task China. Zhao Qinshin was not privy to the specific terms of the agreement reached between Hao Yunyang and Task China, and could only relay the information as it was conveyed to her. He mentioned that many of the submissions you made in the morning did not win bids. According to the contract stipulations, for the contract to take effect, 80 out of the first 100 projects must secure bids. However, the target has not been met, thus the contract remains valid, but the 5-year tax payment on your behalf is no longer feasible. At this juncture, Zhao Qinshin paused momentarily before continuing. "I called you several times in the afternoon, yet you did not awaken. How could there be any missed bids?" Hao Yunyang's brow furrowed deeply, and he scarcely registered Zhao Qinshin's explanation. After sitting in silence for half a minute, he inhaled deeply, moved the mouse, and entered his password to access the computer desktop. Upon opening the Task China website and navigating to his personal information page, he was met with the unfortunate news: regrettably, your submission for project number 200912148754 was not selected by the employer. Please do not be disheartened. Continue to strive for better creations. The same disheartening message followed for project number 200912155423. And more regrettable notifications continued to flood in. A total of 179 projects in which Hao Yunyang participated concluded today, yet astonishingly, 22 out of the first 100 projects had failed to secure bids, while all of the subsequent 79 had won. A most peculiar circumstance. But even with this knowledge, what could Hao Yunyang do? He found himself unable to procure any evidence to incriminate Task China. Should he simply endure this injustice? Or was it truly despicable and shameless? Leaning back in his chair, Hao Yunyang muttered a curse under his breath. Just then, the already active QQ messenger emitted a series of clear, ringing notifications, cutting through the oppressive silence of the office. Who could it be? Chapter 79. The egg extraction plan. He will undoubtedly discern the trickery. In response to Vice President Yang's concerns, President Wang wore a smug smile, unabashedly stating, "But even if he perceives the deceit, what can he do? Let us not forget." Rising, President Wang patted Vice President Yang on the shoulder, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "The contract contains meticulous stipulations. Regardless of whether the requirements are fulfilled, the contract remains effective, albeit with slight variations. This poses no detriment to US. In other words, for the next 5 years, aside from working on projects for Task China, he cannot engage with any other websites. Should he act out of spite, the penalty for breach of contract will yield considerable financial gain for US. As he concluded, President Wang could not contain his laughter. And Vice President Yang's worries dissipated, leading him to join in the mirth. "Indeed, this contract is quite advantageous. Very well, let us dine at Baranja this evening." President Wang, in high spirits, remarked, "The quality of their vegetables is truly commendable." Vice President Yang, ever affable, nodded in agreement with a chuckle. "I had my eye on a particular vegetable last time, but I have yet to procure it, perhaps tonight." The two executives, having outwitted Hao Yunyang, left the company, their elation apparent to all. Meanwhile, Hao Yunyang remained, staring vacantly at his computer screen, contemplating the messages sent to him via QQ by a user named Mibu, which felt like a divine intervention amidst his plight. "Mibu, I am aware of the situation on your end. This is a trap set by Task China, and unfortunately, you have fallen into it." Mibu. Task China has employed underhanded tactics, contacting the project employers through the registered contact methods during task distribution, and for fees ranging from 10,000 to 50,000, instructed these employers not to select your submitted logo, directly leading to your missed bids. I have just learned about your new contract with Task China, and this matter is quite complicated. Mibu, what do you think? For messages brought Hao Yunyang a sense of clarity, akin to sunlight breaking through a dense fog. Yet, a wave of skepticism washed over him. After several deep breaths to regain his composure, he typed a response. "I sincerely appreciate your timely assistance. May I inquire if we are acquainted?" He soon received a request for file and audio transmission from Mibu. Hovering his mouse over the confirmation button for an extended moment, Hao Yunyang finally inhaled deeply and clicked to proceed. The plan and recording were relatively small files, taking only seconds to download. Before he could open the plan document, Mibu sent another message and then logged off. The plan contains detailed steps. All highlighted in red are tasks I will handle, while the black text indicates what you need to do. Could it be that heaven has taken pity on my plight and sent a benefactor to assist me? Hao Yunyang mused humorously. At that moment, Zhao Qinshin approached him, standing beside him, glancing at the open Word document on his screen, and softly inquired, "What is it?" A bizarre intersection of a peculiar person and a good-hearted individual had arisen unexpectedly. Hao Yunyang, with a flurry of words, turned to Zhao Qinshin and asked, "Do you understand?" Chuckling, he shook his head as he watched the office door close once more. His attention shifted back to the computer screen, where the title read, Egg Extraction Plan. Hao Yunyang smacked his lips and scrolled down. Minutes later, he began to grasp the essence of the plan devised by Mibu. After a few more moments, Hao Yunyang yawned and muttered to himself, "Why not handle this directly? Why must I be involved?" Mibu had previously stated that he would manage the red tasks, while Hao Yunyang was responsible for the black ones. However, upon reviewing the entire egg extraction plan, Hao Yunyang found nothing but red text, with only 2 lines of black text at the bottom of the document that read, "One out upon receiving confirmation that the preceding task has been successfully completed. Approach the Task China representative to propose termination of the contract and compensation. 2. Until such confirmation is received, please remain patient and refrain from any action." Thus, it became evident that the individual named Mibu was merely informing Hao Yunyang of the plan. In reality, even if Hao Yunyang chose not to intervene, the outcome would remain unchanged. Similarly, after comprehending the egg extraction plan, Hao Yunyang realized that Task China was likely to face grave repercussions, potentially of a catastrophic nature. Was I merely a pawn in someone else's scheme? Or was I the one being outmaneuvered? Hao Yunyang pondered this matter seriously, ultimately concluding that it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Mibu could seize this opportunity to tarnish Task China's reputation, though Hao Yunyang could not fathom his motives. Conversely, Hao Yunyang could leverage this opportunity to take a significant step forward, and most crucially, he could pocket a substantial sum in breach of contract penalties. Qinshin, Shiyu, Lingqiu. With a sudden shift from despair to bright prospects, Hao Yunyang donned his jacket and exited his office, calling out, "Let us go out for dinner." As for the headache concerning Mibu's identity, Hao Yunyang had always been an optimistic soul, carefree and unburdened. Since this was a matter of mutual advantage, why trouble himself over the identity of this individual? It was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 80. The onslaught of shamelessness, isn't it about the contract? Zhao Qinshin paused, then softly remarked, "Staying up late is detrimental to your health. The more one accomplishes now, the greater the rewards in the days to come." A glint of mischief sparkled in Hao Yunyang's eyes as he playfully pinched Zhao Qinshin's nose and turned towards the office building. Zhao Qinshin, having been playfully pinched, stood frozen in place, her cheeks flushing, and she spat at Hao Yunyang's retreating figure, though she said nothing. The commission for today's successful bids had already been transferred to the company's account. However, since it was a sole proprietorship, there was little distinction between the company account and Hao Yunyang's personal account. Upon returning to the office, Hao Yunyang accessed the bank website to check his account balance, which had increased by 14,000 RMB. Having completed over 150 projects, the commission should exceed 190,000, indicating that over 50,000 had been deducted for taxes. Once this batch of projects was completed, it would be time to bid farewell. Casting a glance at the Task China webpage, Hao Yunyang clicked on the logo creation software, immersing himself once more in the intense and focused task of generating logos. In his office, Hao Yunyang tirelessly toiled, seizing every opportunity to amass wealth. On several prominent domestic portal forums and a few smaller yet vibrant technical forums, countless posts were being fervently boosted by an army of hundreds of hired guns. Wang Ziyuan, a designer at a graphic design firm, earned an annual salary of 50,000, placing him within the lower echelons of the white-collar workforce. His side endeavor, however, was as an online freelancer specializing in graphic design, where he could earn an additional 20 to 30,000 a year, barely qualifying him as a semi-high-income individual. As a man wholly reliant on graphic design for his livelihood, Wang Ziyuan led a rather extravagant lifestyle, indulging in drinking and womanizing. Despite owning a car and a house, he remained single and had a penchant for lavish spending, which only intensified his resolve to remain uncommitted in the online realm. He was regarded as a master by many novice designers, occasionally gracing QQ groups with his presence and sharing theoretical insights, earning him the adoration of countless newcomers, thus becoming a civilian idol. This dual success in both reality and the digital sphere fueled Wang Ziyuan's ambition. He grew dissatisfied with the limited exchanges in QQ groups and began registering under various aliases on several graphic design technical forums. Adopting the moniker Meet, or rather fitting title. One such forum was Doc, recognized as one of the more specialized technical forums in the country. Although its traffic was modest, it thrived with activity, attracting professionals in the graphic design industry. The moment Wang Ziyuan donned the alias Meet and entered the forum, his attention was immediately captured by a striking advertisement prominently displayed at the top of the page. He gasped in astonishment and clicked on it. The advertisement bore the title, Shameless Onslaught, the outrageous acts of Task China exposed. Beneath this bold header, a smaller line read, The disgrace of the online graphic design community. The master of chasing the moon and stars encounters the despicable actions of Task China, complete with recordings and the truth. Click for details. Though Wang Ziyuan was an idol to novice designers, his own idol was none other than the flamboyant master of chasing the moon and stars, who dominated competitions with unmatched prowess. With both subjects intertwined, Wang Ziyuan could hardly ignore the matter at hand. The page began to redirect, swiftly leading him to the post itself. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that the author of the post was none other than the forum's administrator, which inadvertently enhanced the post's credibility. Eagerly scrolling down, he delved into the content, which bore the title, Defying All Conventions, Task China's Shameless Acts Induce Outrage. The post condemned Task China's actions, leaving designers like Wang Ziyuan feeling utterly disheartened. I, on behalf of the Doc Forum, urge the cessation of all project associations with Task China. A company like this is unworthy of operating in the freelancer industry. Resist firmly, 40,000. Please choose another logo. The voice of Mr. Wang from Task China echoed through Wang Ziyuan's speakers. Really? The young man on the employer's side, sounding no older than 27 or 28, expressed clear skepticism. Why? As long as you do not select the logo submitted by Jiao Xiao Lu Xing, I will transfer the 40,000 cash to your designated bank account half an hour after the project concludes, Mr. Wang stated. All right, it's a deal. The young man hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. As his project commission was a mere 1,600. What is your name? The young man suddenly inquired. I am Wang Minghua, Mr. Wang replied. Remember, do not choose the logo submitted by Jiao Xiao Lu Xing. The young man chuckled. Of course, at that moment, Wang Ziyuan was infuriated. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, shameless. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding across the nation. Chapter 81. The company trader. There were both doubters and supporters. The Doc Forum was not the first to publish this explosive news, yet it stood as the sole platform unequivocally condemning Task China's shamelessness. Nevertheless, at least half of the supporters were hired guns enlisted by the planners. As such news primarily impacted the online freelancer industry, causing little disturbance to the general populace. The clock struck 4:30 in the morning. The surge in traffic was remarkable. The on-duty manager for Task China that night was a man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut and a distinctive mustache, who sat before his computer refreshing the traffic statistics, smiling as he remarked, It's already 4:30, and the numbers are still climbing. Good. The young man who had spoken earlier quickly agreed, patting a few colleagues on the shoulder before exiting the manager's office. By the way, the manager suddenly recalled, calling out to a few people with a furrowed brow, tell them to stop playing cards and check on something. Understood, the young man replied, gently closing the office door behind him. How could there be such an unexpected increase in traffic? The buzzcut man sat in his chair, absent-mindedly stroking his mustache, unable to piece together any coherent explanation. However, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Though all reports indicated that everything was normal, it must simply be an unforeseen occurrence, he concluded. After a thorough check revealed no issues, he chalked up the phenomenon to an incidental but still normal circumstance. Ha ha ha! Mr. Wang laughed heartily, then pulled out his phone, declaring, It's been off all night. Time to power it back on. Vice President Yang nodded with a smile, also retrieving his phone, which had been switched off for the night. However, before they could even turn their devices back on, the phone on Mr. Wang's desk rang. Hello, I am Wang Minghua. Who is this? Mr. Wang set his phone down and answered the call. Old Wang, what have you done? Something big has happened, do you know? Huh? Before Wang Minghua could respond, an agitated voice on the other end erupted. I called you and Jisheng no less than 50 times last night. What on earth have you been doing? You, Renhe? Wang Minghua paused, momentarily taken aback, and then casually replied, was it your sister-in-law who called you? What nonsense. I don't care about your sister-in-law's calls. Before Wang Minghua could continue, the voice of Xiao Renhe erupted in frustration. What have you been up to lately? Have you reported to the board? Huh? Are you just making decisions on your own? Do you even realize the consequences of your actions? Wang Minghua felt his composure slipping under Xiao Renhe's barrage of reprimands and solemnly inquired. What has happened to warrant such fury? Search online for yourself. Xiao Renhe shouted furiously. Task China chasing the moon and stars. Search all 8 characters. Let us see how you explain this to us. With a sharp click, the call ended, leaving Wang Minghua standing there in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by Xiao Renhe's words. What did he say? Yang Jisheng, who had been standing nearby, gently inquired upon noticing Wang Minghua's dazed expression. How could this be? When the search results from Baidu glaringly appeared before Wang Minghua's eyes, he was left dumbfounded, shocked, and frantic. How could this happen? What? Yang Jisheng did not grasp the situation, but he walked around the desk to stand behind Wang Minghua, where the search results were now visible to him as well, with recordings and contracts equating to the truth, delving into the connections between Task China and Chasing the Moon and Stars. The #1 in online graphic design, master of Chasing the Moon and Stars, and his collaborator Task China face a rift leading to disputes. The mastermind behind the master of Chasing the Moon and Stars' recent ordeal, a discussion on whether Task China engages in underhanded operations. The multitude of titles swarmed Wang Minghua and Yang Jisheng's vision. They could hardly believe that in less than a day, the situation had taken such a drastic turn. Most alarmingly, recordings, contracts. Wang Minghua and Yang Jisheng exchanged glances and almost simultaneously reached for the mouse. Wang Minghua seized the mouse first, clicking on one of the titles with alarming speed to access the content page. A traitor. There must be a traitor within the company. Wang Minghua's eyes blazed with fury as he violently flung his laptop across the room, roaring, investigate. Find out who did this. Chapter 82. Becoming a tycoon who is responsible for this. Wang Minghua's face darkened, the fury boiling within him clouding his reason as he turned to retrieve the ornamental Japanese sword hanging in his office. His expression was one of deadly intent. I will deal with him. As Yang Jisheng's words echoed like a splash of cold water, they drenched Wang Minghua, leaving him feeling utterly chilled to the bone. The oriental sword he had drawn slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. In a hushed tone, Wang Minghua murmured, "What should I do now?" At that moment, he resembled a drowning man, abruptly shifting his gaze to Yang Jisheng. The first course of action is to deny everything. Immediately issue a statement on the website and adopt a stance of pursuing accountability, Yang Jisheng stated softly. However, this is a perilous maneuver with substantial risks. What about the alternative? Wang Minghua compelled himself to regain his composure and inquired after a moment's contemplation. The other option is to contact Hao Yunyang and negotiate a 5-year tax exemption, Yang Jisheng replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of strategic insight. However, there is one stipulation. He must publicly clarify the situation, asserting that these allegations are entirely unfounded. Will he agree? Wang Minghua instinctively asked. I have calculated the figures, Yang Jisheng responded, casting a glance at Wang Minghua. Given the strength that Hao Yunyang's company has displayed, securing 200 to 300 projects in a day is quite feasible. If we consider 300 projects at 1,200 each, that amounts to over 30 million in additional tax revenue for him annually. Over 5 years, that totals nearly 2 billion. Such a substantial benefit, I believe, he would have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Wang Minghua's expression darkened completely, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. After scrutinizing Yang Jisheng's face for several seconds, he gritted his teeth and declared, let's proceed with the first plan. Understood, Yang Jisheng replied with a faint smile, turning to leave. Wang Minghua, as the major shareholder, understood that the entire value of Task China was merely 5 to 6 billion. To contribute 2 billion in taxes over 5 years for Hao Yunyang was a conclusion Yang Xianda had anticipated when making this statement. Yet, he was indifferent to such matters, or perhaps he had never truly cared. Moreover, 2 billion over 5 years was merely a conservative estimate, considering Hao Yunyang's current influence and capabilities, It was uncertain what the situation would look like in 5 years. Yang Jisheng felt a lack of certainty, and Wang Minghua felt even more so. In other words, once the contract was signed, Task China would be on the brink of bankruptcy. However, less than 2 minutes after Yang Jisheng exited Wang Minghua's office, he pushed the door open once more. "What is it?" Wang Minghua's tone was stiff, his demeanor akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation, threatening to obliterate not only others, but himself as well. "Hao Yunyang just called me," Yang Jisheng said, his expression somewhat peculiar. He also mentioned. "What did he say?" Wang Minghua stood up, tension etched across his face. "Speak quickly," he said. Yang Jisheng hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If we can provide 20 million RMB in one lump sum and terminate all contracts with him privately, he will no longer pursue the matter." 3 minutes later, Yang Jisheng added, "He has only given us 10 minutes to consider. If we exceed that time frame, he will not only escalate the situation but will also file a lawsuit with the judicial authorities." "No, we cannot allow a lawsuit." Yang Jisheng's words shattered Wang Minghua's last psychological barrier. He leapt from his chair in a panic, exclaiming, 20 million? I will pay. Terminate the contract, terminate it. What are you doing sitting here? At that moment, Zhao Qinxin pushed open the door to Hao Yunyang's office and vaguely overheard his monologue. Inquiring, "What 20 million? Oh, you're just in time." Upon seeing Zhao Qinxin enter, Hao Yunyang pressed his phone to his ear, listened intently, and only then spoke. "There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Zhao Qinxin regarded Hao Yunyang with curiosity, nodding slightly. "Regarding breach of contract, if we decide to settle out of court, will the compensation be subject to taxation?" Hao Yunyang asked, his gaze fixed earnestly on Zhao Qinxin. "Let me think," Zhao Qinxin replied, uncertain why Hao Yunyang was inquiring about this. Nevertheless, she nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Compensation for breach of contract should be included in the company's revenue and thus subject to business tax." "And how much tax would we need to pay if we received 20 million RMB in compensation?" Hao Yunyang pressed further. "That would depend on the industry." Zhao Qinxin began to realize the implications. Glancing at Hao Yunyang but refraining from probing further. "Let us consider our industry," Hao Yunyang suggested. "Indeed, the business level is quite remarkable," he noted, a twinge of regret flashing across his face, though he maintained a smiling demeanor. "Did you need something from me? Is this not important?" Hao Yunyang rolled his eyes. "Go on." "All right," Zhao Qinxin acquiesced, turning to leave. Just as she pivoted, the phone that Hao Yunyang had not yet hung up relayed Yang Jisheng's voice. "We agree. But we must sign a written agreement stating that we will no longer pursue this matter. Of course, that can be arranged." "You actually agreed?" Hao Yunyang paused, then laughed. "Send me the agreement, and I will sign it right away." In less than half an hour, the contract was finalized with the aid of a fax machine. Hao Yunyang was unconcerned that Wang Minghua would attempt to have someone else sign the contract, rendering it invalid. For the moment the contract was signed, Task China was eagerly rushing to process the transfer, desperate to ensure the contract took effect promptly. This compensation was indeed a talent. At precisely 3:06. Hao Yunyang received the 20 million compensation, his face beaming with joy. At last. Could he consider himself a wealthy man? Chapter 83. A tragedy reprised. The faxed contract was merely a precautionary measure taken by Task China. Anxious that Hao Yunyang might have a change of heart. 3 days after the 20 million was received, the official contract was finally signed. The 800 logo projects that Task China had submitted were prematurely concluded due to their intervention, generating over 1 million in revenue. With the termination of the contract with Task China, Hao Yunyang could no longer undertake projects from them, and the windfall of over 20 million sparked a few entrepreneurial thoughts. The Jiuxiao graphic design company could not simply disband. One must not slay the hen that lays the eggs. If a nest could not be occupied, it must be relocated to another. However, the question of relocation left Hao Yunyang in a quandary. Currently, there were only 3 major freelancer websites with significant traffic: Task China, Freelancer China, and China Zhuochuang. Thus, his options were limited to 2. Furthermore, after the recent underhanded dealings with Task China, Hao Yunyang had lost fundamental trust in the remaining freelancer websites. Perhaps he should consider establishing his own freelancer website? This thought suddenly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a wry smile. Starting a website was easy, but launching a freelancer platform required more than mere aspirations. Although he had over 20 million at his disposal, the actual investment would not guarantee substantial returns. At that moment, as Hao Yunyang sat alone in his office contemplating viable options, The QQ icon in the lower right corner of his desktop flickered once more. Opening it revealed a message from Bibu. Have you decided where to relocate your operations? Hao Yunyang was taken aback for a moment. Was this person somehow inside his head? Bibu, you must have at least 20 million in funds now. Right, Bibu? This scandal involving Task China has greatly benefited you, enhancing your influence significantly. Why not consider starting your own dedicated graphic design freelancer website? Given your current standing in the online graphic design community, I believe many talented individuals would choose to join. Seeing Bibu's suggestion ignited a spark of excitement in Hao Yunyang. Hao Yunyang, but I'm not familiar with this industry. Scratching his head, he mused. Yang Jianfeng? Who is that? Zero? Brother Zero? Yang Jianfeng? Zero is Yang Jianfeng. It was worth noting that even Hao Yunyang himself had yet to uncover Zero's true identity. So how did this person know? He is Zhao Zhan. Hao Yunyang sighed, calling upon Sun Lily and others for assistance, only for Sun Lily to glance at the QQ chat window on Hao Yunyang's desktop and exclaim, "That must be Tuna. Isn't that the one who severed ties with you?" Zhao Zhan? Hao Yunyang was bewildered, a massive question mark looming in his mind. Yet soon enough, he found clarity. If this person was indeed Zhao Zhan, then all prior confusion would be effortlessly resolved. Zhao Zhan's elder brother was the owner of Freelancer China, the sworn enemy of Task China, which elucidated why Zhao Zhan had suddenly reached out to him. Because he added me with this QQ, Hao Yunyang explained. Sun Lily gazed at the chat window, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Bibu, he added you. Who would have known? Just then, the last to enter, Mu Shitong, chimed in. He added me as well. Me too. Sun Fei, Li Bingbing, Pan Fengyu, and others successively voiced their thoughts. Zhao Zhan had surprisingly re-added them all using this new account. Hao Yunyang was somewhat perplexed and curiously inquired, "What did he say to you?" He expressed his hope that we could assist him. "Considering our previous friendship," replied Mu Shitong, raising an eyebrow. Pan Fengyu blinked and interjected, "Can we perhaps seize this opportunity to make some money?" What on earth was Zhao Zhan plotting? A vast question mark loomed over everyone's heads once again. They exchanged glances and silence enveloped the group. After a minute or so, Sun Fei scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. So, shall we help him or not? Ultimately, the consensus among the group was reached. Out of respect for their long-standing camaraderie, they would offer their assistance once more. In response to Hao Yunyang's direct inquiry, Zhao Zhan, seated before the computer, forced a bitter smile and glanced at a middle-aged man standing beside him, conveying a calming look before his fingers danced across the keyboard. The unpleasantness regarding the task in China has been resolved. But I trust you are already familiar with their working style. I will not hide it. My elder brother is the chairman and CEO of Weka China. This is a golden opportunity to suppress Task China, and we do not wish to let it slip away. Thus, I hope to garner your support. The chilling implications of his plan sent shivers down their spines. A catastrophe was about to unfold under the machinations of those with ulterior motives. If Hao Yunyang could extract 20 million from Task China, then what of Mu Shitong, Sun Fei, Quan Wei, and Hualu Qingyin, who among them did not hold contracts with Task China? Chapter 84. Preparations for outrage. The man standing next to Zhao Zhan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Nodding heavily, "Let us commence tomorrow." "Are all the personnel for the project ready?" he inquired. "All set, with a total of 17 individuals," Zhao Zhan affirmed. "Dispersed throughout the country, all it takes is a single call from me, and they will initiate the project tasks. Given Task China's current circumstances, we only need to invest a few million, and they will become restless." "You know nothing," Yang Jisheng intended to persuade and console. Yet Wang Minghua was consumed by rage, erupting. "This situation is evidently a trap set specifically against me. It is undoubtedly related to someone named Zhao." "Ha ha," Yang Jisheng chuckled, remaining silent as he turned to leave Wang Minghua's office. As the door closed behind him, he sighed. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently." To recount the enmity between the two, one must trace back over 20 years. Wang Minghua and Zhao Xianju, the chairman of Weka China, were college classmates. Ironically, they had once been quite close, but a conflict arose over a girl, leading to Zhao Xianju winning her affections, which naturally ignited Wang Minghua's resentment and turned their relationship cold. 2 years swiftly passed, and Zhao Xianju had progressed to the point of discussing marriage with the girl. Yet, on the night of their graduation, amidst the drizzling rain, the girl mysteriously vanished. Zhao Xianju called upon his younger brother, Zhao Zhan, to search for her under the downpour, but they found nothing. The following day, A classmate out for morning exercise discovered a female corpse on a hillside lawn. Zhao Xianju's girlfriend. Forensic examination revealed she had been sexually assaulted and suffered severe injuries. Her body marred with bruises. Zhao Xianju was overcome with despair, yet the case ultimately remained unsolved, with no perpetrator apprehended and no evidence or leads to pursue. In the third year following their university graduation, Zhao Xianju had become a successful businessman. A chance discovery unraveled a 3-year-old secret. The perpetrator of the girl's assault was none other than his classmate. Wang Minghua, however, with connections and backing, Wang Minghua swiftly eradicated all incriminating evidence against him. By that time, the girl's body had long been cremated and buried, making any chance of reopening the case utterly impossible. Thus began the bitter enmity between Zhao Xianju and Wang Minghua. Wang Minghua leveraged his family's connections to establish Task China, while Zhao Xianju founded Wake China, determined to rival him. Naturally, as Zhao Xianju's brother, Zhao Jun was deeply involved, managing an advertising company and amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million. 4 years ago, when Wang Minghua's uncle, a government official, was imprisoned, Zhao Xianju and Zhao Jun deemed the time ripe for revenge against Wang Minghua and initiated their plans. The unfolding of this sudden crisis revealed Zhao Xianju as a well-prepared individual, while Wang Minghua was caught off guard, resulting in Zhao Xianju's triumph and Wang Minghua's forced submission. Yet, the convoluted intricacies of their intertwined fates bore no relevance to Hao Yunyang, who merely found himself an unwitting participant in this vendetta, subsequently reaping considerable benefits. Regardless of whether Task China ultimately overpowered Wake China or vice versa, it had no bearing on Hao Yunyang whatsoever, not in the slightest. Days of idleness passed with ease, occasionally sparking playful banter with Chan Pingping, yet Hao Yunyang skillfully maintained a semblance of decorum, never allowing matters to escalate too far. Additionally, it is worth noting that Wang Shiyu had a run-in with the police after fending off a dozen troublemakers, ultimately requiring Hao Yunyang to bail him out with a substantial sums. For Task China, Hao Yunyang no longer concerned himself with their affairs. They were entirely beyond his purview, and he could not care less about their fate. Accompanied by the indifferent Wang Shiyu, who carried a dossier under his arm, clad in a black suit and red tie, Hao Yunyang merely surveyed his surroundings before striding towards a nearby tea house. Lu Jikuan, the owner of the Golden Radiance Hotel, was a millionaire, and with over 20 million in capital still on his company's books, Hao Yunyang was certainly on par with Lu Jikuan. Was he not? Thus, after the fourth encounter with the ruffians that led to Wang Shiyu's arrest, Hao Yunyang could no longer tolerate the situation and was prepared to unleash his fury. Welcome, for receptionists, dressed as if for a wedding, greeted Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu with simultaneous cheerful smiles and bows. Table 16, Hao Yunyang graciously nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Right this way, please, one receptionist, nearly of equal height to Hao Yunyang, gestured invitingly. Having spent 2 years in the service industry, Hao Yunyang felt an inexplicable wave of nostalgia. The world had changed too rapidly. Following the receptionist, he walked across the wooden floor towards table 16, where he caught a glimpse of a woman's silhouette from afar. Her wine-red, wavy hair hinted at her age. Have you brought the items? The receptionist halted a few meters from the table. Turning away, Hao Yunyang gestured for Wang Shiyu to remain where he was, then approached the woman. Upon noticing his arrival, she slightly lifted her gaze, asking coolly, Have you brought them? Indeed, they are all here, Hao Yunyang replied with a smile, extending his right hand to grasp the dossier tucked under his left arm, nodding. Please, have a seat. The woman nodded, indicating for Hao Yunyang to sit across from her, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of anger, confusion, and determination as she scrutinized the dossier in his hands. Hao Yunyang settled into the chair opposite her, smiling warmly. Chapter 85. Have you seen me? Finally unable to remain still, Mushi Tong gently set down her phone, a charming smile illuminating her face. With a languid stretch in her chair, she declared, 3 million each to dissolve the contract. Only 3 million? Upon hearing Mushi Tong's words, Pan Fingyu pouted, somewhat unwillingly exclaiming, Yunyang received 20 million in one go. Why should we only get 3 million? Child, you should be content, Sun Lily teased. Yunyang's 2 million was based on compensation. After such a scandal, 2 million in damages is reasonable. Our situation, however, is entirely intentional. Let's call it what it is, extortion. I concur with Injia's perspective, Li Bingbing gently interjected. In just over 10 days, We've each earned no less than 300,000 from the project commission alone. This money itself raises questions. And had it not been to assist Zhao Zhan, does this mean we all agree on this figure? Mu Shitong cheerfully interrupted, casting a glance around the group. 0.3 million it is, then. Sun Fei chuckled. Turning to Li Bingbing, I smay, once this money is in, I'll buy a luxury sports car worth over $1 million and take you for a spin. Okay. With over $1 million in hand, I wish to purchase a vehicle worth 2 to 3 million to take you. You insufferable glutton, one must practice kindness in life. Damn it, you despicable fatso, does the law permit only you to make such purchases? Sun Fei and Quan Wei, with just a few exchanged words, retreated to the side and began to argue. Mu Shitong smiled in exasperation and, reaching for her phone, dialed the number that had previously called her. For million, contract terminated. Mu Shitong smiled, while Sun Li and the others stared in astonishment, then unanimously gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. Observing the composed and smiling Hao Yunyang, the woman remained silent for some time, before retrieving a leather bag from beside her, opening it to extract a bulging envelope. Here is 50,000 yuan. First, let me see the items. The woman placed the 50,000 yuan on the table before Hao Yunyang but did not hand it to him. Instead, she gazed at the file bag in front of him. Mrs. Liu, I did not summon you today for monetary gain. Hao Yunyang chuckled lightly, pushing the file bag toward her. Moreover, I am not in need of money. The items are right here, and after you have seen them, I shall burn them before your eyes. As for the money, you may keep it, for I believe your company is currently facing, some financial difficulties? How do you? The woman's brow furrowed at Hao Yunyang's words. Her mouth opened halfway before she ceased speaking, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips as she took the file bag and opened it. Hao Yunyang sat there with a smile, making no move. The financial crisis of the woman's company was not mere speculation. It was known that the owner of a competing company across from Jiao design firm had been on the phone at the elevator, urging for repayment of debts owed to the woman's company. After fruitless demands, the electronics company owner who had entered the elevator with Hao Yunyang was left fuming. Thus, Hao Yunyang felt confident that the woman's company was indeed facing some issues. Otherwise, how could a debt of merely over 300,000 provoke such dishonesty? The woman, Mrs. Liu, wife of Liu Jikuan, opened the file bag and withdrew a stack of photographs, perhaps due to the quality of the camera used. The images were unclear, and the two women in the photographs appeared indistinct. Nevertheless, after over 20 years of marriage to Liu Jikuan, she instantly recognized her husband in the photos. As she perused each image, the color drained from Liu Jikuan's wife's face, her hands trembling slightly as she held the photographs. I need 3 of these photos. After reviewing the images, Liu Jikuan's wife gently closed her eyes, inhaled deeply and slowly stated, you may take the rest or burn them. 3 photos for 50,000 yuan. Really? Though Liu Jikuan's wife was already in her 40s, her appearance, with proper adornment, could easily pass for that of a 30-year-old, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Her brows, expertly drawn, arched slightly before relaxing again, and she smiled. What is your purpose in giving me these photographs? Liu Jikuan's wife was wealthier than her husband, with a fortune nearing 100 million. Although her success stemmed from initial governmental support and significant backing from her family, it did not diminish her capabilities. She was a formidable businesswoman. Hao Yunyang neither sought money nor made demands, which naturally raised her suspicions. Shall I explain? Hao Yunyang smiled. Go ahead. You have met me before. Hao Yunyang suddenly blurted out, and on several occasions, I have met you. Upon hearing this, Liu Jikuan's wife visibly paused, then began scrutinizing the young man before her. Clad in an international brand suit and tie, she possessed a discerning eye, capable of spotting even counterfeit goods. The suit alone was worth over 10,000. And the diamond watch on his wrist was also quite valuable, totaling nearly 20,000. A wardrobe not typically worn by ordinary folk. Previously, I was a waiter at the Jinhui Hotel. Hao Yunyang spoke candidly without a hint of shame, maintaining his calm demeanor. Your husband, Liu Jikuan, drove my ex-girlfriend Liu Xian away with his wealth. By chance, I captured these photographs, initially intending to keep them for myself to admire occasionally. However, after saving an innocent girl on the street, your husband held a grudge against me, repeatedly causing me trouble and warning me not to disclose this matter, lest I lose my life. I only know that your husband has hired several thugs to capture her. Hao Yunyang shrugged. After saving her, we parted ways. I am unaware of the specifics. Oh, by the way. What? That girl was quite beautiful. Hao Yunyang recalled. She resembled a celebrity from the television. I have not encountered many girls as stunning as her. Ha! Thank you for inviting me today to share all this information. The woman smiled, rising to her feet and seemingly producing a business card from nowhere, placed it on the table before Hao Yunyang, saying, "Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me if you need assistance." Very well. Hao Yunyang picked up the card, nodding with a smile. The woman departed, taking with her the stack of photographs. Her expression serene, revealing no signs of discomfort. However, Hao Yunyang understood well that Lu Jikuan was in for a world of trouble. For Hao Yunyang had not disclosed everything but rather provided the woman with an ambiguous notion. It is known that women tend to indulge in speculation, especially when agitated. The more fervent their emotions, the more outlandish their thoughts become. A trait common to all women, regardless of their stature as a successful businesswoman worth nearly 100 million. Grabbing the 50,000 yuan left by the woman, Hao Yunyang stood, stretching lazily, a casual smile gracing his face. Wealthy individuals are indeed different. She feels embarrassed not to offer me her money. Chapter 86. The issue of Face Yunyang. Shall we hit the KTV tonight? As soon as Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu left the tea house, his phone, tucked in his pocket, rang. He pulled it out and pressed the answer button. Hearing Quan Wei's laughter on the other end. Hee, the matter is resolved, and with the new year approaching, Jia wishes to discuss some things with you. Oh? Resolved? Is it? Hao Yunyang replied with mild curiosity. Smiling as he asked, which KTV are we going to? But it's only 2 in the afternoon. He checked his watch and shook his head in disbelief, opening the car door to take a seat in the back. Addressing Wang Shiyu, who had already settled into the driver's seat, he said, "Let us go to Haoju KTV." Wang Shiyu briefly glanced at Hao Yunyang through the rearview mirror without a word. As the vehicle reversed out of the parking space and headed toward the location of Haoju KTV, upon their arrival, Quan Wei and the others were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu approach, Sun Lili wasted no time, directly pulling Hao Yunyang into the coffee shop on the side of the KTV building while Zhao Chen Xian and Li Bingbing headed upstairs to the private rooms first. It was excessively noisy upstairs, making conversation difficult and laborious. They found a seat in the coffee shop's main hall, and noticing the confusion on Hao Yunyang's face, Sun Lili chuckled, asking, "Is the company still in operation this year?" "Of course," Hao Yunyang replied, puzzled by Sun Lili's question. "It's only January. How could it possibly be closed?" Cough, cough. Clearly taken aback by Sun Lili's unexpected remark, Hao Yunyang nearly spat out his juice. Choking violently, after a bout of intense coughing, his face flushed with embarrassment, he remarked, "Jia, that was quite a timely joke." "Why?" Hao Yunyang paused, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Sun Lili's words. "That girl, Chen Xian, may seem gentle and quiet, but she is quite clever." Sun Lili adopted a teasing demeanor. Smart girls seldom act impulsively. They observe and decide. Perhaps this is merely a protracted battle. We have plenty of time. Suddenly, Hao Yunyang recalled what his son had told him, that after being released from prison, he pursued her for 4 years before winning her over. Could that be the reason? In this regard, I possess far more experience than you. Sun Lili's eyes sparkled with amusement. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Enough chit-chat. I must ask you a serious question. All right. As a novice in matters of the heart, having Sun Lili as a mentor was a blessing for Hao Yunyang. Even if she had no sound advice, occasionally speaking well of himself in front of Zhao Chen Xian wouldn't hurt. Thus, he promptly nodded in agreement and asked, "What is it? About your wallet?" Sun Lili's expression turned serious. Though she hesitated slightly, "I must clarify that this question does not originate from me. It is Quan Wei. That chubby fellow, who asked me to inquire. Go ahead." Hao Yunyang chuckled softly, fully aware that Quan Wei's inquiry was likely a collective request from everyone else. His curiosity piqued, he wondered what it could be. Just speak plainly, he thought. With a wry smile, Hao Yunyang reflected on the absurdity of the situation. These fellows had their pockets bulging, and yet, was this truly a matter of authority? After a brief silence, he suddenly posed a question. Of course, Sun Lili instinctively nodded in response. "Jia." Hao Yunyang adjusted his demeanor, speaking with utmost seriousness. "I have decided on a red envelope of 100,000 for each person. A plan I had devised long ago. However, prior to this, I would like you to inquire with Quan Wei to see if anything unusual has occurred." Sun Lily was momentarily taken aback by Hao Yunyang's words, then broke into a bitter smile. How could I not have thought of that? Human nature is inherently frail. Quanwei doesn't he seem like the type to act in such a manner? After all, he has already pocketed 430,000 and is still pondering the end-of-year bonuses. Thus, the only remaining explanation is that Quanwei is in dire need of funds. Yet she pondered for a moment. Confusion etched on her face. He mentioned wanting to purchase a vehicle. If he were truly in urgent need of money, why would he consider buying a car? If funds are tight, one should refrain from such expenditures. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Lily had completely embraced Hao Yunyang's conjecture, yet her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Why would he do this? The answer is quite simple. Hao Yunyang asserted confidently, 2 words, face. Lu Yuqing paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the meaning, breaking into a series of bitter chuckles. Chapter 87. To hell with you. After concluding their discussion, Hao Yunyang rose to pay the bill with the unexpected windfall of 50,000. He departed the CAF alongside Sun Lily, with Wang Xiu dutifully following closely behind. As they ascended the stairs towards KTV, Sun Lily regarded Hao Yunyang with astonishment, incredulously asking, I say, Boss Yunyang, you cannot possibly carry such a large sum of money with you all the time. Can you? Certainly not, Hao Yunyang replied, casting a curious glance at Sun Lily before realizing her intent and smiling. You mean the cash I currently possess, right? Indeed, Sun Lily nodded earnestly. This is merely the extravagant gesture of a wealthy individual with time to spare. Hao Yunyang smirked. I haven't yet had the chance to deposit it in the bank, so I must carry it on my person. A wealthy individual? Sun Lily queried, her intrigue deepening. Yes, a wealthy individual, Hao Yunyang affirmed with a serious nod, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, she is a woman of means who not only assists me in resolving my issues, but also reimburses me. A woman of means who helps you solve problems and pays you? Sun Lily stared in disbelief for a moment, then her expression shifted to one of understanding, prompting Hao Yunyang to embark on a lengthy explanation. From her bag, Lu Shuiying retrieved the incriminating evidence Hao Yunyang had entrusted to her. After scrutinizing the photos repeatedly, she took a deep breath, hesitated while taking out her phone, her expression shifting unpredictably. After a solid 2 minutes, Lu Shuiying clenched her jaw, opened her contacts, and dialed a number. Brother, could you do me a favor? Lu Shuiying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The evidence of her husband's betrayal had nearly driven her to the brink of insanity. Fortunately, she was neither a naive newlywed nor an ordinary woman. She forced herself to remain composed, recognizing that avoidance would not serve her purpose. She needed to confront the situation head-on to find an effective resolution. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Who is it? Lu Jikuan, fuming in his office, scowled, and in a nearly exasperated tone, barked, Get lost. What further infuriated Lu Jikuan was the fact that, despite the repeated failures of these thugs, they had obtained crucial information. Not only was Hao Yunyang, the man who had conned him alongside Lu Lisin, still at the company, but that Zhao's girl was also present. More importantly, Chen Pingping, the woman who had left him destitute, had not departed Lu City. Lu Jikuan was acutely aware of these circumstances, yet could devise no means of addressing the issues at hand. He wished to avoid escalating matters and drawing governmental attention, yet he had exhausted all possible strategies. The thugs, it seemed, were utterly ineffectual. Was he to allow Hao Yunyang and his cohorts to thrive right under his nose? Lu Jikuan could hardly swallow this indignation, yet, with no solution in sight, his frustration mounted. The door swung open uninvited, revealing a calm figure standing at the threshold, gazing at Lu Jikuan, who was smoking. Lu Jikuan prepared to reprimand the intruder. The moment he laid eyes upon the visitor, his frown vanished, replaced by a forced smile as he quickly rose from his seat. Ah, it's you? My dear brother-in-law, why didn't you give me a heads-up before arriving? Come here. Lu Jikuan's brother-in-law smiled gently, gesturing him to come closer. Don't just stand at the door. Come in and take a seat. Lu Jikuan said, still puzzled, yet wearing an ingratiating smile, his ample frame jiggling with each step. Smack, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Lu Jikuan's cheek turned crimson, stunned by the force of the blow. His vision momentarily blurred. Just as he regained his bearings to inquire about the assault, smack, another sharp slap followed. Lu Jikuan was utterly bewildered. You wish to know why I struck you, don't you? Lu Jikuan's brother-in-law adjusted his shirt collar, maintaining a dispassionate demeanor. Lu Jikuan, feeling vulnerable, could only nod in response. "To hell with you." Unexpectedly, upon Lu Jikuan's nod, the smile on his brother-in-law's face vanished, and he kicked Lu Jikuan squarely in the gut, berating him, "If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Lu Guohua." "What the hell?" Lu Jikuan was sent sprawling to the ground, his flesh contorting from the impact, revealing the sheer power behind the blow. Instinctively, he scrambled backwards several meters, gazing in bewilderment at Lu Guohua, who was seething with rage. "Have you lost your mind?" "I've lost my mind." Lu Jikuan's words only served to further inflame Lu Guohua's wrath. He seized a nearby iron chair, advancing menacingly toward Lu Jikuan, who sat frozen in fear, oblivious to the need to escape. Bang! The chair crashed down onto Lu Jikuan's left shoulder, sending searing pain coursing through him. Tears threatening to spill as agony contorted his features. "Brother, that's enough." Just as Lu Guohua prepared to administer further punishment, Lu Shuiying entered the office, casting a detached glance at the crumpled Lu Jikuan, her voice cool and even. "It's inappropriate to strike him here." Clang. "What on earth is happening here?" "It's me. I am Lu Jikuan." Lu Jikuan rubbed his arm, looking disheveled and defeated. "Say one more word of nonsense, and I'll end you." Lu Guohua shot him a glare, his eyes ablazed. Lu Jikuan fell silent, left to simmer in resentment after being unjustly assaulted by his brother-in-law. Even if his anger boiled within him, he could only stifle it. After all, Lu Guohua was not only his brother-in-law but also the chairman of the Ronghui group, a title that commanded respect. Shuiying. "Hand me the materials you've gathered," Lu Guohua's icy demeanor thawed, replaced by a smile that sent Lu Jikuan's heart racing. "The materials you've gathered?" Lu Jikuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, shifted his gaze toward his wife, who held a dossier in her hands. "What is that?" Lu Guohua took the file from Lu Shuiying, opened it, and retrieved several photographs. Glancing at them casually, he approached Lu Jikuan, crouching beside him. Before Lu Jikuan could flinch away, Lu Guohua seized his collar, and the photographs made intimate contact with his cheek. Slap! Another sharp sound rang out, and Lu Guohua let out a soft grunt, stating, "Take a look for yourself. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will look. The stinging pain on his face rendered Lu Jikuan powerless. Forcing a smile as he accepted the photographs, as his eyes fell upon the images, his entire being froze, the photographs slipping from his grasp. Despair flooded his mind, leaving only two words: "It's over." Chapter 88. 203 Lu Jikuan abruptly lifted his head, his lips moving, yet the words eluded him as he bowed his head once more. "Why don't you tell me what you've been up to all these years?" Raising a nearby chair, Lu Jikuan casually crossed his legs and sat before Lu Guohua, who said, "The Lu family is not so easily bullied. If you reveal everything you've done, I may consider letting you off the hook. However, if you choose to persist down this dark path, I can assure you that within 5 days, you will be left with nothing but a single outfit, and that will depend on my mood." I confess," Lu Jikuan stammered. The sudden appearance of the photograph shattered Lu Jikuan's already fragile psychological defenses, and with a mournful expression, he slapped himself twice across the face and weakly murmured, 5 years ago. No, 6 years ago. I had an affair with a waitress." Like beans spilling from a sack, Lu Jikuan willingly recounted all his misdeeds over the years, believing that by doing so, Lu Shuiying would forgive him out of marital affection. To his astonishment, smack! Lu Shuiying's slap sent Lu Jikuan reeling, and before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Guohua, who had earlier mentioned mercy, stood up and brought the chair crashing down on his right shoulder. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Lu Jikuan, nearly rendering him unconscious. In a haze, Lu Jikuan heard Lu Shuiying's nearly gritted teeth declaration. "Brother, I want a divorce." Upon hearing those words, Lu Jikuan's head tilted, and he fainted completely. "Hooray!" the inebriated Quan Wei shouted, while the nearby Hua Lu Qingyin glanced at him but said nothing. "Tonight, don't sleep on the sofa. Just stay in my room. In the hallway." Hao Yunyang pondered for a moment while grasping the key, then opened the door and said to Wang Shiyu, "In a few days, we'll have a holiday. Let us make do this year, and next year I'll find a better place to move to." "Ah?" Zhao Chenxin, who had just opened the door, was startled and instinctively exclaimed, then lowered her head, looking somewhat tense as she asked, Can't you sleep there? Then you can come in. Zhao Qinshin bit her lip and nodded, but added softly, but once you enter the room, you can't wander around aimlessly. Going to Qingdao Lake in such cold weather? Hao Yunyang chuckled helplessly. Aren't they afraid of freezing? Oh? Hao Yunyang was taken aback. Has Chen Pingping suddenly changed her tune? From what I usually hear from her, she seems to look down on her boyfriend, Zhou Juanxiang. Nevertheless, Hao Yunyang merely responded with an "oh" before turning to enter the house. To be honest, Chen Pingping left little impression on Hao Yunyang. The only significant thing he recalled was that his son had informed him Chen Pingping was later taken to court and sentenced for fraud. Reflecting on this, Hao Yunyang mused that the most likely person to sue Chen Pingping would be Lu Zhikuan, who at that moment was likely struggling to save himself, thus inadvertently resolving Chen Pingping's legal woes. At the very least, he would be able to repay the pocket money she later gave their son. Lost in these jumbled thoughts, Hao Yunyang closed the door behind him, perhaps due to the long absence of occupants. The room exuded a damp, chilly odor. He turned on the lights, retrieved 2 comforters from the wardrobe beside the bed. These were specifically bought for backup, and was surprised they were actually needed. After making the bed, turning on the air conditioning, and changing into sleepwear, Hao Yunyang did not immediately lie down. Instead, he shuffled over to the computer in the corner of the room, powered it on, and deftly accessed the back-end interface of the Zhouxiao Design Studio website. As he opened a folder, a password prompt appeared. There are still over 20 days until completion. Hao Yunyang rubbed his temples, exited the folder, and sat blankly in front of the computer, momentarily unsure of what to do. Glancing at his phone still connected to the computer, he scratched his head, picked it up, and dialed his own number. 13634209194. Beep. After pressing the answer button, the sound of a tone indicated the call was connected and waiting to be answered. Hello, Dad. After about 5 or 6 seconds, his son, Hao Zhenhua, picked up the phone, his tone infused with excitement. Your call is incredibly timely. What do you mean? Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely called his son out of boredom to chat. More importantly, he stumbled upon a document that meticulously detailed the rise of extraordinary business figures and geniuses in China from 2012 to 2052, down to their home addresses. I counted carefully. There are a total of 203 remarkable talents recorded. They are either industry leaders, business prodigies, or geniuses from other fields. Most importantly, the earliest among these 203 emerged in the latter half of 2012, with the latest even extending to 2048. This means, in your current era, these individuals either have not yet been born, are unrecognized, or have not matured. I took a cursory glance, and among these 203, over 10 had already begun to show potential in 2010. The document even details their successes, failures, and setbacks. If you provide the right guidance, their contributions could be beyond imagination. Chapter 89. Crisis management. Are you suggesting that the problem is, are they all fools? Hao Yunyang's mind struggled to comprehend. And he asked, are they willing to listen to my persuasion to join Zhouxiao? Son, you must understand. I'm nearly at my wit's end with people like Muxitong. If I don't tell them they've passed the review, they panic. If I do tell them, I dot. Furthermore, as I reflect on the slogans I've shouted out, I shiver at the thought. Dad. Well, then you just is that all? After listening to everything his son Hao Zhenhua had said, Hao Yunyang was momentarily stunned, then slapped his forehead and sighed. How could I not have thought of such a simple solution? Because you still aren't fully aware of what I, as your son, can provide you. Hao Zhenhua chuckled and continued, once the system is completed, I'll send you a compressed file. With the system's help, the speed at which I deliver things to you and the size of the compressed files will at least increase and decrease tenfold compared to now. This compressed file will contain various clothing design blueprints, architectural designs, renovation designs, shoe and bag designs, and more, all of which became popular and established between 2014 and 2024. Additionally, there are 3 software programs included. The first is a compiler from 2026, intended for the programmer Kong Lingqiu. After processing, he won't associate it with the future. He will only think it's a product of Zhouxiao. Could explain the specifics to you. But you might not understand, so I won't elaborate. Once you receive the items, just hand them over to Kong Lingqiu, and he will naturally grasp its purpose. The second software is a graphic design program developed by a domestic company in 2021. Designed for Muxitong and others. It has also been specially processed, so you needn't worry about them discovering any secrets within. Both of these software programs require a specific system to operate, so the compressed file includes a process system. essentially a subsidiary of the system you currently have. In simple terms, any computer installed with this system will need an activation code generated by your computer system to function smoothly. Once activated, your computer will become the primary system, allowing you to issue commands to their computer systems, such as system crash, format hard drive, and so on, just in case. After saying all this in one breath, Hao Jianhua finally paused, and the sound of him seemingly drinking water could be heard. Hao Yunyang was not in a hurry to speak, as he was busy digesting the information his son had provided, feeling a sense of exhilaration. However, what? Hao Yunyang was completely immersed in the software his son described. Could such extraordinary things truly exist in this world? The software's release time. Hao Jianhua chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, although it's been over a decade since then, and the software has been updated to version v9.0, the company still imposes usage restrictions on v1.0. Free users can only use it once a month. At this point, Hao Jianhua hurriedly explained, of course, even though your son is broke, I still spent money to buy you the registration code, and it's a lifetime one. Dad, Hao Jianhua said, feeling awkward, I bought the lowest tier. But the usage restrictions are much better than the free version. You can use it once a week, averaging over 4 times a month. Hao Yunyang paused for a moment, opened his mouth. That's a significant improvement over once a month, indeed. Hao Jianhua hurriedly responded, then awkwardly smiled and said, I suppose that's all the matters I need to inform you about. Have anything else? In truth, I merely wish to engage in a casual conversation with you. Then please carry on. I shall listen. Hao Jianhua acknowledged, and then Hao Yunyang inquired a few more questions regarding his son Zhao Qinshin's health condition before finally ending the call. Upon glancing at his wristwatch, he realized it was already 10 o'clock. Having consumed some alcohol earlier, his mind felt hazy. Without the energy to freshen up, he discarded his sleepwear and nestled into bed, soon succumbing to a series of not-so-loud snores. Moreover, the computer had been in the room for quite some time now, and he had yet to hear of any theft incidents in the vicinity of his current residence. Perhaps it was the nature of the neighborhood, predominantly inhabited by laborers, that made it unappealing even to thieves. The following day, Hao Yunyang rose early and, along with Zhao Qinshin and 2 others, headed to the office. The morning was primarily spent tidying up and cleaning, securing everything that needed to be locked away in the safe, sweeping the floors, and rearranging items. By noon, the entire Jiuxiao graphic design company had been thoroughly cleaned. Hao Yunyang paused for a moment, smiled, and said, in the afternoon, the company will cover the expenses. Let us all enjoy a relaxing outing at Yindang Mountain. Chapter 90. Each returns to their own home. Hao Yunyang stood at the base of the office building, his eyes wide with astonishment. Parked beside Sun Fei was a luxurious Land Rover Range Rover. Next to Sun Lily was a BMW X6M. Beside Li Bingbing was an Aston Martin V8. And beside Pan Fingyu was a Porsche Nets. With Quan Wei's Audi Q7 and Mu Shitong's Mercedes-Benz also in view. As he surveyed the impressive lineup, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but glance at his own Lexus IS 300, which now seemed rather out of place. I mean, just because one has wealth doesn't mean they should squander it, right? Hao Yunyang approached with a wry smile and earnestly remarked, as for cars, one should simply buy something to drive. Purchasing such extravagant ones could lead to ugh. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Lily had already spat several times in response, looking at Hao Yunyang and saying, I say, are you really cursing me like that? Coughing slightly, Hao Yunyang smiled awkwardly and continued. You all had me waiting here this early in the morning. Surely, you don't intend to show me what a luxury car gathering looks like. My husband and children are in Wenzhou, Sun Lily replied with a laugh. I plan to drive to Wenzhou and stay for a week or 2, then switch with my husband. That way, it will be much easier. Indeed, having someone to share the driving is the best. Hao Yunyang nodded, feeling considerably relieved. At 9:30. The luxury car convoy slowly departed from the office parking lot, and Hao Yunyang turned to his Lexus, unable to suppress a sigh. It felt rather unpleasant to be outshone by his own employees. With a company of merely a dozen individuals, factoring out one owner, there were already so many luxury cars valued over $1 million, and none of them even belonged to the boss. Reflecting on this, it seemed to reinforce the notion that Hao Yunyang's capable leadership had indeed fostered such success, which somewhat alleviated his awkward feelings, and he found it quite pleasing. In truth, who among them was not feeling a sense of satisfaction? Though Quan Wei and the others were all geniuses in graphic design, their highest annual income had previously been around 200,000. However, since associating with Hao Yunyang and founding the Zhouxiao graphic design studio. Their income in just 1 month had equaled that of an entire year. And since joining the Zhouxiao graphic design company, how much time had passed? Each of them had seen their wallets swell. And while luck played a part, it was ultimately intertwined with Hao Yunyang, giving rise to their newfound contentment. Only Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu remained in the living room, exchanging blank stares. "No family." A flicker of sorrow passed through Wang Shiyu's originally calm gaze, but it vanished as quickly as it came, his tone unusually flat. "It has been gone for 10 years. Oh." Hao Yunyang was momentarily taken aback, then offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's all right." Wang Shiyu replied with a hint of a smile breaking through his indifferent facade, gently shaking his head. "I've grown accustomed to it. Even if you don't speak of it, I would still accompany you," Wang Shiyu said softly. "Until you have fully grown, I shall remain steadfastly by your side." Ha. Hao Yunyang had heard such sentiments expressed countless times before. Leading to little reaction from him, he leaned back against the sofa and asked, "May I pose a question to you?" "Of course," Wang Shiyu nodded, but then added, "However, it cannot pertain to my past, my purpose for being beside you, or my master's identity. If you wish to inquire about these matters, I can only assure you that I mean you no harm." Coughing slightly, Hao Yunyang shook his head in resignation, falling silent. They remained seated in the living room until shortly after noon, at which point he ventured downstairs to a long-neglected noodle shop, ordering a bowl of noodles topped with shredded pork, ribs, and an egg. Accompanied by Wang Shiyu, he departed in his CART in any case. This young man was rather peculiar, at least in Long's eyes. Hao Yunyang was an odd individual. Little did he know that Hao Yunyang's character was such that while he might unknowingly suffer losses, he would never willingly put himself at a disadvantage, instinctively attempting to minimize any potential losses and make the best of the situation. Chapter 91. At the end of the road, of course. "That poses no problem." Long smiled and turned to the salesgirl, offering her a warm smile before turning back and gesturing enthusiastically, "Please, follow me." Shuiying. Lu Zhikuan gazed at the divorce agreement placed before him by his wife of over 20 years. He looked at Lu Shuiying with almost pleading eyes. "Can we not divorce? Can't you consider our years together? Have you ever considered my feelings?" Lu Shuiying erupted before he could finish his sentence. "When you were engaging in those affairs, did you ever think of my emotions? Lu Zhikuan, let me be clear. From this moment on, our ties are severed. You shall walk your path, and I shall walk mine. I will not let you suffer too greatly." Standing aside, Lu Guohua spoke matter-of-factly. "Once the divorce agreement is signed, the children will stay with Shuiying. I shall provide you with 1 million for living expenses to prevent rumors from spreading that our family's former son-in-law is begging on the streets. We cannot afford such disgrace. Divorce is acceptable, but I will not relinquish the children." Lu Zhikuan's mind raced with countless thoughts. Even if he divorced, he still had several million in his personal account, along with property and vehicles at home. Even without the hotel, life could continue. "But I cannot let you have Ji Hui and Qing Qing." "Then let the children decide for themselves," Lu Guohua responded, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he regarded his brother-in-law, whom he had never respected. Lu Guohua fully supported his sister's decision to divorce Lu Zhikuan, viewing him as utterly worthless. "Ji Hui, Qing Qing, come down," Lu Shuiying called out, glancing at Lu Zhikuan before raising her voice slightly. Before long, a young man in his 20s and a teenage girl descended the stairs. As they looked at their uncle and parents seated on the sofa, the young man gently tugged at the girl's clothing, bypassing Lu Zhikuan to approach Lu Shuiying directly, obediently addressing her, "Mom." The moment for a final decision had arrived. Lu Zhihui and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, silently lowering their heads without uttering a word, and instead walked directly behind Lu Shuiying, their intentions unmistakable. Ha, good children, truly understanding," Lu Guohua exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Puffed. Suddenly, Lu Zhikuan spewed a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. The true essence of a broken family had struck. A spray of blood erupted from Wang Minghua, whose face had already turned pallid, a clear indication of his dire situation. At the end of the road, Sai, sitting across from Wang Minghua, Yang Jisheng was inevitably splattered with the blood Wang Minghua had expelled. Though he was drenched, he did not display any agitation. Instead, he sighed deeply in front of Wang Minghua, extracting a folder from behind him and gently placing it on the coffee table, saying, Mr. Wang, this is my resignation letter. If Hao Yunyang's contract had initially caught Task China off guard with a crisis of trust, the subsequent actions of Mu Shitong and others, akin to exploitation, had directly thrust Wang Minghua into the eye of the storm. However, compared to what was to come, these incidents seemed trivial, merely resulting in a financial loss from forcibly terminating a contract. The true blow that led Yang Jisheng to lose all faith in Task China, prompting his resignation, stemmed from an event that transpired the previous night. Mu Shitong and others absconded with a substantial sum of money from Task China, an affair that, under normal circumstances, should have been swiftly buried. Merely a little over 10 hours have elapsed since the onset of the post-crisis, and although Task China's traffic has surged several-fold, the project tasks issued by employers have plummeted by more than 60% compared to usual. More critically, while the previously exposed Chasing the Moon meteor incident primarily affected the Weka and 1OGO projects, this time, the repercussions have directly ensnared all projects in Weka on Task China, cornered and beleaguered by relentless assaults from adversaries operating in the shadows. Task China found itself utterly defenseless, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yang Jisheng, acutely aware of the dire circumstances, rationally opted to withdraw, choosing no longer to entangle himself in this quagmire. Resigning, resigning. Gazing at the resignation letter handed over by Yang Jisheng, Wang Minghua, already on the verge of collapse, once again felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, casually wiping away the blood. Wang Minghua threw his head back and laughed, and after a moment nodded. Preserving oneself is indeed the wisest choice. I approve. Thank you, President Wang. President Wang, I believe, elated at the ease with which he garnered Wang Minghua's consent. Yang Jisheng spoke ceremonially. There are two matters for you to attend to now. Wang Minghua, patting himself down as if to rise and find a pen, chuckled at Yang Jisheng's words and turned to inquire, what are those two matters? Before addressing those two matters, there is yet another task to undertake. Wang Minghua's voice, calm as still water, echoed in Yang Jisheng's ears. Yang Jisheng, still wearing a smile, was about to respond when he suddenly caught a flash of white light before his eyes. With a swift motion, a sharp eastern blade cleaved into Yang Jisheng's face. Wang Minghua, whose sanity had already frayed amidst the betrayal, succumbed to madness, the blade in his hand descending repeatedly in less than 15 seconds. Blood flowed freely on the ground, and Yang Jisheng was lifeless. Those who betray me shall meet no favorable end. Wang Minghua, standing with the knife like a madman, burst into laughter. No one shall escape. As the president, Wang Minghua's approval was necessary. Thus, despite the cacophony erupting from his office, none would dare intrude, particularly under the current circumstances. Consequently, after slaying Yang Jisheng, Wang Minghua set down the bloodied eastern blade and ambled to a nearby shelf to pour himself a glass of red wine. Savoring it leisurely, unbeknownst to anyone, as the wine dwindled, Yang Jisheng's death went unnoticed. This man has completely lost his mind. Chapter 92. Purchasing a tractor at 8 o'clock on the morning of January 22nd. Hao Yunyang descended the stairs, laden with bags of various sizes. Lu Ming, Kong Lingqiu, and Wang Shiyu followed closely behind, all bearing their own bundles. Among their possessions were cigarettes, liquor, clothing, and digital products, an eclectic assortment resembling a general store. After categorizing the items at the entrance and loading them into the vehicle, the trunk and back seat were nearly full, leaving only the front passenger and driver seats available. Rest assured, you can leave it to us. Lu Ming assured, accepting the keys with a smile. We'll keep an eye on everything. Let us proceed then, Hao Yunyang replied with a grin, but as he approached the vehicle, his peripheral vision caught sight of the elderly administrator seated below the opposite dormitory. His hand paused momentarily on the car door. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved a box of ginseng lozenges from the car and, instructing Wang Shiyu to wait inside, walked toward the administrator. The elderly man glanced up at Hao Yunyang, then lowered his head again, gently tapping the armrest of his chair while humming a Beijing opera tune, completely ignoring the gift presented to him. Fortunately, Hao Yunyang had grown accustomed to the peculiar demeanor of this old gentleman and paid it no mind. Smiling as he turned to leave, settling into the front passenger seat, Hao Yunyang lit a cigarette, and the vehicle gradually merged into the incessant flow of traffic, reflecting on the tumultuous journey of the past 2 years. He recalled the sweeping changes of recent months, compounded by the guilt of concealing his current situation from his parents, who might still be fretting over his sister's tuition for the coming year. Tears welled in his eyes as he allowed his homesickness to flow unchecked, the drops staining his jeans, which had cost over 800 yuan. He sobbed softly. Departing from Lusher towards Jinluan, the car's built-in navigation system alleviated any fears of getting lost. With over 2,100 kilometers separating Lusher from Hao Yunyang's home in Chengdu, Sichuan, and several highways to navigate, driving alone would be an arduous task. Even as Wang Shiyu maintained a placid demeanor, the vehicle remained steady at a speed of 110 kilometers per hour. However, once they descended from Jinluan and entered Longluan, Hao Yunyang exhaled deeply and suggested, "When we reach the next service station, let me take over driving, you should rest." With nearly 30 kilometers remaining to the next service station, Hao Yunyang hesitated before retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing his mother's number. He slowly brought the phone to his ear, awaiting the moment the call would connect. "Hello?" A few seconds later, his mother, Li Jimei, answered, "Is that Yunyang?" "Yes, Mom, it's me." Hao Yunyang inhaled deeply, a warm smile spreading across his face as he replied, "What are you up to?" "As long as you're happy," she responded. Relieved, Hao Yunyang's earlier tension dissipated, and he chuckled, saying, "Mom, I should be home in 2 to 3 days." "What did you say?" His mother paused. Momentarily bewildered, "My dear son?" "Yes, what's the matter? What did you say about your studio?" This caught Hao Yunyang off guard. After a lengthy pause, he finally conjured up a metaphor that might clarify things for his mother. For instance, "Mom, the feed factory where you work is a company, while Wang Ermatzi's workshop is akin to a studio." "Oh, so a studio is just a workshop?" His mother finally grasped the concept. "Wang Ermatzi's workshop closed down back in early March last year." Hao Yunyang fell silent, a bemused expression adorning his face. "Well, if all goes smoothly, I'll be home the day after tomorrow," he quickly affirmed, opting not to delve further into the studio topic. Instead, he remarked, "Mom, could you ask Uncle Ma next door to move his tractor from in front of our house to clear some space?" "What for?" His mother, puzzled, noted that the neighbor's tractor had been parked there during the off-season for 5 or 6 years without issue. "Oh, son, have you bought a tractor too?" Chapter 93. Arriving in Chengdu, fatigue driving is inadvisable. Let us take a break. Hao Yunyang opened the car door, gesturing to Wang Shiyu that it was time for him to get out and rest. "I once drove for 2 days and nights straight, covering a total distance of 6,372 kilometers. Wang Shiyu replied calmly, glancing at Hao Yunyang. "I only stopped 13 times for refueling." Hao Yunyang hadn't expected Wang Shiyu to boast such an impressive feat. He stared thoughtfully at him for a while before stretching. "You can keep driving if you wish. I'll take a nap." Once settled into the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, he reclined the backrest and soon fell into a light slumber, while Wang Shiyu maintained an impassive gaze ahead. The car gradually accelerated from 101 to 103 kilometers per hour. Achoo! A sudden, loud sneeze pierced the calm of the cabin, causing Wang Shiyu to remain still in his position while Hao Yunyang, jolted awake by the sound, rubbed his eyes. He looked up to find the night had fallen. "It's 8:10 in the evening," Wang Shiyu remarked, glancing over at him. "Where are we now?" As Hao Yunyang shook off the remnants of sleep, he took a swig from his water bottle, observing the pitch-black surroundings outside the window, with farmland lining the highway, which left him momentarily confused. "You didn't stop at all?" "What?" Hao Yunyang, still rubbing his eyes, nearly jumped from his seat, staring at Wang Shiyu in astonishment. "How did you drive so fast?" "We set off at 8:20 this morning. Excluding the time spent refueling, our actual travel time has been 9 hours and 30 minutes. ATA pace of 140 kilometers per hour. We will arrive in Chengdu in approximately 4 hours and 21 minutes. You're insane." Hao Yunyang was taken aback and uttered a couple of words in surprise. After driving for 10 continuous hours without rest, he could find no other term to describe his current feelings but the word abnormal. Indeed, as Wang Shiyu remarked, at 12:31 a.m., the Lexus that had been racing for over 2,000 kilometers passed through Quijiadian village. Officially entering Chengdu 2 years prior, when he had set out for Wenzhou to work, his only piece of luggage was a tattered suitcase containing some shabby clothing, and he had brought along a mere few hundred yuan from home. Little did he expect that 2 years later, upon returning to his homeland, he had transformed into a bona fide millionaire. Perhaps in the coming years, this millionaire would evolve into a billionaire, or even more. From Chengdu to his hometown in Puxin County's Chaoba Township, Guanacun village was still 100 kilometers away. Along the way, he would have to ascend a mountain to reach Pushin County and, upon arriving there, navigate an additional 20 kilometers of mountainous road to enter Chaoba Township, with Guanacan nestled deep within it, situated in a valley. Chaoba Township is notorious for its poverty, with the average annual income of its residents hovering around 1,600 yuan. For a family of 3, this translates to a meager annual income of merely 4,800 yuan, barely enough for subsistence. Guanacan, in particular, is infamous as a poverty-stricken village, with a per capita income of only 1,200 yuan. Hao Yunyang's family could be considered relatively affluent in Chaoba Township, and in Guanacan, they were regarded as wealthy. After casually washing up in the bathroom, he donned a pair of disposable slippers and lay down under the covers. However, sleep eluded him. Was it the trepidation of nearing home, or the joy of returning? Or perhaps neither. His younger sister, Hao Yunyang, was set to take her college entrance examination next summer. At 18, she had grown quite robust. Standing beside her, Hao Yunyang felt he could not compare in strength. He pondered how his sister had endured the past 2.5 years of high school, and he silently regretted not having secretly sent her some financial support. Reflecting on their childhood, he recalled that their fights with Lu Casey when they were 4 or 5 years old were merely childish spats. Yet, by the age of 6 or 7, 7 out of 10 of those skirmishes were instigated by Lu Casey bullying Zheng. Each time he saw her in tears, Hao Yunyang would rush to confront Lu Casey, often only to discover later that her tears had nothing to do with him. Their father, Hao Dongyang, was a straightforward man. Regardless of whether Hao Yunyang had beaten Lu Casey or vice versa, it always ended with Lu Casey's father coming to their home, broom in hand, to air grievances. Afterward, their father would remain expressionless, while Lu Casey would always make faces at Hao Yunyang, inciting a desire to retaliate once more. However, if their mother, Li Jimei, was home, Lu Casey's father would leave in disgrace, broom still in hand. As these memories surfaced, Hao Yunyang once again found himself lulled into a light slumber, accompanied by the soft sounds of snoring. 89 in the morning, with the sun high in the sky, Wang Shiyu had already risen, washed up and sat on the sofa like a wooden figure, watching Hao Yunyang. When the alarm clock rang, Hao Yunyang was finally roused from his deep sleep, turning toward his pillow and groping for his phone before propping himself up. Squinting at the time, it was 9 o'clock. Seated in the car, gazing out at the bustling pedestrians and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, an indescribable emotion flickered in Hao Yunyang's eyes. Was it anticipation? Or perhaps anxiety? Chapter 94. Sister at work. After more than 40 minutes on the Jingkuan Expressway, they finally arrived in Pushin County. Instead of exploring the county, they directly took the national road towards Daxing Town. The scenery along the way was predominantly farmland, and the national road had long since become pocked with potholes. Whether due to insufficient funding or economic stagnation, this road had been neglected since its completion over a decade ago. And now it resembled a gravel path, proving quite bumpy. Daxing Town was relatively underdeveloped within Pushin County, and most young people had left to seek work elsewhere, since it was not yet the time for them to return home. The streets were largely populated by women and children, with few young men in sight. Daxing Town was small, with a population of only about 18,000, in stark contrast to industrial hubs like Lusher, which boasted populations in the hundreds of thousands. Daxing Town felt pitifully small. The streets were narrow, with few pedestrians, lined with low, flat-roofed houses. Hao Yunyang felt a pang of nostalgia. After 2 years away, the town remained unchanged, retaining its original appearance without the slightest alteration. In such an environment, internet cafes seemed an insurmountable luxury to Hao Yunyang, with hourly fees of 2 or 3 yuan being prohibitively expensive. The school's funding was limited. And during Hao Yunyang's second year of high school, they had only just introduced a computer course, which was not mandatory. Despite the 80 yuan fee each semester, he hesitated to mention it to his parents, ultimately deciding against it. On Thursdays, during computer class, he could only sit in the classroom, watching his classmates bustle toward the computer lab, while he dozed off at his desk. Memories from his high school days flashed through Hao Yunyang's mind like a revolving lantern, faint, sweet, tinged with nostalgia and yearning. This was the place. As they drove slowly along the familiar route, at a mere 20 or 30 kilometers per hour, Hao Yunyang finally pressed the brakes after 10 minutes. Inhaling deeply as his gaze fell upon the school gate, now peeling with paint, yet unchanged from his memories. Exiting the car and stepping onto the rocky ground he had traversed countless times before. He felt himself slipping back into reverie. "Can you move your car?" he asked, perplexed by the obstruction at the entrance. Just then, a silver-haired man in his 60s emerged through a small gate beside the large school gate. Furrowing his brow as he directed Hao Yunyang, "Move aside." "Sir." Hao Yunyang, lost in admiration of the gilded letters on the school gate, turned at the voice, his face lighting up with joy. "You're still here." "Who are you?" The old man squinted, struggling to recall Hao Yunyang's face. "It's me, Hao Yunyang," he replied, stepping closer. "The one who threw firecrackers at your window that year." "Haha, you remember." Hao Yunyang felt a bit sheepish as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the old man before lighting it for them both. "Is there no school today?" "Classes were cancelled in the morning." "Sir, may I ask about something?" Hao Yunyang inquired. "Is Hao Zhenjin from class 3 still at school?" "Hao Zhenjin?" The old man frowned, pondering for a moment before realization dawned on him. "You mean the sturdy one, right?" "Yes, that's her." Hao Yunyang nodded, a mix of emotions crossing his face. "Do you know if she's still at school?" "She's not here." The old man shook his head, gesturing toward the road Hao Yunyang had come from. "If you go out that way, turn left at the intersection. There's a fast food restaurant. And she's working there." "Working? Helping out?" Hao Yunyang was taken aback. "What? Your sister is working there?" The old man observed Hao Yunyang's reaction with curiosity, glancing at the car he had driven. "That's my sister." Hao Yunyang slapped his forehead. "She is helping out while I drive a car." The old man looked even more perplexed. "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. I'm off to find her now." "Thank you." With that, Hao Yunyang hurriedly turned and began to jog away. Instead of getting back into the car, he ran towards the intersection, while Wang Shiyu, after a moment of surprise, turned the vehicle around to follow him. "How strange," the old man mused, taking a puff from his cigarette. "Good smoke, but the person isn't quite right." Chapter 95. Stubborn as ever Hao Zhenjin. "Hey, come here." "Coming." As she wiped the sweat from her forehead, Hao Zhenjin hurriedly gathered the leftover food, placing the plates into a plastic basin. She then retrieved a cloth to wipe down the greasy table before taking the basin into the kitchen. The call had come from a 30-something woman who emerged from the kitchen, clad in an apron and a hat, clearly the head chef of the fast food establishment. Upon encountering Hao Zhenjin, who had just lifted the curtain to enter, the woman tapped the ironclad table with a large spoon and remarked, "The fish platters are all gone. Hurry up and wash them." "Right now." Hao Zhenjin promptly acquiesced, carrying a plastic basin towards the washing area at the back of the kitchen. The greasy kitchen floor was both damp and slippery, so to prevent any accidents, she had specially purchased a pair of high-top rain boots from the street. Attaching towels to the bottoms for added traction, as she ran, she managed to maintain both speed and stability. Observing Hao Zhenjin's figure disappearing at the doorway of the washing area, the woman chuckled to herself. She is indeed diligent, but alas, she is a bit too robust. Otherwise, I might consider introducing her to my son as a potential bride. With the washing of several fish platters completed in quick succession, just as Hao Zhenjin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a man's voice echoed from outside. "Hao Zhenjin, bring over the takeout boxes." "Coming," she exclaimed, wiping her brow before rushing off again. "Oh, isn't this the Zhenjin from the Lao Hao family?" Just as she stepped out of the kitchen with a stack of takeout boxes, 3 young men entered. The one in the middle, appearing around 21 or 22 with a 3/7 hairstyle and a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore an expression of amusement as he spoke. "What on earth are you doing here? Didn't your mother say you were studying at high school in town?" Startled by the sudden address, Hao Zhenjin instinctively looked up, momentarily dazed before her expression soured. "What business is it of yours?" she retorted. "Oh, are you angry now?" The man laughed heartily. "A chicken cannot fly out of a henhouse. You are destined to be just a helper." Lu Daqian, standing beside him, scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the 2 young men who had accompanied him, saying, "Come here and take a look. This is the Hao Zhenjin I told you about. Doesn't she resemble a pig? Look how robust and dark she is, stout and hefty." Their laughter erupted, with one nodding vigorously. "Indeed, according to city folks, we call that a barrel waist and pig face. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Hao Zhenjin's eyes welled with tears at their cruel words. The restaurant owner, unable to bear the scene, turned around and said, "What has this girl done to you? Did she invite you or offend you? You all should leave." Having been ridiculed by Lu Daqian since childhood, Hao Zhenjin still found herself vulnerable to his venomous jibes. She set the takeout boxes down and pointed towards the door, declaring, "You are not welcome here." "Oh, feeling bold, are we?" Lu Daqian smirked, stroking his chin as he regarded her. "You think just because I brought two brothers here to eat, that you can stop us?" He continued. "Brothers, order some dishes." Seeing how Zhenzhen rendered speechless with indignation, Lu Daqian burst into laughter, waving his hand. "It's my treat, brother." Hao Zhenzhen suddenly called out, "Oh, have you turned obedient?" Lu Daqian paused, glancing back at her. Brother." Before Lu Daqian could finish his sentence, she pushed him aside with an arm swing, her eyes glistening with tears. She dashed towards the restaurant entrance, overwhelmed by an unexpected thrill. "Brother, what brings you here?" "Understood." Hao Zhenzhen lowered her head slightly and responded softly, "I'm still at work." After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately shook her head. Leaving early means no pay. One must see a task through to its completion. To her surprise, Hao Yunyang did not object. Instead, he gently nodded, ruffling her hair. "Go on, but this is your last time. After finishing your work at noon, you are not allowed to return." Understood. Hao Zhenzhen nodded in agreement, for she had already planned to cease working after today. With the imminent college entrance examination, she was well aware of her priorities. "So, brother, have you eaten?" she asked, awkwardly wiping her hands on herself. "The boss's mapo tofu tastes delightful." You go on with your matters." Hao Yunyang smiled softly, then fixated his gaze on Lu Daqian, who stood there staring blankly, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although he had not witnessed the earlier events in their entirety, he could piece together enough from his deductions to understand the situation. Lu Daqian, it seemed, was as obstinate as ever. Chapter 96. Let it be. What do you wish to do? As soon as Hao Zhenzhen noticed her brother's characteristic gesture before a confrontation, she instantly grasped his intentions. "Really?" she asked, skepticism etched across her face, fully aware of her brother's temperament. The scars on Hao Yunyang's body, at least 7 out of 10, were inflicted by Lu Daqian, while Lu Daqian bore at least 8 scars delivered by Hao Yunyang. Despite his generally gentle demeanor, when it came to Lu Daqian or Hao Zhenzhen, Hao Yunyang's temper was an unstoppable force. "Indeed," he affirmed earnestly, nodding. As Hao Zhenzhen regarded him with doubt, he walked past her towards Lu Daqian, who stood frozen with a plate of dishes. "Are you eating?" Contrary to both Hao Zhenzhen and Lu Daqian's expectations, Hao Yunyang simply greeted him without aggression. He even pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Lu Daqian. "Care for a smoke?" This gesture seemed to remind Lu Daqian that he had 3 companions while Hao Yunyang was alone, thus tipping the advantage in his favor. Realizing this, a smile crept across Lu Daqian's face as he swatted the cigarette away, saying, "You think you can get buddy-buddy with me? Get lost." "Ha!" Hao Yunyang, unfazed by the rejection, produced 2 more cigarettes, offering them to Lu Daqian's companions. "Care for a smoke? Get lost." Lu Daqian swatted away the cigarettes again, this time seizing Hao Yunyang by the collar, his face contorted with hostility. "You coward. Looking for a fight, are you?" "Ha!" Hao Yunyang chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the patrons dining in the fast food establishment, and without warning, lifted his leg to deliver a swift kick to Lu Daqian's calf. "What? Just you? I'm going to take you down." Ouch! Hao Yunyang's sneaker connected solidly with Lu Daqian's bone, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing Lu Daqian to involuntarily release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yunyang stepped back, a playful smile gracing his face. "Shall we all join in? Damn it! Get him!" Lu Daqian, not knowing where he had learned such phrases, made the 2 young men beside him pause in confusion, stomping his foot in frustration. "Beat him." As the 2 young men prepared to act, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hao Yunyang, someone not particularly tall or robust, yet with a pair of piercing dark eyes shining with a cold glint, exuding an aura that instantly intimidated the 2 young men into submission. "Step aside." Lu Daqian, now fraught with anger, noticed his 2 friends standing idle. He swiftly grabbed a nearby bench and lunged towards Wang Shiyu, cursing, "You think you're tough just because you look like that? Don't think I won't smash you with this bench." Wang Shiyu, unable to comprehend Lu Daqian's words, turned to Hao Yunyang, who smiled faintly and translated, "He says he wants to hit you with a bench." Bang! Just as Hao Yunyang finished speaking, Wang Shiyu's right foot shot up, sending the bench flying from Lu Daqian's grasp. Following that, he swept down with a kick that landed solidly on Lu Daqian's left shoulder, producing a dull thud. "Why, dear mother!" Lu Daqian's face drained of color as the intense pain radiated from his shoulder. Despite the agony, dislocation was not a concern. Wang Shiyu had mastered the art of controlling the force of his strikes. He would never dislocate a joint without ensuring no fractures occurred. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he stared blankly at Wang Shiyu, who remained calm and composed. Dressed in a black suit, black shoes, a white shirt, and a purple tie, Lu Daqian couldn't help but wonder why this apparent affluent individual would come to the aid of a seemingly impoverished country bumpkin like Hao Yunyang. Shiyu, go to the car and bring me my bag. Hao Yunyang's next words left Lu Daqian utterly stunned once again, to the point where the pain in his left shoulder had unexpectedly diminished significantly. At this moment, Lu Daqian was completely frozen. Boss. Lu Daqian gaped at Hao Yunyang, surveying him from head to toe. His dirty, greasy clothes hardly resembled those of a boss. But why? Not only was Lu Daqian dumbfounded, but even Hao Yunyang himself was taken aback for a moment. Boss. Wang Shiyu had never referred to him by that title before. Why was it suddenly being used now? With a peculiar feeling in his heart but maintaining an impassive expression, he looked at Lu Daqian and commanded, apologize. What? I said. Hao Yunyang stepped forward slightly, his voice deepening within the aura left by Wang Shiyu. Apologize to my sister. What kind of joke is this? I'm sorry. The three words were spoken softly, almost inaudibly, yet Lu Daqian seemed to muster all his strength, his face turning an extreme shade of distress. Go, my sister. Say it louder. Hao Yunyang stepped slightly aside, revealing Hu Zhanjun, who stood beside him, directly facing Lu Daqian. I'm sorry. Louder. Hao Yunyang said coolly that I'm sorry. Did you not eat lunch? Louder. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Make your voice louder. You, Hao, don't go too far. As the repeated demands continued, Lu Daqian's face had turned a shade resembling liver, and he erupted. Even if you kill me today, I won't say it. Really not going to say it? Hao Yunyang stretched his face, as if contemplating the atmosphere. I won't say it. Lu Daqian quickly shook his head, adopting a defiant demeanor. Fine then. Unexpectedly, Hao Yunyang's expression softened, a smile breaking through. It sounds as though I'm forcing you to speak. How dull is that? Hu Zhanjun hesitated for a moment, glancing at the fast food restaurant's owner. It was indeed evident. While the people inside the establishment might not have noticed, he, standing at the entrance, had clearly witnessed the car parked outside, presumably belonging to Hu Zhanjun's remarkable brother. How unexpected! The fast food owner felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier that Hu Zhanjun had such an extraordinary brother, he would have introduced him to his son as a potential daughter-in-law. He found himself lamenting his wife's pickiness, wondering how such a precious daughter-in-law had slipped away, and now, even if his son came, she likely wouldn't be interested. Chapter 97. My brother is wealthy. I just want you to accompany me to Chengdu. No, to Pujiang Park for some fun. Hu Zhanjun halted, gazing at Hao Yunyang hesitantly. You promised when you were working away that you would take me, Danamim. Hu Zhanjun nodded heavily, her eyes involuntarily glistening with moisture. She had seen Hao Yunyang's car, yet she refrained from asking anything further. The precious reunion after 2 years made her forget to inquire about other matters. All she desired was to bask in the affection her brother bestowed upon her. Though the consumption level in Daxing Town was not high, it had all the necessary shops. After walking for about 10 minutes down the street leading from the school, they turned a corner and arrived at the main street of Daxing Town, the most bustling commercial area within the town. Along the way, Hao Yunyang asked Hu Zhanjun numerous questions, gathering insights into the changes that had unfolded in their hometown over the past 2 years. What astonished Hao Yunyang the most, while also tugging at his heartstrings, was the revelation that Hu Zhanjun had saved over 2,000 yuan during her years at school. Upon witnessing her proudly produce a thin yet seemingly weighty savings book, Hao Yunyang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Hao Yunyang, what on earth have you been doing these past 2 years? Gripping the savings book that Hu Zhanjun handed him tightly, Hao Yunyang forced a strained smile, silently ruffling her nose, filled with bittersweet emotions. Brother, what's wrong? Although Hu Zhanjun was robust and sturdy, she was attentive and quickly noticed the change in Hao Yunyang's expression, prompting her to inquire, it's nothing. Taking a deep breath, Hao Yunyang smiled and shook his head, saying, let's go, okay, Hu Zhanjun replied, following closely behind Hao Yunyang. While Wang Shiyu drove behind the siblings, her normally calm eyes now revealing hints of unusual ripples, tinged with sadness. The commercial street in Daxing Town served as the primary shopping destination for not just Daxing Town, but also several surrounding villages, featuring beauty salons, barbershops, clothing stores, and restaurants, ensuring all necessities were met. Compared to other streets, the commercial street was notably more vibrant, bustling with pedestrians who represented the very essence of its prosperity. After all, if one did not shop here, they would have to travel dozens of kilometers to the county town of Pujiang for their purchases. Although Hu Zhenjin stood at only 1.63 meters tall, she weighed 78 kilograms, not excessively overweight, but certainly not slim either. Coupled with her curly ponytail and slightly tanned skin, she appeared to be in her 20s. Even though she was merely 18, still in the bloom of youth. Wang Shiyu parked the car in a small alley that cut through the commercial street from the adjacent road. He retrieved a set of clothes that Hao Yunyang had prepared for himself and followed the siblings closely behind. His well-tailored suit attracting the attention of several passers-by, Hu Zhenjin trailed after Hao Yunyang, her gaze wandering among the shops lining the street with a hint of apprehension. Shall we check out this one? No. What about this one? I don't want to go in. This one looks decent. They're all fakes. A classmate of mine got cheated here. Then, how about this store? Hao Yunyang, feeling parched from their walk, pointed towards a relatively well-decorated Epure brand store. Turning to ask, what about this one? This store doesn't have clothes that suit me. Hu Zhenjin lowered her head slightly. Her offhand comment struck a chord with Hao Yunyang, who understood all too well the sting of her words. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no sorrow. Observing his sister's slightly awkward figure, he recognized that at 18, a girl was at her most vibrant and youthful stage. How could Hu Zhenjin possibly not desire beautiful clothing? The teasing nickname of chubby girl had seemingly never bothered her, yet its impact had seeped deep into her bones. Brother, what are you doing? Hu Zhenjin was caught off guard by Hao Yunyang's sudden pull. Struggling momentarily but failing to break free, she voiced her confusion. Where are we going, silly sister? I'm taking you here to lose some weight. Hao Yunyang chuckled with a hint of bitterness, not allowing Hu Zhenjin any room for argument as he firmly led her into what appeared to be a newly opened gym. After passing through several doors, the pulsating music of the gym greeted them. Welcome! A young girl immediately noticed the trio entering and dashed from the reception desk to Hao Yunyang, smiling as she inquired. May I assist you with something? The girl paused, looking up at Hao Yunyang and then glancing at his attire. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. All right, I'll go get our manager. Brother, what are you doing? As the girl turned to leave, Hu Zhenjin suddenly broke free from Hao Yunyang's grasp, biting her lip and lowering her head. I don't want to go to the gym. Why not? It's too expensive. A wave of sadness washed over Hao Yunyang once more. Taking a deep breath, he managed to squeeze out a bittersweet smile. It's all right, brother has money. Fearing Hu Zhenjin would not believe him, he hurriedly added, Really? Chapter 98. His princess Hu Zhenjin fell silent, lowering her head in contemplation. Hao Yunyang stepped back to stand beside her, silently patting her shoulder, while Wang Shiyu quietly observed from behind the siblings. Her expression betraying a complex mix of emotions, as if lost in some nostalgic reverie. May I assist you with anything? After standing at the entrance for over 3 minutes, a woman appearing to be in her late 20s with a striking figure approached the trio. Accompanied by the previous young girl, with a touch of makeup and a professional smile adorning her face, she extended her fair right hand toward Hao Yunyang, introducing herself. Hello, I'm the manager here. My surname is Yuan. Certainly, Manager Yuan smiled, gesturing for them to follow. Please, come with me. To the side of the reception area was a consultation room with excellent soundproofing. Once inside and the door closed, the cacophony of music from outside nearly vanished. She gestured for Hao Yunyang and Hu Zhenjin to take a seat on the sofa, casting a curious glance at the expressionless Wang Shiyu before focusing her attention on Hao Yunyang. Saying, What can I assist you with? This is my sister. Hao Yunyang, unaccustomed to beating around the bush at such a moment, spoke candidly. We need to sculpt your figure here. Do you feel confident in your ability to do so? Oh? Manager Yuan shifted his gaze to Hao Zhenjin, who was still sitting beside Hao Yunyang with her head bowed. After observing her for about 4 or 5 seconds, he nodded with a smile. Of course. But weight loss requires tremendous perseverance. Giving up midway is not an option. I will persevere. Hao Zhenjin suddenly lifted her head, her tone resolute. The young lady has quite pleasing features, Manager Yuan noted, finally getting a good look at Hao Zhenjin's face. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Would you mind if I conducted an examination? Of course not. Hao Yunyang answered on behalf of Hao Zhenjin, rising to step aside and observe. Manager Yuan also stood up, moving to sit next to Hao Zhenjin, smiling as he said, "Don't be afraid. Try to relax and give me your hand." "Oh." Hao Zhenjin nodded and extended her hand toward Manager Yuan. "This is beyond my comprehension." Hao Yunyang chuckled, adding, "Could you tell me how long it would take to achieve weight loss through exercise without the aid of diet pills? That largely depends on individual physique. The visible effects of weight loss don't necessarily correlate with a specific amount of weight lost." Hao Yunyang felt compelled to clarify this in front of his sister, for Hao Zhenjin needed a motivating belief to sustain her commitment. Losing weight was also key to restoring her confidence. With the impending college entrance exams, maintaining a healthy mindset was crucial. This was one of the reasons why Hao Yunyang insisted on bringing Hao Zhenjin to the gym, hoping that through weight loss, she could regain her self-assurance. In truth, Hao Zhenjin had been quite charming when she was 3 or 4 years old. "You must consistently engage in at least 3 hours of exercise daily." Manager Yuan deliberated. With the full guidance of a personal trainer and adjustments from a nutritionist, results can be seen within half a month. "Okay." Hao Yunyang smiled and asked Manager Yuan, "What is the total cost for the entire package?" "Let's start with a 50-session card," he decided before Manager Yuan could finish explaining, smiling as he added, "We'll evaluate the results first. If they are satisfactory, we can consider a seasonal or annual card." "Very well." Manager Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded, continuing, "We have 4 personal trainers available." "Are they male or female?" Hao Yunyang interjected. "Both," Manager Yuan replied, bemused as he glanced at Hao Yunyang. "We will assign a female personal trainer for your sister." "That's good." Hao Yunyang nodded in satisfaction, offering an apologetic smile. "Please continue." "Regarding personal training, we have 3 options." Manager Yuan paused before elaborating. "The first is 260 yuan for 28 sessions a month, which involves training alongside other students. The second option is 400 yuan for unlimited sessions per month, also with other students. The third option is 4,500 yuan monthly for individual training with a coach. I want the individual option." "Brother," Hao Zhenjin began to protest. "It's all right." Hao Yunyang interrupted with a smile, stepping closer to ruffle her hair. "Just listen to your brother, okay?" "Oh." Hao Zhenjin regarded Hao Yunyang for a long moment, hesitantly nodding in response. "Lastly, we have 2 choices regarding nutrition and dietary planning," Manager Yuan stated. "The first option allows a nutritionist to provide recommendations for self-adjustment, with new plans based on the student's physical condition every week at a cost of 48 yuan weekly. The second option involves a nutritionist personally arranging meals, with dedicated delivery of breakfast, lunch, and dinner to a specified location within Daxing Town for a weekly fee of 500 yuan. I'll take the second option for 3 weeks." Hao Yunyang cheerfully decided. "Good." Manager Yuan, pleased to have encountered such a significant client since opening, recorded the details and stood up to shake Hao Yunyang's hand. "So, would you like to proceed with the payment now? Or a total of 6,220 yuan. Manager Yuan smiled, adding, "You can just give me 6,220 at this point." Hao Yunyang turned to Hao Zhenjin. "Is that all right?" Seeing the genuine joy radiating from her face, he sighed in relief. It seemed his decision was indeed the right one. Once her weight had decreased sufficiently, he would take her to a beauty salon for some pampering and buy her a few lovely outfits. As they left the gym, dressed in fresh attire, Hao Yunyang contemplated these matters, revealing a look of realization before muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should also get a stylish haircut," in Hao Yunyang's heart. His sister Hao Zhenjin was his little princess, deserving of all his efforts. Chapter 99. My hometown from a purely sartorial perspective. Although Hao Yunyang appeared somewhat disheveled and greasy, his attire was by no means ordinary street fare. Coupled with the wallet and stack of cash he produced from his bag, he exuded the aura of a successful entrepreneur. The stern-faced man clad in a black suit likely represented the fabled personal bodyguard. Manager Yuan, perplexed, wondered when Daxing Town had gained such a wealthy inhabitant. In stark contrast, Hao Zhenjin donned a pair of faded, worn-out jeans and shabby sneakers, her disheveled hair and demeanor clearly marking her as a genuine country girl. How could these two possibly be siblings? Naturally, Hao Zhenjin remained oblivious to the mundane speculations concealed beneath Manager Yuan's smile. Upon hearing her question, she nodded with pride. Hee. Manager Yuan chuckled, falling silent as he guided Hao Zhenjin through the treadmill area. Stopping at the door of the dance studio, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and fetch you some clothing. This afternoon, we'll begin with some adaptive exercises." We also need the nutritionist to arrange your meals and introduce you to your personal trainer. All right, Hao Yunyang suddenly switched from speaking Mandarin to a burst of Sichuan dialect, momentarily catching Manager Yuan off guard. Before he smiled and entered the dance studio, in less than a minute, he emerged with a towel, a pair of silk workout pants, a sports bra, and a new pair of sneakers, handing them to Hao Yunyang. Please change out of your current clothes and put these on. The gym has air conditioning, so it won't be cold. Hao Yunyang, like a marionette, complied with Manager Yuan's instructions, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the gym environment. After several minutes in the adjoining changing room, she finally emerged, blushing furiously at Manager Yuan's urging. She had not anticipated that the folded sports bra would reveal so much skin, leaving her stomach and navel exposed. Oh, Hao Yunyang. Just as she awkwardly stepped out of the changing room, a girl in her teens, slightly plump, exited the dance studio. Upon spotting Hao Yunyang standing at the door, her expression turned to one of surprise. What are you doing here? Have you changed jobs? Uncertain of what changes may have occurred at home over the past 2 years, Hao Yunyang, seated in the driver's seat, felt a swell of emotions as they drew closer to Chaoba Township. The only road leading from Daxing Town to Chaoba Township was a bumpy one. The very same path Hao Yunyang had taken to school years ago. 2 years had passed, but the scenery remained unchanged, and the occasional sight of villagers herding yellow cattle or donkeys persisted. After about 20 minutes on this uneven road, a stone archway emerged vaguely in view behind a few locust trees. Hao Yunyang recalled that this archway had stood for quite some time. Remembering the elders saying it was erected decades ago when city leaders visited the countryside for inspections. Each household in Chaoba Township contributed a yuan, and the township's finances supplemented the effort with 100 yuan to construct it. Inscribed with the 3 characters Chaoba Township at the top, flanked by couplets extolling the leader's virtues. The elders had mentioned that the visiting leader had been pleased and allocated funds for the construction of the only dirt road connecting Chaoba Township to the outside world. To make the leader happy, the entire village had tightened their belts for a month to scrape together what was then a significant sum of over 300 yuan to erect this archway. It was uncertain whether to praise or to regard it with indifference. The distinct sound of a tractor jolted Hao Yunyang from his reverie, and as he instinctively looked down, he noticed Wang Shiyu had somehow maneuvered the vehicle closer, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. How did she get in here? Hao Yunyang was slowly driving along when he spotted a couple in their 40s tending to the potato field by the roadside. The husband, perhaps weary, stood with his hands on his hips, stretching his back. Upon noticing the vehicle, he exclaimed in surprise, "The road ahead is blocked. You've entered our village." The wife, hearing her husband's remark, also lifted her head and noticed the car, responding with curiosity, "It's a dead end further in. There's no other way to go. Surely, it must be an outsider who has taken a wrong turn?" With a dismissive pout, she added, "In this impoverished backwater, a tractor would suffice for a decade or 2, and yet they flaunt a sedan. It's undoubtedly an outsider who has lost their way." The husband chuckled, choosing not to dispute her words. After a brief respite, he bent down again, grasping the hoe to continue weeding, while the wife intermittently raised her head, her curiosity piqued. Were they indeed outsiders, or were they locals? "Beyond this river lies my hometown." The vehicle came to a halt before an ancient stone bridge, and Hao Yunyang released his grip on the steering wheel. Stretching his body, he pointed toward the west, saying, "Over there is the feed factory where my mother works, the only enterprise of any scale in the village, though the owner is not from here. He hails from Daxing Town." Without considering whether Wang Shiyu was interested in these details, he gestured eastward. "About a kilometer that way is the local middle school, and if you continue another kilometer, you'll find the primary school. My academic journey unfolded layer by layer. The village primary, the village middle, and then the town high school." As he spoke with growing enthusiasm, he indicated a small river ahead, saying, "There are plenty of little fish and shrimp in the water. I've loved fishing here since childhood. I remember once," as he reminisced, time slipped away unnoticed. More than 10 minutes passed before he realized Wang Shiyu was staring ahead with slightly squinted eyes, her expression calm, seemingly oblivious to his words. Caught up in his own excitement, Hao Yunyang could only stifle his exuberance, offering a light-hearted smile as he gently pressed the accelerator. As the car moved, the children who had gathered around it, pointing and chatting, scattered in a rush, retreating to a safe distance. Under the watchful gaze of eager and curious black eyes, Hao Yunyang drove slowly onto the stone bridge, officially entering the territory of Chaoba Township. The long-cherished home was now within reach. The public period lasts a month and a half, neither too long nor too short. I hope everyone can subscribe to the original within their means, as this would be an affirmation for me and this book. Thank you all in advance. Since the upload, the support from everyone has deeply moved me. I acknowledge that the updates during the public period have been somewhat slow, and I admit this. However, recognizing one's faults and correcting them is the mark of a good person. Starting tomorrow, throughout December, the mobile updates will maintain a minimum of 10,000 words daily, providing everyone with satisfactory content. The book will be officially launched at midnight on December 1 ST, which means I will have the opportunity to compete for the new book monthly ticket rankings. I hope everyone can cast their monthly votes for the future mobile updates. Thank you again. Well, that's about all I wanted to say. I will post a launch note later. I hope everyone can take a moment to read it. Lastly, today's urging ticket count has reached over 20. Could someone help me round it up? This book has a reader group, level group, 833-54756, fifth group, 953702243, VIP group, 949-87933.im in each group. Everyone is welcome to join. In town, the car attracted attention, but it was not entirely unprecedented. Thus, the reaction was mild. Just a few curious glances and whispers speculating on which family had struck it rich with a new vehicle. However, when such a car entered the notoriously impoverished territory of Yangba Township, it sparked a wave of astonishment. Among the crowd of villagers, a few quick-witted individuals immediately turned to run, declaring that this news must reach the village chief. Yangba Township boasted 19 tractors and 3 vans, owned by the wealthier residents, but a sedan, a luxury item of no practical use in the fields, was entirely absent from the village. It wasn't that the villagers had never seen a car. Even if they didn't spot one in the village, they were well aware of them from television or the town. The reason for the commotion was rather simple. Aside from the feed factory owner's vehicle, which everyone recognized, what other reason could there be for a car to traverse the village? After crossing the stone bridge and passing through 7 villages on the way to Guanli village, Hao Yunyang wore a wry smile, starkly contrasting with Wang Xiu's calm demeanor. Thus, driving toward Guanli village felt akin to being gawked at like a spectacle. Village chief. This is serious. A man in his 30s rushed into the village government office, breathlessly exclaiming, "You must see for yourself. A sedan has entered the village." The roads within the village were noticeably better than the dirt roads leading outward. The path from the stone bridge to Guanli village was paved with concrete, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side, yet it was evident that the village had made significant improvements over the past 2 years. A newly constructed concrete road traversed the entirety of Yangba Township, leading directly to Guanli village. From a distance, Hao Yunyang spotted the ancient tree at the entrance of Guanli village, said to be over 500 years old, its leaves long fallen, leaving only bare branches. Yet every spring, as summer approached, this ancient tree would burst back to life, its lush canopy offering a delightful shade for the villagers. Hao Yunyang fondly recalled the many times he had urinated beneath this ancient tree, euphemistically calling it fertilizing. The vehicle came to a gentle stop beneath the ancient tree, and Hao Yunyang opened the door and stepped out, standing beside the open door. His eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to contain his emotions, and all he could utter, trembling his lips, were the words, "Dad, Mom." Following his gaze, beneath the now bare ancient tree, by a stone table, stood 2 middle-aged individuals dressed in humble attire, their faces illuminated by smiles as they locked eyes with Hao Yunyang. A wave of warmth enveloped him, magnifying the moment's emotional resonance. Tears silently streamed down his mother Li Jime's cheeks as she softly called out, "My son." Yes, Hao Yunyang, crying and laughing, nodded vigorously. The Hao family resided at the edge of Guanli village, nestled in the innermost valley of Chaoba Township. Behind their house lay the mountains, and at the foot of the gently sloping hills was the small plot of land where his father, Hao Dongnian, had toiled all his life. Little did he dream that his son would one day drive a city dweller's car. Yet, how could Hao Yunyang comprehend that his parents' smiles were not solely for the jokes he told, but for the person he had become? Guanli village was notorious for its poverty, possessing only 1 tractor and 2 dilapidated motorcycles. In fact, since the village's inception, Hao Yunyang's car was the very first sedan to grace its soil. "Yunyang, that car must be worth quite a bit." "Huh?" The first to approach was Aunt Wang, who had a good rapport with his mother, Li Jime, and had always been kind to Hao Yunyang. Dressed in a purple floral cotton coat adorned with numerous mismatched patches, her dark face was lit up with a smile, revealing a mix of envy, joy, and jealousy that she made no effort to conceal. Well, Hao Yunyang replied modestly, it's probably worth around 300 to 400,000. Wow, that's enough to build 2 small villas in our village. Aunt Wang exclaimed in astonishment. I heard the feed factory owner's car only cost around 100,000. Yunyang, what kind of business have you been doing to earn so much? Lu Saw, who had dragged her son, still in junior high, over, asked, is your brother still idling at home? Does your business require a lot of capital? After the new year, why not take your brother out to see the world? Hao Yunyang forced a bitter smile, preparing to gently dissuade Lu Saw from her thoughts, when suddenly, with a loud bang, a throng of aunts and elder women who had stayed home surrounded him, questioning, is it really that easy to make money in the city? Yunyang, next year, take both the men and my family along. Yunyang, amidst the incessant chatter akin to a barrage of cannon fire, observed the furrowed brow of the encircled Hao Yunyang. However, he soon found himself forced to smile wryly. These were the townsfolk who had watched him grow up, and despite any simmering frustrations, it was not the time to voice them. Consequently, Hao Yunyang endured the dryness in his throat and patiently elucidated some matters pertaining to the outside world to these aunts and elder women. He delicately conveyed that to venture into business requires both capital and skill, and given the considerable risks involved, working for wages could yield savings of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan over the course of a year, which was certainly preferable to merely tending a small plot of land at home. Yet, upon uttering these words, he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. As he left, everyone had observed him. What capital could he possibly possess? Had he dined well, yet was unwilling to share even a sip of broth with them? Was this not a case of the wealthy being unkind? The crowd murmured, Yunyang, do tell us, how does Aunt Wang treat you? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Aunt Wang was the first to play the emotional card. Of course, you have treated me well, Hao Yunyang thought, though reluctant to admit it. The truth remained that he had often dined at Aunt Wang's home. Savoring her delicious offerings in the modest village of Guangkue, the bonds among neighbors were generally amicable. Any rift would be a source of discomfort for all. Although his mother had not received much formal education, if her son truly possessed the means to uplift the villagers, she could not entirely dismiss the idea. His mother's stance seemed to plunge Hao Yunyang into despair. He instinctively glanced at the assembled townsfolk. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering, ladies and gentlemen, could we have a moment of silence? The crowd quieted, and countless pairs of eyes fell upon him. I work in the field of computers. In the tech industry, which is not as straightforward as you might imagine, Hao Yunyang explained, maintaining his composure. Indeed, I have earned some money through this endeavor, but let us consider. If it were truly so easy to make a fortune, would there still be impoverished individuals in China? This statement rendered the crowd silent, with a few younger attendees displaying a hint of embarrassment as they instinctively retreated into the throng. I understand your desire to enhance your lives and achieve prosperity. Such aspirations are entirely natural, he began, appealing to their emotions. However, we must not act impulsively. I have grown up among you. You know the kind of person I am. If there truly existed a swift and replicable path to wealth, I would not hesitate to share it. But the reality is, such opportunities simply do not exist. Going out to work may offer higher wages compared to what we can earn here, yet the cost of living outside our village is considerably higher as well. Hao Yunyang continued, shifting his gaze to Aunt Wang. For instance, what are the monthly expenses for your family of 3? He calculated aloud. For a household of 3, not accounting for anything else, you would need at least 150 yuan just for rent. When factoring in food, utilities, and miscellaneous expenses, you would struggle to manage on less than 1,000 yuan a month. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, and finally, Aunt Wang, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, Yunyang, you've made your point. What more can we say? It's quite all right, Hao Yunyang responded, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Hao family home, as the village head arrived. The village head is here. As Hao Yunyang attempted to navigate the tense atmosphere and hoped for a moment of respite, a middle-aged man of unassuming stature emerged from the crowd, confusion flickering across his face. His mother, noticing him, tugged at his sleeve, saying, "This is Li Jingping." After the previous village head was apprehended, He became our current village chief. It was he who oversaw the construction of the cement road in our village. This alone improved Hao Yunyang's initial impression of him. Li Jinping's companions pointed towards a silver-gray Lexus parked across from the Hao family home, its sleek design eliciting admiration from the onlookers. Li Jinping, fully aware of the attention the vehicle attracted, smiled broadly as he approached Hao Yunyang. "You must be the child of the Hao family," he said. "Hello, village head Li," Hao Yunyang replied, nodding with a smile as he extended his right hand for a brief shake. "I am Hao Yunyang, a young lad. Yet you have achieved much," Li Jinping remarked, surveying Hao Yunyang with an appreciative gaze. "At last, our village has produced a promising youth." Hao Yunyang smiled modestly, responding, "You flatter me. I feel I have yet to reach my full potential." Li Jinping, ever amiable, maintained his warm demeanor as he continued to engage with the villagers. As the Lexus made its way into the impoverished village of Yangba, it drew gasps of astonishment. Among the gathered villagers, a few quick-witted individuals dashed off to inform the village head of the arrival. The roads leading to the village were significantly better than the dusty paths leading to the outside world. The journey from Shibankyo to Guangkue village was now facilitated by a new cement road, a testament to the village's progress over the past few years. As Hao Yunyang approached Guangkue village, he caught sight of the ancient tree, rumored to be over 500 years old, standing at the village's entrance, its bare branches stark against the sky. As spring approached, the tree would burst into life, offering shade to the villagers. Hao Yunyang recalled the playful moments spent beneath its boughs, humorously recalling how he had once claimed to be fertilizing the tree. The car came to a gentle halt beneath the ancient tree, and Hao Yunyang opened the door, stepping out to stand beside the vehicle. His eyes brimmed with tears, which he could no longer contain, and he trembled as he uttered two heartfelt words, "Father, Mother." Following his gaze, he saw a modestly dressed middle-aged couple standing by a stone table, their faces illuminated by warm smiles. The atmosphere was infused with an indescribable warmth as his mother, Li Jimei, silently shed tears of joy. "Son," she whispered. "Yes," Hao Yunyang replied, tears streaming down his face, nodding fervently. The Hao family resided at the edge of Guangkue village, nestled in the depths of Jiangba Township. The land behind their home led directly into the mountains, where his father, Hao Dongnian, had toiled the land for a lifetime, never imagining that his son would one day drive a car like those in the city. In truth, how could Hao Yunyang possibly comprehend that the laughter of his parents stemmed not merely from the jokes he shared, but rather from the essence of his being? Guanli village is notoriously impoverished, with only a solitary tractor and 2 dilapidated motorcycles to its name. It can be said that since the village's inception, Hao Yunyang's vehicle marks the very first car to enter its precincts. "Yunyang, that car must be quite valuable, correct?" The first to approach was Aunt Wang, who maintained a cordial relationship with his mother, Li Jimei, and had always been kind to Yunyang. Dressed in a purple floral cotton jacket adorned with a multitude of colorful patches, Aunt Wang's dark complexion bore a smile that revealed a complex blend of envy, joy, and jealousy, scarcely concealed. Chuckling softly, Yunyang humbly replied, "Around 300 to 400,000, perhaps." "Wow, that's enough to build 2 small villas in our village," Aunt Wang exclaimed in astonishment. "I heard the feed factory owner's car costs only about 100,000. Yunyang, what business have you been involved in these past 2 years to earn such wealth?" Before he could respond, Lu Aunt, with her young son still in middle school, joined the conversation. "Is your brother Adong still idling at home? Does your business require substantial capital? After the new year, could you take him out to see the world?" Hao Yunyang forced a bitter smile, preparing to gently dissuade Lu Ant's aspirations when, with a resounding boom, a throng of relatives remained encircled around him, pressing him with inquiries. "Is it truly that easy to earn money in the city?" "Yunyang, next year, take both the men from my family out." The cacophony of voices bombarded him like cannon fire, causing him to furrow his brow in exasperation. Yet, recognizing that these were the very villagers who had watched him grow, he stifled his irritation. Thus, he endured the dryness in his throat, patiently explaining the realities of life beyond their village, delicately imparting that business requires both capital and skill, and that risks are substantial. He noted that through diligent labor, one could save 5,000 to 6,000 yuan annually, which was far superior to merely tending to a modest plot of land. However, his words inadvertently stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. "When you left, we all witnessed your departure. How much capital could you possibly have?" You're feasting while we're left with mere broth. Isn't this a case of the rich being uncharitable? The villagers murmured, and Aunt Wang interjected, Yunyang, just admit it. How well has Aunt Wang treated you? Before he could articulate a response, Aunt Wang began to play the emotional card. Of course, you've always been good to me. He reluctantly acknowledged, for it was indeed true that he had often dined at her home and savored her culinary delights. Guanli village is small, with familial ties running deep. Discord would mar the faces of all involved. Although his mother had little formal education, if her son truly had the means to uplift their community, she could hardly dismiss him. Thus, her stance inadvertently cast Yunyang into a chasm of despair. He instinctively glanced at the gathered villagers, rubbing his temples in vexation, and cleared his throat. Everyone, could we have a moment of silence? Gradually, quiet descended, and countless eyes fixated upon him. What I do outside pertains to the computer industry. He began, maintaining his composure. It's not as simple as you might imagine. Yes, I have earned some money through it, but if it were truly so easy to make a fortune, would poverty still exist in China? This statement silenced the crowd. A few younger individuals, who understood, awkwardly stepped back, merging into the throng. I comprehend your desire for a better life. It is only natural. However, one must not act impulsively. I have grown up in your midst. You know the kind of person I am. If there were a straightforward method to achieve wealth, I would not hesitate to share it. Yet, the truth is, such opportunities are scarce. Working outside yields a significantly higher salary than here. Yet the cost of living is proportionately greater. Take Aunt Wang's household, for instance. He shifted his gaze to her, asking, what are your monthly expenses? A little over 100, she replied. I in the city, for a family of 3. You would need at least 150 for rent alone. Combined with food, utilities, and miscellaneous expenses, you would be hard-pressed to manage on less than 1,000 a month. A heavy silence fell over the gathering, until Aunt Wang, feeling the weight of the moment, finally spoke up. Yunyang, you've made your point. What can we possibly say in response? It's all right, he replied, forcing a smile. I understand. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Hao residence. The township head has arrived. Greetings, township head. Just as Yunyang thought he could retreat inside for a moment's respite, the crowd surged at the news of the arrival of the township head, Li Jingping. Peering through the throng, Yunyang spotted a middle-aged man of average build, dressed simply, who appeared slightly bewildered. His mother, noticing this, tugged at his sleeve. This is Li Jingping, our current township head, who stepped in after the previous one was apprehended. He is a good official. The cement road was built under his authority. This revelation elevated Yunyang's initial impression of Li Jingping. The township head's attention was drawn to a gleaming silver Lexus parked directly across from the Hao residence, and the onlookers swallowed their envy as they gazed upon the sleek vehicle. Li Jingping, not oblivious to the spectacle, smiled broadly as he scanned the crowd, ultimately locking eyes with the equally smiling Yunyang. You must be the child of the Hao family, he remarked, approaching. Hello, township head Li. Yunyang nodded, extending his right hand for a brief shake. I am Hao Yunyang. You are quite the young achiever, Li Jingping observed, his gaze appraising. At last, our township has produced a promising youth. Yunyang offered a modest smile in response, remarking, you flatter me. I fear I still have much to learn. Li Jingping, appearing genuinely amiable, maintained a serene smile throughout their exchange. Our township needs role models. You are indeed commendable, township head. Would you care to join us for a drink inside? Yunyang's father, Hao Yunyang, suggested subtly. Standing here at the entrance is hardly fitting. Indeed, township head, his mother, Li Jimei, chimed in, quickly extending an invitation. Please, come in for a drink. I'll prepare some appetizers. Thus, the villagers, momentarily subdued by Li Jingping's presence, gradually dispersed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yunyang felt the tension ease. How had he failed to recognize the formidable nature of these relatives during his youth? Let us head inside, his father said, patting Yunyang's shoulder. If you're hungry, your mother can whip up something for you. Yunyang scratched his head, gesturing toward the vehicle parked at the entrance with a sheepish grin. Perhaps we should unload the things from the car before we go in. Manager Yuan smiled at her and said, please take her to do some adaptive training first. For the next month, I will arrange for Xiao Mei to come to the dance studio, and you will be solely responsible for her training. Oh? Ayan's face displayed a look of astonishment, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, she exclaimed, what? Oh, all right, Ayan responded promptly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she glanced at Hao Yunyang, smiling as she said, "Come with me." Hao Yunyang nodded and, with a childlike demeanor, cast a proud look at her classmate before gracefully passing by her and following Coach Ian into the dance studio. Manager Yuan sighed lightly as he looked at the girl, patting her shoulder before quietly departing. In truth, was Manager Yuan's heart truly at peace? Why should others have such a successful older brother while he himself? Alas, when comparing goods, one must discard the inferior. When comparing people, one must accept the harsh realities. Tell me, how much did you spend on all this? When Hao Yunyang opened the car door, revealing a plethora of items from the back seat and trunk before his parents. After a brief moment of satisfaction, his mother, Li Jimei, couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Having money doesn't mean you can waste it like this. You'll need to spend money for your wedding, right? Your sister will need money for her marriage too. The house needs repairs as well, doesn't it? You really ought to be more prudent, my child. His father, Hao Dongyuan, nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Hao Yunyang. Though his words lacked substance. Your mother is right. Mom, you needn't worry about that, Hao Yunyang replied, sensing the concern in Li Jimei's tone but not a hint of reproach. He smiled and added charmingly, "Don't you know your son? He carries your excellent genes. Then why do teachers at school say we come from our mother's womb?" Young Hao Yunyang innocently questioned. After making this statement, Li Jimei appropriately admonished, "So, Yunyang, you mustn't eat recklessly, or you might end up having children." Just that one sentence terrified young Hao Yunyang for an entire month, making him ask his mother before eating anything, "Mom, if I eat this, will I have a baby?" Each time he recalled that scene, Li Jimei couldn't help but chuckle, though she suspected Hao Yunyang had long forgotten it. Childhood. How many can remember it clearly? The trunk was filled with clothes and packaged specialties from Wenzhou, such as duck tongue and dried fish, which Hao Yunyang had bought for his parents, third uncle, third aunt, elder uncle, and grandfather. After unloading everything, it formed a small mountain at the door, further stirring Li Jimei's feelings of tenderness. The items from the back seat were even more outrageous, ranging from an electric hot pot, rice cooker, and microwave to small items like kitchen knives, cutting boards, mobile phones, pens, notebooks, and various health supplements. Most absurdly, upon opening the microwave, they found half a loaf of bread that had clearly been nibbled. Mom, that cunning merchant, Hao Yunyang thought bitterly, though when faced with his parents' puzzled expressions, he could only smile and explain, "There was a sale at the mall. Buy a microwave and get a loaf of bread free. Just plug it in and it's ready to eat." While Hao Yunyang, Wang Shiyu, and his parents were moving items from the car into the house, several aunties who had lingered nearby were watching intently, speculating whether the boxes and bags were filled with cash. The more they guessed, the more plausible it seemed, and soon rumors began to swirl. Seemingly a matter of time. After you left, your mother frequently tidied up your room, moving things inside and closing the door. Wang Shiyu instinctively sat down on a small bamboo chair downstairs while Hao Yunyang followed his parents upstairs, casually pushing open a room on the right side of the second floor. His father spoke, and Hao Yunyang remained silent. Observing the familiar arrangement within the room, a gentle warmth washed over Hao Yunyang's heart. This was home. The Hao family's house was a two-story concrete structure, one of the few in Guankai village, built in 1997 and now over a decade old. Although Hao Yunyang remembered his father's arduous labor, his father's saying echoed in his mind. A son must eventually grow up, marry, and surely he cannot lack a decent house. To build this concrete home, they not only emptied their savings but also borrowed nearly 10,000 yuan from friends and relatives, a staggering sum at the time. This debt lingered until 2007, spanning a full decade. This was the primary reason the family, despite meager income, remained impoverished. Only after repaying the debt did their circumstances gradually improve, yet in the same year, Hao Yunyang left his hometown with a tattered suitcase, armed with only a few hundred yuan, embarking on a journey of labor. Various memories flashed through Hao Yunyang's mind, making his heart race. Unbeknownst to him, his mother had stood directly in front of him, slightly perplexed, and whispered, "My child, who is that person downstairs?" "Oh, him?" Sigh. Hao Yunyang sighed heavily and replied, "He's a friend of mine. His parents passed away early, and he wandered the streets." "Ah, how pitiable," his mother said, her heart slightly moved. "Indeed, truly unfortunate," his father added, and the phrase the wife sings while the husband follows was vividly illustrated in that moment. It's their parents urging, They brought bags of nutritional supplements and clothing to visit their third uncle, third aunt, elder uncle, and grandparents, who happened to be staying at the elder uncle's house this month. Upon meeting, there was no shortage of warm inquiries about each other's well-being. Though somewhat chatty, the concern in their hearts made Hao Yunyang feel enveloped in warmth. After informing the third uncle, elder uncle, and grandparents that they would be having dinner at their house that evening, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon, I understand. Hao Yunyang acknowledged, grabbing a set of car keys as he left home. Wang Shiyu naturally followed closely behind him. Brother, you mentioned that in a certain 2-story brick house in Guangkai village, 2 young men in their 20s were sitting on the edge of the bed. One, looking slightly younger, hesitated for a long time before speaking. Do you think we can ask Yunyang for help with this? This isn't something we can handle with just tens of thousands. The slightly older brother tugged at his hair. Sighing, it's not easy for Yunyang to earn money out there these past 2 years. If we take too big a risk, we might end up as criminals. But I saw how stylishly Yunyang was dressed just now. The younger brother said, his face filled with conflict. Did you not hear him? He's had some small achievements out there over the past 2 years. You know Yunyang has never been one to boast. When he says small achievements, it could very well mean a great endeavor. Let's not dwell on Yunyang for now, the older brother said, shaking his head after a long silence. However, compared to his earlier opposition, he now exhibited evident hesitation. Aren't we going to the second uncle's house for dinner tonight? Let's think it over first. If we can't come up with a solution, we'll bring it up with Yunyang tonight and see what he thinks. All right, the younger brother nodded, and the two fell into yet another round of debate, clearly divided on how to secure the substantial startup funds they needed. Given their ideas, skills, and confidence, in that cramped little room, their voices inevitably leaked through the old wooden door. Hearing his 2 sons engaged in yet another aimless argument upstairs, their father, Hao Xiaodong, could only shake his head and smile wryly. After raising 2 university-educated sons through a lifetime of hard work, he never anticipated they would be consumed by such unrealistic fantasies. Sighing deeply, Hao Xiaodong stood up and left the house, heading towards Hao Yunyang's home. When Hao Yunyang drove up to the gym, surprisingly, Zhenzhen emerged from inside, as if they shared a silent connection. Upon seeing the car that had just pulled up from the bustling street, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Brother, how did you know I was coming out? I was just about to ask you how you knew I was here, Hao Yunyang replied with a smile. Hurry and get in the car. Grandparents, uncles, and aunts are all at our house for dinner. And we're just waiting for you. Sitting in the car, he watched Zhenzhen's little mind whirring with thoughts. Meanwhile, a girl named Xiaona turned a shade of reddish-brown, forcing a smile while her body stiffened. No, it's fine. I'm off now, she said. Zhenzhen waved cheerfully. Goodbye, bye, farewell. Xiaona nearly choked on her words. Meanwhile, Hao Yunyang in the driver's seat wore an expression of bemusement, and even Wang Shiyu in the passenger seat couldn't help but smirk. On the way home, Zhenzhen was as lively as a little sparrow, chattering excitedly and bombarding Hao Yunyang with an array of questions that left him feeling overwhelmed. However, upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of Hao Zhenzhen, Hao Yunyang's previously anxious heart finally found its steadiness. It seemed that within the span of a single afternoon, Hao Zhenzhen had undergone a significant metamorphosis. At this moment, the flicker of avoidance that Hao Yunyang had observed during their midday meeting was entirely absent from her countenance. Compared to before, she radiated a newfound confidence and vitality, while her previous insecurities and timidity had notably diminished. Consequently, Hao Yunyang smiled joyfully, his heart lightened by his sister's transformation. I am utterly exhausted. There's no way I can stay up for the 2nd and 4th updates. However, I shall strive to fulfill my promise. Please do summon the monthly votes. It is of utmost urgency. I am here to engage in fitness, Hao Zhenzhen stated, deliberately substituting the word weight loss with fitness. A hint of excitement sparkled in her slightly tanned face as she added, just like you. This reflected a typical display of ostentation, yet it was undeniable that she had the means to flaunt such wealth. With computers and air conditioners readily available, such a lifestyle, while commonplace in urban areas and even in some slightly developed townships, was indeed a rarity in the impoverished Daxing town. Upon seeing the new arrival, Zhenzhen instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet the woman's gaze, the deep-seated feelings of inferiority surfacing unmistakably in that moment. Manager Yuan, perceiving the friction between the 2 young women, offered a slight smile and beckoned the newcomer. Ayun, could you come here for a moment? What is it? The woman, Also wiping sweat with a towel, paused briefly, then noticed Hao Yunyang standing beside Manager Yuan and smiled. A new trainee? Yes, Manager Yuan replied with a smile. Please guide her through some adaptive exercises. For the next month, I will arrange for Xiaomei to come to the dance studio, and you will be responsible for her training. Really? Ayun's face revealed a look of astonishment. And after a few seconds of processing, she exclaimed, How is that possible? Oh, all right then, Ayun responded promptly, her eyes glimmering with intrigue as she glanced at Hao Yunyang. Come along with me. Hao Yunyang nodded and, with a childlike demeanor, glanced at her classmate, resembling a proud peacock. She gracefully passed by her and followed Coach Ayun into the dance studio. Manager Yuan sighed softly as he observed the girls, giving Hao Yunyang's shoulder a gentle pat before departing silently to eye. In truth, Manager Yuan's heart was anything but balanced. Why should someone else be blessed with such a successful older brother while he himself felt the weight of comparison? As Hao Yunyang opened the car door, revealing an abundance of items in the back seat and trunk to his parents, a fleeting sense of relief washed over him. However, his mother, Li Jimei, could not restrain her feelings of concern. Even with money, you shouldn't spend so recklessly. Will you need to save for your wedding in the future? And your sister will need money for her wedding as well, won't she? The house could use some repairs too. These all require funds. How can you be so thoughtless? Hao Yunyang's father, Hao Dongyan, nodded in agreement, casting a glance at his son, though his words offered little substance. Your mother speaks the truth. Mom, you needn't worry about these matters. Hao Yunyang replied, detecting the concern in his mother's tone but finding no trace of reproach. He smiled and added, You know your son well. I carry your excellent genes within me. Then why do the teachers at school say we are born from our mother's womb? Young Hao Yunyang innocently inquired. Following this exchange, Li Jimei took the opportunity to educate him further. So, Yunyang, you must be careful about what you eat. Otherwise, you might end up having children yourself. That single phrase terrified young Hao Yunyang so much that for an entire month, before consuming anything, he would seek out Li Jimei to ask, Mom, if I eat this, will I have a baby? Each time he recalled that scene, Li Jimei couldn't help but chuckle, though she suspected that Hao Yunyang had long since forgotten such a childish concern. How many people can clearly remember their childhood? The trunk was filled with gifts that Hao Yunyang had purchased for his parents, his uncle and aunt, his elder uncle, and his grandfather, including clothes and various packaged specialties from Wenzhou, such as duck tongues and dried fish. The items piled at the doorstep resembled a small mountain, once again causing Li Jimei to feel a pang of heartache. What he retrieved from the back seat was even more outrageous, from an electric hot pot and rice cooker to a microwave oven, and smaller items like kitchen knives, chopping boards, mobile phones, pens, notebooks, and various health supplements. The most bewildering discovery was inside the microwave, where he found a half-eaten loaf of bread. Dear me, Hao Yunyang thought to himself, suppressing a bitter smile. Yet, when faced with his parents' confused expressions, he could only respond with a natural smile. The store had a promotion. Buy a microwave and get a loaf of bread for free. Just plug it in and heat it up, as Hao Yunyang, Wang Shiyu, and their parents busily transported items from the car into the house. Several nearby women observed the spectacle closely, pondering whether the myriad boxes and bags contained bundles of cash. The more they speculated, the more plausible it seemed, and soon enough, rumors began to circulate, as it seemed merely a matter of time. After you departed, your mother frequently tidied up your room, moving your belongings inside and closing the door. Wang Shiyu instinctively took a seat on a small bamboo chair downstairs, while Hao Yunyang followed his parents upstairs, casually opening a room on the right side of the second floor. His father spoke while Hao Yunyang remained silent. As he surveyed the familiar arrangement within the room, a gentle warmth flowed through Hao Yunyang's heart. This was home. The Hao family's residence was a two-story concrete building, one of the few such structures in Guangquan village, built in 1997 and now over a decade old. Though Hao Yunyang was still young at the time, he remembered vividly the hard labor his father endured, toiling under the sun, as his father often stated. One day, my son will grow up, marry, and he must have a proper house to call home. The construction of this concrete building had drained the family's savings and required borrowing nearly 10,000 yuan from relatives and friends, an extraordinary sum at that time. This debt lingered until 2007, spanning an entire decade. This was a primary reason for the family's persistent poverty despite their meager income. Only after repaying the loan did their circumstances begin to improve slightly. However, that same year, Hao Yunyang departed from his hometown, dragging along a worn suitcase and equipped with a few hundred yuan, embarking on a journey of labor. Hao Yunyang's mind flickered with various memories, his heart racing. Unbeknownst to him, his mother had positioned herself directly in front of him, her expression curious as she lowered her voice. "My son, who is that person downstairs?" "Oh, him." Hao Yunyang sighed heavily. "He is a friend of mine, an orphan who has been wandering the streets since the early years after losing both parents." "How pitiful," his mother responded, visibly moved. "Indeed, it is truly unfortunate," his father concurred, and in that moment, the phrase the wife sings while the husband follows was vividly illustrated. At the behest of his parents, Hao Yunyang, laden with bags of nutritional supplements and clothing, visited his uncle, aunt, elder uncle, and grandparents, who happened to be residing at the elder uncle's house this month. Upon their meeting, there was no shortage of warm inquiries about each other's well-being. Although somewhat chatty, their genuine concern enveloped Hao Yunyang in a comforting warmth. After notifying his uncle and elder uncle's families, as well as his grandparents, that they would dine at his home that evening, the clock struck 2:30 in the afternoon. "Understood," Hao Yunyang replied, taking a set of car keys as he departed. Wang Shiyu naturally followed closely behind, never straying from his side. "Brother," he remarked, in a room within a two-story brick house in Guangquan village. Two young men in their 20s sat on the edge of the bed. One, appearing slightly younger, hesitated for a long while before speaking. "Do you think we can ask Yunyang for help with this? This is something that can be managed with just 100 or 200,000. The older brother, looking a tad older, scratched his head and sighed. "Yunyang has worked hard these past 2 years to earn some money. What if we take too great a risk? We could end up being the villains in this story." "But I noticed Yunyang's attire and demeanor just now. They seem quite impressive," the younger brother stated, visibly conflicted. "You didn't hear him, did you? He said he achieved some small success these past 2 years. You know Yunyang. He has never boasted or exaggerated. What he calls small success could very well be a significant accomplishment." "Let us not dwell on Yunyang just yet," the older brother said after a prolonged silence, shaking his head. "Aren't we supposed to go to the second uncle's house for dinner tonight? Let us think it over first. If we can't come up with a solution, we'll mention it to Yunyang tonight and see how he feels about our situation." "All right," the younger brother nodded. And they fell into yet another round of debate. The focal point of their discussion was clear. With ideas, skills, and confidence, how could they secure that substantial initial funding? As the two brothers engaged in a heated debate within the confines of their low, cramped room, the decrepit wooden door could hardly contain the sounds emanating from within. Listening to his two sons bicker endlessly from the floor above, Hao Xiaodong, as their father, could only shake his head in a bittersweet smile. After dedicating the better part of his life to laborious toil, he had raised two sons who had graduated from university, yet he found it disheartening that their minds were filled with impractical and whimsical fantasies. Sighing heavily, Hao Xiaodong rose and departed from his home, making his way toward Hao Yunyang's residence. When Hao Yunyang arrived at the gym, he was pleasantly surprised to see Hao Zhenjin emerge as if they were connected by an unspoken understanding. Upon spotting the car that had just pulled up from the bustling street, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Brother, how did you know I was coming out?" she exclaimed, her joy infectious. Hao Yunyang chuckled, replying, "Hurry and get in. Grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunts are all waiting for dinner at our place, and you're the last one we're waiting for." Seated in the car, he observed her with a smile, curious about the thoughts swirling in her little mind. Meanwhile, the girl named Xiao Na's face flushed a deep shade of red as she awkwardly forced a smile, her body stiffening with discomfort. "No, it's fine. I'm leaving now," she said, to which Hao Zhenjin waved cheerily. "Goodbye, bye-bye," Xiao Na muttered, nearly choking on her words. Hao Yunyang, seated in the driver's seat, wore a bemused expression, while Wang Shiyu, in the passenger seat, couldn't help but suppress a smile. On the way home, Hao Zhenjin chirped excitedly like a little sparrow, bombarding Hao Yunyang with a myriad of questions that left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, witnessing her exuberance, his previously anxious heart finally found solace. It seemed that in just one afternoon, Hao Zhenjin had undergone a significant transformation. The shyness that had marked their earlier encounter had vanished, replaced by a newfound confidence and brightness, while her previous insecurities had diminished. Thus, Hao Yunyang smiled genuinely, feeling a sense of joy and pride. as his sister's evolution brought him not only comfort but also a sense of validation and accomplishment. At that moment, he recalled a phrase from a book he had encountered many years ago, the exact wording of which had long since escaped him, yet its essence remained. When a man is recognized by his family, he radiates vitality. When he is needed by them, he strides with confidence. Now, Hao Yunyang felt he had successfully taken the first step. The acknowledgement from his family filled him with immense pride and satisfaction. This was the feeling he had yearned for since embarking on his working journey. As he approached the house, exuding an aura of boundless confidence and composure, he heard his cousins, Yunhui and Yunsuo, calling out to him, "Come help us carry the things." After parking the car in the vacant area by the door, he spotted his two cousins standing at the entrance. As he rounded to the back of the vehicle and opened the trunk, he called out, "Just standing there won't get you fed tonight." Exchanging glances, the brothers shared a moment of relief. Their worries that their cousin had changed due to newfound wealth were unfounded. They descended the steps with smiles on their faces, and Yunhui patted Hao Yunyang on the shoulder, asking, "What did you buy?" His eyes shifted to the trunk, where it was filled to the brim with items, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Lowering his voice, he said, "I must say, Yunyang, you can't be this extravagant with your money, can you? It's just a family dinner, not a wedding banquet. Aren't you afraid your mother will scold you?" "Well, it's been 2 years since we all sat down together for a meal, so I thought a little extravagance was warranted." Hao Yunyang replied with a chuckle, bending down to lift 2 cases of beer. "Now, enough of this idle chatter. Let's get these things inside. Warm up what needs warming, and cook what needs cooking. If we wait any longer, it will be dark, and that doesn't align with our family's definition of dinner time." Yunhui and Yunsuo exchanged wry smiles and set to work hauling in the items. However, when they encountered Wang Shiyu, they were momentarily taken aback by her formal attire. Still, they merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, not delving into further inquiries, as the presence of an unfamiliar face in the home just before the new year felt rather peculiar. In the kitchen of the Hao household, a bustling scene unfolded. San Ant was tending to the fire, while their mother was busy reheating dishes. Their father, along with their uncles and grandparents, engaged in conversation, occasionally casting glances at Hao Yunyang, each face adorned with smiles. Amidst this familial warmth, Hao Yunyang found himself surrounded by his sister, Hao Zhanjin, and their cousin, Hao Mantai, as they busily set a table laden with utensils, a task that took nearly half an hour to complete. The table, once a humble 8 immortals table, now seated a full 13 family members. In a moment of necessity, Hao Yunyang stood to lead the gathering as their grandfather, Hao Xiaoman, the eldest among them, began to speak. With a look of approval, he focused his gaze on the smiling Hao Yunyang and remarked, "Since my grandfather's time, our family has been engaged in farming, yet you, Yunyang, and your generation have shown remarkable progress. Yunhui and Yunsuo are university students. Zhenjin excels in her studies, and Mantai is no slouch either." He reminisced about the family lineage, recounting tales from his grandfather's grandfather to his father, and then down through the generations. Despite the age of these stories, none of the assembled family members exhibited impatience. They listened with smiles, occasionally chiming in with familiar anecdotes. After the grandfather spoke, the grandmother followed suit, then the uncles, until finally, their father, Hao Dongyan, relieved the younger generation with a humorous remark, "If we keep this up, the food will need reheating soon." Though the hour for their reunion dinner had yet to arrive, this gathering felt like a celebration of togetherness, with family members of all ages present, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. After the meal, as the elders lingered at the table sharing laughter, Hao Yunyang was drawn outside by his cousins, Yunhui and Yunsuo. Fueled by a few bottles of beer, Yunhui playfully threw an arm around Hao Yunyang's shoulders, inquiring, "So, what business are you in out there? Planning on making your mark in the world?" Having consumed a few too many drinks, Hao Yunyang found himself slightly lightheaded. He settled onto a relatively flat stone at his doorstep, looking up at Yunhui, his face flushed but composed. "I work in graphic design. It's a trade that earns me my keep," he replied with a grin. "When did you learn graphic design? You just graduated high school, right?" Yunsuo asked, perplexed. Yet, with a bravado fueled by the alcohol, Hao Yunyang, cheeks reddened like a ripe apple, declared, "It cost me quite a bit, but I have a knack for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in a position like this." "Come on, tell me more," Yunsuo urged, sensing a hint of intoxication in Hao Yunyang's demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. How much money are you really making? Not much, just a few thousand here and there, he replied. Just as he began to elaborate, Wang Shiyu appeared unexpectedly, interrupting him with a calm demeanor and a glint of coldness in her eyes that sent shivers down the spines of Yunhui and Yunsua. Yunyang, who is he? They inquired, their curiosity piqued by Wang Shiyu's presence. Although they were unnerved by her icy gaze, the presence of Hao Yunyang gave them a boost of courage. Yunhui, with a mix of intrigue and caution, asked, "Why do you call him boss? Didn't you say he's just a friend? Trying to pry into my business, are we?" Hao Yunyang, feeling the effects of the alcohol, chuckled foolishly and shook his head. "That's not happening." "Yunyang, what are you really doing out there?" Yunhui and Yunsua pressed, but just then, their father's voice rang out from within the house. "Come in quickly. Join your grandfather for a drink." "All right, I'm coming," he called back. Upon hearing the voice of his father, Hao Dongnian, the already drowsy Hao Yunyang jolted awake, springing up from the cold stone with a sudden motion. He responded with an acknowledgement and attempted to lift his leg to ascend the steps, only to stumble on the right foot, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Wang Shiyu, with quick reflexes, reached out to steady him. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle of bloodshed on this family reunion night. The slumber he had indulged in could be best described as a deep and uninterrupted sleep. By the time Hao Yunyang groggily awakened, nursing a throbbing head, it was already past 3 in the afternoon the following day. Squinting, he reached for the phone that had been placed on his bedside by an unknown hand, checked the time and called out, "Shiyu, could you fetch me a cup of warm water?" In no time, a cup of lukewarm water was presented to Hao Yunyang, but the one pouring it was not Wang Shiyu, but his mother, Li Jimei. Watching her son gulp down the water as if he had never tasted it before, Li Jimei could only manage a wry smile. She settled down on the edge of his bed and remarked, "You shouldn't drink so much if you're not thirsty. Those two boys, Yunhui and Yunshou, have gone too far. They barely drank anything themselves and are just pouring it all on you. You being foolish, just chugging it down without even thinking to refuse a little." Despite the copious amount of water consumed, Hao Yunyang still felt a persistent dryness in his throat, yet it was certainly a better state than before. Hearing his mother's mildly reproachful words, he could only sheepishly scratch his head and inquire, "By the way, Mom, where did Wang Shiyu go?" "Oh, he took your sister to town," Li Jimei replied with a hint of suspicion. "Jinjun said she wanted to go to some gym to exercise and lose weight. Was that your idea?" With a slight sigh, she rose from the edge of the bed and continued, "You should get up and wash up. Yunhui and Yunshou have been waiting for you downstairs all afternoon, yet when I asked them what they wanted, they stubbornly refused to say." "All right, I'll be right down." Hao Yunyang nodded in agreement. "Is this enough?" Yunhui wondered, glancing nervously at the stack of handwritten materials before him. He exchanged a questioning look with his younger brother, Yunshou, and suggested, "Why don't you go to our experimental field and bring back some more materials? These documents should be sufficient," but Hao Yunyang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The things from the experimental field haven't yielded results yet. Bringing them over would be futile. Yunyang wouldn't understand any of it. Just as Yunhui was about to speak again, Hao Yunyang came down the stairs clad in a coat, immediately spotting his two cousins sitting on a bench at the bottom. A warm smile spread across his face as he greeted them. "You're here?" "Yes, just woke up?" Yunhui looked up and, slightly flustered, nodded in response. The events from the previous night had left him feeling uncertain, and he understood that his cousins were perhaps a bit too eager. "I slept the whole night." Hao Yunyang chuckled, approaching his cousins and pulling up a chair to sit down. The air was thick with the lingering scent of alcohol, hinting at the previous night's activities. With a cheerful demeanor, he scrutinized the two brothers and then inquired, "So, what brings you here to see me?" "Well, it's a bit of a small matter," Yunshou stammered, despite having prepared beforehand. He hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "We wanted to see what you think." "What is it? Speak up," Hao Yunyang urged with curiosity. "Here's the thing," Yunhui interjected, organizing his scattered thoughts and articulating. "You know, my brother graduated from China Agricultural University and has been out for 2 years now. I am from Huahai College, though it's a third-rate school. Perhaps you haven't heard of it. I'm not well versed in such matters." Hao Yunyang interrupted after a brief silence, chuckling, "Just tell me what you want to do. We family. There's no need for formality." "True," Yunhui conceded, feeling more at ease. After a moment of contemplation, He continued, the chili project hasn't succeeded yet, but we've overcome the most challenging hurdle. We believe success is on the horizon. The main reason we came to you today is related to our local chili production. Chili production? Hao Yunyang echoed. Yunsho nodded and exchanged a glance with Yunhui before stating, here in Yangba Township, while we may lack other resources, our chili crops are quite renowned. Unfortunately, due to the collusion of outside merchants, the prices have been suppressed. I had Yunhui check online for information in town. If we could establish a chili processing factory locally to produce chili sauce, chili powder, dried chilies, pickled chilies, and other related products, it could undoubtedly become a lucrative venture. Hao Yunyang remained silent, while Yunhui and Yunsho sat anxiously, the atmosphere thickening with tension. However, Hao Yunyang appeared unfazed by their urgency, maintaining a calm demeanor. The proposition made by his cousins brought an unexpected delight. He had already spoken in front of the village chief and the townsfolk. But wasn't he a genius or a particularly talented individual? How could he possibly devise a way to lead everyone to prosperity? If he had such a solution, wouldn't he need to venture out to work in the first place? Although he had achieved a certain level of success with his son's assistance, he remained the same ordinary Hao Yunyang, neither exceptionally clever nor foolish, merely possessing a slight advantage over the average person. The chili varieties grown in Yangba Township were quite diverse, with many species flourishing in the area. Perhaps it was a blessing from the heavens, or perhaps for other reasons, the chili produced in Yangba was indeed of superior quality. Yet for various reasons, it had never fetched a good price, ultimately driving the locals to uproot their chili plants in favor of growing potatoes and other crops. If Yunhui and Yunsho could truly spearhead this initiative, it would not only alleviate Hao Yunyang's burdens but also bring tangible benefits to the villagers, potentially revitalizing Yangba Township. Moreover, the pickled chilies and chili sauces from Yangba were renowned throughout Pugjiang County. Having grown up with these local delicacies, Hao Yunyang held considerable confidence. With proper management, there was no reason to fear financial loss, as long as they could find skilled individuals from the village to refine traditional methods. Hao Yunyang contemplated many possibilities, even considering the potential consequences of failure. Ultimately, this seemed to be the only viable path. Chili, as an agricultural product, could be transformed into a significant economic driver through deep processing. Although Hao Yunyang was not particularly passionate about this matter, he would approach it as a good deed. How much startup capital do you need? Do you have a detailed development plan? Having settled on his thoughts, Hao Yunyang looked up at his cousins and inquired with a smile, if you have it, please share. Yes, we do, Yunhui responded, and Hao Yunyang's sudden question nearly caused his cousins, who were on the brink of despair, to leap off the bench in surprise. Yunsho nodded vigorously and handed Hao Yunyang a somewhat worn notebook that had been resting nearby, saying, we've gathered information. A few miles east of Daxing Town. Yunhui, Yunsho, come help carry things. As they slowly parked the car in the vacant space by the entrance, Hao Yunyang spotted his two cousins standing at the door. He went around to the back of the vehicle, opened the trunk and called out to them, just standing there, one tea get you dinner. With a shared glance, Yunhui and Yunsho recognized the relief in each other's eyes. Their cousin remained the same as he had always been, unaffected by wealth, contrary to their earlier concerns. With smiles on their faces, they descended the steps, and Yunhui patted Hao Yunyang's shoulder, asking, what did you buy? As he shifted his gaze to the trunk filled to the brim with goods. Astonishment washed over his face, and he lowered his voice. I mean, come on, Yunyang, you can't waste like this just because you have money. We're just having a simple family dinner tonight. Why make it feel like a wedding banquet? Aren't you worried your mom will say something? Haha, it's been 2 years since we've shared a meal together. It's only right to make it a bit grand. Hao Yunyang chuckled, bending down to lift 2 crates of beer. Now, stop chatting idly. Let us get this stuff inside, heat up what needs heating, and cook what needs cooking. If we wait too long, it'll all be dark. And that doesn't align with the traditional timing for dinner in the Hao family. With a resigned smile, Yunhui and Yunsho bent down to start carrying the items. However, when they laid eyes on Wang Shiyu, they were momentarily taken aback by his formal attire. The two brothers merely exchanged polite smiles and nodded in greeting, refraining from any further inquiries. Although it felt rather peculiar to have a stranger in their home just before the new year, the atmosphere remained cordial. The kitchen of the Hao family was modest, featuring a single stove. Third aunt was tending the fire, while mother busied herself with reheating dishes. Father, along with uncle and grandfather and grandmother, sat nearby engaged in conversation. occasionally casting glances towards Hao Yunyang, each face adorned with smiles. In contrast, the focus of discussion, Hao Yunyang, was encircled by his sister Hao Zhenjin and their cousin Hao Manting. As they busily arranged cutlery, spoons, chopsticks, bowls, and cups, on a time-worn Eight Immortals table, in the absence of sufficient cups, large bowls were utilized as substitutes. After nearly half an hour of diligent preparation, a sumptuous feast brimming with flavors was finally laid out. Grandfather and grandmother took their seats at the head of the table, with uncle and father on either side, followed by the younger generations in order of seniority. Despite the nominal Eight Immortals table accommodating a total of 13 individuals, Hao Yunyang had no choice but to take the lead and rise, forming a semblance of a circle. At long last, our Hao family has produced a promising child. The first to speak was none other than grandfather Hao Xiaoman. Seated at the main place with a look of approval fixed upon the smiling Hao Yunyang, with a tone tinged with nostalgia, he remarked, "Since the time of my grandfather, our family has been engaged in agriculture for generations. It is only in your generation, Yunyang, that we see some promise. Yunhui and Yunshou are both university students, and Zhenjin excels in her studies, while Manting is no slouch either. I recall tales from my grandfather, recounting stories of our forebears, from his father to himself, and so on through the ages. Though these are merely old tales, the audience showed no sign of impatience, listening attentively and occasionally interjecting with familiar anecdotes. After grandfather spoke, grandmother followed suit, then uncle and so forth until father, Hao Dongnian, finally interjected, "I want to prolong this. If we continue, the dishes will need reheating." Although the time for the reunion dinner had not yet arrived, this gathering could certainly be considered a reunion of sorts, with family members of all ages present, radiating warmth and joy. "Yunyang, what business are you engaged in outside?" After the feast, while the elders remained at the table engaged in jovial conversation, Hao Yunyang was pulled outside by his cousins, Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunshou. With a few bottles of beer consumed, the bolder Yunhui, with an arm draped over Yunyang's shoulder, cheerfully inquired, "So, are you also looking to venture out into the world?" Yunyang, slightly dazed from the drinks, found a relatively flat stone at the entrance and sat down. He looked up at Yunhui, his complexion unflushed and breath steady, replying with a grin, "I work in graphic design. I make a living through my skills. When did you ever learn graphic design?" Yunshou asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Didn't you just graduate from high school?" Unfazed by the potential for his falsehood to be exposed, Yunyang, his face already flushed like that of a warrior, boldly defended his claim, "It cost me quite a bit, and I do have a knack for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this position now." "Yunyang, tell me more," Yunshou said, sensing Yunyang's inebriated state. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to his curiosity, asking, "How wealthy are you really?" "Not much, just a few thousand." Yunyang was about to elaborate when suddenly, Wang Shiyu appeared like a specter, abruptly interrupting him. With a calm demeanor and a glint of coldness in his gaze, he swept his eyes over Yunhui and Yunshou, causing them to involuntarily shudder with a chill of unease. "Yunyang, who is he?" The way Wang Shiyu addressed Yunyang piqued the interest of Yunhui and Yunshou. Although apprehensive of Wang Shiyu's icy demeanor, Yunyang's presence emboldened them, and Yunhui, with a curious expression, asked, "Why do you call him boss? Didn't he second-aunt say he was your friend?" "Ah, trying to pry into my affairs?" Yunyang, now fully under the influence, chuckled foolishly and shook his head. "That won't he do." "Yunyang, what are you doing outside?" Yunhui and Yunshou were poised to ask further when Father Hao Dongnian's voice echoed from within, "Come in quickly. Join your grandfather for a drink? Coming." At the sound of his father's voice, a groggy Yunyang jolted awake, springing up from the cold stone and hurriedly making his way up the steps. However, he stumbled slightly, nearly tumbling to the ground, only to be caught by Wang Shiyu in the nick of time, averting what could have been an unfortunate mishap on this festive evening. The sleep that followed was profound, as if the world had faded away, with snores filling the air. When Hao Yunyang finally roused himself, it was already past 3 in the afternoon the next day. Squinting, he reached for the phone that someone had placed at his bedside, checking the time before calling out, "Shiyu, could you bring me a cup of hot water?" In no time, a warm cup of water was placed in his hands, but it was not Wang Shiyu who brought it. Rather, it was his mother, Li Jimei. Watching him gulp the water as if he had never tasted it before, she could only shake her head in exasperation, sitting down at the edge of his bed. You shouldn't drink so much if you can't handle it. Those two rascals, Yunhui and Yunshou, have gone too far. They barely drank anything themselves and kept pouring it into you. And you? Why didn't you push back a little? Isn't it a celebration? Within a short while, he had finished the cup of hot water. Although his throat still felt dry and scratchy, it was a significant improvement. Hearing his mother's mild reproach, Yunyang could only chuckle sheepishly and scratch his head. By the way, Mom, where did Wang Shiyu go? Oh, he took your sister into town, his mother replied, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Jinjin mentioned something about going to a gym to work out and lose weight. Was that your doing? Get up and wash up, his mother sighed, standing from the bed. Yunhui and Yunshou have been waiting for you downstairs all afternoon. They want to say what they want, either Dado. I'll be right there. Yunyang nodded in agreement. Is this enough? Yunhui glanced nervously at the stack of handwritten materials laid out before him, exchanging a questioning look with his brother Yunshou. Should you go to our experimental field and grab some more samples? These materials should suffice. Yunyang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The things from the experimental field haven't succeeded yet. Bringing them over won't be of any help. Yunyang wouldn't understand these matters. Shou. Just as Yunhui was about to speak again, Yunyang emerged from upstairs, donning a jacket, and immediately spotted his two cousins sitting on the bench below. A warm smile graced his face as he approached. You here, just woke up? Yunhui looked up, a bit flustered, and nodded. The events from the previous night at the entrance left him feeling uncertain, and he realized that he and his brother had been overly eager. Had a good night's sleep, Yunyang chuckled, taking a seat on a stool beside them. The air still reeked of alcohol, giving a vivid picture of the previous evening's happenings. With a smile, he scrutinized his cousins before inquiring. Did you need something from me? Well, it's a small matter. Although they had prepared beforehand, Yunshou found himself fumbling for words when faced with Yunyang sitting opposite him. I was just thinking, what is it? Yunyang asked curiously. Speak up. Well, the thing is, Yunhui interjected, gathering his scattered thoughts and formulating his words. Yunyang, you know my brother graduated from China Agricultural University, and I've been out for 2 years now. I am from Huahai College, though it's a third-rate university. You might not have heard of it. I'm not too familiar with that. Yunyang interrupted after a moment of silence, smiling. Just tell me what you want. We all family here. No need for formalities. Right? Yunhui, feeling at ease, pondered for a moment before continuing. The project we've been working on hasn't succeeded yet, but we've overcome the most challenging hurdle. We believe success is just around the corner. The main reason we're here today is to discuss something related to our spicy products. With a nod towards Hao Yunyang and a brief exchange of glances with Hao Yunhui, he turned his attention to Hao Yunyang. Spicy branches. Although our Yangba township lacks other resources to exploit, we are indeed renowned for our cultivation of spicy peppers. Unfortunately, due to the collusion of outside traders who have long suppressed our prices, they have remained stagnant. I asked Yunhui to investigate this matter at the internet CAF in town. If we could establish a chili product factory locally, producing spicy paste, chili essence, dried spicy branches, pickled chili sauce, and various related products, it would undeniably be a lucrative venture. Hao Yunyang remained silent, while his two brothers, Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunshou, could only sit there, forcing themselves to endure the growing tension in the atmosphere. Yet, Hao Yunyang appeared oblivious to their anxiety, sitting calmly. The proposal from his cousins brought an unexpected thrill to Hao Yunyang. He had spoken before the village chief and the villagers, yet he was no genius nor a talent in any field. How could he devise a way to lead everyone to prosperity? If he possessed such a method, would he still need to wander away to work? Fortunately, with the assistance of his son, he had managed to accumulate his current wealth. Yet he remained the same ordinary Hao Yunyang, neither particularly clever nor foolish, merely someone with a slight advantage over the average person. The pepper varieties cultivated in Yangba Township are quite diverse, with many types found within the region. Perhaps it is a blessing from the heavens, or perhaps due to other reasons, the chilies grown in Yangba are of exceptionally high quality. However, for various reasons, they have consistently failed to fetch good prices, ultimately forcing the villagers to uproot the pepper plants in favor of crops like potatoes. If Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunshou could truly spearhead this initiative, not only would it alleviate the concerns plaguing Hao Yunyang, but it could also bring tangible benefits to the villagers, potentially revitalizing Yangba Township. Moreover, the pickled peppers and chili sauce from Yangba are renowned throughout the entire Pujiang County. Having grown up with these local specialties, Hao Yunyang felt considerable confidence. As long as the operation is managed properly, there is little cause for concern regarding losses, if they could enlist skilled local women to refine traditional techniques. Hao Yunyang contemplated many possibilities, even considering the potential consequences of failure. Nevertheless, after much reflection, this seemed to be the only viable path forward. Chili peppers are agricultural products, yet with further processing, they could be transformed into a driving force for the local economy. Even if Hao Yunyang wasn't particularly interested in the venture, he viewed it as a good deed. How much startup capital do you require? Do you have a detailed development plan? Hao Yunyang, having made up his mind, raised his gaze towards his brothers and inquired with a smile, "If you have it, please share it with me." "Yes, we do," Hao Yunhui replied, his voice tinged with surprise at Hao Yunyang's sudden engagement, prompting the two brothers, who had nearly sunk into despair, to nearly leap from their benches in excitement. Hao Yunsho nodded vigorously, handing over a somewhat worn notebook that had been resting nearby, stating, "We inquired and found that a chili product factory in Daxing Town is looking to transfer ownership. If we acquire their equipment and add a few items ourselves, we could commence production. As for raw materials, we plan to source them locally, ideally signing supply contracts with the villagers. The prices we offer will certainly not be comparable to those of unscrupulous traders. If the scale isn't too large, the chili output from the village alone should suffice. If necessary, we can also procure from neighboring towns." At that moment, a man, a middle-aged figure, entered through the open door. A smile on his face, in a jesting tone, he remarked, "I hope you don't mind if I drop by to share a drink. Haha, my tolerance isn't great, so it would be quite easy to get me drunk." Hao Yunyang lowered his posture and welcomed him with a smile. Li Jinping was not one to flaunt his official status, and he jovially stepped inside, just as Hao Yunhui was about to speak. Hao Yunsho gently tugged at his sleeve, casting an inquiring glance towards Hao Yunyang. Upon receiving a slight nod from Hao Yunyang, Hao Yunsho cheerfully invited Li Jinping to take a seat on a nearby bench, saying, "Village chief, didn't we discuss this matter with you last month? However, we didn't have the chance to elaborate at that time. Here is the situation. If we can commence preparations, we would greatly appreciate your guidance." Hao Yunsho spoke earnestly. "Our Yangba township lacks any standout resources to exploit. The only notable aspect is our ability to produce chili sauce, and our peppers are quite commendable. My brother and I have been contemplating the idea of a pepper factory for quite a while, conducting extensive research and investigations. Therefore, we are confident we can establish this chili factory successfully, leading our fellow villagers to prosperity." "I have faith in you," Li Jinping responded, tossing out words that seemed casual. Knowing there was little risk involved, "Just tell me how much funding you'll need to operate." Hao Yunyang had already considered this in his mind. With a light chuckle, he sat down and shifted his gaze towards Li Jinping, asking, "Village chief, this is a significant opportunity for the village. Surely, the township will provide support?" "There will certainly be support," Li Jinping replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "However, the level of support will be proportional to the scale of the project. If the scale is sufficiently large, I will discuss it with the other leaders in the township. We will spare no effort in providing assistance. We have contacted the chili factory in Daxing Town." Hao Yunhui deliberated for a moment before continuing. "The full set of equipment will cost between 270,000 to 350,000, and we need to add some supplementary equipment, bringing the production equipment costs to around 450,000. Additionally, we have to account for the rental of the factory, raw material purchases, labor wages, and so on, totaling approximately 1 million. Li Jinping was secretly astonished. Yangba Township only had one enterprise, a small feed processing factory with total assets of merely 300,000 to 400,000. In here, Hao Yunhui was proposing 1 million, an incredibly large investment for the impoverished Yangba Township. Nevertheless, Li Jinping's expression remained unperturbed, though his gaze shifted toward Hao Yunyang, eager to ascertain how much money he had earned over the past 2 years. 1 million was no trifling sum. Could this young man, barely in his 20s, really afford it? It seemed rather challenging. Yet, just as Li Jinping pondered this, Hao Yunyang smiled, an easy, natural smile, and nodded gently. "Do you have an industrial and commercial bank account?" "What?" Hao Yunhui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in realization. "Yes. All right, just a moment," Hao Yunyang said cheerfully as he rose and went upstairs. Hao Yunhui and his brothers were left bewildered, wondering what Hao Yunyang was up to. In less than a minute, Hao Yunyang descended, carrying his newly purchased laptop. Thanks to the installed wireless card, he could connect to the internet anywhere. While a laptop might not raise much eyebrows, he sat down opposite the brothers and, after the computer booted up, logged into the online banking page of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Slightly awkward in his navigation, he looked up and asked, "What's your account number?" Upon glancing at Hao Yunyang's screen, Li Jinping's face instantly morphed into an expression of disbelief. "Is the account in your name?" Hao Yunyang merely smiled without elaborating. "Yes." Hao Yunhui's heart began to race, pounding rapidly. After a flurry of keystrokes, Hao Yunyang displayed an embarrassed expression, chuckling awkwardly. "The maximum transfer per transaction is 500,000, so I'll need to do it in 2 transactions." Li Jinping and the others stared in astonishment, watching as Hao Yunyang completed the 2 transfer operations. 1 million. In just a couple of minutes, Hao Yunyang shifted his attention from the computer to Hao Yunhui, saying, "I've transferred the million. It should arrive by tomorrow morning. Remember to go to the bank to withdraw it. I assume a few hundred will be deducted as a transfer fee, so you can cover that shortfall." Okay. Hao Yunhui was utterly dumbfounded, nodding vacantly. "Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take a stroll for a bit." Hao Yunyang remarked cheerfully, waving the laptop he had brought down. Sure." Hao Yunhui continued to nod in a daze. Hao Yunyang understood Li Jinping's intention and didn't decline. Nodding with a smile, he turned and left. Li Jinping quickly followed, almost as if he were the one in charge. "Not Hao Yunyang, brother. Did this really just happen?" Hao Yunsho's face was filled with disbelief, akin to a person struggling on the edge of poverty, suddenly winning the lottery. What do we do next? Having entertained countless thoughts and plans, the two found themselves somewhat unprepared in the face of such sudden funding, their minds swirling in confusion. Why? The small ditch up ahead was widened last year. Li Jinping, diligent as a tour guide, walked alongside Hao Yunyang on the ridge outside the village, gesturing towards a river ditch approximately 3 meters wide ahead. This ditch has made irrigation for the villagers' fields significantly easier. Yunyang. As Li Jinping elaborated on the changes that had occurred in the countryside over the past 2 years, the Hao brothers, Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunsho, finally caught up, panting heavily after covering a distance of about 30 to 40 meters. Wait up, what's unclear? Hao Yunyang cast a curious glance at his 2 cousins. Money. Hao Yunsho interjected. That 1 million you mentioned. Are you considering it a loan to us or as an investment? 1 million is no small sum. Clarifying this now will prevent any future misunderstandings. Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunsho exchanged peculiar looks but remained silent, patiently awaiting Hao Yunyang's response. If this was to be considered an investment, would that mean they were effectively working for Hao Yunyang? While they could hardly fault such an arrangement, a lingering doubt crept into Hao Yunhui's mind as he recalled, "Yunyang, what was it you mentioned about Zhenjin?" Hao Yunyang had spoken lightly, yet beads of sweat visibly formed on Li Jinping's forehead as he processed the implications. 50% equity in a company valued at millions was merely treated as pocket money? The Hao brothers were naturally skeptical of Hao Yunyang's arrangement. However, as the true investor, he held the upper hand, leaving them little room to voice their concerns. "Mayor, I understand your intentions," Hao Yunyang interjected, cutting off Li Jinping before he could finish his thought. Turning his gaze towards the land behind them with a light chuckle, Li Jinping fell silent, while Hao Yunyang maintained his smile, observing him quietly. Moreover, aren't Yunhui and Yunsho planning to establish their own factory in the village? I am not the type to forget my roots once I come into money. I will do my utmost to assist them in this endeavor, and I hope you can support them within the bounds of the law. Successfully setting up this spicy sauce factory would be a tremendous boon for the entire village, wouldn't it? Li Jinping smiled in relief and nodded slightly. That afternoon, they signed the agreement, and the following day, Hao Yunyang accompanied his parents to the town to purchase some New Year goods and a few temporary pieces of furniture. Subsequently, he withdrew 500,000 yuan from the bank and handed it to his father, who, under the escort of Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu, deposited the money into the county's credit cooperative. This 500,000 was reserved for constructing a new house next year. Initially, his parents believed 20,000 would suffice, but Hao Yunyang insisted on 50,000 to round it off. After finalizing these matters, Hao Yunyang finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. What does it mean to say, thankfully? It merely signifies indifference. Hao Yunyang was no fool. How could he not discern the underlying implications? Feeling increasingly frustrated, he decided to make a direct phone call, only to be met with a disconnection. Staring blankly at his phone screen, he wondered what was wrong with that girl. About an hour after the call was cut, Hao Yunyang received a text message from Zhao Chenxin. "I'm sorry. I've enrolled in a financial management winter class at a vocational school here. Classes start at 7 in the morning and end at 11:30, then resume at 12:30 and conclude at 4:30. Evening classes begin at 6 and finish by 9, with a break for lunch in the cafeteria. I truly have no free time to meet up. Anyway, I need to get going. Classes are about to start. Wishing you a happy new year in advance. Upon reading Zhao Qinxin's message, Hao Yunyang felt an inexplicable tension in his heart ease. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 12:30, coinciding with her class time. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu maintained his stoic demeanor, trailing closely behind Hao Yunyang. The gym had closed for the day, and Wang Shiyu had transitioned from being Hao Zhenjin's dedicated driver to Hao Yunyang's personal bodyguard. Is it really so strange to find someone on the ridge? Hao Yunyang mused, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Wang Shiyu shot him a sidelong glance. Why is everyone so unproductive with their monthly tickets? Those 2,000 promised will be delivered as scheduled. Starting tomorrow, I will ensure a minimum of 4 chapters daily, exceeding 12,000 words. I hope everyone can see my dedication and support me with their monthly tickets. With a chuckle, Hao Yunyang lowered his guard and greeted Li Jinping warmly. Li Jinping was not one to flaunt his official status. He jokingly remarked before stepping through the door. Just as Hao Yunhui was about to speak, Hao Yunsho gently tugged at his sleeve, casting a questioning glance at Hao Yunyang. Upon receiving a slight nod from Hao Yunyang, Hao Yunsho invited Li Jinping to take a seat on a bench, stating, "Mayor, didn't we discuss this a month ago? We didn't have time to elaborate then, but here's the situation. If we can begin preparations, we would appreciate your guidance." Hao Yunsho spoke earnestly. Our Yangba township lacks notable resources for development, but we do possess a commendable technique for producing spicy sauce. The quality of our chili peppers is also quite good, and my brother and I have been contemplating the idea of a chili processing factory for quite some time. Conducting extensive research and surveys, we are confident we can establish a thriving factory that will bring prosperity to our fellow villagers. I have faith in you, Li Jinping replied, tossing out a supportive remark. Realizing the potential risk was minimal. What amount of funding will be necessary for this venture? Hao Yunyang, having already contemplated the matter, chuckled softly as he took a seat and shifted his attention to Li Jinping. Inquiring, "Mayor, this is a significant benefit for the village and its people. Surely, the township will provide some support?" "There will definitely be support," Li Jinping replied with a smile in his eyes. "However, the extent of that support will correlate with the scale of your project. If the scale is substantial enough, I will discuss it with other leaders in the township. We will spare no effort in providing assistance." Hao Yunhui pondered for a moment before stating, "Purchasing the complete set of equipment will cost between 270,000 to 350,000. Additionally, we need to acquire supplementary equipment, which will require around 450,000 more, along with costs for factory rent, raw materials, and labor, totaling approximately 1 million. Li Jinping was taken aback. Yangba Township only had one enterprise, a small feed processing factory with total assets of merely 3 to 400,000. Hao Yunhui's request for 1 million represented a substantial investment for the impoverished township. Nevertheless, Li Jinping's expression remained composed, though his gaze drifted curiously towards Hao Yunyang, eager to uncover how much he had earned over these past 2 years. 1 million was no trivial amount. Could this young man, barely in his 20s, possibly manage such a sum? It seemed a daunting challenge. However, as Li Jinping pondered, Hao Yunyang smiled effortlessly and asked, "Do you have an ICBC account?" "What?" Hao Yunhui blinked, momentarily taken aback before nodding, "Yes." "Wait here," Hao Yunyang said with a grin as he ascended the stairs. Leaving the three of them bewildered as to what he was up to in less than a minute, he returned carrying his newly purchased laptop, capable of connecting to the internet at any time thanks to its wireless card. With the vehicle in place, a laptop didn't seem particularly surprising. He opened the laptop and sat directly across from the three, booting it up and accessing the ICBC online banking page with a slight hesitation. Hao Yunyang raised his gaze. "What is your ICBC account number?" Upon glancing at the screen, Hao Yunhui's face instantly reflected shock. "Is the account in your name?" Hao Yunyang merely chuckled, offering no explanation. "Yes." Hao Yunhui's heart raced as he began typing furiously on the keyboard, his pulse quickening. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Hao Yunyang chuckled sheepishly. "It seems I can't transfer more than 50,000 at once. So we'll need to do it in 2 transactions." Li Jinping and the others stared in disbelief, watching as Hao Yunyang completed 2 transfer transactions in mere minutes. 1 million. After just 2 minutes, Hao Yunyang shifted his focus back to Hao Yunhui, stating, "The first half of the million will be transferred now. You should see it in your account by tomorrow morning. Remember to withdraw it yourself. I estimate a few hundred will be deducted as service fees, so you'll need to cover that gap." Sure," Hao Yunhui replied, utterly dumbfounded, nodding vacantly. "Well then, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take a stroll for a bit," Hao Yunyang said with a cheerful grin, shaking the laptop he had brought along. Okay," Hao Yunhui continued to nod, still in a daze. Understanding Li Jinping's intentions, Hao Yunyang did not refuse. He nodded, smiled, and turned to leave. Li Jinping hastily caught up, making it seem as though the village chief was not him, but rather Hao Yunyang. "Brother, is this really happening?" Hao Yunsho's face was filled with disbelief, akin to a poor soul struggling at the poverty line who suddenly strikes it rich with a lottery win. Unable to comprehend the situation, "So, what shall we do next?" The two of them, having conceived countless thoughts and plans, found themselves somewhat at a loss in the face of the unexpected influx of funds. Their minds a chaotic jumble. Why? Ahead lay a small ditch that had been widened last year. Li Jinping, diligently acting like a tour guide, walked alongside Hao Yunyang on the ridge outside the village, pointing to a river ditch about 3 meters wide, saying, "This has made it much easier for the villagers to irrigate their fields." Yunyang. As Li Jinping elaborated on the changes in the village over the past 2 years, the Hao brothers, Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunxiu, finally caught up, panting and calling out from a distance of about 30 to 40 meters, "Wait up!" What was unclear? Hao Yunyang cast a curious glance at his two cousins. "The money," Hao Yunxiu added, "is that 100,000 considered a loan to us, or is it an investment? 100,000 is no small amount. Clarifying this now would prevent future disputes." Hao Yunhui and Hao Yunxiu exchanged a peculiar look but remained silent, waiting for Hao Yunyang to continue. If this were an investment, wouldn't they essentially be working for him? There was nothing inherently wrong with Hao Yunyang's arrangement, and the two brothers were somewhat agreeable to it. However, upon further reflection, Hao Qihui hesitated. "Yunyang, what did you say about Zhenjin earlier?" Hao Yunyang had spoken so casually that Li Jinping, standing nearby, was visibly troubled, his forehead marked by 3 distinct lines of worry. 50% of the shares in a $1 million enterprise were merely pocket money. The Hao brothers naturally had their doubts about Hao Yunyang's arrangement, but since he was the true investor, they felt they could not voice their concerns. "Village chief, I understand your intentions." Hao Yunyang interrupted Li Jinping before he could finish, turning his gaze toward the expanse of land behind him, smiling lightly. Li Jinping fell silent, while Hao Yunyang maintained his smile, quietly observing him. "Moreover, don't Yunhui and Yunxiu plan to establish a factory in the village as well? I am not someone who forgets my roots after gaining wealth. I will do my utmost to assist them in this endeavor. And I hope you can also extend your support within the bounds of the law to help them establish this factory, as it would greatly benefit the entire village, wouldn't it?" Li Jinping chuckled, nodding lightly in agreement. That afternoon, they signed the agreement, and the following day, he accompanied his parents to the town to purchase some New Year goods and a few pieces of temporary furniture. He then withdrew 500,000 yuan from the bank and handed it to his father, who subsequently deposited the money into the county credit cooperative under the escort of Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu. This 500,000 was reserved for building a new house for the family next year. Initially, his parents believed 20,000 would suffice, but Hao Yunyang insisted on 50,000 to round it off. After finalizing these matters, Hao Yunyang finally felt a sense of relief. What does thankfully mean? It means being perfunctory. Hao Yunyang was no fool. How could he fail to grasp the underlying sentiments? Frustrated, he directly made a phone call, only to be hung up on. Staring blankly at his phone screen, he wondered what was wrong with that girl. About an hour after the call was abruptly ended, Hao Yunyang received a text message from Zhao Chenxin. "I'm sorry, I've signed up for a winter vacation finance class at a vocational school here. Classes start at 7 in the morning and end at 11:30, then resume at 12:30 and finish at 4:30. With evening classes starting at 6 and ending at 9, I really don't have any free time. Well, I won't say much more. Class is about to start. Wishing you a happy new year in advance." Upon reading Zhao Chenxin's message, Hao Yunyang felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart suddenly loosen. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was precisely 12:30, the time Zhao Chenxin's class began. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu maintained a solemn expression, closely trailing behind Hao Yunyang by about a meter. The gym had closed for the past few days, and Wang Shiyu had transitioned from being Zhao Zhanjin's dedicated chauffeur to Hao Yunyang's personal bodyguard. Is it really that strange to have someone in the field? Hao Yunyang mused, smiling wryly. Wang Shiyu shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent yet resolutely steadfast, standing there quietly, firmly gripping his position. Two large piles of straw stood over 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide, while a smaller one was only about 1.5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Is someone hiding back there? Hao Yunyang dared not let Wang Shiyu confront the situation alone. Heaven knows if some villager was hiding behind the straw stacks, idly passing the time playing cards. While the likelihood of this was minuscule, it was still a possibility, if that were truly the case. Wang Shiyu would undoubtedly deliver a sound beating, and in the end, it would be Hao Yunyang who would bear the brunt of it. Accompanying Wang Shiyu would at least allow him to ascertain who it was. Moreover, who was to say that one couldn't hide behind the straw stacks? As long as the other party did not strike first, any encounter on their side would be deemed a fault. Wang Shiyu fixed an intense gaze on Hao Yunyang for several seconds, neither nodding nor shaking his head, before turning towards the straw stacks. Hao Yunyang, grinning, followed behind him with a paint bucket in hand. He possessed no combat skills, and should someone truly come to rob them, he would be utterly defenseless. When it was not the time to expose oneself, one should resolutely remain hidden. As they gradually approached the straw stacks, the rustling sounds emanating from behind grew increasingly distinct, causing Hao Yunyang's heart to race. In this desolate wilderness, could there truly be someone foolish enough to engage in shady dealings today? Come out! Wang Shiyu halted 2 meters away from the 2 straw piles, slightly spreading his legs. Though his upper body remained mostly still, Hao Yunyang vaguely noticed Wang Shiyu's body tremble slightly, even causing the dust on his clothes to rise. Wang Shiyu's voice was soft yet piercing. I will count to 3. If you do not come out by then, he pulled out a lighter from his pocket, saying, to Hao Yunyang's near disbelief, I will set fire to it. Moments later, 9 young individuals, aged between 18 and 25, lined up in front of Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu, wielding iron pipes, all identical in appearance. How? Today I want to see where you can run. A familiar yet foreign voice pierced through to Hao Yunyang's ears. Turning to look, it was none other than his childhood nemesis, Lu Daqian. However, Lu Daqian now appeared somewhat disheveled, with a patch on his cheek, the result of a recent altercation, speaking with a slurred tongue. Yet, despite his disheveled state, he wore a smug grin, and the injury at the corner of his mouth only seemed to amplify his delight as he brandished the iron pipe. Lu Daqian sneered, If you know what is good for you, apologize 10 times in front of my brothers and then get down on your knees and bark like a dog. Otherwise, how does a dog bark? Hao Yunyang interjected, Woof, woof, woof. Lu Daqian instinctively shouted 3 times, but then realized something was amiss, and his expression darkened. You're asking for it, brothers, beat him up. It's all yours. Hao Yunyang sighed softly, patting Wang Shiyu's shoulder before naturally stepping back several paces. The unscrupulous fellow even lit a cigarette, casually fiddling with his phone, appearing entirely nonchalant. Lu Daqian, who charged in first, was swiftly taken down by a kick from Wang Shiyu. Just as Hao Yunyang expected the remaining 8 to rush in for a brawl, a surprising scene unfolded. The other 8 young men turned tail and fled. One even bent down to pick up Lu Daqian's fallen iron pipe before darting off into the distance, disappearing from Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu's view in the blink of an eye. Hao Yunyang, standing by with a paint bucket and his phone in hand, looked utterly bewildered. Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu exchanged glances, struggling to process the situation. However, Lu Daqian, who had been kicked down, laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with joy. Theo Hao Yunyang. This seemed like a foolish grin, and he scratched his head in confusion, hesitating to ask, Shiyu, you didn't accidentally knock him silly last time, did you? No way, how could that happen? Wang Shiyu replied, though internally, he couldn't help but wonder if he had indeed become lax in his training, losing control not just of his killing intent, but also of his strength. Son, where are you? As Hao Yunyang and Wang Shiyu were lost in their own thoughts, a peculiar commotion broke the stillness. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed along the narrow path between the fields. A man's desperate cries pierced the air, resonating as if he had just received devastating news about his son. Anyone unaware of the situation might assume the worst. The ruckus jolted Hao Yunyang from his reverie. He turned towards the source of the noise and saw a middle-aged man, in his 40s, sprinting frantically down the path, trailed by 7 or 8 others, men and women of various ages. Upon witnessing this scene, Hao Yunyang began to grasp why Lu Daqian had been so cheerful. Faced with Wang Shiyu's questioning gaze, he felt an urge to confront Lu Daqian once more, yet reason subdued his impulse. Leaning closer to Wang Shiyu, he murmured, "It seems we've been outsmarted by him." "Son, are you all right?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, lifting his pant legs as he dashed forward, swiftly collapsing onto Lu Daqian, crying out, "Don't scare your father. You're our only son. You mustn't be harmed, Daqian. What has happened?" A middle-aged woman soon arrived, her face etched with anxiety as she paused beside Lu Daqian, her hands frantically searching for signs of injury. The cacophony of her frantic calls came to a sudden halt as she shouted, "Child's mother, Guifei." Amidst the chaos, bystanders rushed to support the fainting Wang Guifei, their expressions riddled with concern. "What's wrong? Don't frighten us," they urged. "It's all this little rascal's doing." Lu Daqian's mother, Wang Guifei, was steadied by others, while Lu Daqian's father, Lu Jingji, glared at Hao Yunyang with fierce intensity. "Listen here. You scoundrel. If anything happens to my Daqian or Guifei, you'll pay dearly for it." Hao Yunyang remained composed, observing the unfolding drama with a hint of amusement. Suddenly, a smirk crept onto his lips. "So, how much do you desire?" Silence enveloped the scene. The once tumultuous atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Lu Daqian's father gaped in astonishment, while his mother's eyes widened in disbelief. The relatives, including uncles and aunts, all fixed their gazes upon Hao Yunyang as if awaiting a revelation. "Indeed, we cannot deny that we were the ones who struck him. Now, tell me, how much do you wish for?" Hao Yunyang shrugged nonchalantly. "Is wealth truly that impressive?" After a moment of stunned silence, the Lu family erupted into a chorus of furious accusations, their shouts echoing across the fields, yet none dared to step closer to seize Hao Yunyang. They understood the futility of such an action. After all, the saying goes, a fleeing monk cannot escape the temple. "You little brat, you'll pay dearly." After a round of vehement insults, Lu Jingji finally approached Hao Yunyang. Hao Yunyang, however, sidestepped Wang Shiyu's attempts to intervene, allowing Lu Jingji to grasp his wrist. "Now, you want money, right?" Hao Yunyang interjected suddenly. Lu Jingji's eyes blazed with fury. "What's so special about having money? Does it grant you immunity from the law?" At that moment, Lu Daqian's aunt began to berate him. "You are just a foul lump of waste, pretending to be gold. On the eve of New Year's, you come out to harm others, leaving my Daqian in this state." Gradually, the crowd, filled with commotion and cursing, advanced towards the village, where villagers washing furniture paused to observe the spectacle with curiosity. "What's happening? Let us go see the village head," Lu Jingji shouted, dragging Hao Yunyang along. Meanwhile, Lu Daqian, who had been knocked down by Wang Shiyu, appeared incapacitated, being supported by his uncle and elder brother as if he were on the verge of collapse. The villagers erupted into a hubbub, for they were all aware of the long-standing feud between the Lu and Hao families. The Haos had recently risen to prominence in the village, with news of their plans to invest heavily in a factory circulating like wildfire. Everyone knew that the Hao brothers were set to invest a significant sum, bringing prosperity to their family while the Lius remained stagnant, continuing their agricultural toil without any progress in the midst of this upheaval. Whispers began to spread, and a few acquaintances of the Hao family hurried off to report the incident. "Village head, you must uphold justice." As the commotion reached a crescendo, the village head emerged from his home, witnessing the chaos that had unfolded. Upon seeing Lu Jingji clutching Hao Yunyang's wrist, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was well aware of the delicate balance between the two families and had recently been urged to keep a watchful eye on their interactions. "Release him at once," the village head commanded, his voice steady. "Now, let us discuss what transpired here." "Village head, it's like this." Lu Jingji complied, releasing Hao Yunyang's wrist while directing his ire towards him. "Who dares harm my son?" Before Lu Jingji could elaborate, the entire Hao family arrived, led by Li Jimei, who bellowed, her voice resonating through the gathering. The presence of the Haos intensified the tension, as fierce glares were exchanged. "Suggesting that conflict was imminent. Is it true that you struck him?" the village head inquired, fixing his gaze on Hao Yunyang. Hao Yunyang nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we did strike him. Did you all hear that?" The villagers murmured in disbelief. Lu Daqian's mother began to wail. "This brat strikes people and then acts so arrogant. Did you not hear him say that if he struck someone, He'd just pay a little? He thinks he can do as he pleases because he has money. Now that you've admitted it, how do you propose to handle the situation? Hao Yunyang took a step forward, a sly smile playing on his lips. Those who strike others must face the consequences, Lu Jingji declared emphatically, inciting an uproar among the villagers. Isn't this too much for our community? Yet Lu Jingji quickly shifted his tone, sighing with regret. But after all, we are fellow villagers. I don't wish to be too harsh on this young boy's still about money. Isn't it? Hao Yunyang chuckled, producing a wallet from his back pocket and counting out 1,000 yuan. Asking, is this sufficient? The atmosphere fell silent. Lu Jingji's complexion turned a deep shade of red, as if he were about to choke on his own words. I will kill you, you little brat. Lu Jingji's furious outburst pierced the air, but Hao Yunyang's casual demeanor only served to deepen the resentment among the Lu family. Lu Daqian's mother, nearly beside herself with rage, screamed, You'll pay for this. I'll take you to court. I'll call the police. Just wait until I see how you end up. Hao Yunyang maintained his calm, crossing his arms with a serious expression. You must remember that life is finite. Don't push your luck. The elder of the Lu family roared in anger. Hao Yunyang's robust words inevitably stirred whispers among the Lu family, who harbored a guilty conscience. However, this exchange took place in the fields, with no outsiders present at the time. The Hao family, lacking any evidence, could only acknowledge the fact that their own family member had been assaulted. In light of this comparison, it seemed as though victory was assured. How could they possibly be intimidated? Immediately, Lu Daqian's mother exclaimed, Don't think that just because you have a few coins in your pocket, you can act like a lord. Even after assaulting someone, you remain so arrogant. There isn't a decent person in the Hao family. What do you mean by we understand? Are you trying to dump a bucket of filth on our heads? Go ahead and say it. How exactly do we understand this? You, shut your mouth. With a cold glance, Hao Yunyang silenced Lu Daqian's mother. It was not merely his words that had an effect, but the chilling, emotionless gaze of Wang Shiyu that frightened her into submission. At this juncture, Hao Yunyang raised a hand and pointed at the Lu family members. However, I have already exercised restraint time and again. Yet they continue to press forward without a hint of awareness. In that case, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, fiddled with it for a moment, and then handed it to the village elder. The villagers observed as Yunyang exchanged words with the elder. Following this, the elder bellowed, Lu Jingji, you little scoundrel, get in here. His fury was palpable, and his face turned ashen, causing the already anxious Lu Jingji to collapse onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Jingji followed the elder inside, and the door was promptly shut. However, it remained unclear whether this was intentional or accidental, as the windows were left open, allowing those outside to hear everything clearly. Smack! The elder slammed the table. You orchestrated this, didn't you? Your family brought so many people armed with iron pipes to confront them, and you dare to claim they attacked your family member for no reason? This is extortion. This is slander. You little scoundrel, do you have any idea how many years you could face for such crimes? Hurry up and go out there to apologize. After a series of scoldings, Lu Jingji emerged from the room, his face a mask of despair. Yunyang, what did you show the elder? The Lu family departed, thoroughly humiliated. Fortunately, the Du family displayed a degree of magnanimity and chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing it to fade away. However, the villagers present understood well that the Lu family had perpetrated this scheme. It was likely that from this day forward, the Lu family would find it difficult to hold their heads high in the village. Once the news spread, they could forget about maintaining their pride in the community. On the way home, Hao Yunhui curiously inquired, but Hao Yunyang merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. All right, let it go for now. It's New Year's Eve. Harmony is the way to go. That evening, they enjoyed a truly festive reunion dinner, with over 10 family members gathered together in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, they gathered around their newly purchased 32-inch LCD television to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Following this, they set off firecrackers and launched fireworks, completing a series of celebratory activities. As the clock struck midnight, signaling the arrival of the new year, the phone in Hao Yunyang's pocket erupted with notifications, receiving over 10 messages in just a few minutes. One was from his sister, Hao Zhanjin, while the rest were from Lu Ming, Mu Huitong, and a few others who were close to him. A text from Zhao Chenxin also arrived, but it was clearly part of a group message and lacked any particular charm. After closing the door and preparing for bed, his phone buzzed once more. Upon opening the message, he could not help but chuckle. It was from Zhao Qinshin, consisting of just 6 words. Yunyang, Happy New Year. Boom. Fireworks erupted from every corner of Lushur, illuminating the night sky with dazzling brilliance. The entire sky was awash with the sudden bursts of fireworks, creating a spectacle reminiscent of daylight, while the streets of Lushur echoed with the sounds of explosions. Relentless and vibrant. Another year had passed. Standing at the door of the dormitory with a cane, beside him crouched a black cat. The old caretaker's face bore a hint of sorrow as he gazed at the sky. Sighing softly, indeed, another year had come and gone. Just as the old caretaker turned to re-enter the building, a firework exploded in the sky, casting bright sparks that illuminated the ground behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged man in a suit had quietly appeared, standing silently behind the caretaker, softly remarking, "It's been a full 10 years, hasn't it?" Yesterday, at the entrance of the market, the middle-aged man had shown a hint of a smile. Since the year 2000, Ive always kept an eye out for men missing a leg. Brother, hurry up. Time flew by, and it was already the morning of the 4th day of the new year. Hao Yunyang, dressed in a newly purchased tracksuit, stood at the foot of the building with a white backpack, urging, "If we leave late, there will be no fun left." I'm coming. Hao Yunyang hurriedly threw on his clothes and made his way down. Having visited relatives to offer New Year greetings the previous day, he was utterly exhausted. Yet, he had promised his sister that he would take her to the amusement park today. It was barely past 7 in the morning. With the sun just beginning to rise, yet Zhenzhen, unable to contain her excitement, unleashed her inherited lion's roar from their mother, Li Jimei, rousing Yunyang from his slumber. "I know, Mom." Hao Yunyang replied with a smile, casually asking, "Where's Dad?" "Your dad left early this morning. He went to finalize the paperwork and will contact the construction team from the neighboring village. Construction will begin after the 15th day of the new year." "Ha, Dad is quite eager." Hao Yunyang chuckled, patting his sister's head. "Let's go." On the 4th day of the new year, they drove over 100 kilometers to the Chengdu amusement park. Accompanying them were Wang Shiyu, who stayed close by, and Hao Yunyang's cousin, Du Manting. After a day filled with fun, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After leaving the gym, they helped Zhenzhen select over 10 outfits, or rather, it was the salesgirl who chose them, followed by a swift trip to the shoe store. Loaded with bags, they then headed straight to the bank, where they opened a bank card for Zhenzhen and deposited 10,000 yuan into it. Yunyang's actions raised Zhenzhen's suspicions. Sitting in the car, she leaned over the gap between the driver and passenger seats, asking, "Brother, what are you doing? Why are we doing so much today?" Her expression was one of doubt. "What are you up to?" "Oh." Hao Zhenzhen sulked, her voice barely audible as she lowered her head in silence. Hao Yunyang sighed softly but felt helpless on the 7th day of the new year. At 6:30 in the morning, at the entrance of the old Hao family's second household in Guangquan village, "It's you. Out there working hard without any relatives, but you must take care of yourself. Mom only has you as a son, The most important thing is..." "What?" "Mom, that I have to go to be careful on the road, I know." Hao Yunyang, feeling a headache coming on, jumped into the car and sped away, disappearing from the sight of his parents and family. Watching the car vanish, his father, Hao Dongnian, his mother, Li Jimei, and sister, Hao Zhenzhen, each felt a lump in their throats, their eyes glistening. The father sighed deeply, patting the shoulders of the mother and daughter before silently retreating indoors. However, this stability was mentally exhausting. Just 4 hours later, Hao Yunyang, yawning, pulled into a service station. After a hasty lunch, he glanced at the expressionless Wang Shiyu, who seemed to be struggling with something internally. Finally, with a long sigh, Hao Yunyang handed the car keys to Wang Shiyu, advising, "I'm going to take a nap, but you mustn't drive like you did when you came. Otherwise, I'd rather take a nap and let someone else drive." Wang Shiyu neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply accepted the keys and got into the car. Exhausted, Hao Yunyang soon fell into a deep sleep. 1 hour passed, then another, and then a third. "Achoo!" A sneeze broke the silence. "Where are we?" Hao Yunyang groggily opened his eyes. "We'll enter Wenzhou in 2 hours," Wang Shiyu replied indifferently. Hao Yunyang's face turned ashen. "Didn't I tell you not to? I once drove for a day and a night, covering 6,372 kilometers." Hao Yunyang fell silent, crossing his arms over his chest and turning his head away. 2 hours later, They exited the highway and entered Wenzhou. I'll take over the rest of the journey. He pulled over to the side of the road, patted Wang Shiyu on the shoulder, then got out and headed for the driver's seat. Wang Shiyu silently unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car. Hao Yunyang did not drive to his residence. Instead, he headed straight to the parking lot of the office building where the company was located. He and Wang Shiyu disembarked from their vehicles in succession, stretching luxuriously in the parking area before making their way towards the office building. "Hello, Mr. Hao," greeted the security guard at the entrance as soon as Yunyang stepped into the lobby. He smiled, nodded in acknowledgement, and without further ado, proceeded towards the elevator. Wang Shiyu followed closely behind, entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 7th floor. Moments later, the elevator doors opened slowly, and Yunyang instinctively glanced to the left, where the offices of Zhouxiao Design lay, only to be surprised to find the company's door ajar even at this late hour. "Eh?" he uttered softly, stepping out of the elevator. Upon entering the office, he immediately spotted Lu Ming seated at a computer, engrossed in a video game, while Kong Lingqiu stared blankly at an indecipherable document. Clearing his throat, Yunyang coughed lightly, causing Lu Ming's previously joyous expression to falter instantly. Lu Ming fell silent. In truth, since Yunyang had left, he had brought Kong Lingqiu to the office for a rather simple reason. Their home computer was inadequate, and the internet connection was poor. Playing games at the office was much more enjoyable. Not only was the computer well equipped, but the internet speed was also impressive. More importantly, sitting in the spacious office with his own speakers blasting the exhilarating sounds of combat was thrilling. However, the electricity bill was a concern Lu Ming could not afford. With the company's watchful eye, he felt assured nothing would go amiss. Seizing the opportunity to boast a little, Lu Ming chuckled. "I even hired a temporary worker to clean once a week out of my own pocket. The place was tidied up this afternoon. You won't find a speck of dust, I assure you." "What is this?" Yunyang interjected before Lu Ming could finish, casually swiping a finger between two desks and raising it, with his index finger pointing at Lu Ming, smiling as he inquired, this?" Lu Ming stammered, glancing at the minuscule dust on Yunyang's fingertip, and sheepishly chuckled. "I'll definitely reprimand her next time and deduct her pay." All right, don't play the good guy here." Yunyang couldn't help but mockingly scold him. Pulling up a chair to sit down, he tilted his chin towards Kong Lingqiu and asked Lu Ming, "What is going on? What are you working on?" "Oh." Yunyang nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "What about your home computer?" On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly. "There was a murder at our place." "What?" Yunyang's eyes widened in shock, and Wang Shiyu, who had been silent behind him, suddenly turned his intense gaze upon Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to feel the weight of that scrutiny. As Lu Ming continued, Wang Shiyu's expression grew icy. "The dormitory across from us belongs to that damned hotel. I heard from the person who took over my little shop that the victim was the dormitory manager who was missing a leg." Bang! Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, Wang Shiyu's fist slammed onto the nearby desk, producing a deafening sound that startled even Kong Lingqiu, who nearly toppled from his chair. "Shiyu, where are you going?" Yunyang exclaimed, surprised by the sudden outburst, but Wang Shiyu turned without a word and strode towards the entrance. Yunyang, still somewhat dazed, turned to see Wang Shiyu already at the door. This was the first time Yunyang learned the name of the dormitory manager who had been intertwined with his life in various ways. However, Wang Shiyu did not afford him the luxury of contemplation as he hurriedly left. "The manager is dead," Yunyang muttered, his expression growing vacant. "Shiyu, he was the manager's apprentice. What the hell is going on?" After a prolonged moment of murmuring, Yunyang suddenly broke into a bitter smile. What kind of connection did he have with the dormitory manager? At most, he had merely performed a good deed by washing the clothes of the elderly, limping Liang Chaobang. Beyond that, what other ties could exist? Liang Chaobang's death troubled Yunyang, but it did not plunge him into a chaotic entanglement with this obscure murder case. Just moments ago, when Wang Shiyu had confirmed Liang Chaobang was his master, a cold sweat broke out on Yunyang's brow, a sense of humiliation, as if he had been cruelly played for a fool, surged from within. This master-apprentice duo had skillfully concealed their true relationship right before his eyes. If it had not been for Liang Chaobang's sudden misfortune, Yunyang would have remained blissfully ignorant, the naive pawn caught between them, completely unaware of being sold while counting coins for them. Wang Shiyu's skills and his habitual cold demeanor alone were enough for Yunyang to ascertain that Wang Shiyu was no ordinary individual, yet he had never anticipated that the seemingly similar character of the dormitory manager, Liang Chaobang, was indeed Wang Shiyu's mentor. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more anxious and suffocated he felt. Yunyang felt no joy in the revelation of the truth. Instead, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. If Wang Shiyu was not an ordinary person, then could his master, Liang Chaobang, also be considered ordinary? Two extraordinary individuals disguised in seemingly mundane appearances. What were their intentions? More importantly, Liang Chaobang had died on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Who was responsible for his death? Yunyang did not know, and therein lay his fear. Liang Chaobang was dead, and Wang Shiyu was his disciple. Would the one who killed Liang Chaobang spare Wang Shiyu? Would the murderer disregard Yunyang, the nominal boss of Wang Shiyu, allowing him to continue living in blissful ignorance? Yunyang felt the likelihood of that happening was slim. Son? Yes, I still have a son. Amidst the chaos in his mind, a glimmer of realization struck Yunyang, akin to a drowning person clutching desperately at a lifeline. He leapt up from his chair, muttering frantically, and dashed out of the office, leaving Lu Ming and Kong Lingqiu exchanging bewildered glances. After a long moment, Lu Ming finally spoke. Both of them have gone mad. We need to remain calm. We must stay composed. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Ming closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. After sitting in silence for over 10 minutes, Yunyang finally inhaled deeply and drove towards his residence. Perhaps because of the potential lead in this unsolved case, or perhaps because the deceased, Liang Chaobang, had no relatives yet a self-proclaimed disciple had suddenly emerged. Yunyang felt a sense of urgency. Under the arrangement of the police chief, Wang Shiyu soon found himself at the funeral home, gazing down at the lifeless body of Liang Chaobang, covered by a white cloth. For the first time in 10 years, tears silently streamed down Wang Shiyu's cheeks, falling to the ground. Please, let me take a look, he implored, and with the police's permission, he lifted the white cloth to inspect Liang Chaobang's body. His expression darkened ominously, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His voice was low and guttural, akin to an injured beast. Little brother, what did you say about legs and joy? The police officer standing nearby wore a look of delight, inquiring. However, Wang Shiyu merely stood up silently, casting a cold glance at the officer before turning to leave. Hey, Dad. The phone call connected seamlessly within seconds, and Yunyang's father, Guo Jianhua, greeted him cheerfully. How are Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt doing? The system and compressed files have been successfully transmitted. Dad, I need you to help me with something. Before Guo Jianhua could finish his sentence, Yunyang urgently interrupted. You must assist me in investigating. Go ahead, Guo Jianhua replied, somewhat perplexed, but he sensed the urgency and impatience in Yunyang's tone, and his voice grew more serious. Yes, like this. Yunyang took a few deep breaths, organizing the events surrounding him from beginning to end. He began. I washed clothes for a dormitory manager who was missing a leg, then I hired a highly skilled bodyguard. He summarized the events concisely, adding, please try to find out if there was a case like this in Lusher Town back in 2010, and what the outcome was. Upon opening the folder where he stored his belongings, Xiao discovered a compressed file alongside an icon of a piece of software quietly resting there. He retrieved a USB drive from his desk drawer, inserted it into his computer, and transferred the compressed file onto it. After meticulously checking the folders on his computer to ensure nothing was amiss, Hao Yunyang double-clicked the software icon. A dialog box appeared on the screen. Do you confirm the installation of the Jiuxiao Lingjiakuo system? Confirm, cancel. Hao Yunyang recalled that Hao Jianhua had mentioned how this system had been modified at his expense, thus the system's name had been changed to Jiuxiao. He felt no particular reaction to the name and swiftly clicked confirm. Then, another selection interface emerged. Please select the system default language. Please choose the system intelligence level. Please select the firewall strength level. Please choose the installation of system software. Please select additional options. Hao Yunyang counted carefully, discovering a total of 18 options, many of which allowed for multiple selections. Lacking an understanding of the so-called levels and strengths, he instinctively selected the highest options across the board, adopting a mindset of better safe than sorry for the installation of system software. After completing his selections, he clicked confirm once more. A new dialog box appeared. Please choose whether to format the hard drive, with the system automatically allocating disk space. Yes, no. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yunyang clicked yes. The computer screen then descended into darkness as the Zhouxiao Lingjia system commenced its installation process. It was only at this moment that Hao Yunyang suddenly realized, smacking his forehead, the studio website. However, at this juncture, to reconsider was utterly impossible. Resigned, he closed his eyes, lamenting, ignorance is indeed terrifying. As the installation proceeded, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but marvel at the countdown displayed on the computer screen. 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. Silently he pondered, the future truly cannot be judged by the standards of the present. Quickly, speak. At Hao Jinhua's urging, Hao Yunyang nearly leapt from his chair, pressing, tell me everything you've discovered. Please, do not rush. Hao Jinhua replied, listen to me. In the year 2010, this case was classified as a typical example of a crime and made public. Prior to this, numerous media outlets had reported on it. But their coverage lacked detail and failed to reveal any significant insights. Zhao Jinhua seemed to be flipping through pages, falling silent for a considerable time before finally stating, however, after the case was cracked in 2018 and officially recognized in 2019 as a typical example, the media and online platforms began to delve into the background and complexities of the case. Just get to the point. Hao Yunyang was growing impatient with what he deemed irrelevant details. Listen closely, Zhao Jinhua sighed. This case is exceedingly intricate, involving countless prominent figures in society. Had it not been for the severe repercussions of the final incident, the investigation might have concluded without further pursuit. At this point, Zhao Jinhua took a deep breath before revealing the information that piqued Hao Yunyang's curiosity. To understand this case, we must start with the dormitory manager, Liang Chaobang, and a family heirloom he inadvertently leaked. Liang Chaobang was a native of Hebei and a martial arts master who had practiced since childhood. He had a reputable martial arts school in his hometown, known for training hundreds of disciples. Although only 4 had truly entered his inner circle, his eldest disciple Li Beihui, second disciple Yi Huan, third disciple Xiao Mingwei, and fourth disciple Wang Shiyu. The school maintained a harmonious atmosphere. However, Liang Chaobang had left behind a calamity, an elusive organism known in folklore as Tai Sui, which supposedly could grant extraordinary longevity. It was said that consuming 1,000-year-old Tai Sui could not only enhance one's physical condition, but also prolong life by several decades. Is that even credible? Hao Yunyang couldn't help but express skepticism, yet to his surprise, Hao Jinhua continued, after being confiscated, the Tai Sui was sent to a scientific research institute for analysis. The results revealed that while its legendary benefits were exaggerated, it indeed possessed considerable restorative properties, and a mere 5 grams could improve one's health, making longevity not entirely unfounded. Ultimately, the Tai Sui that fell into the hands of the state weighed over 10 kilograms. Goodness, that must be more precious than gold. Hao Yunyang exclaimed in disbelief. The value of a comparable weight of Tai Sui far exceeds that of gold, Zhao Jinhua clarified. After analysis, this Tai Sui was divided, with 1 kilogram sold at auction for a staggering 13 million yuan. The auction sent shockwaves across the country, sparking a fervent search for Tai Sui among the populace. However, genuine 1,000-year Tai Sui is exceedingly rare, and the frenzy eventually subsided after several years. 10-year Tai Sui is indeed a remarkable treasure. With Zhao Jinhua's confirmation, Hao Yunyang felt reassured and urged, please continue. How did it all unfold? In the autumn of 2011, Liang Chaobang's possession of 1,000-year Tai Sui became known to a few of his disciples. Zhao Jinhua's tone shifted to a more somber note. However, by 2012, these 4 disciples were still relatively docile and did not take any drastic actions. They quietly continued their lives until the year 2013 when unexpected events transpired. The eldest disciple, Li Beihui, the second disciple, Yi Huan, and the third disciple, Xiao Mingwei, suspected to be involved with a criminal organization, sought out Liang Chaobang, likely intending to coerce him into surrendering the Tai Sui. Nevertheless, Liang Chaobang, with his stubborn disposition, refused to yield despite being outnumbered. Tragically, during the ensuing conflict, his family was brutally slain. Liang Chaobang managed to escape, albeit with a gunshot wound to his leg, ultimately finding refuge in the river. Meanwhile, his young disciple, Wang Shiyu, only 11 at the time, learned of the chaos and rushed to Liang Chaobang's residence. Unbeknownst to him, the assailants, having failed to locate the Tai Sui, turned their attention to Wang Shiyu, believing that Liang had entrusted the treasure to him. Once again, tragedy struck, as Wang Shiyu's entire family fell victim to the merciless thugs. Yet, The thousand-year Tai Sui remained elusive, and in the end, the young Wang Shiyu was shot dead by the criminals, leaving the case shrouded in mystery and public outrage. The reasons behind the case's obscurity remain unverified. Zhao Jinhua collected his thoughts before continuing. Later, Liang Chaobang underwent an amputation, adopting a new identity as he sought the mastermind behind these heinous acts. At that time, only Yi Huan publicly surfaced, conjecturing that the perpetrator was a powerful and ruthless figure. In desperation, Liang entrusted Wang Shiyu to a mercenary based in Africa. From that point onward, Wang Shiyu resided in Africa until 2009 when he returned to China to reunite with Liang Chaobang. And together they plotted their revenge. And then, Hao Yunyang pressed, eager to know how events would unfold. After the death of his master, Wang Shiyu sought out his second senior brother, Yi Huan, and killed him on the spot. However, the police arrived too late to apprehend Wang Shiyu, who was subsequently taken away by a wealthy patron promising to assist him in avenging his master, in exchange for the still unrevealed 10-year Tai Sui. It remains unclear whether Wang Shiyu was naive or simply foolish, but he indeed believed the patron's words and willingly surrendered the 1000-year Tai Sui. The wealthy individual also promised to reveal the whereabouts of the prime suspect. Liang Chaobang's second disciple, Wang Ming, Wang Shiyu, acting alone, confronted Wang Ming, who was indeed the murderer and the mastermind behind the plot. Hao Yunyang interjected, "If that is the case, then this case should come to a swift conclusion." Zhao Jinhua chuckled wryly, continuing, "The problem is, Wang Ming was not the mastermind at all." Yet, Wang Shiyu, in his ignorance, confronted him, resulting in a violent altercation that led to Wang Shiyu's capture by the police. "Goodness!" Hao Yunyang exclaimed, stunned. "What happened next? So many lives lost. The mastermind behind the scenes is truly formidable. That palace cannot be the hidden gem, can it?" Hao Yunyang, with a hint of admiration, remarked, "Dad, you are truly impressive." He chuckled. "Ah, the old Hao family's prowess is indeed remarkable." Hao Yunyang, equally pleased, grinned and inquired, "By the way, how did things go?" After an investigation, Wang Ming was exonerated. Hao Yunyang sighed. After regaining his freedom, Wang Jing embarked on a quest for vengeance. A journey that spanned a full 7 years. It wasn't until the first half of 2018 that Wang Zheng, through years of established connections, uncovered the shadowy figure behind it all. To be precise, it was not merely a single individual but rather an organization akin to a syndicate, known as the Baijiao Merchant Association. The root cause of this bloody vendetta was simply a crude desire to seize a coveted piece of land. Albeit with some unscrupulous methods, however, unforeseen circumstances escalated the situation beyond control. In the first half of 2018, amidst a crackdown on corruption, this case could no longer be suppressed and was exposed on television. Under mounting pressure, the buying association was disbanded, with over 30 individuals, both direct and indirect participants, apprehended and prosecuted. Among these 30 individuals, the lowest net worth was around 50 to 60 million, while the highest reached an astonishing 1 billion. This scandal sent shockwaves through society, as countless officials were implicated in the ongoing cover-up. It was astonishing that over 100 responsible parties were ensnared in this web of deceit. In conclusion, Hao Yunyang sighed, if they hadn't resorted to such violent means from the outset, things wouldn't have spiraled into such chaos. Impulsiveness is indeed humanity's greatest adversary. Wait a moment, Hao Yunyang furrowed his brow, if what you're saying is true. Then Chaobang did not die at Wang Zheng's hands. So, who killed him? To discover what happens next, tune in to the following chapters, support the author, and enjoy the original reading. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu had already made his escape. Hao Yunyang felt a surge of anxiety. This rascal wouldn't be seeking out Yi Huan again, would he? If that were the case, despite the historical timeline having shifted under Hao Yunyang's unintentional influence, it seems inevitable that the events destined to unfold would occur once more. At that moment, a thought flashed through Hao Yunyang's mind, recalling the scene in Liang Chaobang's room. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "It is as you say. Liang Chaobang's identity was quite obscure before his death. However, I remember seeing numerous items sent by others in his room. How curious that an elderly recluse with no connections in the city would receive so many gifts. Who would send him gifts?" Initially, Hao Yunyang thought he had unraveled the matter but paused. What items? Throwing away gifts from others? Hao Yunyang hesitated. Could it have been a charity organization? Liang Chaobang was not someone who lacked understanding. Hao Yunyang concluded, The only reason he would dispose of gifts from others is if that person had angered him, leading him to toss those items away. What a tangled web! Hao Yunyang found himself momentarily at a loss, regardless of whether the individual who sent those gifts had any connection to the case. Hao Yunyang reminded him, what you should do now is to prevent Wang Shiyu from seeking revenge, lest he be shot dead by the police. The thought of Hao Yunyang's warning sent chills down Hao Yunyang's spine. At that moment, he abruptly disconnected his phone from the chair and, after pacing twice, pulled out his other phone to dial Wang Shiyu's number. As he awaited the call to connect, he fervently prayed. Child, stay calm. You must remain composed. If Yi Huan dies, there will be no turning back. Even if Hao Yunyang is aware of the eventual outcome of this tragedy, what difference does it make? The principle of an eye for an eye holds true. Even if Wang Shiyu is justified, it is of no consequence. What matters now is Wang Shiyu's life. The ultimate resolution of this incident is of no concern to me. As for the Baijia Merchant Association and the individual who sent the gifts, Hao Yunyang couldn't afford to ponder such matters now. Preserving Wang Shiyu's life took precedence. He could not stand by and watch as Wang Shiyu walked to his demise, while he sat idly by. As if watching a play, such a callous and heartless act was beyond Hao Yunyang's character. Moreover, Wang Shiyu was quite to Hao Yunyang's liking. Having a powerful protector by his side alleviated some of his burdens. Most importantly, Hao Yunyang had gained a clearer understanding of the events surrounding Liang Chaobang and Wang Shiyu. Even if he couldn't ascertain the identity of the gift sender, preserving Wang Shiyu's life would ensure that this blood feud would not go unresolved. Standing quietly in a shadowy corner, gripping a gleaming dagger that shimmered with a chilling light, his gaze locked onto an apartment building less than 30 meters away, a deadly intent radiating from him. After exiting the banquet hall, Wang Shiyu had gone directly to Yi Huan's hideout, and now he had been concealed in that corner for over 10 minutes, his eyes fixed on the security guard stationed at the entrance of the apartment. Ever ready. The moment the guard grew lax or departed, Wang Shiyu would dash into the apartment, find Yi Huan, and, just as Wang Shiyu maintained his stoic expression, preparing to execute his plan, his phone, which had been switched off, unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Hao Yunyang. Gripping the phone, he stared at the screen for a while, finally pressing the answer button half a minute later, bringing the phone to his ear. Hello, I urge you not to act impulsively. The moment the call connected, Hao Yunyang felt a weight lift off his shoulders and hurriedly spoke. However, on the other end of the line, there was silence. Hao Yunyang glanced at his phone and chuckled. Wang Shiyu had outright hung up, as thoughts raced in his mind. After being disconnected 3 times, Wang Shiyu finally answered the 4th call, though his tone was icy, devoid of any warmth. Don't push me. Don't you dare threaten me, Hao Yunyang retorted angrily, pressing on. You need to return quickly. I've made some progress regarding your master, Liang Chaobang. The killer is not your second uncle, Yi Huan. It is someone else. Don't you dare be a fool and take the blame for someone else. Hao Yunyang's words struck a chord. Hearing the urgent tone in Hao Yunyang's voice, Wang Shiyu's heart trembled slightly, and he hesitated. How do you know? Don't think you're the only clever one here. I can find out about your little matters just as easily as you can. Hao Yunyang snapped. Now hurry back. I'll be waiting for you at home. This time, it was Hao Yunyang who abruptly ended the call. What to do now? Wang Shiyu suddenly abandoned his plan to kill Yi Huan and turned away. In a nearby black Mercedes-Benz, a man in his 30s bore a look of disappointment, the corners of his mouth twitching in a silent smile. To join or not to join? In the living room, Hao Yunyang sat quietly, awaiting Wang Shiyu's arrival, his mind racing with various thoughts. Based on the current information at hand, this matter was undoubtedly exceedingly complex, deeply intertwined with numerous parties. Had history not taken a turn, Hao Yunyang would never have found himself embroiled in such a convoluted affair. Yet now, not only was he entangled, but he also had a seemingly clear understanding of the case's outcome. This raised an important question. If he assisted Wang Shiyu at this juncture, leveraging the name of Zhou Xiao to sway matters in his favor, it would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in Wang Shiyu's fate. Moreover, Hao Yunyang was aware that Wang Shiyu's second uncle, Wang Meng, was innocent and merely an unwitting victim. While saving Wang Shiyu would inevitably divert the course of events from their historical trajectory, Hao Yunyang remained unconvinced that such a shift would alter the identities of the mastermind and participants. At most, it would merely change the process while the historical outcome remained intact. Now, Hao Yunyang had to consider what to tell Wang Shiyu. Should he directly inform him that the buying association was likely the principal culprit? Or should he simply convey that Yi Huan was not the murderer? Perhaps he should advise Wang Shiyu to strengthen his communication with his uncle, emphasizing their familial bond, and leave the rest to them. As it was of no concern to Hao Yunyang, entering the fray means to fully immerse oneself in the situation, providing assistance throughout, ultimately revealing the enigmatic puppeteer behind it all, and either triumphantly toppling them or being crushed underfoot by them. To abstain from involvement would mean adopting the role of a mere observer, relaying select details of the incident to Wang Shiyu, while remaining detached and watchful from afar. Among these two choices, Hao Yunyang ultimately opted for the latter, as he could not fathom what benefits entering the fray would offer him. Without any advantage to be gained, plunging headfirst into the unknown would not be valor but rather foolishness. However, after waiting for an hour, Wang Shiyu returned, and his arrival altered the decision that Hao Yunyang had wrestled with for so long. Unburdening himself of a large canvas bag, Wang Shiyu unceremoniously opened it in front of Hao Yunyang. Revealing its contents, the sight nearly caused Hao Yunyang to retch. Moist and slippery, it was covered in a network of pale purple veins. What is this? Hao Yunyang forced himself to remain calm. Tai Sui. Wang Shiyu replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Hao Yunyang, a millennial-old Tai Sui. Hao Yunyang's mind felt like mush. What on earth would you want with this? His heartbeat raced. If ignorance was bliss, it would have been easier, but he was all too aware of its significance. According to the legends, this Tai Sui held a value of over 20 billion, and now, it lay glistening before him. Albeit somewhat unsightly and repulsive, yet it did nothing to diminish its allure. What to do? Hao Yunyang's mind raced with the thought. What now? The fourth update has been delivered, and after toiling since early morning, he had barely managed to eat a bite. Why the rush? Because his cousin's child was celebrating their full moon, and he needed to head over that afternoon. Given the likelihood of returning that night being slim, he wanted to ensure that all updates were completed while he was still awake. Thoughts of seeking monthly votes flitted through his mind, and he gradually came to a realization. Even without this Tai Sui, his life could continue in comfort, with no need to endanger himself for the sake of it. Had his life's trajectory not changed, perhaps he would have recklessly accepted the deal, but the truth was, he had already strayed from his intended path. After pondering for a few minutes, Hao Yunyang finally raised his thumb. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Shiyu's eyes as he silently bent down to zip up the bag. Hoisting it onto his back, preparing to depart. Wait, Hao Yunyang halted Wang Shiyu's actions. Despite having secured the Tai Sui, it did not mean he could turn a blind eye to the situation. Looking at Wang Shiyu's indifferent expression as he turned back, Hao Yunyang gently stated, "This matter is not as simple as you think." "What do you wish to tell me?" Wang Shiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, fixating on Hao Yunyang, eager for him to continue. Time was of the essence. The organization had only gathered a few leads, yet they were not definitive. Grasping Wang Shiyu's arm, Hao Yunyang took a deep breath before speaking. However, there are a few things that can be stated with certainty. First, the person who killed your master is not Yi Huan. He is merely a minor player in this saga. Furthermore, as far as I know, your other two senior brothers were also accomplices in that incident. Wang Shiyu nodded slightly, his gaze intense as he regarded Hao Yunyang, clearly undeterred by the existence of the fictitious Zhouxiao organization. Moreover, your second junior brother, your second uncle. Hao Yunyang continued. Wang Ming is currently in Engshi. However, he is not the true culprit behind your master's murder. If you seek vengeance for your master, you can find him at the Aidway Group. He is the chairman of one of their subsidiaries. Wang Shiyu's mouth fell open in surprise, clearly not expecting that Wang Zheng, whom he had not contacted since the upheaval a decade ago, would also be in Engshi. Lastly, the individual responsible for your master's demise is, without a doubt, your eldest senior brother, Li Beihai. Hao Yunyang contemplated for a moment before adding, "These are the only facts I can share. Further inquiries are still under investigation by the organization, and I cannot provide definitive answers at this time." 3 points are already sufficient. Wang Shiyu inhaled deeply, rising from his seat and bowing respectfully to Hao Yunyang. "Thank you." Hao Yunyang felt a twinge of emotion as he stood and patted Wang Shiyu's shoulder, advising, "No matter what truth you uncover, do not resort to violence for revenge. We live in a society governed by law, and taking a life comes with consequences. Once you have a clear understanding of the facts, let me know, and we can devise a solution together. Understood?" Wang Shiyu nodded solemnly and strode out of the room, while Hao Yunyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching him leave. Moments later, as Wang Shiyu's figure faded from view, Hao Yunyang called out, glancing at his wristwatch, 4 o'clock in the morning. After a brief wash, he climbed into bed, the millennia-old tai sui carefully placed in a large plastic basin that had once held clothing. With Wang Shiyu gone, Hao Yunyang knew he was likely off to find his second uncle, Wang Ming. This matter was far from over, but its impact on Hao Yunyang would be minimal. However, with the tai sui left in his possession, even if he wished to remain uninvolved, it would be hard to ignore the implications. As the night wore on, Hao Yunyang soon found himself awake, the day having brightened considerably. Today was February 21st in the Gregorian calendar, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. After washing up, he filled a basin with water and placed it atop the tai sui, then ventured outdoors to gather some soil to cover it. Although he did not fully understand how the tai sui survived, the old adage was well known. Do not disturb the tai sui. It implied that the tai sui also required earth, and for now, that would have to suffice. After tending to the tai sui, Hao Yunyang couldn't help but rub his temples, quietly praying for Wang Shiyu and Wang Ming to successfully avenge their master and return soon to collect the tai sui. While the value of over 20 billion was undoubtedly enticing, Hao Yunyang recognized that his life was worth more than that sum. Surely, his life could be valued at 30 billion, right? With that thought in mind, he retrieved his laptop, logging in to browse various news articles about extraordinary events to pass the time. Somewhere along the way, Hao Yunyang had developed a habit of logging into his computer upon entering the room. Perhaps it was a subconscious change. He remained in the room until after 2 in the afternoon, finally shutting the laptop and changing clothes before heading downstairs. Standing by his car, he glanced at the still-present police cordon, a hint of melancholy creeping into his heart. Although his involvement with the case was minimal, it was difficult for one to remain untouched by such a tragic event. After wandering around town and viewing several properties, he found that with a little more money and elevated standards, he could no longer look at the homes he once considered palatial. The rental prices had also risen significantly from an initial 1,600 per month to 4,500. However, perseverance paid off, and eventually, he discovered a suitable apartment. Most importantly, across the street was another vacant unit. The apartment was 65 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, similar to his current residence, but with an elevator, security, and a fresh renovation, with all new furnishings. After negotiating the price with the landlord, he withdrew 120,000 from the bank to cover a year's rent for both apartments. The landlord happily signed the contract, and after bidding him farewell, Hao Yunyang plopped down onto the sleek black leather sofa, exclaiming, "Not bad." Just a few minutes had passed when his phone, carelessly tossed onto the coffee table, began to vibrate with incoming notifications. Picking it up, he smiled as he answered, "Hello, brother, is that you? Yunyang?" Zhao Genshin's voice sounded cheerful on the other end. "Where are you now? Shifeng will be bringing his wife and children over, and I've arranged everything for the elders in the clan." Zhao Genshin added with a hint of satisfaction. Previously, he called me and mentioned that he still had some matters at home that required his attention and would only be able to make it over around early March. Coincidentally, during this period, I also need to prepare some materials for our collaboration, so we should be able to arrive at the city by March 10. What do you think? Hee, of course, I didn't mean to offend you. Zhao Gu, as I smiled at him, though I'm unsure of your plans. From what I gather, the situation in the task is becoming increasingly untenable, and the forthcoming scenario will undoubtedly see one party attempting to outmaneuver the other. If we were to establish a graphic design platform, wouldn't it mean putting your elder brother Zhao Xinzhong's livelihood at risk? Yunyang remarked playfully, not that Zhao Gu is to blame. But you really are quite naive. The task is clearly nearing its conclusion, and Wang Minghua has been detained for murder. Even if someone were to reach out to him from the outside, it's likely he'll never see freedom again. Consequently, Zhaozhen has been in high spirits lately, and when it comes to estimating, he seems much more at ease. I've long since devised a plan for our collaborative venture, and Xi Jing has also reviewed it, expressing her full support. Once we arrive, I will explain everything in detail. Discussing it over the phone is rather inconvenient. All right then, Hao Yunyang chuckled and nodded. Is there anything else on your agenda? Zhao Ge? If not, I must step out and find something to eat. Go ahead. I just wanted to keep you informed, Zhao Tuo replied with a smile before ending the call. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new month. Hao Yunyang rose from his seat, stretching with a lazy smile on his face. seemingly having dismissed Wang Shiyu's matter from his mind. He mused lightly, Chen Xian and the others should be back soon. This year is bound to be a remarkable one, and after a period of lethargy, it feels like I'm finally regaining my momentum, ready to tackle the day's tasks. With no other choice, Yunyang enlisted Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu to assist in the moving process from his previous residence to the new rental. The only notable change was that Wang Shiyu was no longer by Yunyang's side. When Lu Ming inquired about this, Yunyang merely smiled and remained silent, leaving Lu Ming to suppress his curiosity, perhaps believing that time would unveil the truth. The room across was reserved for Zhao Chen Xian and Chen Pingping, and Yunyang had no intention of having Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu move in there. Instead, he would free up a room in his own space for the two of them. As for the rent, Yunyang proposed a reasonable arrangement. He would cover the rent, while Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu would be responsible for utilities and other daily expenses. Naturally, they readily agreed, as such costs were negligible compared to the high-end community Yunyang had just rented in. Though the units were somewhat smaller, the DCOR was exquisite. Moreover, they were not planning to settle down there permanently. It sufficed as a place to sleep and rest. Delegating the labor of moving to Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu, Yunyang took his documents to the telecom office to arrange for fiber optic internet. By the time he wrapped up his tasks, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. I never expected this, Lu Ming exclaimed, reclining in the living room, eyes half closed. Going to Shanghai for the competition? I don't mind leading the team, but what about the company's affairs while I'm gone? Yunyang nonchalantly replied. So you plan to stay at the company, then? Lu Ming fell silent, his pride wounded, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of grievance that made Yunyang shiver. Once everyone is gathered, I have some important announcements to make, so you'll be informed, Yunyang stated. The new company has already been arranged to be managed by Linggu, and the graphic design firm will be your responsibility once you return. What? Kong Jinxiu, who had been lost in thought, instinctively gasped, turning to Yunyang. Is that so? You're a senior programmer, right? Yunyang inquired. Indeed, Kong Jinxiu nodded in affirmation. You can code, right? You know how to use a compiler, I presume? Yunyang continued. Oh, then it's all good, he concluded, heading to his room and leaving Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu exchanging puzzled glances, utterly speechless. What was Yunyang up to now? Afterward, Chen Pingping and her boyfriend left promptly after Yunyang's remark. Lu Ming, after a brief pause, turned off the television and retreated to his room, soon following Yunyang to the market. Though Yunyang and Chen Pingping were not particularly close, he understood she was a barrier between him and Zhao Chen Xian. While it was possible to circumvent this obstacle, it would take considerable time. The best course of action was to dismantle this barrier and stride confidently past it. As he arrived at the designated meeting point with Chen Pingping, the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the parking lot only intensified his irritation. Nevertheless, Yunyang turned on the music and hummed cheerfully as he drove towards their rendezvous. Could you be a bit more assertive? Chen Pingping, seated in the passenger seat, felt increasingly disappointed with Zhou Zhuang, her expression frosted with irritation. Act more like a man. Zhou Zhuang managed a weak smile but ultimately chose to lower his head in silence, his demeanor reflecting defeat. I'm just an assembly worker, earning a little over 1,000 a month. This statement struck Chen Pingping like a nightmare, a haunting reality she could not escape. I am sorry, Zhou Zhuang murmured softly, perhaps realizing her frustration had become a norm. Yet he maintained his ground. I know you mean well, but I believe everyone has their worth, regardless of their situation. What matters is whether you dare to acknowledge it. I don't want you to feel embarrassed on my account. Chen Pingping, already on edge, slammed the steering wheel. Zhou Zhuang, having you in my life feels like a monumental mistake. Do you know Zhao Chen Xian? Zhou Zhuang tentatively nodded, whispering, do you have any idea how many men are vying for her attention? Chen Pingping's gaze bore into him. Among all those suitors, which one is not more impressive than you? Even the hotel staff who approached Yunyang were far superior, and look at how quickly he managed to win her over. Chen Pingping continued to berate Zhou Zhuang. He kept his head bowed, silently enduring her tirade. Just as she was about to launch into another round of criticisms, a knock sounded on the window, prompting her to turn around, annoyed. I don't want any bottled water. Go away. Ah, it's you, she huffed, her annoyance palpable as she continued to drive while humming to the music, her frustration evident. Yunyang's face broke into a gentle smile as he navigated the road, recalling the days when he was merely a bus driver, enviously watching the flow of traffic. He couldn't help but wonder if that girl was getting anxious waiting for him. Currently, he was traversing the logistics hub of the city, where large trucks were busy loading and unloading cargo. This route was notoriously congested, and yet Chan Ping opted for one of its intersections. It took them an eternity to arrive at the meeting point. Only to find no sign of her car. Frowning, Yunyang attempted to reach her by phone, only to discover her line was dead. "Looks like she's left me hanging," he sighed, turning the car around. "I can't just sit here like a fool and wait for her." Shrugging in resignation, he muttered, "Dinner will just be the three of us men making do. We can grab a late-night snack around 10. I suspect they'll be too caught up to return soon. If this dinner was meant for guests, he would gladly foot the bill, but if it was just for the three of them, that burden would fall squarely on Lu Ming. To date, Lu Ming only had 300 or 400 in his pocket, a situation that was simply unbelievable for a vice president of a company. "How disheartening. Sure you, please follow me to the top floor of the Isuiki Electric Group's office building, to the general manager's office." A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a stern demeanor, stood up from his office chair. Holding a set of keys, he gestured towards Wang Shiyu, who was quietly observing him, with a sweeping motion of his hand and said, "I would like to introduce you to a few individuals you may recognize. They are your elders." Wang Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded with a neutral expression. He rose from his seat and followed the middle-aged man, or rather his second uncle, Wang Meng, out of the opulently decorated office and into the elevator. Wang Zhang glanced at Wang Shiyu, extending his hand towards the button for the basement, which also served as the parking entrance for the Isuiki group. As they descended, Wang Zhang remarked, "In many situations, entering the game is akin to exiting. To exit means." Wang Shiyu's expression turned serious as he promptly followed Wang Zhang into the dark entrance. The two of them vanished into the pitch-black abyss. While the walls began to restore their original appearance, within a mere 30 seconds, everything returned to a state of tranquility. This portly individual was exceedingly fond of showing off, relishing the moments when he could open the windows to allow others to see his visage. Perhaps a result of having been looked down upon in his youth, and now seeking to balance his almost distorted mentality with his newfound status. The chill had turned his face a deep crimson. And Hao Yunyang smiled understandingly, even as the portly figure shivered. "It's not just you and Sun Fei who are the masterminds here," Pan Fengyu remarked, gesturing towards the two. "They insisted on waiting for us to arrive before they would return to the city." Ironically, although Chen Xin and I could have taken a direct route from Yinding Mountain to the city, they lured us here under the pretense of a gathering. Hao Yunyang could only respond with a despondent sigh. "Let us go have some late-night snacks." His reaction caused a ripple of laughter among the group of women, who rolled their eyes and said, "Why is there such a stark contrast in awareness? All right, enough chatter. Let us hurry and grab a bite before heading home." Mu Huitong wore an obvious smile on her face as she intervened to quell the playful banter, saying, "However, Yunyang, what is the matter?" Hao Yunyang opened his mouth to share something with Zhao Qinxin, but unexpectedly, Mu Huitong redirected the conversation towards herself. "And why little one is currently staying with relatives in Wenzhou. However, I plan to retrieve her from Huizhou tomorrow morning. Is that all right?" Hao Yunyang contemplated for a moment before responding, "I have nothing pressing in the morning. I only need to report to the company at 1 in the afternoon. I could wrap up a few matters and make it back in time." "That works," Mu Huitong replied with a smile, then proactively pulled Li Bingbing, Pan Fenghan, and Sun Lily aside, leaving the two portly figures to eagerly follow. At last. This allowed Hao Yunyang and Zhao Qinxin a moment of privacy. He had countless words he wished to share with her, but as he walked alongside her, trailing behind Mu Huitong's group, his throat felt constricted like a fishbone lodged within, leaving him speechless. They walked in silence until... "What?" Zhao Qinxin halted, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkling with a gentle light as she gazed at Hao Yunyang, her expression calm. "Are you pushing me towards marriage and children at this point?" Zhao Qinxin was momentarily stunned, while Hao Yunyang was left in a daze, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The late-night meal was set in a rather unsightly establishment just under 300 meters from their office, where Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu had already set the table, eyeing a feast of dishes with unabashed anticipation. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Ming had ventured out to procure some delicacies, only to have a renovation worker accidentally crash into him while maneuvering through the office. Though this incident should have been trivial, it resulted in the worker knocking over the food Lu Ming had just acquired. Thankfully, he managed to salvage a bag of cold seaweed salad, and the worker. Feeling apologetic, handed Lu Ming 50 yuan as compensation, claiming, "Brother, I truly regret this." Thus, the three men were left with little more than a few strands of seaweed, while Lu Ming stared at the crumpled 50 yuan note, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Still, Hao Yunyang, despite his carefree demeanor, offered some words of comfort, suggesting they wait for Mu Huidong's group to return and then go out for a proper meal. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinshin pondered for a moment before decisively producing a small stack of cash, which he handed to Hao Yunyang, saying, "This isn't what you think." As he began to defend himself, Zhao Qinshin then revealed a few more bills. Looking pitifully at him, "I still need to keep 100 for my meals. I know this isn't enough for rent, but..." Hao Yunyang found himself both amused and exasperated. "Do you really think I would accept this? I will earn what I deserve. I want to take anything I shouldn't tea." Zhao Qinshin bit her lip and replied, "My teacher at school always says this." "Where does he live?" Hao Yunyang asked, gritting his teeth. "Taizhou, why do you ask? Let us go teach him a lesson." Ultimately, he did not accept the money, nor did Zhao Qinshin continue to insist on paying for the rent. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. Particularly in Hao Yunyang's perception, he wanted to ask, "Can I stay?" But his pride held him back, and he could only smile as he prepared to leave the room. Just as he was about to close the door behind him, Zhao Qinshin suddenly called out, "Wait, what is it?" His heart raced. Zhao Qinshin appeared somewhat bashful, lowering her head with a blush, her hands fidgeting nervously. "You didn't make a copy of the room key? Did you?" "Oh, that." Zhao Qinshin offered an apologetic smile. "Good night." With a slam, the door closed, leaving Hao Yunyang standing at the threshold, shivering slightly as the weather took an unexpected turn. Upon returning to his room, he found it was already early morning. He turned on his computer, and as the screen flickered to life, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushing as if he had stumbled upon something scandalous. "Congratulations, you've completed the installation." Hao Yunyang's heart raced as he stared at the screen, his anticipation having built over countless months. Finally, the moment had arrived. After several deep breaths to steady himself, he cautiously moved the mouse towards the restart option, clicking it gently. With a hum, the computer that had been running for months finally received a moment of respite. The screen darkened, then flashed, entering a blue screen state, and Hao Yunyang held his breath, anxiously watching, fearful that everything could come crashing down at any moment. "Welcome to Jiuxiao, the system you are about to operate. To ensure your personal security and the integrity of your computer, please make the following selections before utilizing this system." A melodious and gentle female voice emanated from the speakers as Hao Yunyang rubbed his hands together, gazing at the options that appeared on the screen. System security level, high, medium, low. Was there even a need to choose? With a shout, Hao Yunyang selected the highest security level, system intelligence level, high. Medium, low. The higher the level, the greater the wear on the hardware. Choose wisely. What a softie. Hao Yunyang scoffed, retrieving a mobile hard drive from the drawer, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he opted for the highest level of intelligence. Muttering to himself, "Almost there." The soothing and gentle female voice resonated once more, and Hao Yunyang, like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings, dutifully followed the prompts, making choice after choice. Enter the password. Activate the video device to record the appearance characteristics of the target. Select the system's operational features. Choose from the pre-installed software. The mere act of booting up was so convoluted that Hao Yunyang felt numb by the time he completed all the necessary selections and clicked to power on. The sky outside had already begun to brighten. "Don't let me down." After enduring a night just to configure the system with such tedious options, Hao Yunyang silently prayed, watching as the screen transitioned. The maddening blue screen finally fading from view. "Welcome to Jiuxiao. Please read this manual carefully before operating the system to avoid any accidents." The voice, though pleasant, felt like a torment to Hao Yunyang, whose eyes were as red as a rabbit's. He gasped for breath, battling the urge to kick the computer over. Fortunately, his reason prevailed over his anger, and he began to decipher the seemingly endless manual. Once he finished reading the user instructions and had firmly grasped the critical issues, Hao Yunyang clicked to complete the setup. The computer officially entered the desktop interface, and the once maddening female voice was replaced by a soft, elegant melody that was both delightful and beautiful, something Hao Yunyang had never heard before. However, he no longer dwelled on such trivial matters, for his attention was now firmly captivated by the vivid desktop before him. As he maneuvered the mouse around the interface, the depth of the visual elements brought a sense of relief from his all-nighter. Everything he touched on the screen responded with a delightful tremor, creating a remarkably realistic experience. Coupled with the exquisite graphics and clear imagery, Hao Yunyang sighed. With this, the entire night was not wasted. At the very center of the desktop was a grand logo. The name of the system, Zhouxiao. Aside from that, the remaining 5 rows of icons featured a plethora of unfamiliar programs. Excluding the ones he was accustomed to, My Computer, Network Neighborhood, Recycle Bin, and My Documents, the rest were entirely new to him. As a great thinker once said, one must maintain their curiosity. Thus, Hao Yunyang took the sage's advice to heart and could not resist clicking on an icon resembling a quirky figure, which popped up a dialog box. Please enter your operating password. Amidst the operation, a reminder chided him. It's time to take a bathroom break. Could all these pre-installed programs be so useless? Resisting the impulse to curse, he closed the prankish software, feeling a wave of annoyance. Determined to locate the troublesome program, he swiftly deleted it without a second thought and returned to the desktop, opening another icon. After entering his operating password, this software was far less irritating than the previous one. Albeit its utility for Hao Yunyang was limited, as it merely served as a media player named Predator. From 7 in the morning until 8:30, Hao Yunyang gradually familiarized himself with his new system. Overall, the system was quite impressive, aside from the dozen or so useless applications he had come across. Among the software, a few piqued his interest, like the one that could automatically generate images based on input keywords, and another that could forcefully search the internet for relevant information and local applications. Zhaoqincian.in the dialog box, he entered his search keyword, selecting the type as person, with age restricted to 20 to 22 years, and the registered residence set to Taizhou, Zhejiang Province, searching for a person's image. Hao Yunyang scratched his head, driven by curiosity as he hovered the mouse over the option to upload a photo, where a message promptly appeared. To improve the accuracy of your search, please provide a photo of the individual. Surprisingly, Hao Yunyang had a relatively clear photo of Zhao Qinxin taken outside a CAF. Although the one he had sent to that girl was processed and blurred, he connected his phone to the computer, retrieved a clearer image of Zhao Qinxin, cropped it down to just her face, saved it to the desktop, and then opened the search software. After clicking to browse the upload section and selecting the image, he confirmed the operation in the wake of this series of actions. Hao Yunyang's heart raced. Was this considered an invasion of privacy? Ultimately, however, curiosity triumphed over his rationality. Time ticked away, and he remained glued to the software interface, marveling at how astonishing this application seemed, hoping it was not just clickbait. Unbeknownst to him, while he immersed himself in the search, his friend Lu Ming in the adjoining room was left dumbfounded by his computer screen. Suddenly, upon refreshing the web page, everything related to the internet crashed into a state of paralysis. Lu Ming's expression turned blank. No way, this is fiber optic. This search consumed a full 13 minutes, and as the software indicated that the search was complete, the results began to load, sending Hao Yunyang's heart racing once more. The personal data of his desired target took a full minute to load, and when the results appeared, the software screen expanded to occupy the entire display, revealing the findings. Zhao Qinxin, female, born in 2001. Residing at 179 Nanyue Road, Dabin Town, Taizhou, Zhejiang Province, ID number. Goodness, so many details. Hao Yunyang chuckled bitterly, scrolling through the search results. From top to bottom, he gleaned a wealth of previously unknown information, feeling more informed than a 50-year-old man still yearning for youthful romance. Scribbling indecent thoughts in his diary. Inwardly, he scoffed, suddenly struck by inspiration. He closed Zhao Qinxin's results and entered a new search for Chen Pingping, and after inputting the relevant search criteria, he clicked confirm. Thus, on this seemingly ordinary day, within a rental room in a city, a morally compromised individual engaged in an act of curiosity and invasion. What's going on? Lu Ming was utterly flabbergasted, glaring at his computer screen in fury as he noticed the little gray penguin icon in the corner had changed. What the hell? The internet's been down for over 10 minutes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it resumed normal operation, yet within barely 10 minutes, the connection faltered again. Are we ever going to get online again? Lu Ming shouted at the screen, ready to smash his computer in frustration. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Hao Yunyang was laughing maniacally, his laughter sending chills down spines, as if even the ancient spirit hidden in the corner of his room could not withstand such mirth. To be continued. If you wish to know what happens next, please visit website for more chapters and to support the author in their rightful endeavors. After 2 hours of relentless experimentation, Hao Yunyang ultimately concluded one thing. Although this violent and crude search software yielded impressive results, accurate information was indispensable for obtaining precise outcomes. For instance, in the case of Zhao Qinxin, Hao Yunyang conducted 3 searches. During the first attempt, he inputted her name, age, household registration details, and photo, achieving a result accuracy of approximately 90%. In the second attempt, having deliberately omitted the household registration details, the accuracy dropped to around 80%. The third attempt, which excluded Zhao Qinxin's surname, yielded a mere 15% accuracy. By the fourth attempt, with the omission of the photo, the accuracy plummeted to a dismal 30 to 40%. Subsequently, the fifth attempt revealed to Hao Yunyang the critical importance of including a photo in the search, as the accuracy surged to 60% when a photo was added, despite other information being omitted. This demonstrated the significant weight a photo carried in identifying individuals with this software. Hao Yunyang also tested the search function using Li Huihui's name 3 times. But the results were utterly chaotic, as he possessed no information about that person, which led to a convoluted output due to the lack of fundamental search criteria. Overall, Hao Yunyang expressed considerable satisfaction with this self-contained software. However, while he reveled in his discoveries, Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu endured a rather harrowing experience. Throughout the 2 hours of Hao Yunyang's operation, both Lu Ming and Kong Jinxiu found themselves engulfed in turmoil, struggling to cope. After shutting down the chaotic interface of the violent search software, Hao Yunyang returned to his desk, retrieved a disk from a drawer, and inserted it into the computer, ready to examine the materials that Hao Jinhua had provided him. He wondered if the results were truly as remarkable as Hao Jinhua claimed. Once he opened his computer, he navigated to the compressed package that Hao Jinhua had sent him, a smirk playing on his lips as he began to extract the files. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinxin sat alone in the living room, propping her chin up with one hand while the other clutched her phone, repeatedly attempting to call Chun Pingping, only to be met with the constant signal of a switched-off phone. From the moment she woke up until now, 5 hours had elapsed, and Zhao Qinxin's initial amusement had morphed into anxiety, then into sheer panic. Having been close friends with Chun Pingping for so long, Zhao Qinxin knew her well. Chun Pingping possessed 2 phone numbers, one public, known to the wealthy men she had entangled with, and another secret one, known only to Zhao Qinxin, Zhou Duanqiang, and their families. The number Zhao Qinxin had been dialing since morning was the confidential one, which had never been switched off since the day Chun Pingping acquired it. The fact that it was not only off, but also had been unreachable for 5 to 6 hours raised alarming questions. Zhao Qinxin was unsure of what this meant, but her anxiety deepened, and she had a nagging feeling that something unfortunate had befallen Chun Pingping. Otherwise, she should not be unreachable for so long. Indeed, as Hao Yunyang extracted the contents of the compressed package into a folder, he gasped in astonishment. A cursory glance revealed that apart from the compressed package, the previously empty folder was now densely packed with no fewer than 100 files. Fortunately, Hao Jinhua had thoughtfully organized each folder, with titles clearly indicating their contents. For example, the first folder was titled 2014 Fashion Design, filled with an array of fashion design documents. The second folder contained 2015 Fashion Design. The third 2016 Fashion Design, and so forth. The first 110 folders encompassed various design documents, design annotations, and relevant data from the years 2014 to 2024. Was only starting from the 111th folder that Hao Yunyang discovered what he had been eagerly anticipating. Within the 111th folder was a software version specifically designed for the Zhao family, a gift prepared by Hao Jinhua for Mu Huitong and others. Compared to the version Hao Yunyang had been using, this one was significantly less powerful and required him to generate an activation code on his own computer for successful installation. Naturally, once installed, that computer would become Hao Yunyang's personal playground, allowing him to manipulate it as he pleased and monitor the user's actions at any time. Furthermore, if the other party was connected to the internet and their computer had a camera, he would be able to see what was happening. Hao Yunyang immediately minimized the folder and opened a target on his desktop. Clicking to generate a series of activation codes composed of 36 characters, letters, and symbols, he generated 10 activation codes in one breath and saved each one into a separate document. He then proceeded to copy the software, duplicating it 10 times, and placed those 10 documents in the software into a new folder, compressing it into a zip file, marking it appropriately, and finally burned the 10 compressed files onto a disk. Completing this series of operations, the 112th folder contained the compiler prepared for Kong Jinxiu. Unaware of its intricacies, he carelessly tossed it aside, keeping a copy on his computer as backup. The 113th folder held the software prepared for Mu Huitong and the others, which held little allure for Hao Yunyang, so he discarded it. However, the 114th folder caught his attention. Its title reading, Crisis Management Expert. Upon opening the folder, he discovered a collection of documents pertaining to crisis scenarios, alongside a text file. Hovering the mouse over the document, he double-clicked to install it, and a dialog box appeared, prompting him to select the default language for the software. Recognizing the choices, Hao Yunyang smiled to himself, selecting Simplified Chinese and clicking Next. The prompt asked for the serial number, and with no serial number at hand, he clicked Next again. Scratching his head, he scanned the computer screen and finally focused on the text file, which indeed contained a string of serial numbers. Copying and pasting the serial number, he clicked Next.it proved that the installation process for this crisis management expert software was far more straightforward than that of the previous software. After selecting the installation path, the installation commenced a little over a minute later. The software was successfully installed, and Hao Yunyang could hear his heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. He opened the shortcut on his desktop and entered the interface of the crisis management expert software. Perhaps due to a general preference for minimalistic design among developers, the interface was elegant, featuring a white background with floral motifs delicately accentuating the design, outlined in black without any color fill. Upon entering the operating interface, Hao Yunyang's anxious heart gradually calmed. The topmost option was to select the category of crisis to analyze, represented by a downward triangle. Clicking on this triangle revealed a long list of crisis classifications, including online reputation crises, corporate public relations crises, social relationship crises, internal corporate crises, and economic crises, among others, at least 30 options in total. After a moment of hesitation, he finally chose romantic crisis and clicked confirm, leading to another selection box for subcategories, affectionate, disgust, love. Naturally, Hao Yunyang selected love and clicked confirm, entering the love crisis management interface. The top of this interface featured another option, select the target of crisis management. Clicking the downward triangle revealed a lengthy list: couples, lovers, ambiguous relationships, dating, crushes. After a brief pause, Hao Yunyang selected dating, although he was uncertain whether his relationship with Zhao Chenxin truly qualified as such. Regardless, he felt it did. The second selection was to guess the other person's age, and the third was to select their gender, female. The fourth choice was to select their personality, gentle and weak. The fifth option was to select their appearance, very beautiful. The sixth choice was to select their voice, soft and melodious. The entire process consumed Hao Yunyang half an hour to input the emotional parameters he faced. With anticipation, he clicked the button to initiate crisis management. His expression tense as he stared at the software interface, awaiting the seemingly miraculous solution to his romantic dilemma. Warning: your romantic situation does not qualify as a crisis category. Please do not joke. However, the crisis management expert, who was bestowed with high expectations by Hao Yunyang, ultimately left him greatly disappointed. After glancing at the title of the handling results and then examining the detailed explanation below, Hao Yunyang could only helplessly sigh, feeling a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Based on your outlined crisis description, your current emotional state is still in the ascending phase and does not fall within the category of a crisis. This software can only provide crisis management strategies and cannot assist you with romantic pursuits. If you wish to delve deeper, consider purchasing our company's licensed series of love strategy software, which unfortunately comes with advertisements. Upon reading the software's disheartening results, the fervor that had ignited within Hao Yunyang was abruptly extinguished. He closed the crisis management tool and switched off his computer. Taking out his phone, he sent a brief message to Yang Xiling, explaining the predicament he faced. Due to the studio's server issues, all the necessary materials were backed up on Yang Xiling's end, leaving Hao Yunyang with no choice but to ask her to rent temporary space online to relaunch the website. Once the new company was established, he planned to purchase a server and transfer the site to the new system. After tidying his appearance, he finally stepped out of his room. Lu Ming, Kong Jinxiu, and Zhao Chenxin had already taken seats in the living room, their presence a surprise to him. With a slight smile, Hao Yunyang clapped his hands to draw their attention and announced, "Let us head to the company." The trio nodded in agreement, though Zhao Chenxin's expression appeared somewhat downcast. Hao Yunyang cast her a curious glance but refrained from inquiring further. Zhao Qianxin chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Remaining silent as they drove towards the company, Hao Yunyang, seated in the driver's seat, turned to Zhao Qianxin and asked, "What's wrong?" She looked up, forcing a smile, and replied, "It's nothing." Gently, she fiddled with her phone, anxiously making calls. Truth be told, Zhao Qianxin was feeling quite overwhelmed. If there's something troubling you, it's better to voice it rather than keeping it bottled up, Hao Yunyang advised thoughtfully. As the saying goes, a group of cobblers can rival Zhuge right? The more minds, the better. Yet, Zhao Qianxin still did not share her concerns. Hao Yunyang could only resign himself to the situation, his attention unconsciously gravitating towards her, hoping to glean some clues from her demeanor. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Throughout the journey from the north to the company, Zhao Qianxin remained absorbed in her phone, offering no further signs of her distress. In the afternoon, it was time to announce important matters. Hao Yunyang made a concerted effort to set aside his worries about Zhao Qianxin's unusual behavior and focused on his own thoughts as he entered the elevator. As he stepped out, he was met by Captain Li Su and two deputy security team leaders, along with the office assistant, who had been waiting at the company entrance. Upon seeing Hao Yunyang emerge from the elevator, Li Cheng shot him a reproachful glance and remarked, "Didn't you say you'd be back on the 10th? Isn't today the 10th? Internally, Hao Yunyang felt a bead of sweat but maintained a composed demeanor. Responding with a slight smile, "Isn't it?" Li Cheng, caught off guard by Hao Yunyang's presence, found the words he had prepared stuck in his throat, unable to voice his grievances. Encountering someone like Hao Yunyang, I can't tell if it's a blessing or a curse for us employees. To make matters worse, these individuals had stood at the company entrance for 5 to 6 hours, waiting for the leaders to arrive and commence work, only to have Hao Yunyang open the company doors and promptly turn to Li Su, saying, "Oh, by the way, you 5 were given a day off today." Li Cheng, leading the other 4, departed with expressions of disbelief. Hao Yunyang then gathered Lu Ming and Kong Jingqiu, arranging several desks and chairs in the office to create a simple meeting setup. Just as the clock struck 12:55, the last to arrive were Mu Hui, Li Bingbing, Pan Fengya, Bi Fei, and Zhuo Feifei, who entered to find the meeting area already prepared, with Zhao Qianxin pouring water. Pan Fengya immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, Qianxin, are those 3 big men bullying you in their absence?" Hao Yunyang, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up with an expression of disbelief. "Close the door and turn on the projector," he instructed. "Why are the curtains still drawn? What is going on?" Holding a cup of hot water, Mu Hui turned to Hao Yunyang, puzzled at its broad daylight. "What is the intention here? Just do as I say." Hao Yunyang replied playfully, addressing the group, "Let us get started." In response to Hao Yunyang's whimsical demeanor, the others exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of it. However, Bi Fei seemed to catch on, a flicker of excitement in her eyes as she was the first to pull out a chair and take a seat, ready for whatever was to come. Once the door was closed and the curtains drawn, Pan Fengya instinctively switched on a spotlight, casting an eerie yet tranquil atmosphere over the entire office. This unintentional ambience caused everyone's hearts to race in anticipation. "Thank you for gathering here today. I have several important matters to discuss." Having settled into his role after a brief period, Hao Yunyang appeared poised and authoritative as he sat at his desk, facing a computer and a cup of green tea. His expression serious. "I hope everyone can listen attentively and comprehend. Understood?" The group exchanged glances, hesitantly nodding in agreement, while Sun Feifei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she focused intently on Hao Yunyang, eager to hear what he had to say next. First and foremost, Hao Yunyang began, a playful smile breaking through as he revealed, "I've been promoted." "What promotion?" The room fell silent, even Sun Lily looking somewhat bewildered. "Yesterday afternoon, I received the notice of promotion to the city-level liaison." Officially advancing from an ordinary member to a county-level liaison, Hao Yunyang announced gleefully. "This comes with significantly more privileges and authority." "What? Aren't you all going to congratulate me?" Applause erupted, echoing through the room as Hao Yunyang basked in the moment, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The second piece of news encompasses both good and bad tidings. "Which would you prefer to hear first?" Hao Yunyang asked, a glimmer of interest in his gaze. "Let us hear the bad news first. Or perhaps the good news." The group's opinions were decidedly mixed, prompting Hao Yunyang to chuckle. "Let us go with the bad news first." With that, Mu Hui, Sun Feifei, and Sun Fei raised their hands in agreement. eager for the next revelation. First, let me congratulate Su Jia and Yin Jia. After careful consideration, the organization has informed me that you both have successfully passed the organizational assessment and have been promoted to official members. Henceforth, you will possess the right to request certain information from me, and the organization has prepared some small gifts for you, which you will receive shortly. The unexpected news left Mu Hui, Zhuolili, and Kong Jingqiu in shock, prompting gasps of disbelief. Meanwhile, the rest of the team stood in stunned silence, with Sun Fei's expression turning to one of confusion as he questioned, "Why did only Su Jia and Yin Jia pass the assessment? Did we do something wrong?" "Well, that is the bad news I was about to announce." Hao Yunyang sighed. The organization has indicated that, aside from Su Jia and Yin Jia, all other assessments were not approved and will enter the second round of evaluations. If the second round fails, a third round will follow, and should that also fail, you will be considered outside members of the organization. Damn it, what a ridiculous organization. I'm done, Sun Fei exclaimed in frustration. Ready to storm off? Wait, Hao Yunyang called after him. What? You want me to listen to the rest? Sun Fei shot back, visibly agitated. But Hao Yunyang continued with a smile. The second round of evaluations will last for half a month, with a duration of 15 days primarily focused on reassessment. Currently, only Su Jia and Yin Jia have successfully passed, and once the organization clarifies your situations, you will be informed of your assessment results. Even if the second round doesn't go well, there's still the third round, right? Hao Yunyang spoke earnestly. Trust in the organization and trust in yourselves. Don't let the efforts you've put in during this time be wasted due to a moment of impulsiveness. I mean it, with a reassuring tone, he added. When have I ever deceived you? The greatest deception in history has unfolded. Yet the crowd maintains a calm demeanor, returning to their seats in tranquility. Then, Hao Yunyang smiled and proclaimed, "The third matter to announce is that the ban is not yet lifted. If you wish to know how things will unfold, guess what's coming next. There are more chapters ahead. Support the author. And support legitimate reading." With the second update delivered, he requested monthly tickets and urged for a series of continuous support. Starting tomorrow, the company will officially commence expansion. Hao Yunyang's narrowed smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. The task of recruiting new employees will be overseen by Lu Ming, with Yin Jia, Quan Wei, and Zhuo Fei responsible for assessments. The recruitment period will last 10 days, and we must ensure that our office space is filled to capacity. Is that a problem? Indeed. Hao Yunyang's voice resonated. Sun Fei exclaimed, Yunyang, do you think graphic designers are as common as cabbages in a market? Talented designers are rare gems. To fill our office with 30 exceptional designers within just 10 days? There are only 30 available spots. Do you believe designers are plentiful? A series of inquiries left Hao Yunyang momentarily speechless. Then what do you propose? Online recruitment, Sun Fei replied with a smile. Our reputation online is already quite formidable. In the vast sea of the internet, I believe we can find ample candidates, provided you offer salaries commensurate with their skills. I never claimed that recruitment must solely occur in the physical realm. Hao Yunyang, perplexed, looked at Sun Fei and I intended to recruit online from the very beginning. He then continued, now, for the fourth matter. Taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat, he set down the cup and stated, Brother Ling has informed me of an upcoming graphic design competition in Pudong, scheduled for mid-March. It will last for 1 week, and I would like Xiong Jia, Bing Air, and Xiao AI to represent the company in this competition. With Lu Ming leading the team. In light of this announcement, the crowd had little objection and readily nodded in agreement. The fifth matter concerns the company's leadership. Hao Yunyang pondered aloud, do any of you know of a reliable professional manager? Lu Ming nodded affirmatively. Fei? Indeed, came a hesitant reply. I have one candidate in mind, though I am uncertain of their suitability. Hua Jiacheng hesitated briefly before asking, could you elaborate on what they would be doing? What? Kong Jingqiu, who had been quiet until now, lifted his head with a curious expression. Going solo? That brings us to the sixth matter, Hao Yunyang responded earnestly. You have passed the organizational review, and there is no need for you to remain here wasting time. After all, this position does not align with your expertise, and staying would merely squander your time. The organization will provide you with a zero-interest startup fund and other forms of assistance. Should you encounter any issues, I am your primary contact. Feel free to reach out to me, and I will seek solutions on your behalf. Of course, Yin Jia and Xiong Jia, if you also wish to leave the company, please let me know, and I will communicate this to the organization. I never considered going solo. I'm quite content here, Mu Huitong replied with a sweet smile. I have no intention of leaving either. It's much more enjoyable to work together. Sun Fei also expressed her sentiments, receiving a look of appreciation from Hao Yunyang is this part of the organization's benefits. The others gazed at him with a glimmer of hope. For in their eyes, Hao Yunyang epitomized the quintessential representative of the organization. Naturally, he nodded in affirmation. As long as you adhere to the organization's regulations and do not engage in misconduct. While diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned to you, you will receive substantial support from the organization. Being men, they naturally aspired to achieve success like Hao Yunyang. It was evident that only those who became formal members of the organization would no longer dream of such aspirations in vain. If that's the case, Sun Fei mused, my husband would be an excellent candidate for the vice general manager position. As for the managerial roles, he has many friends who could help us find the talents we need. Then I'll entrust you with that responsibility, Hao Yunyang said, feeling a sense of relief. Thus, the matters I needed to announce are concluded. Now, let us delve into the specifics of these affairs. Everyone's spirits soared. Although currently, only Bai Lili, Mu Huitong, and Kong Jinxiu had passed the review, it was still a significant achievement to be part of the outer circle, even if they could not become formal members. Thus far, the group, including Sun Fei and Mu Huitong, harbored certain concerns and doubts about this new organization, but they believed that, given time, these worries would gradually dissipate until they vanished completely. The first task was to organize Jia, Ping Er, and Ling Qiu. Hao Yunyang adjusted his posture and said, please present your respective materials. The three, their curiosity piqued, nodded and rose to submit their documents to Hao Yunyang. One by one, they presented their materials, which included the latest software developed in 2021. Kong Ling Qiu also submitted his documents, but the software he had was scheduled for release in 2026. After completing this series of actions, Hao Yunyang returned the materials to the three and remarked, the organization has provided you with a suite of operational systems developed by the organization, along with a set of applicable software. Within the folder, there is a document containing the activation code. You may now proceed to familiarize yourselves with the system and software. Mu Huitong and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that what Hao Yunyang referred to as benefits consisted merely of a system and a software suite. Was this truly a joke? What? Is the organization's system and software not valuable? Hao Yunyang quipped with a knowing smile. Just give it a try. With a shared glance, Kong Ling Qiu and the others turned and headed toward their respective offices. Kong Ling Qiu's office was, in fact, Lu Ming's office. Curious, Hao Yunyang observed the group still seated at their desks, saying, I have no further matters to discuss. A moment of silence ensued, followed by a flurry of excitement as they rushed into Mu Huitong's office. The exclamations were particularly pronounced, with Sun Fei urging, hurry, let us see what this system is all about. Absolutely. Pan Fengxiu replied confidently, if I fail the assessment, you won't pass either. Lifting one's head by 2 feet can only reveal a glimmer of clarity. However, the tumultuous emotions within me are truly unbearable. I must not allow the thieves to prevail. The moon hangs high, yet the wooden essence of the pine remains coarse and unrefined. Poisoned by my own internal struggles, I gaze at the screen displaying the password prompt. After a moment of contemplation, I entered my own password. With a swift keystroke, a string of over 20 characters was successfully submitted. The individuals present could only perceive a fleeting shadow as the password was seamlessly entered. Upon entering the password, I clicked Next. Subsequently, Mu Huitong embarked on a series of perplexing pursuits. However, in comparison to the distorted nature of Hao Yunyang's version, the options in the older version were noticeably fewer. In less than a minute, all available selections had already cycled through. Mu Huitong took a deep breath and clicked Next. Welcome to Jiuxiao, the driving system. Version 0. A melodious and gentle female voice resonated through the speakers, captivating the audience. For a moment, everyone was enveloped in a brief state of enchantment. What exactly is this system? The onlookers exchanged glances, their envy for Mu Huitong and the other fortunate souls growing. When would they themselves ascend to the status of official members of the organization and utilize this system? Each individual harbored such thoughts. From this, it became evident that Hao Yunyang and Hao Jinhua had successfully passed the so-called review. As the saying goes, the power of unity is boundless. Mu Huitong, Zhou Feifei, and Kong Jinxiu, after much deliberation, were chosen by Hao Yunyang as exemplary figures. In the midst of awakening the crowd, they were granted the opportunity to witness the treatment afforded to members of the organization. Consequently, The cohesion of this small group would undoubtedly strengthen once more, and Hao Yunyang's leadership would become increasingly solidified. As for Kong Jinqiu's decision to operate independently, it must be said that the so-called interest-free loan was provided by Hao Yunyang himself, amounting to a mere 1 million. Mu Huidong's own savings exceeded this sum. Yet, due to various considerations, Hao Yunyang ultimately selected Kong Jinqiu for this opportunity. Firstly, it showcased the organization's strength, and secondly, Hao Yunyang hoped to manifest his ambitions through what he provided. Once he absorbed a certain number of members into this so-called organization, he would stand at the pinnacle, commanding respect from all. Moreover, although Hao Yunyang lacked a deep understanding of compilers, he was aware that the software he provided was incomparable to anything currently available. In simpler terms, taking something from 2009 back to the 1990s would undoubtedly be an extraordinary feat. Not to mention, after more than a decade of technological advancements, who could predict how the world would evolve? With unwavering confidence in this compiler, Hao Yunyang finally took this pivotal and audacious step. If even Kong Jinqiu, who was otherwise oblivious to programming, could achieve success with this compiler, then what could Hao Yunyang possibly fear? Once everything was cloaked in the guise of the Jiuzhen organization, when the number of absorbed members reached a certain threshold, a magnificent transformation could be executed. Once that moment arrived, it could be said without hesitation that Hao Yunyang would be free to act as he wished. Who would dare to challenge him? A group of minor players could drown a water buffalo in spit. Of course, that was all a matter for the future. As of now, Hao Yunyang was merely a small-time player, running a modest company and leading a bunch of youngsters engaged in trivial pursuits. This gathering, which resembled a one-man show, was primarily convened by Hao Yunyang to relieve himself of some burdens, while simultaneously orchestrating another seemingly glamorous transformation. As the saying goes, "Father, you are a cheater." A cheater must not become overly fixated on a single matter. Once the truth is revealed, you will be powerless to change anything. The best course of action is to retreat into the shadows, becoming merely a player behind the scenes, while others engage in the fray. You can sit with the titans of other organizations, sipping tea and chatting about life. Wouldn't that be splendid? Hao Jinhua's words struck a chord with Hao Yunyang. The mere thought of such a future made him want to revel in it. Regardless of how glorious and triumphant one may appear in the outside world, when it comes to the men, one must still show respect. Yet, for now, this was merely a beautiful fantasy. To attain such a state, Hao Yunyang needed to accomplish many tasks, dealing with both major and minor troubles and eliminating all obstacles in order to tread upon this legendary path. For instance, at this moment, he had to address a minor inconvenience, one that was neither too large nor too small. "Chen Xin, you must rescue Ping Ping." The tightly shut door of the company swung open, and a shadow darted through. Before Hao Yunyang could react, the figure rushed towards Zhao Chenxin, gripping her wrist with an anxious expression. "You must save her." Hao Yunyang couldn't discern the man's face, but from his silhouette, it was evident he was a man, albeit a relatively young one. While it mattered little whether he was a man or not, it was certainly inappropriate for him to rush in and seize another's wrist. A sense of displeasure began to bubble within Hao Yunyang as he approached the young man from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let us discuss this calmly. There's no need for aggression. Brother Hao, this man's name is Zhou Zhuangqiang." He turned to face Hao Yunyang, releasing Zhao Chenxin's wrist, but grasping Hao Yunyang's instead, tears in his eyes. "You must help Ping Ping. She is not a fraud. She is not a mistress. She is not a bad woman." "Wait a moment." Hao Yunyang interrupted Zhou Zhuangqiang's lamentations, his brow furrowing. "What did you just say?" "What fraud?" Zhou Zhuangqiang lowered his head, feeling dejected. "She is accused of fraud." Hao Yunyang sighed heavily. "So it has come to this." His exclamation startled both Zhao Chenxin and Zhou Zhuangqiang, leaving them momentarily speechless. "Ahem, don't panic. Let us take a moment." Realizing his earlier outburst was misplaced, Hao Yunyang flashed a smile and pulled Zhou Zhuangqiang aside. "Tell me everything that happened and what you know in light of Chenxin's connection. I assure you I will not stand idle." Zhou Zhuangqiang understood that Hao Yunyang was one of Zhao Chenxin's many suitors. Given the circumstances, he did not react strongly to Hao Yunyang's words. Zhao Chenxin, on the other hand, blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. It seemed she had grown accustomed to blushing, and her immune system was now robust. "The situation is as follows," Zhou Zhuangqiang began, taking a seat beside Hao Yunyang after catching his breath. "This afternoon, Ping Ping was supposed to meet you at the entrance of the Gaokai Electric Company to go to her new home, right?" "Yes," Hao Yunyang nodded. "But you weren't there. Did you flake out or leave? Just listen, Zhou Zhuangqiang said with a bitter smile. This afternoon, we returned to Jinshi from Taizhou, and Pingping drove to your former residence. However, since you had already moved, she went to withdraw the rent for her new place. At that point, she called you and arranged to meet, and then? Hao Yunyang inquired. Then we drove to the intersection, waiting for you. Zhou Zhuangqiang's face was filled with bitterness. But, within 10 minutes, a BMW pulled up. A man in his 40s got out. I could tell from his accent that he was from Jinshi, and he was quite imposing. He opened the door and grabbed Pingping's hair. You didn't fight back? Hao Yunyang's anger flared. 3 other men got out of that car. I couldn't handle them. And now Pingping is? Zhao Qinxin asked, voicing her most pressing concern. Pingping was taken to the police station by those men. They even drove off with her car, Zhou Zhuangqiang lamented. The man who attacked her claimed she scammed him out of over 100,000. He called her a shameless woman and said she was a mistress living off men. He even said, "Stop." Hao Yunyang interjected, rising from his seat with righteous indignation. Pingping is certainly not that kind of person. She is a wonderful girl, kind, virtuous, and gentle. How could she be so unjustly slandered by that man? His impassioned defense, though he himself barely believed it, drew enthusiastic nods from Zhou Zhuangqiang and admiration from Zhao Qinxin. Hao Yunyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Were people truly so incapable of recognizing the truth in this day and age?